If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FAME25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FAME25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers. Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And we were up late for that. We stayed up. We watched it. It was, you know what? There are two series that are supposed to be the best series, the 4 and 5, right? Those are supposed to be the closest teams to each other. Not the 1-8 series, not the 2-7 series, not the 3-6 series, the 4-5 series. Both those series are 2-0. Both those series, the home team has won both the games. The other series are all tied at a game apiece. Well, Detroit hasn't played, right? Detroit is down, the #1 seed. I mean, that's how ridiculous this is, and that's how bad it was last night. KD didn't touch the ball in the second half. Didn't touch the ball. I mean, it couldn't. If you just prevent him from getting the ball, it's basically the same team as game 1. That's what happened. Same team as game one. Alpy is a disaster. Is literally a disaster. There's a guy that's doing. Have you seen this? Him screaming at Alpy, how he runs up the court and falls down. He fell down 12 times last night.
What do you mean screaming at? What are you talking about screaming at Alpy?
This guy. He's running. He's terrible. He can't. He throws it up.
The video, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. The guy who yells and screams.
He yells at everyone.
I know I haven't seen that one, but I immediately know who you're talking about now that you said that.
It's so funny, and he can't be more right. The shots that Alpy is throwing up at the basket, it's like he's never played the game before.
Man,
it's awful.
I feel terrible right now.
Alpy's your second best player, and he has been just ridiculously bad in this series.
Mm-hmm.
Just ridiculously bad.
Yeah,
I mean, around the basket, it's like he has. He
was a little better in the second half, but he was 3 of 11, and then he finished. He finished 6 of 9 his last 9 shots, but it's not like. And all they did was they were running early doubles at Garnett, far away from the basket. He could have been. He was like 30 feet from the basket, and they'd run a soft double at him, like Kennard. They did this a couple times. I mean, yeah. Look at me. Look at my face. Do I look like I've slept at all, ever? And then, they ran that to Kevin Durant. They ran that kind of a soft double to take it out of his hands, and I was like, oh, my God. And all the Rockets were doing was just running in three. I was watching the old Loyola Marymount teams. It's like I was literally watching them go down as fast as they could and just shoot a three. Yeah, That's all they were doing. They were just chunking up threes nonstop.
Well, and if that
and
was
it wasn't good possessions, but it wasn't good looks at the basket, John. It was just first one to get a shot off, shoot a shot.
Can somebody tell me why, if that's your game plan, let's just shoot threes, your best 3-point shooter played 11 minutes?
Well, because he can't defend. He's not.
Wait a minute. He wasn't any worse than anyone else. He
had that.
I mean, that hole he can't defend. I saw he stole. Stop. You have to get some baskets. You have to get some baskets.
Yeah,
in this
you
series.
do, but you also have to get some stops. And they actually played some defense in the second half.
How would he know if he didn't play in the second half?
I know, and they had some defense. Do you think that's a look? Here's where he took
no
him
offense.
Out. Here's where he took him out, and I knew this was coming. Kennard beat him to the baseline for an easy layup. Reed just got dogged out to the baseline.
Yeah, that was the only easy basket that Kennard had
the very next, I know Kennard keeps scoring, but it's a separate conversation. And then the very next possession, he loses track of Marcus Smart. He had Marcus Smart in the open on transition defense, and then just gets lost. And no one's on Marcus Smart, and Marcus Smart just has it and just tees it up for a wide open three from free throw line extended all the way, out, or elbow extended, and he drains a wide open three, and that was Reed's guy, and they called a timeout immediately. You could see Alpy took his towel and smacked it on the ground, and Ime started walking on the court right to Reed. I'm like, he isn't going to play anymore. I mean, he's in serious trouble.
Okay.
You needed him too. You needed somebody who could shoot from distance and score.
Aaron,
that dude is just.
You know what this is reminding me of? This is very reminiscent of Dusty and Yiner. Very reminiscent of Dusty and Yiner.
Well, who's the Yiner? Is it Jayshawn Tate?
Reed Shepherd.
I'm thinking of Machete. Well, then who's he losing his minutes to?
Josh Okogie.
Yeah.
Josh Okogie played 24 minutes. Reed Shepherd played 11.
But you're used to this, right? We talked about this, that there's certain matchups where Reed's just not going to play many minutes if he can't defend, and there's other matchups he will.
Yeah, well, guess what? You can't score 100 points. If you can't score 100 points, you can't win. You cannot win in this game.
Yeah,
you cannot win this series.
But this series is not, you don't lose that game because Reed Shepherd, who
you can't
did
score.
Make a three. Well, but you can't blame, like, that game's not blamed on not playing Reed Shepherd. You're down 15,
no,
17,
it's blamed
18.
on you can't score.
Right. And this has been an ongoing problem with or without Reed Shepherd in a game. This is the problem is Kevin Durant. You can just make Kevin Durant, poof, magically disappear. Teams just make him magically disappear. And Ime doesn't have a solution for it because Alpe's not a solution.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Alpe's not a solution right now. And here's the problem with Alperen Şengün. He has times where he's really good, really, really good. But if you're a great player in the league, that's pretty much your norm for 80% of the time, right? Maybe 80, 85% of the time, you are good to outstanding. We'll call it outstanding. I don't want to use elite, but Alpe's default is not just good. Alpe's default is not 75. It's not 3 out of 4 games or 4 out of 5 games like Olajuwon. Now, it's not all-time great. But, I mean, Olajuwon was going to have a bad game every once in a while. And when you say once in a while, it would be like every maybe 8 to 10 games. Am I misremembering, John? That's about what it was. Like, John, his average game was going to be – I mean, he may not shoot great from the field. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't – they weren't bad. They would be like, he was 9 of 20 – he was 9 of 20 or 8 of 23 or maybe something like that. But he rebounded and blocked shots. With Alperen Şengün, he doesn't really – like his default isn't very good – isn't good or very good. His default is more – it's just there's an inconsistency. I don't know that there is a default. That's the problem is you just can't count on him. Kevin Durant, you can squelch him with just a little bit of a game plan. You can take him away starting in any quarter that you want. And then you just got a bunch of guys who just, man, I look at this team just so totally different. I look at Tari's still a worker, but I look at Amen Thompson, and Amen had a really good start to the game, and Amen is a valuable player. But this next leap I expected hasn't materialized. And I'm legitimately looking at a team that doesn't have Austin Reeves and doesn't have Luka Doncic. And Luka is, you could argue he's best player in the league if you wanted to. He's certainly one of the top 3 players in the league. Then you have Austin Reeves, who's actually a very good player. People don't give him his credit because whatever. And they're not playing, and I'm like, I'm not sure the Lakers aren't still better than the Rockets. Yeah. I don't know that they're not, like, they look better than the Rockets in both games. I'm not sure that this team missing those 2 players are not still a better team than the Rockets. Now, the way we can look at this, John, is, okay, home team won both home games. Now, you were 5-point favorites in both of them, but so I guess you'll be a 10-point favorite in this game, I guess. I mean, I've got to convert everything in my – I got to convert my house to cash so I can put everything on the Lakers plus the 10 if that's what y'all want to do for Game 3. But you now have to look at it like, well, home team covered their 2, so won their 2, so now you just got to go win your 2. The problem was you were a favorite in both of those games. Now, I thought that was a joke yesterday, the Rockets being a 5-point favorite with or without Kevin Durant. Like, how are the Rockets – and I said it on the show, like, how are the Rockets a 5-point – how do you make them a 5-point favorite in this after you watch the first game?
Yep. It was ridiculous. There was no way they were winning.
The Rockets make me feel like I got to take a dump. That's the feeling that they give me. Like, oh, I got to hurry up and get to the bathroom. Rockets playoff basketball is on. We were waiting for this the whole freaking year. Yeah. Like, I just want to get to the playoffs and see what KD can do there. Great.
There are so many comments. I mean, basketball people, Jamal Crawford, look at the difference where KD is out top. He's getting double-teamed while LeBron is getting double-teamed down in the post. And then it's an easy layup because you got 2 guys on LeBron. And I mean, without Kevin Durant, basically been without Kevin Durant these 2 games. The second half of the game, he wasn't able to get a shot off. It was just ridiculous. I mean, it's that easy to stop this basketball team because, well, let's hear T-Mac. Okay, this is a guy. He's in the post-game show. It is T-Mac is a Hall of Famer and Rocket. I would imagine that he's a Rocket fan. I would imagine this is just real. You cannot be the second best player and playing the way that Alpi is playing. Here's T-Mac talking about Alpi.
If KD is getting double teamed, you an all-star. Like, you're going to have to do more. And that more is being aggressive and being efficient. The last 2 games, you've been inefficient. And that's
today? 9 for 20.
Yeah, you've been efficient. Like, he has to do more. And he got off to a late start. He's got to come out the gates and play good basketball for this team to win.
Yep. And KD's got to find it. They got to find it. And you know what? This is on Ime as much as anybody. He's got to find a way to get Kevin Durant has to touch the ball. He's got to touch the ball. I mean, are you kidding me? This is the only – Kevin Durant has been doing this forever. This is the only time where he can't even get a touch of a basketball. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and this is and here's the big concern. I haven't – where KD has the ball and where the double came from. So that reference about the double team, that's what scares me is they were doubling him so far away from the basket.
Yeah.
In other words, it was early doubles so that they just got the ball out of his hands. This wasn't where KD caught it, at a location on the 3-point line, and they run a double at him. They're running a double at him after he's past half court to get the ball out of his hands early. So the ball's out of his hands. They know that he
take
won't
the ball away from him.
But he doesn't work.
He had
to
9 turnovers.
Wait, KD had 9 turnovers?
He was awful. He had 9.
Oh, my God. How about your nickname for him in our Glory Boys chat?
What?
Tell people what your nickname was for him.
Kevin Durnover.
You called him K. Durnover.
K. Durnover.
And I was like, I mean.
9 turnovers.
And that's what happens when he has to be a primary ball handler. We've seen some of these. This is, Luke Kennard, I'll say this.
When you're one of the great players in the game, in the history of the game.
No, Luke Kennard looks like a really, really good player. And then during the broadcast, they were talking about, who was it? Jackson Hayes. They said Jackson Hayes talked about when in high school that Luke Kennard in Ohio was like, he was putting 50s on people. And I can see that, one of those guys who just randomly is just a killer that everyone goes to see. In high school, like we had LeBradford Smith whenever I was growing up, everyone wanted to see LeBradford, but that's because he could do crazy dunks. Luke Kennard, my guess is Luke Kennard did some sweet dunks in high school too, but they just dropped. He said he dropped multiple 50-point games on people, so he knows how to ball. He's 29 years old. Luke Kennard is not some brand new. Like he's been around. He's averaging 8.4 points a game right now for the season, but. This is a guy who they traded for. And this is one of my problems with, and I actually have been a big proponent of Rafael Stone and have defended Rafael Stone. I just did yesterday. But the one thing that bothers me a little bit is I don't think Rafael Stone's drafts have been bad. I think his drafts have actually been quite good. I think he's made good moves. Fred was a smart move for a ton of money, but it was a culture move. Steven Adams was a shrewd move, getting him a year early, even though he was injured. But, Luke Kennard is an example of a trade that was made in season, and look at the impact it's having right now. And who has Rafael Stone made an in-season trade since he's been general manager that you recall?
Since he's been here?
I don't recall an in-season
trade was in season.
Yeah,
but that was a year later. He didn't show up till a year later.
Yeah, he wasn't. But it's true. But Dell's right. It was an in-season trade.
But
it was made for the future.
It didn't affect that season. It was for the following season.
Right.
Let's hear from Boogie about Rafael Stone and what he's done for this.
Boogie Cousins?
Boogie Cousins.
Well, he's never positive.
I don't even think this is an Ime issue. I still blame it on it being a roster issue. And at this point, I believe Kevin Durant deserves even more credit than he's received this season. I think his talent, his experience, and just his overall play this season has covered up a lot of their shortcomings. And we talk about a guy like LeBron being able to control a playoff game with his playmaking ability. Just imagine if this Rockets team had an actual playmaker on the floor. We've been talking about it all year. They need a point guard, and obviously with their best player, Kevin Durant, being out, it's going to look even more awful. I don't think the guys on this roster are complementary pieces to Kevin Durant and what this Rockets team needs as far as winning right now. Now, obviously, things can change down the line, but as of right now, it's not a complete roster to me. And with Kevin Durant being out, it just made that glaring hole even bigger as far as their shortcomings this season. So I agree with Charles. It wasn't a great showing. I don't think this is a coaching situation. Like I said, I think this is more about the roster build out, and it's not a complete or complementary roster for the guys that are on this squad.
Yeah. That was after game 1, and it still holds true after game 2.
It's hard to have a complementary roster when you had a roster that was building to 52 games last year, and you just add one guy and subtract 2. Like, they didn't make – there was not a slew of moves to make, although they did just run it back with most of the guys coming back. But
but here's the thing. The appeal of Kevin Durant is he's a guy you can just toss in any situation. At least that's what the sell was. Hey, Kevin Durant, one of the more malleable superstars. You put him anywhere, and things are just he's just going to go get his because that's the type of guy he is, and so you don't have to make these franchise or foundational changes because this guy is an easy fit anywhere he goes. But when you actually put him in a playoff series, really since the injuries in Brooklyn, I mean, I think the stat is now he's lost 7 consecutive playoff games when he's been active. So maybe we shouldn't have just assumed that you could just drop him in anywhere and not.
Well, it's always somebody else. It's
around.
Not on Kevin Durant. It's either a coach or it's a general manager or it's another. It's the rest of the players. You'll find out with Kevin Durant. The argument is always going to be from the Duranters that it's never on Kevin. Like, this isn't on Kevin. This is always on, like, oh, none of this is Ime. Are you kidding, Boogie? Okay.
Well,
whatever.
but
I get his
fairness,
point, but there's plenty of issues with Ime right now.
But in fairness, other guys have got to play. Alpe's got to play better. But okay, so you added Kevin Durant. What else did you add this offseason? Josh Okogie.
Well, you just ran it back.
Clint Capella.
Yep.
Dorian Finney-Smith.
It's a third bid.
That's
Finney-Smith. Yeah, and Josh Okogie.
That's you added Josh Okogie.
Right.
Clint
Josh
Capella
was actually
and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Josh was pretty decent early in the season when he needed to be. He wasn't bad.
He wasn't.
He did his part for the season. Finney-Smith has been a disaster. Capella was just supposed to be
actually
a third big.
Last night he was okay. He played.
Who, Okogie?
Okogie was 3 of 6 and he played good defense and
yeah, he's done his job. He's not a problem. That wasn't a bad pickup. That was better than I expected. Finney-Smith's been a disaster.
But he is what he is. I mean, that's not a piece to a
who, Okogie?
That's not a piece
right.
to a championship team.
Okogie was supposed to be like where Jayshawn Tate was for most of the year. Okogie was just supposed to be a guy that gets in every once in a while. Finney-Smith was. I think Finney-Smith was supposed to be the guy that when he was healthy was supposed to help the most.
He can't get on the floor.
No, you can't put him on the floor.
No.
Your best friend, Reed Shepherd, by the way, John, is 9 of 29 in his last 3 threes. Now, he was 5 of 14 game 1, 0 of 3 game 2, only 11 minutes. But that 11 minutes that he played yesterday, that's the lowest minute total. I'm just currently continuing to scroll. It is his lowest minute total since, February 4th.
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd's lowest minute total.
And he's the guy that that can actually change the game. And I'm not trying to be, and it's not hyperbole. We've seen when he gets hot how he ignites this team.
So much, though. Like, change what game? They're down 16. They're getting their tails kicked. Just go to a break. This is terrible.
Yep, let's talk about, who's wonderful, Billy.
Yeah.
Billy's wonderful. Because if you've got clogged toilets or you've got your shower's not working, your water's bad, or you got
Can he fix stagnant offenses? Can he fix stagnant offenses?
I'm sure he could. Better than Ime is. Better than Ime is.
Billy needs to come in and snake this offense.
You know what? He does. He needs to stick a snake right down there and snake all that crap out.
Snake all of it out, yeah.
All of it out. Billy, do something, Billy, instead of just sitting around
something about this.
and fixing everybody's plumbing. Do something about this
I got to move gas lines. I got to fix leaky toilets.
Whatever.
How about you do something about the stagnant ball handling?
Yeah, Billy.
9 turnovers. for KD.
Nice
we're
job.
We're worried about. Oh, I got to fix this shower's leaking.
I got a leak, and my whole house is
now
flooding.
Now I got to dig underneath the.
Is this a
the
live
entire,
spot?
Yes.
I got to dig and change people's pipes
this is
out.
a live
I mean,
spot,
yeah,
pretty
but
much.
when you're done with that, can you
fix
this?
Fix this
movement?
offense?
Yeah.
Billy
We're asking
would
a
be
lot of Billy, to be
jerk.
fair.
Yeah.
We're asking
All right.
a lot of Billy. Well, I didn't want to call him a
Glad
jerk
Billy
on the
doesn't
spot.
care for air checks, because no way this is something he's looking for.
Well, but he does this other stuff really good.
281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. The moral of the story is, if you need a plumber, call Aqueduct.
If you need offensive help, don't call Billy.
Yeah, don't call him. He's being a jerk.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
International soccer takes center stage at Texas A&M this June. 2 proud nations. 1 global game. Argentina versus Honduras. Saturday, June 6th at Texas A&M's Kyle Field. Elite international competition. World-class talent on display. Road to 26. Argentina versus Honduras. June 6th. Get tickets at roadto26.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. That was just a disaster last night, but it's 0-2.
Oh, I
down
thought you were
0-2
talking about that
before.
Aqueduct Live.
Pardon me?
I thought you were talking about that Aqueduct Live.
Billy paid for that.
Sorry, Billy.
That is so bad. You know what? He sucks at fixing this offense, though. It's true.
It's not his job. He can handle a tankless water heater or
do
a
your job and
one.
do somebody else's, Billy.
He doesn't get well. He doesn't get paid what Ime gets paid. This is on Ime.
You don't know what Billy gets.
He runs a great business, but I don't know if he's making upwards of, let's say, $6 million a year to be a plumber or run a plumbing
everybody
company.
in the city should be using Billy. I would imagine there's $6 million worth of plumbing.
Hopefully for Billy.
Everybody uses Billy now, but he sucks at fixing this offense. That's all there is to it. So we got calls 713-78. You want to get in? You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Let's go to the calls. Chris is here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Just a couple of comments I wanted to make, and then I'll hang up and listen. But, last week, Lance, you kind of complained about the start time, and I made a decision last night. Do I want to stay up and watch it, or do I want to wake up this morning and watch it? And so I chose to wake up this morning and watch it, and now my day's, shot to hell. But I did want to make a couple of comments about coaching. The thing that annoys me about Ime is I thought a couple of weeks leading up to the playoffs, you kind of got your lineup set, and it felt like for a couple of weeks it was like, all right, Tari's starting tonight, now Reed's starting tonight, now Tari's starting tonight. And then we get to the playoffs, game 1 and game 2, it's like, forget about it. We're going to put both those guys in bench and start Kogi. And then when did Jayshawn Tate become a rotation player the weeks leading up to it? I feel like that's completely asinine. My other comment is if KD's going to get trapped right across half court, by the way, it feels like a YMCA game, like the better team's trapping us as soon as we cross half court, and we can't do anything about it. Why are we having Amen bring it up? Because when they pass it to KD and trap him, it doesn't do us any good to throw it back to Amen. He's not going to shoot it from there. It needs to be Reed bringing it up. So that way when they pass it to KD and they pass it back to Reed, he's a threat. And then my last comment, and I'm a Michael Jordan guy. I don't like LeBron because I think he flops. But Jayshawn Tate, what are you doing pissing him off? Like, you play 10 minutes all year, and you get in the playoffs, and you want to piss off LeBron, and he comes down and drains 2 threes. Like, I don't think this is a Rafael. Like, I wish he would have made some moves. But Ime, like, I don't get the lineup thing. Okogie played great in the beginning of the year when we needed him, but he hasn't played in, 2 months barely. Neither has Jayshawn Tate, and they're, rotation guys. We got Reed and Tari coming off the bench in the second quarter. Like, I don't understand the rotation thing. I think Ime's making some big mistakes, and his ego and pride about defense are getting in his way of his offense. Defense wasn't a problem. They scored 104 points. We should put up 120, 130. Like, it's not a defensive issue, in my opinion. It's an offensive issue. I'll hang up and listen, guys. Thanks for
and some of it now some of it is the Lakers' top 2 scorers are out. Let's also just acknowledge that the Lakers' top 2 scorers are out. And they combine for
so are the Rockets.
60 how many? So are the Rockets.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred
I didn't see KD in the second half, and I haven't seen Alpi
no,
so far.
He played though.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they? Because it doesn't look like them.
They put on uniforms.
Oh, you know what? You got to. I'm serious. This is, to me, this is a Dusty Yiner thing. It's just you cannot win when he's. How did you win basketball games during the season? Yes, you got to have some points. Their offense is terrible.
Wait, but you didn't win because of Reed Shepherd. Like Reed
won You won some games because of Reed Shepherd. And by the way, he draws attention. Who else is drawing attention?
I know, but he had a whole month where he was terrible. The guy shoots. We've gone through
he
this.
Still draws some attention.
He doesn't even hit open threes. He just. Reed is what the defenses focus on?
Well, absolutely, they focus on. Lance, they pick him up at half court like they pick up KD. They were not. Did you watch game 1? They would not let Reed Shepherd beat them.
Afraid of him. It's because he's an easy turnover. He doesn't handle the ball well. That's why they pick him up.
Easy turnover? You mean like 9 last night for KD?
No one said KD. They're not mutually exclusive. They're both inclusive. KD doesn't handle the ball well, and Reed Shepherd, everyone knows. You guard him, you extend your defense because he's uncomfortable handling the ball. It's not because they're like, oh, Jesus, we've got to get the ball out of Reed's hands. They're like,
they
no,
do.
He's easy. He's an easy turnover, relatively speaking, because he's not a true point guard. Reed's not. We can't rewrite this script that Reed Shepherd is this magical bullet. He's not.
No, he is a bullet. At least he is a bullet for this team as opposed to everybody else on the court. I mean, Amen is a disaster outside. He's a disaster. Jabari has been mediocre at best. There's nobody doing nothing. Everybody's here. Nobody's doing nothing.
As it stands now, through 47 minutes of play, Reed Shepherd is 5 of 17 from 3. So Ime, after I guess what he saw in game 1, said, You're going to get a couple minutes, and if you don't knock down shots, come sit by me.
He's shooting
because
25% from the field in 2 games, and he can't defend. Like, what is this
had 11
magical Reed
minutes.
Shepherd stuff?
That's why I said over
36
minutes.
I said
over 36 a game before.
Over the first 2 games, that's the numbers I quoted.
But he was the only option. Again, they were taking him out. They were picking him up with Ayton or somebody bigger at half court. Okay?
Well,
and that's exactly what they're doing to KD now. They were doing the same thing to him the other night. KD is being picked up, and so what are your options after that? Because you can't get him KD can't even touch the ball in the second half.
The options aren't on the we don't have it,
He took one
John.
shot in the second half.
I know you want to believe that we're one player away, and that player is Reed Shepherd. It's
Well,
not what this is. It's not what this is. The 2 All-Stars.
At
are
least
not,
he's something different than what I've been watching for these.
He's not Jay Sean. I'll give you that. I mean, I don't know how Chris is right. How is Jay
Sean Tate
this
played
much?
2 minutes less than Reed Shepherd.
But how is Jay Sean playing what's called basketball minutes? How? Jay Sean Tate has been a bench rider the entire year.
I
Now,
know. That's my point.
Well, that's what the problem is now. You have to go to Jay Sean because Finney Smith is so bad. When Reed's not shooting well, he's a minus player. He's got to shoot well, and he's not shooting well. And Reed is a volume shooter. He's a streaky shooter. I thought he was going to be an elite shooter where any open shot he makes, that's not who he is. He's a streaky shooter. When he gets hot, he can be really good. And he's gotten better at handling the ball. He's gotten better at creating for others. There's no question. His assists have been better. Reed has showed improvement this year. But this is a KD and frankly an Alpi issue. Yeah. That's what this is. And to me it's kind of but I don't know that there's a lot of options because Dell was alluding to this. If Reed Shepherd's not shooting well, you certainly don't want him on the floor defensively. He's certainly not a plus defensively. So what do?
He's a rhythm guy, though. How are you supposed to get in 11 minutes?
But I think he's streaky. I'm
convinced of one thing. Ime is Tom Thibodeau without the good defense.
There is some truth in that. He has got some Thibodeau-ish stuff on with him. Thibodeau never had a Nia Long situation, but Nia was. People are like, you ought to see how many comments there are.
I saw her at some event the other day.
He's like, the people on Twitter are like, this guy. I had it. I got to look at it. He goes, he fumbled Nia Long, and you guys expect him to run through and make good, smart decisions in the playoffs to beat it, like after what he did with Nia? Get out of here. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. I saw so much of and y'all think this bleep who tricked off Nia Long was going to outcoach J.J. Redick? Please.
J.J. Redick is beating his ass.
J.J. Redick's now known as a master class.
Without their best two players.
Boy, they've 2 games in, and they've got us crumbling. They've got this show crumbling. Now, Bravo on the chat made a pretty good point. We did say, he said now, you both said Rockets in 6. So far, we're still on track.
Yep, we are.
He said, funny thing is, I can easily see this.
I knew this would be tough, but I thought.
Well, we both thought it would be a split, right? We both thought it was going to be a split.
Yeah,
now, I thought it would look different, though.
Yes.
Here's the problem.
It looks terrible.
I thought it would look way different. They look like they have had dominant, big double-digit leads on the Rockets both games.
Well, did they find something, too, he averaged 8 points a game, but Luke Kennard is a weapon that now when Luka comes back.
He looks good.
He looks really good.
It doesn't look like he knows how to get buckets. It's not just spot-up threes where, we'll just run somebody at him and he's cooked. Luke Kennard looks like he can ball.
Yeah. No,
Bravo says, funny thing is, I can easily see this team winning 3 straight versus the Lakers. See, I'm not sure I can see that right now. It's hard for me to see it based on what I've seen so far.
I mean, he looks like, who's the little lefty from San Antonio, won all the titles?
Ginobili.
Oh, Manu.
Ginobili. He looks like Ginobili.
He does look like pushback hairline Manu.
Yes.
Of
he
course,
looks like Ginobili. Yeah. That's what he looks like to me right now. I mean, just filling up bucket after bucket. And you can't stop Luke frickin' Kennard.
Is this true? LeBron James is 32-0 when leading the series 2-0?
Yeah, he doesn't have choke on his resume.
He's good. I mean, he had another good game yesterday.
Yeah.
He just shows up and does. I mean, imagine that. But that's what it's supposed to look like. A 41-year-old who says, okay, this is my default.
Who was
This is
better
what
from
it's
the
gonna look
field, LeBron or
Reed
or Alpe?
Well, it feels like a setup, so I'll say Alpe.
Alpe was better.
Yeah.
Who now do rebounds, assists, and now do plus minus.
Well, how about LeBron went to the free throw line 14 times?
Because he's staying aggressive.
Alpe went 3.
But LeBron knows how to win.
Alpe was on the floor. He couldn't get to the free throw line.
LeBron knows how to win. 41-year-old LeBron has a much bigger impact on this series than Alperen Sengun.
Yeah.
Alpe's
having a real big impact on the series. Throwing it off the
he was a plus
He
one,
deflated
guys.
the basketball. He threw it so hard off the rim and backboard. They had to get a new basketball.
I'm going to ask, much like I have asked for us to stop referencing CJ's rookie year, to stop calling Alpre their second best player. Yeah, he's got 2 All-Stars, but Ahmed Thompson's a better basketball player than Alperen Sengun.
Is he?
Yes, he is. Ahmed Thompson's a better basketball player.
He's actually much more consistent.
So I get
he's limited, but he's consistent.
But he's so limited offensively.
But his game is not just
watching
dependent-
Alpe in
yeah.
the paint.
But listen,
does it look limited when he's trying to score over bigger guys? When Jackson Hayes can lock him down?
If Alpe could hit a 2-footer, how much better would they be?
But he doesn't, though. He doesn't hit 2-footers unless he's in rhythm.
There's
He has to be
another
in rhythm.
7-footer standing there like Jackson Hayes of all
When he
people.
pump fakes, he's cooked. He has to shoot. Everything has to be in rhythm. Once he gets his feet set and he pumps once, he is cooked. He has no elevation. And you know what? Ahmed Thompson, when does Ahmed not do what he's supposed to do? Like, offensively, he's limited, but he's still going to rebound. He's still going to defend. He's still going to get his hand in the passing lane.
And 9 assists last night.
Yeah, I mean, he still is the same guy every game. It's just some days he is, some days, and he gets, he gets lots of dunks around the basket. He's just limited, but he's the same guy pretty much most games. That's all I want from Alpe. I agree. Firing Udoka is not going to solve anything, but I do think that I do think that a makeover is needed in the offseason. They're going to have to take a look, and I'll tell you what. Now it's starting to get kind of noisy in these streets to get rid of Alperen Sengun. Alperen Sengun has lost a lot of the fans this year. He better pull his head out these next several games and do something.
Yep. All right, 713. Talking about this is like arguing with my wife. Pointless. Not going to win. Jay.
What? Wow,
Jay.
you just said that about Wendy?
No, Jay said that.
About his wife.
Not my wife. Arguing with my wife is pointless too. But yeah. All right, we got a break.
Full board, gentlemen. People want to talk.
All right, people want to get in.
When we come
you guys
back,
are all
you
in on the
guys.
other side. We go right to the phone. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm talking about easy right down the road. I mean, they got Golden Nugget up in up northeast. They got Tahoe. They got Vegas. They're building another one. Looks like they could have another one on the Strip. That's coming. Listen, Golden Nugget Lake Charles is right here. You got Las Vegas style casino right here down the road. If you don't want to waste your money on a plane and all the time that it takes and how much more expensive it is to stay in Vegas than it is here, all of those things that you don't have. If you're going to go to Vegas, you need 3, 4, 5, 4 days at least. You can go 1 day to Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You can go and see great concerts. I mean, they got big shows coming up. Chicago's coming. All kinds of great shows. Go to the website goldennuggetlc.com and see for yourself. But you've got golf, you've got restaurants, you've got nightclub, everything you could possibly want, and it's right here. All right, it's just down the road. You could stay. You could go and come back, or stay 1 night or 2 nights, whatever you want to do. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Love it. You'll love it too. It's Las Vegas right here, 2 hours down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Ready for a real career? IBEW Local 66 offers paid apprenticeships in electrical construction and line work. In just a few years, you can build a career with strong wages and benefits. Visit IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck!
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck!
All game.
Shoot it! Come on, shoot!
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh?
Yeah, they should have shot the puck. So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Usher and Chris Brown are teaming up for the R&B tour, and it's stopping at NRG Stadium. Join the two superstars for all the hits on Friday, October the 9th. Tickets go on sale April 27th at livenation.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store. You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, don't forget about tomorrow, Nick's Place, big party, watching the draft tomorrow. And he's giving away all kinds, 9 pizzas. 9 pizzas and 9 tickets to a preseason game. And for whatever reason, 9 is the number for Nick tomorrow. But that's at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. We got shows there all day, except our show. And we also have, you're not going to be there either, Del, right?
No, we'll have a special guest from 12 to 3. We'll have live programming out there, and then Jeremy and
Mario
Joe from
Ellie?
3 to 6. I don't know that it's Mario Ellie. I think it's football related from 12 to 3.
Landon Dickerson?
No. Why would Landon Dickerson be out there?
Dickerson. I'm sorry.
Michael Dickerson.
Michael Dickerson.
He'll be there.
Yep.
That'll be great.
Him and Miles Simon will do a show out there.
What?
But, well, they're both played at Arizona. But
no, but not for the Rockets.
I don't. Well. So who cares? Let's get the 1997 national champions out there, or 2001, whatever it was. But we'll have football guests out there. I believe I heard the name DJ Bieneme will be out there with Sarge. I think they're going to be recording out there.
He was a great player, DJ Bieneme.
No, that's Eric Bieneme. DJ covers the Texans for ESPN, and then Jeremy and Joe certainly will be out there as well.
All right. What about Anthony? Who does he play for? He plays for Team Caller. He's on the line right now. Anthony, what's up?
What's up, guys? All right, so I don't know why Ime won't get terminated because all the issues on this team is 100% his fault. We have 3 potential stars on the team. We have Thompson, we have LP, and we either have useless 6'11" Jalen, and we have white milk. All 4 of those guys have not developed. They all that's 4 guys. One of those guys is supposed to be a superstar, but every single one of them growth is stunted. So we only have one superstar who's 37 years old, KD, and if he sits and eats a Snicker bar, the game is already over. This is 100% Ime. A coach supposed to develop the guys. I'm watching the game, and the only true point guard we have is Aaron Holiday. He's the only guy that should bring up the ball. He should play every single second because these idiots keep panicking like girls and throwing the ball to the other guys. They're making the slow white guy look like he's Steph Curry. They're making 41-year-old LeBron James look like he's freaking Kobe Bryant. I mean, what is going on? Ime literally should be fired tonight. Like, this is the worst game I've ever seen last night. Going on 4 hours of sleep, and I'm yelling at the TV. It's like,
okay.
All 4 of our stars suck.
Okay,
Sorry.
Thank you, Anthony.
And I like that.
Has a coach ever been fired in mid-series?
No, they have
okay.
not.
I'm
That's
just wondering.
Best of my knowledge.
No.
If it was ever going to happen, it'd be in soccer somewhere, where they just get mad at you after one game. Like, you can start off 0-3, and a soccer team will just say, "That's it."
I'm sure.
Remember, Chris Palmer got fired 2 games into a season.
I'm sure soccer managers been fired between one tie of a Champions League and then the next, because there's a week between games.
Yeah.
I'm sure that might have happened at some
to
point.
Get fired in a soccer league. It doesn't.
Who's next, Del?
Mad at you.
Well, I like that call. Except, did he say they were playing like girls?
Yeah, they panicked like girls. That's what he said. Which like girls are like, wait a minute, we don't panic like the
Rockets. Girls are like, hey, where is like, Eric's girl calling in?
Yeah, like hold on.
No, don't wait.
We got more composure than the Rockets.
No.
Let's go to LSU, Brian. What's up?
What's up, guys? Hey, so I got a couple points, man, and my first point, I tried telling everybody this before the season. Alfred Şengün is not a superstar. We've got to stop putting star on this guy because he's a joke. He frustrates me more than anybody, man. And the other point is, including Alperen, they were saying before the season, we don't want to trade away all our young stars for a veteran like Antetokounmpo or something like that. That was an option, but we didn't want to give up too much. But like y'all were saying earlier, like, what are these guys doing? No, Torrey's getting, at 8 points and read it. Like, this whole young group, I don't want to break up the young group. Screw that, man. This team is garbage, especially when the coach doesn't know how to put an offense together. How do you get KD trapped? No wonder he's got 9 turnovers. They trap him every single time he gets the ball up top, and they have no response for it. So that's on Ime. And my last point is, man, I remember watching James Harden with the Rockets, and it was such a frustrating offense because it was just the James show. And if he dribbled the ball till there's 7 seconds left, and it was so frustrating. I remember the feeling last night of that exact feeling with James Harden. Like, this offense is so frustrating. It just pisses me off. And the biggest thing I want to say is we did not want to give up young core to go get some superstar, a real superstar, but yet your young core can't play together. No.
Well,
Alfred's garbage.
Okay, we appreciate it.
I like the fire on the. I like hearing that people are this passionate about the Rockets. We didn't get a lot of calls leading up to it, and I'm glad to see people at home waiting to, be excited or be upset.
It's not exactly what they were hoping for.
No, but at least they were.
Yeah, at least they do have
series,
some pass. Oh, no, I mean,
they should
obviously.
be. This is.
But he was right though. What is the offense? Chuck it. It's all. You get the ball, chuck it. That's it. That's a chuck. That's all there is. Charles said it the other day. Charles said, "What's their offense? What is the offense? It's everybody just stands around, and if you get the ball, throw it up. That's it. It's read and react. What react? Where is the reaction? The reaction is shoot it. Get the ball if you got shoot it.
That's all it was. I mean, Jabari. Look, I was kind of conflicted there because Jabari was chunking everything. When he had a chance, he was flinging it, but he was also being aggressive. Like, I don't know, it was kind of weird for me because I thought, well, I don't want to be hypocritical about, getting in rhythm, but I also think Jabari's one of those guys you need to be aggressive. Like, you want him to keep his confidence because Jabari actually can shoot it a little bit, and he's got the ability to score from different areas of the court. He doesn't do it a lot. We saw him do it in college, and there are times where he does it in games, and I think he wanted to stay.
Listen,
I think he wanted to stay aggressive, and I'm okay with that with him.
He's the 3rd overall pick. He's got to be a part. He's one of the guys that actually can shoot. He can play. He's playing the wing. He's got to be able. He's got to be better. Amen has to be better. Alpi has to be better. They just have to be better. They're just playing about as bad a basketball as you can at the worst time against a team that's depleted. This is just ridiculous. When Luka comes back, when Luka and Reeves come back, I mean, the difference between these two teams is night and day. They're not the 4 and 5 seed. It's like you're playing. They're making them look like the 1 seed, and they don't have it. This is ridiculous. This series is ridiculous so far. Who's next, Al?
We get to Dave. Dave wants to talk Rockets as well. What's up, Dave?
Hello, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Okay, so I hate to be the I told you so type of guy, but let me tell you, if you watch the Rock, I know a lot of Houston fans get caught up, and they don't really see what it is. If you watch the Rockets since maybe the All-Star break, they've sucked. They've sucked since then. I'm making a killing, and I'm a Rocket fan, but I'm a Dave fan first. I'm making a killing on underdog on this series. The minute Durant, they said he was out on Saturday night, boom, I put $100 down just to see how it would go. I won. Do you know last night the game, it went up to 7.5 when the game started? I don't know they thought. Yeah, I don't know if they thought Durant was going to be a savior or what, which he's never been. And since Curry, and bam, I made a killing last night. I'm a Rocket fan, but I need my rent paid. So they end up going up to 7.5. The Rockets are just not that team. And then, let me say this real quick. I'm going to let someone else in. If you look back at what the Lakers done with Kennard, if you know Kennard's been a good player since Duke. Sometimes you got to get with the right team. They made moves. The Rockets made no moves. Alvarado was right there to be taken. They chose to sit pat, and he would have helped. So, anyways, I feel for y'all. I think the Rockets going to get swept.
I feel for y'all. I'm a Rockets fan, but I'm a Dave fan first. I like the fact that he said he's a Dave fan
Dave just called us to tell us how much money he was making.
Dave's like, I love the Rockets, but I love me some me.
I love
and
me.
If I see some free money out there, I'm going to grab it.
Yep. No, they're not getting swept. They're going to win Game 3.
Yeah, no, they're not going to get swept. They might lose in 5, but they're definitely not getting swept, Dave. So I hope you.
I think they tie the series back here. They've got to have.
Yeah. You know what? I do too. I do too.
They've got to have. They got to have an answer. Let's hear from KD. KD was. He was wrong. He was wrong. And listen to what KD had to say because he was a little hyperbole about how good the Rockets were. Listen, here's what KD said after the game.
I think I got to be better at not putting my teammates in bad positions when I swing that ball. Sometimes I could beat the double, get downhill, make the shot a little easier for him. Shoot the ball. I mean, when two to three people on me, I shoot the ball. We can get offensive rebound. So I'm trying to make passes. I'm trying to make the correct, swing the ball sometimes, but I feel like I got to shoot more of those and put my teammates in better position. But I feel like we still got some good looks up at it. 24% from the three, 40 from the field. Like tough night shooting the ball for us, and they knock down shots. They backcourt at 48 points combined. Hit 8 threes. Then Rui hit 3 threes himself. So it's tough. But I just got to be more aggressive to look to score, no matter where the double team come from, no matter who's doubling. There's plenty of times I feel like I can just shoot over those guys.
Well, he went on to say they're making shots. We're not. We dominated and everything else. No, you didn't. Oh, well, dominated. You dominated with turnovers. Yeah, you had way more turnovers. You dominated there, but they'll hit some shots in Game 3. I'm sure.
Well, you were right, John. They didn't shoot 38%. You said they wouldn't. They had to shoot better. Now it's only 40, but they did shoot better. So incrementally, and the Lakers didn't shoot 61%. Now the pushback was there were other ways for the Lakers to win, and we saw those.
24% from 3. 24% while the Lakers were 46%.
Yeah, when Marcus Smart's knocking down 5, you should have known you were in trouble.
Marcus Smart,
early when he was knocking down
5
shots.
of 7. Luke Kennard 3 for 6. Rui 3 for 6. LeBron 40%. I mean, they're knocking down their threes, and the Rockets aren't. KD 1 for 4. Jabari 3 for 7. You'll take that. Alpi, don't take any. Alman, don't take any. Just don't do it. Reed 0 for 3. Aaron Holiday 0 for 3. I mean,
getting up 3 threes in 7 minutes, impressive from Aaron Holiday.
I know. 7 minutes, 3 threes.
It's impressive.
But you know what? Did
you see those two trip over
JJ
each other?
Redick is brilliant. Leave Aaron Holiday and Amen Thompson by themselves on the 3-point line.
Well, that was one of those late turnovers by KD when Marcus Smart jumped in front of Alpi. Amen Thompson was standing in the corner all alone, and KD was like, "Yeah, I'm not passing you the ball. I'm not giving that to you." And that's the problem. You have a team.
Why is he standing in the corner?
I don't know, but you have a team built in a way where you have a centerpiece in KD, but you don't have any guys who can provide relief on the outside. So it's going to lead to him throwing the ball in places he shouldn't throw the ball to, because if he passes it to Amen, it's like, well, he's going to be forced to take that 3 because no one's within 15 feet of him, and we know the result. So KD ignored that option, which would have been the right basketball play, except the guy in the corner, you don't want taking that shot ever.
Ever. All right. 713-780-3776. Keep it coming. If you are Rockets fan, but you're a bigger fan of yourself, call in. 713-780.
Aren't we all?
3776. Time for me to talk about Robin. I'm a big fan of Robin. I'm a big fan of Houston Powder Coaters. I'm a big fan of what they do, what they've been doing for. She loves our listeners, and our listeners do. You guys have responded. You got patio furniture. You got car parts. You got metal. You got something that needs powder coating. If you buy brand new patio furniture, send it, and you're like, "Oh, I'm not. It's brand new. You want it to last? If you want it to last for seemingly ever, then you send it to Houston Powder Coaters. Let them powder coat it first before you put it out there. They can change the color. I mean, we bought this patio furniture. I'm not crazy about the color. Then change it. You can change that because Houston Powder Coaters does that. Houston Powder Coaters has everything you could possibly want for your metal. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is, new, old, whatever it is. You want to save something or whatever the case may be. If it's metal, Houston Powder Coaters can save it. Now, Robin will tell you, she'll be straight with you. We can't save that. Buy something new. Buy something else. But if you do, send that to them. Like I said, Houston Powder Coaters, the best way to get whatever it is you need looking great again. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Truck Month has been extended through April at Monument Chevrolet. That's right, Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. The big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price through April. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500s in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 and drive away in a new Silverado today, or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
The time has come. Names you know, champions you've cheered. Join the game's legends returning to the Woodlands. Watch Stuart Sink defend his title against Steve Stricker, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, and Bernhard Langer. The Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, May 4th through the 10th at the Woodlands Country Club. Get tickets now at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Nature's Federal Credit Union presents the Port Neches River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Neches powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Neches River at Port Neches Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. There will be live entertainment, great food and drinks, games, and fun for the whole family. It's the Port Neches River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, The Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out The Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Rich Eisen here. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It's John and Lance.
I destroyed. John's ripping Coors Light families apart.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, 737-803-7776. Want to bitch about the game, you're more than welcome. Down to... You know what the Astros are saying right now? Thank you. Thank you, Rockets. The Astros are like, look over there. Look how they suck. Don't look over here.
Politicians
we suck.
want you to pay attention to other stuff.
Yeah,
and
look at
and
that.
Pay attention. That's exactly what the Rocket. Brian King's like, what the hell? Did you see what the Rockets are doing offensively?
Yeah. Did you
The
see
bullpen's
that?
Like, and Ryan Weiss is like, guys, this is kind of a quality start for me in a way.
This is a Ryan Weiss quality
Weiss
start.
quality start, guys.
This is a Weiss.
3 innings and 2 runs. That's pretty good. That's
Pretty
like
good.
a 6. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That ERA is keeping me right in the 6s.
Yep. We lost your camera, by the way.
Oh, I pause it just so I don't do anything stupid during a break. Here, let me click it on.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you
It's
go.
the same thing. Looks super sleepy. You know what? Actually, this is more somber. This really befits the mood of.
We can see your just like your beard.
No, this is a good one. This is a good look.
This is a good look.
We've already got the video, social, so you can rock this if you want. If you want to be Gollum in a cave, you can do that.
Let me do that too.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to do.
You're both just
do
going
that,
to turn off your light. No, it's not the same effect.
It's not the same.
You got to turn
You're
off
just looking
other
like
lights.
half face. What do they call them? Half face or whatever.
You're the one of Jerry Seinfeld's.
No, the
girls.
Marvel comics. The guy gets
You mean
half his face burned
No,
off.
you mean
Two-Face.
Two-Face. But I'm
John
talking
looked
about
like Two-Face.
I'm talking about the girl who, in
like
different
a
lighting,
ghost.
looked like a beautiful woman, and other lighting looked like someone you didn't want to date.
Like the witch when she.
Yeah, I forgot what they call. They gave her a name in that show, but it's like 20 years old, so I don't remember.
Yeah, she was like the hostess at Prime.
What?
Remember the hostess that looked like her?
That cam girl?
The cam girl, yeah.
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 Good times.
Stop on
Yep. Back in the Prime days. Speaking of which,
I know
just
those
go
were
right
great
down the
times.
block and go to Nick's place tomorrow for the draft. Did anything happen yesterday, Lance, that we need to know about with the draft?
Well, I can tell you my new mock just dropped. I
saw your ratings. You think Arvel is the best player in this draft?
Well, I've got the highest grade, and it's just projection. I mean, it's just based. Look, it's not a great draft, but I'm projecting him based on traits and potential to have an impact. It's not based on who he is right now. So if I had to do it all over again, I'd probably drop his number below 7.0. But anyway, because 7.0 is like an all-pro number.
Lance, I know we're doing something very serious, but you have your laptop open. Can you Google Zordon?
Oh, no, I've done this before.
You look like
I know I look like Zordon.
Right now,
you did this last year. Hold on. Who said that? You told me this last year.
I think I said it last time.
Yeah.
Zordon's a character from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. In that lighting, he looks like Zordon.
He looks like Zordon.
And I had a black shirt. I was trying to. If I do this, ooh. If I put a black shirt on just to be able to Zordon it more.
That is. Zordon.
Yeah, you can go to our YouTube or X channel and you can go see how I look like Zordon. I guess I'm going to put a black T-shirt on just so I really, really have the total Zordon. I don't know who Zordon is, but apparently I am Zordon.
Power Ranger or something.
Yeah. No. So I did put So I do have Arvo Reese 1, and then David Bailey 2, and then these are draft grades, but I think Reese goes. So my last mock, it's a little different. It's a little different than any of the other mocks. I've got it's because I'm working off of some additional information. I've got the Titans. I got Jeremiah Love going to Arizona. What I think's happening is I think Arizona's willing to draft Jeremiah Love, the running back from. They have the 3rd pick. I think they're basically saying we are willing to take Jeremiah Love. We're just letting you know, the Titans. So we're willing to do it. So they're playing chicken now, and they're saying, look, you give us a 4th or a 3rd, and we'll let you have this. We'll let you have this pick, and you can go get who you want. And now, if you're Tennessee, you should play chicken and say, draft him then. I don't care. We got lots of needs. And the question will be, is Arizona serious about taking Jeremiah Love? And if they are serious and they take him, then I think Sonny Styles becomes the next inside linebacker for Robert Saleh. So I think they go with Sonny Styles 4. They could go Arvell Reese, because in my scenario I have Arvell Reese. I have David Bailey going second to the Jets, which I think is going to happen. And did you know yesterday, Arvell was still a big betting favorite to go too. And I'm like, this is kind of weird, because that's not what the buzz has been. But we'll see what happens. So then if Arvell Reese slipped past 4, now you're sitting at 5. And the Giants, would they take Arvell Reese?
Well, that changes, though. If Bailey goes second, then doesn't Arizona go, oh, we got Arvell?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Because, see, the problem people have is that Arvell Reese is not a natural – he didn't have the instincts of a good linebacker yet. He has all this athletic ability, and he hasn't learned how to rush. He'll tell you that. I don't even know how to rush yet. I'm still learning how to rush. So there's some people who want him to be a little bit more polished. So Arvell may not go 3 because they may not view him like that.
That's stuff you can teach a guy. I mean, he's got
yeah, you can, but Jeremiah Love can also, is also kind of a safe player. It just depends on what you have on your board. Because if Arvell slips past 3 in the Titans need edge, but Arvell's more of a 3-4 end. I mean, a 3-4 outside linebacker, and that's not the defense that Tennessee runs. So, not now. And so then you have, if Sonny Styles goes there, then you got Arvell Reese still at 5. Would the Giants do that? I've got him going Caleb Downs, and I got the Cowboys trading up for Arvell Reese as the next Micah Parsons. Because Micah was in that same scenario. Linebacker turned edge. They did it out of necessity back then. But so I can see Jerry Jones. I talked to a couple different teams who said the Cowboys are making calls. I think they're interested in moving up. And I don't know if it's for – my guess is it's for Sonny Styles, but if Arvell Reese is there, I think they might still take their shot. And the Browns are interested in moving back from 6. So I could see a 6-12 scenario where the Browns move back to the Cowboys at 12. So I projected that in my latest mock. And if you want to see it, go to NFL.com and you can find out who I have for the Texans. I think you're going to be pretty excited.
Wow. Excited. You got them traded out.
Yeah. You're going to be pretty excited when you get to that 28 spot.
It's not theirs.
We'll see.
It's not there. Let's get John in here. I'm pretty excited to hear what John has to say. Hey, John.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think regardless of what happens this series, I think it's pretty obvious that the Rockets are not championship contenders, and we have to operate that way, right? The fact of the matter is we missed out on 3 franchise players. We missed out on Wemby, we missed out on Cade, and we missed out on Paolo. So we have to act as if these young guys are not franchise players and they're not second or second level as far as championship contenders, second guys on a championship team, and we have to operate that way this offseason. It might not be Giannis because Giannis, he has pretty bad injury history, but the front office has to make moves this season to get KD some help this offseason in order for us to be a championship contender. Because right now this just isn't it, right? Şengün is, I think at best, a 3rd player on a contending team. Amen, the same thing. I don't think Jabari probably a 4th, and Reed, I don't even know where he plays into that at all. And so this whole idea that we have a young star core, while true in some sense because these guys are good players in general, specifically Şengün and Amen, it doesn't actually mean anything when it comes to the grand scheme of winning a championship. So I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
I don't disagree. Is Jabari playing like a 3rd overall pick? Is Reed playing like a 3rd overall pick? Amen is playing like a 4th overall pick. Yeah, okay, but I mean, Jalen was a 2nd overall pick. I mean, for having those high picks, they haven't hit. They really haven't. I mean, it's almost, it's like you lost all of those games, and this is what you have. This is what you ended up with. The Spurs, on the other hand, they lost all those games, and look at who they picked up. Huge difference. I mean, it is kind of sad. Do you have to lose again now? I mean,
remember when we did hit the lottery? We did hit the lottery in this city. It was for Jadeveon Clowney. Woo! Yay! Mario Williams. Sweet. Although Mario was better than Vincent Reggie.
David Carr.
And then Yao Brokefoot Ming. Now, at the time, Yao was a really big deal. Really, like center of the earth. But he had a foot issue that was the Rockets knew would eventually end his career early. They knew that. They said that. And not publicly, but they said it privately. They knew that was the case. They had to keep his weight down because his arches were so high and he'd have foot issues. This is our city. The city of what Dell calls, quote unquote, city of syrup. This is what we've got now. We've got David Carr. This is what our first round picks have been. David Carr, Jadeveon Clowney, Mario Williams, Jadeveon Clowney. We have had we missed out on Wemby. We missed out on Banchero, who, kind of whatever. And then who was the other one that he mentioned? Wemby, Banchero, and who was the other one where the Rockets were?
Cade Cunningham.
And Cade, Cade's pretty sweet. And Cade Cunningham. So now I would disagree. I think you look at third picks of the draft as the next tier below. Those should be the next tier players. And the Rockets have not really, I would say they have not become that next tier. It's a tier below that. And that's unfortunate. Reed Shepherd's getting better. I think Reed Shepherd, my hope that he'd become Brent Price is going to be, Mark Price. I think he's got a better chance to become Brent Price. Not Mark Price. And Jabari is always going to be better regular season Robert Horry. And Amin, I think his ceiling is DeMar DeRozan. Alpi is Turkish Luis Scola. Who else do we have? We've already moved on from Jalen Franchise Francis. Yeah, so I think we're good. That's what we look like now.
Yeah.
So Baby Jokic, that's retired?
I'm calling him Baby Scola now.
Baby Scola?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to Baby Scola.
Mark Price and Brent Price. He's looking more like Bryce Drew.
Bryce Drew could hit a clutch shot, though.
In college.
But I saw it. Have yet to see it.
I mean, he can't even get on the floor.
Crap. That's bull crap.
He can't even get on the floor. I mean, goodness.
Called him Bryce Drew. That was, you know what? Go to a break, Del.
I didn't say that. John did.
I know. He shouldn't have said that. That's bull crap.
Well.
He's at least Brent Price.
You
can't say Bryce Drew.
Better get Gen Z Matt Maloney out of my face.
He looks like he's more like Scott Drew. Let's just keep going backwards. Let's keep going regression.
Scott Drew's a champion.
Let's keep regressing for him then. He looks like Van Chancellor. This is little. Do you know who his grandpa is?
Little Nico.
His name is actually Nico. His name's actually Nico Shepard. Did you know that's his nickname?
I thought his name was Cuh Shepard. I was told his name was Cuh Shepard.
I was told his name was White Milk, apparently, from one of our callers.
Is Anthony
White Milk?
Anthony called him that.
Nicknamed him White Milk. And I'm like, that doesn't seem right.
I mean, isn't that just milk? Don't you have to? It's usually just milk unless you go chocolate.
Yeah.
You don't have to say white milk.
White milk.
I appreciate it. It's funnier.
It's white milk, yeah.
It's funnier, but it's...
You pick up some milk? Yeah, get some white milk.
When I think
what kind of milk?
I think of white. I think
it's white.
I mean,
I'd rather call him, like his nickname is right now Skim Milk, because it's like just super, you can almost see through the milk. That's how milky he is. Yeah. I want whole milk. That's what Luke Kennard right now is, whole milk.
Whole milk.
Making them,
just hits like it hits.
Rockets are lactose intolerant, making them all sick and giving them bubble guts.
They are lactose intolerant. Well, Ime's lactose intolerant. Can't let the white guy on the court.
This is proof, John, that a Euro is different. Ime lets the Euro play, and he won't let the American white guy play.
He's like, I'm not taking this guy who played Little League Baseball get any more minutes.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I can't wait for Jeff Shepard to get on a podcast.
You know what? Let's talk about Champion Energy.
Talk about his son not getting minutes.
Let's talk about Champion. I can't talk about this anymore right now. I can talk about Champion Energy. I can talk about your electricity bill. I can talk about how I'm sick of you paying more for your electricity than you have to. And I shouldn't be that disgusted with it, but I am. I've been talking about Champion for how long, and you're still with your electricity company paying more than you have to when Champion Energy is going to contact you when your contract is up, and they're going to say, here's a better rate right here. Hurry up. Get in. Who does that? Who gets you a better rate? The other companies are all going, hope he doesn't notice that his contract's up. We're going to keep on charging him for that higher rate. Hope he doesn't notice. Not Champion. Hurry up. Sign up because we got a better rate and you're going to save money. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
East River 9 is excited to announce the opening of Birdie's Ice House by the Rustic Group. Step off the course and enjoy house-made burgers, tacos, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Whether you've just finished a round of golf, a pickleball match, or you're meeting friends, Birdie's is the perfect spot to relax, celebrate, and enjoy the best view of the Houston skyline in the city. So grab a bite at Birdie's today. Book your tee time, reserve a pickleball court, or explore corporate memberships at eastriver9.com.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I'm thinking about Canada.
It's a beautiful place. When do you want to go?
I wasn't planning on actually going there.
Uh-oh. I can see the wheels turning in your mind.
Canada is buying back 2,500 different models of firearms from their citizens.
Well, what does that have to do? You're planning to buy all those, aren't you?
I'm going to do my best.
You're just going to pick up the phone and call the Canadian government?
No, I've hired a couple of ex-U.S. attorneys. They've got experience talking to governments of other countries.
You're serious about this, aren't you?
It would be a shame to destroy all of those when we've got collectors here in Texas who would love to have them.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olalea Show. Weekday mornings from 10 to noon. John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Hey, you still got time to get in for our occasional invitational. We're going to be at Sterling Country Club on Wednesday. I want you to join. I still need a team. If you sign up today, maybe I can be on your team. And Lance, you still need a team, right?
I guess. I'm just going there and just hitting golf balls.
Well, yeah, but you got to be on a team.
I don't care. I just go wherever I want.
Either that or we can just ride around and hit shots for people. I don't know.
Yeah, ride around and putt for people. I think that's going to be pretty sweet for me.
Yeah, we can, or hit shots.
I don't know.
Too.
I need a team. I don't need a team.
I don't know either.
I'm going to be there playing.
But we're going to play. And we want you to come out.
I'm not going to have 2 months.
Valencias. We got Brown Bag. We got Coors Light. What? Coors Light.
All benefiting kids' meals.
Yeah, that too.
Come on, play.
Oh, not that too.
Yeah, that too. I mean,
that's the main thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Keep the main thing.
No,
the
the
main
Coors
thing.
Light is probably the main thing.
Well, for certain people.
Well, for the rest of the city who wants to help children.
Yeah.
John
I
likes
guess that too. I got that too. I guess.
I'm a fan of children, but I'm a fan of John. That's what John's saying.
First.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of John
I'm a fan
first.
of John first.
And I hope Denise didn't hear the one caller say, they were panicking like girls.
Anthony, who also authored White Milk.
White Milk and panicking like girls.
Why Denise? What about John? I mean, what about Joan?
Well,
Team
Denise
Mom
is on the
Joan.
phone or on hold.
Oh, okay.
Denise is on hold.
This is
Let's
maybe
hear
an
from
Eric
Denise.
thing.
Denise, we did not approve.
Hey, guys.
We did not approve of him saying panicking like girls.
No.
I heard that. Thank you very much. Look, I'm sorry, John. I know you don't want to talk about this anymore, but, oh, my gosh. I am so damn mad. I can barely even articulate into words what I want to say because I'm just, so mad. I mean, over the years, my whole life, T-shirts, jerseys, coffee cups, tumblers, playoff tickets. I don't know how much money I've invested in this team, and they just, look like they don't care. Why do I care so much when it doesn't even look like they care? And, I can't even. And probably 18 times a game I yell at the TV, what are you doing? I just get so angry. And since this was just, hey, call in and yell about the Rockets, I thought I would come and do my fair share.
Denise, you're always welcome. You're always welcome on the show.
No, Denise, and you're right. I don't see the playoff intensity. I just don't. I mean, it's just and listen, he's getting double teamed on top, but the way he throws the ball carelessly away, it's ridiculous almost. I mean, some of his turnovers are just ridiculous. I understand it. Okay, all the attention is on him, and it's not his fault. Sorry, Dream Shake. I know it's not his fault. Take care of the basketball. At least get it to then put it in somebody's hands that won't just fritter it away. I'm with you, Denise. Where is the intensity? Where is the care? This is the playoffs. It's ridiculous. Last night was almost ridiculous that KD didn't even touch the ball in the second half. Yeah. Didn't barely touch the ball, and when he did, he turned it over. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah. I was thinking about this. I don't know that it's not intensity. I think what the Rockets have lost is a swagger. And there was something where you always knew they had some real swagger. Well, it was intensity. But when you had, Amen Thompson and Tari and Dylan Brooks, Jalen. I know Jalen wasn't good in the playoffs, and he lost his mojo. But there was always a sense that the Rockets, the confidence wasn't really lacking with the Rockets. It was more about how to play and how to win certain games. They look like a team that lacks confidence. They look like a passive team at times, and then they try to scramble out of it by, just chucking up a bunch of threes and hoping something goes in. There's something missing with the swagger and the confidence and there's a certain energy. I'm not saying energy is missing. I'm saying there is a certain energy that they had where you could get effed up at any second with that Rocket team. I didn't love being on the edge, but that whole – remember when Amen Thompson said he needed to work on his rage or whatever that was that Dell was pointing out? I kind of liked it better when you had no idea what he was going to do on any given day.
Where are the Terror Twins?
Well, now we got Jay Sean Tate trying to, watch, I'm going to do my imitation of Draymond Green. Bro, it is not hitting. No. Your Draymond Green does not work, especially against LeBron James.
You're Jay Sean.
You're Jay Sean, you're not Draymond. Don't try it.
So where are the Terror Twins, though? Tari and Amen were just ridiculously good defensively, and stealing the ball and creating terror. And where is that? It's not there. Nothing is there. Nothing. But I would say this. If I'm like Amen or Jabari and I see Alpi inside throwing a brick at the basket, it's like banging it off the basket and backboard as hard as he can, I'm kind of like, wow, what do we – wow, this is awful. This is awful.
Did you see?
It really would take a little of my confidence away. Yeah, they're not confident. They're not. They're just not.
I don't know if this just speaks to Luka being disrespectful to everyone, but did you see that dismissive hand wave when he was sitting? Obviously sitting. Alpi did it like this slow pump fake that was going to lead to nothing, and Luka just like waved his hand and like, get out of my face with this garbage. It's like, stop it.
Wait, when was it? Wait,
it was.
I don't
know. Maybe second half. I don't remember. No, it had to been the first half. The Rockets are going that direction, and he was out on the perimeter above the 3-point line. He does this like pump fake that he knows isn't going to affect anything. Everyone knows that. And Luka's just sitting there going, man, get out of here with that. That's the funniest thing, other than the two Rockets tripping over each other in the second half. That happened on a Luka Kennard shot.
Gosh.
Or was that? Yeah, that was the first half. Another first half moment, but it was Holiday and someone. They just stumbled over each other in that half. But yeah, I think Alpi is a guy that, whether he's like John's scenario where his teammates are like, come on, man, this is a series that's going to change the talk on him if he doesn't get it together. Like we have seen maybe a stagnant trajectory for him the last couple of years, but everyone else still had a pretty high opinion of him. If this continues, he's not going to get talked about in the way he had been, where we were hearing people on podcasts talk about how Alpi, the Baby Jokic stuff, the next big-time center. That stuff is going to go away.
No, it's
when Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton are eating his lunch.
Anybody watching this series is like, what? Baby Jokic? He looks like Baby Giraffe.
That's more complimentary than overweight tortoise.
Well, that is better. He does look like a baby giraffe, though, kind of. Did you guys hear Udoka's response to a question about Reed's limited minutes? He said, he'll thank me someday. The city will thank me someday.
He didn't say that. You're doing Yiner Diaz. He didn't say the city will thank me.
That's Tony, Concept Mayhem.
I'm lactose intolerant. I still can't believe somebody said that.
I thought you said that.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's in that room.
713-780-3776.
You're doing this. He's still doing the light bit for everyone who can't see.
You can't see if you're not on X or YouTube, and we don't even give out Twitch anymore. We just let those. We just keep the COVID virus.
I heard they're nicer now, though.
They are generally nicer. They just have a little edge.
A better brand of people.
Yeah.
It's
or I've blocked the ones who aren't as nice.
8:32. Time to talk a little golf right now. British Open winner Stuart Sink. He's going to try to defend his title here. 78 stars of the PGA Tour champions back at the Woodlands, May 4th through 10th. Go to, InspirityInvitational.com. Get your tickets. Saturday is awesome. Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, Nancy Lopez, Hale Irwin, Laura Davies, Sir Nick Faldo, all going to be there on that Saturday, grouped in teams of 5 for an exhibition that's awesome. Get your tickets now, okay? Some of the game's greatest. The big names that you recognize, you do. That's the Saturday, and May 9th is the Folds of Honor, and you wear red, white, and blue because it's a big, big day for America, okay? That's May 9th. But May 4th through 10th is the Insperity Invitational. Get on out to the Woodlands Country Club. They're the Woodlands tournament course. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. You've been there plenty. We've had great golf there, and we got great golf coming back. InspirityInvitational.com, InspirityInvitational.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Fort Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Fort Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. Big-time entertainment headlined by Big Daddy Weave, Tyler Halverson, and Casey Donahue. Brought to you by Giglio in Classic Southeast Texas. It's the Fort Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
John Renato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, HOA people. It is time for you to move because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
Houston Powder Coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. ServiceTitan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. ServiceTitan, AI for the trades.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Ready for a real career? IBEW Local 66 offers paid apprenticeships in electrical construction and line work. In just a few years, you can build a career with strong wages and benefits. Visit IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
The Athletic broke it down, the game, and the headline is, do the Rockets even want to be here? I mean, it just looks, I mean, Denise is right.
It's looked like that in the second half of the season at times.
Yeah. Well,
it's just intensified.
Their second point, well, no Luka, no Austin Reeves. Lakers just playing loose basketball, a lot of energy. The Rockets can't match. The Rockets can't stand each other. Not to sound too internet-y, but their vibes are terrible. They're actively bickering and arguing after mistakes constantly. Who played huge? Marcus Smart, who came up short.
Who said this? Who wrote this?
This is Zach Harper.
Yeah,
who came up short?
He ain't wrong. They do bicker a lot now.
Yeah, they do. Who came up short? Ime Udoka. Does this team run anything? Are you incapable of devising a plan to dissect a defense against DeAndre Ayton, Kennard, and 41-year-old LeBron? The coaching strategy of just glaring at your players isn't working. He does glare a lot.
He does.
How about an offense? That'd be great. And we're not. And listen, offense devise. We're not. Everybody is saying the same thing. What are you running? What are you doing? Mm-hmm. NBA players. Jamal Crawford and Isaiah Thomas were going back and forth about this. About what are they doing? What exactly are they running?
I saw that. It's not. Yeah, there's not. So it's not. So most NBA offenses, it's not going to be like motion offense or multiple picks. But you will get maybe a high screen and roll, and then there's some action on the backside of that. Like there are things that basketball players, NBA basketball players, are going to recognize where you have some moving parts, 3 moving parts in any given play that sets up different angles and different looks. And with the Rockets, it really has turned into a lot of ISO ball. It really has. And it almost is like, KD, please do something. Help us. Please, KD.
Yeah.
Help us. And that should never be where this offense is.
Well, and some of that is on Rafael for not having somebody else who can actually handle the ball and start the offense.
Well,
I mean, Fred went down. I forgot. That was like 9 months ago now. Okay, that was like 9 months ago.
The Lakers lost Luka.
Luka and Austin Reeves.
And they're figuring things. Now, LeBron is a great stabilizer, to be sure. But still, the point still remains. They lost Luka and Austin Reeves, and they're, like, figuring things out. And they are loose. They're playing really loose basketball. They look like they don't have a care in the world.
Right. Well, they weren't supposed to win. They've been 5.7 point underdogs at home and kicking the Rockets' ass.
Well, kicking it.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
kicking it. It's getting kicked.
Tari Eason was pissed at Brick Center says Tari Eason pissed at Şengün for getting an offensive goaltending, and they started arguing on the bench.
Did you see it?
Yeah,
they show it. They did.
Yeah, Tari is yelling at him. Yeah,
I mean that's some of the bickering that
Alpi wanted it. Every play, Alpi wants it reviewed. Every play, he wants reviewed.
I have seen something where I saw something where the who is it? Was it Ryan Russillo or somebody who was on a national platform said from now on when you do the move it should be automatic. If a player does the move, the spinning finger move, and the referees see it, it's an automatic challenge. It counts as an automatic challenge because then that would make guys stop doing that every time.
Right.
Like the
automatic
they
gave it
challenge.
to put in the the baseball
like
players'
baseball.
hands. They put it in the baseball players' hands. Put it in the players' hands.
Yeah, treat it
Alpi
like
they would be out of them in 3 minutes into every game. Mm-hmm. They would be out of challenges because of Alpi.
Oh yeah.
Every time, every play, he's like, I just got fouled. I just got here. Put the headsets on. Put the headsets on. I'm watching the replay of this guy who's yelling at Alpi. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I got it up.
It's so bad.
It's like a minute of Alpi worst moments from the game.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, how do I find it? How do I find it?
Tripping and falling down.
Added us.
Okay.
Yeah, Dream Shake sent it.
Yeah.
Well, anything that would take the attention off of KD is going to send.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, I'm watching Jackson Hayes dominate Alperen Şengün. And
I see it. Oh, no, it's what it is.
DeAndre Ayton got some of Alpi. The hooks that feel like there's no chance that they're going in.
Is this the one where it says you ever watch someone hoop and get angry?
Yes, it's that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Alpi the city like kicked him to the curb now? Is Alpi has he lost the city?
Well, you tell me if the nickname Turkish Kyle Tucker is a compliment.
Turkish Kyle Tucker. You know what? It's not far off. I mean, he's been awful in the postseason, and he's one of your best players. Just awful, not showing up. He's got to show up for Game 3, that's for sure. I mean, you're playing against DeAndre Ayton. For F's sake, it's not like you're playing Jokic or Wemby.
Right.
Or even Chet.
And
you're playing Chet. Oh, my God. Why are we this hapless, flailing fish that's out on dry land just looking for water, just flopping around?
Well, falling down.
Man, we used to be the ones that we used to bring the pain to other people.
What
is this?
Look at the positives.
What?
When Alpi falls down, he doesn't concuss himself like Wemby did.
Yeah, that's true.
So
can he play on Friday?
The protocol, the protocol says that's going to be a tight window. Normally, he's already in the protocol, so 48 hours is usually the window before they can determine whether they're ready to play.
How many weeks did C.J. Stroud miss?
Well, football.
I don't care if it's football. He hit with no helmet. He hit his head on the wood.
I know, but the NBA protrocols are different is what I'm saying.
Okay, but how long? No, the protocol that's not mandatory for football.
No, but they have steps that they have to go through. I mean, the NBA has different steps.
When was CJ ready to play after he had his? It took about 3 weeks for him to be ready.
Yeah.
We thought he'd come back a lot earlier.
And then was he?
I haven't seen a football player come back and not many basketball players get concussions either. I hope Wemby's out.
Well, he was diagnosed with a concussion.
Why do you want him out?
Series.
You're not going to see him. You're not going to see them.
Don't care. Want them to lose too. If the Rockets get hot, you never know.
Even Portland won a game. Even Portland.
The Sixers went in and kicked the Celtics' ass.
They kicked their ass. The Sixers.
Edgecombe did something as a rookie that only Tim Duncan did, like 30-10.
Edgecombe was great yesterday. I was watching that one while having a delicious.
So was Reed.
short rib burger.
No, he wasn't.
It was no. All the dogs won yesterday. Well, actually, all the dogs won. Yeah, because the Lakers were too. All the dogs won yesterday, but most of them were real underdogs. You had the 76ers kind of took over that game, and then you had it was Portland just played them tough the whole way. Had a lead for much of that game. Then when Wemby was out, it got a lot tougher for the Spurs. Who's the other one that won yesterday?
Sixers
and Lakers.
Sixers.
Lakers
and
Portland.
Then I'm thinking of another. Oh, and then Atlanta, of course, beat New York the day before. So this is Orlando beat Detroit. Like this has actually happened a lot. Top
the
teams are
only
getting beat.
two series are the ones that are supposed to be the closest.
Well, Phoenix and OKC, they haven't played a game 2 yet, but
that's a beating.
but right.
That's going to be a beating, obviously, but that's different.
I don't know anymore. I don't know. Portland won at San Antonio.
I mean,
so I'm not sure of anything
they were up
anymore.
big. So if Shea winds up and then Wemby gets the concussion, then it goes the opposite way. So if Shea winds up with the concussion, Phoenix has a chance.
Yeah.
I'm saying it right now. If Shea hits his head as hard as Wemby did on the floor,
they have no chance.
They won a lot of games without Shea.
Sure, but
they still have no chance.
They have literally no chance now. A chance.
Yeah.
If Shea
Will
has
they
a
have a
concussion.
game that comes within single digits
listen.
of any of the games? Will any games be in single digits?
The last thing I want to see is Jalen get hot and win a game.
Oh,
against
my
Oklahoma
God.
City.
Well, we heard it.
Jalen
when
with
he
25 and
did the
Dylan Brooks
play-in.
with 22.
We're like,
Yeah.
we shouldn't have made the trade to play in. Look what he did in the play-in.
No, but let him play well in this season.
Well,
in this series.
gosh.
Now, we're one game in.
We've got 7 of 8 games of evidence for Jalen. Not a playoff performer.
No, and actually, Oklahoma City defends. Like, he's not going to like it.
He didn't like it in game 1.
Who is Dylan Brooks going to fight with this game? He's going to start something.
He said he was going to ISO Shea. He wants Shea ISO'd. He's going to go
well,
at him.
the foul merchant, he'll be out of this game.
No, he wants to go at him on the offensive end.
Oh. That's fine.
That's what he said.
Well,
Dylan Brooks,
they're not
the
going to
ISO
put
guy.
Shea on him.
Well, Lou Dort will be on Booker.
Yeah, they might actually.
Case and Wall. I mean, they might.
Yeah, because what is he going to do? He's going to typically stay. Like, if he
One of the
if he
Jalen
tries
Williams
to
will
ISO,
be on him.
You're fine with him trying to ISO and win the game. You'll be fine.
One of the 12 Jalen Williams that will be on him.
It doesn't matter. Whoever they decide their defensive matchups are going to be, Phoenix ain't going to enjoy it. They're going to get hassled. OKC's a menace on the perimeter, and then they have Chet to cover up any of their mistakes. I mean, we're looking at Wemby will probably be back, but if San Antonio doesn't get through a series to see the Thunder, we're talking about a second consecutive title. That's all this is, as long as they stay healthy.
Yeah, it really does look like they're because the Celtics. Who are the teams that can beat Oklahoma City? I felt like, well, maybe the Celtics, but there's something missing with Jason Tatum's just not quite where he needs to be. The Wemby thing, this is kind of a big deal. This concussion protocol is kind of a big deal because I do think there's a good chance he misses game 2. And if he really now, how did he get up and ran off the court? So when that happened, I thought, now I didn't see what this is how it went for me. I didn't see what initially made him go down. So when I saw him get up, so he sat up, he started talking to a teammate. He covered his hand over his mouth, and then a couple of players came around and tried to get in the way of the camera, and I thought, oh, he crapped his pants because he got up and he ran real fast after that into the locker room, which is not typically the move of a concussion guy. Then I saw the replay. I'm like, oh, he blasted his head on the ground. Then I thought, well, he must have knocked a tooth out or something like that.
You immediately went to he crapped his pants?
Oh, 100%. I 100% said crapped his pants.
Paul
I didn't
Pierce?
see why it was on the ground because he's trying to cover his mouth.
It's only happened once in NBA history, Paul Pierce.
That you know of. But why were guys trying to come and get in the way of the camera? Why was he talking to somebody? Why did he turn and before anyone could look, run off the court real fast?
Crapped his pants.
I thought crap. I'm like, oh, he may have got a dookie squirt is what he got. This is what in my mind I said, oh, dookie squirt. It's the exact words that went through my head.
Oh, my God.
Dookie
Adam
squirt.
Silver is like, this is the basketball. This is the breakdown. Dookie squirts.
Well, Well, I mean, depends on the source you're coming for basketball breakdown.
Right.
I mean, they'd much rather be Dookie Squirt than concussion protocol. I bet you that.
I know where I'm going if I have if the government says this is your property taxes. I know where I'm going. I'm going to Ownwell. Right? If you're somebody who has, well, you are somebody. The government has sent you, like he sent me, a property tax, and you look at it and you go, that's not what. Are you guys serious? That's not what my house is worth. Really? Really? Okay, and even if you're like, I guess that's pretty, don't fight it. The government's wrong all the time, all right? And you ain't selling your house, so you got to fight this. You have to fight this. Either way, you have to fight it because even if you are going to sell your house, you don't want, they're going to go, oh, wait a minute, look at the value of this house. I'm not buying that house. The government, by the way, the government says it's worth this much and you're only asking this much? What? The government is wrong, like, all the time. A 94% success rate in Montgomery County, Ownwell has. 21 to 51% higher than their competitors deliver an average net savings in Harris County. You double your money in Brazoria County when you go with Ownwell, 2 times what they say by using other firms in $500,000 to $750,000 range homes. So it's all the time. Ownwell is beating the government. An 83% success rate compared to 48% success rate in Brazoria County. So you're looking for the best way to fight the government and your property taxes. Don't wait. The deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. You sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com. Let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP. Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's that time again for ESPN Houston's occasional invitational golf tournament. Golfers who are formally invited to go to ESPN975.com to sign up. We're playing at Sterling Country Club in Northwest Houston on Wednesday, April 29th. Your entry includes 18 holes of golf, box lunches from Brown Bag Deli, lots of complimentary Coors Light, and dinner catered by Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. We finish with a well-celebrated John Granado wrapping up the festivities, which is worth the price of admission alone. Sign up now at ESPN975.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. We've got to play that. Dell is cleaning it up. He had a couple of things that he said about Alpy, but this video of this guy screaming at Alpy last night is hilarious. So Dell's going to clean it up a little bit. He said something about the way Alpy runs that we got to take that out because he said ugly things about where Alpy has something. And then he dropped an F-bomb too about how hard Alpy threw the ball at the basket. It's funny. It's not funny, really. It's a little disturbing, I think, if you're the organization watching that, watching the whole thing. Actually, it has to be a little bit disturbing for the people in the front office. But it's some of it's on them. They're not good enough. Dorian Finney-Smith, terrible signing. Terrible. Can't even get on the court. Didn't do anything. Just sat on your hands when Fred got hurt. Did nothing. Nothing. Just bad. And they're just not good enough right now. Just not good enough. They can't beat a team that doesn't have the other team. The other team doesn't have their two best players. Wow, that's bad. 713-780-3776. And the Astros are a disaster. Our whole sports city sucks right now. And the last thing that we remember from the Texans is that playoff game.
You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away.
We're folding it already?
I mean, that's my theme for the Astros. That whole chase the fight thing out the window. Fold them. Know when to fold them is how I feel about them until proven otherwise. The Arrighetti starts, I'm there for. Anything else, out of my face. I'll watch them because I need to and I have to. But it's not an enjoyable experience.
Wow. When is Hunter coming back? End of May? June?
June, yeah.
May, June. Goodness gracious. The best pitcher in the league. And you don't have him.
If I'm Hunter,
and Taylor Trammell, another addition to the IL.
Yeah, and then someone got banged up yesterday too. I don't know if he's officially on the IL, but didn't someone leave the game?
One of the new guys.
Yeah, like his first. Hey, welcome to the Astros, buddy.
Even Niall sent a picture of somebody, and he goes, "Who is this guy?"
Yeah, there are three guys. I think maybe Julia Morales took a picture of them. They're all the new guys, and no one knows who they are. And
nobody,
because they didn't have jerseys on, so I couldn't recognize them.
No idea.
How many guys have made their maybe not their pro debuts, but their Astro debuts in this Guardian series that's only 2 games old?
There's 4 new guys. Like the left fielder, I'm like, what is a Dustin Harris? He wasn't even thought to be a guy that's supposed to be coming up. He's not even
Dustin Harris, and you've got this other guy
named Schwingmeer or
Daniel
something.
Johnson.
Yeah, what is a Daniel Johnson?
Daniel Johnson came in for Dustin Harris, I think. I don't know.
Of course he did, but of course he did.
I'm not sure. What the hell? Who are these guys?
And then there's a Schwing or something.
I don't know, man.
It's bad.
And then of course,
and then
Brian
you got
King.
a lead in the 8th, and then
6 runs in the 8th inning given up.
Holy crap! Just awful, just terribleness.
Well, they did get a win, so they got a win. There's 2 road wins on that they can bank.
What are they? 2-11 now? Two on the road?
I think 2-10 now.
2-10 now
in home
That's
games.
Good.
So
that's not bad.
Playing
200
baseball at home on the road. That's great.
Under 200.
Yeah, 2-10. 2 out of 12. Yeah, tough.
Yeah.
Worse than I thought.
Worse. And Bryce Matthews. That's good.
At least I know who he is. I recognize him.
Wait, he was 2 for 3, and he upped his average to 176.
But I will take. Hey, I recognize your face. as a positive when it comes to the Astros right now. If
Yeah.
I know who you are, if I've heard of you before in an Astro uniform, you're like, you know what? If you get a couple hits, cool. If you don't, oh well. At least I can say, I know you.
Right.
Daniel Johnson, Dustin Harris, isn't it? Yeah, Dustin Harris. The Astros calling up like mid-20s guys who aren't really Major League Baseball players, but they have to have them on the roster currently.
And then you just go,
like Daniel
send them back.
Johnson's 30 years old. Dustin Harris is 26. It's not even like they're bringing up guys who we could hope to see in the future.
They're catch and release. Throw him back. Throw him back.
Catch and release baseball.
Yeah.
That's what it was last year, too, though.
Yeah. No.
And we
how long is Dustin Harris or Daniel Johnson going to be?
But
or
we celebrated
Swingmeer?
catch and release baseball last year.
Catch and release.
It is catch and release. That's true. You're
They're
not going to
not
mount
gonna
them
be
up
here.
on your – you're going to have them mounted. You're not going to cook them.
No.
You're just going to be like, oh.
Throw him back.
Carp.
Throw him back to Corpus.
Yeah.
Wait, he was in Corpus. He wasn't even in Sugarland.
These things have been farmed forever. What is
Yeah.
this tilapia? Dirt fish sitting in their own filth.
He didn't. It wasn't a Dookie squirt.
Oh, look at this farm tilapia that we're bringing up. Nasty. Bottom of the barrel, just eats its own filth
This is what we got
in a
now.
small container.
That's our
This
Astros.
is our baseball.
The best team for a decade.
I remember when everything and you know what? We got the Texans are coming up. The Rockets are moving towards championship. Just got KD. You got, the Astros. Of course, the Astros felt like they were kind of coming down a little bit, but 2 years ago felt like it's still a chance. You had Fromber. You had Christian Javier coming back, supposedly.
Supposedly.
You had Alex Bregman still. I
Who?
don't know. We've really taken this. It's all on the Texans now. This is all on the Texans. I'm sorry, Texans. You got a lot
And
on
what's the
your plate.
last thing you saw of them?
Not great. And I've got them trading out of the first, which is fine with me. But I've got them in my latest mock. I got them trading out of the first. Just spoiler alert.
It's what he do. It's what Nick do.
He's not afraid to.
There's a story today. Well, first, Mike Vrabel met the media for the first time. He wouldn't even dignify the question about Diana Rossini.
Well, he actually. Well, he did say I had
he's got to be
tough
better, but he said
conversations at my house.
These photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable.
No, that's old. That's old. He didn't say that yesterday.
Oh, at the
That's
time.
the
right.
initial.
That was the initial.
Comments.
He backed off of that yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yesterday,
well, he did
was like,
say, I care deeply. I'm excited to coach. I also know I have to attack each day with humility and focus.
Yeah, let's hear him.
So this was him, part of the opening comments when he faced the Patriots and probably some national media as well yesterday.
With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. And those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and, to ourselves. I care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. And that's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private and personal matter.
So he was not quite as in your face.
wasn't.
This is laughable. It went away. He talked about having difficult conversations at home. He answered about So what I heard yesterday was that it's interesting when you get to talk to some people around the NFL Network who have some different connections and whatnot. Vrabel's knows a guy who's not going to shrink away from things. He's likely to address this. Now, he's not going to tell you all of his personal business, but this guy told me he's the type of person who will go in and have conversation with the team pretty quickly. And I don't, I think the team's going to be like, whatever. I don't think I'm talking about the players. I don't think the players are going to, think anything one way or another about that. But personally, the fans, it has upset some of the fans. But, yeah, it is a private matter. It is a personal matter. Bucky Brooks yesterday, he said on the air, he's like, it's hot on the block for him. It is hot on that block. You know exactly what he means. At home, you can just imagine. And Dinah Rossini having I've seen so far 5 clips of her treating her husband like a schmuck publicly. Yeah. Yeah. It's so bad. It looks so bad to have that out there now.
Yeah. And to all of the accusations that she's she's got a bad rep, that one. Yep. Uh-huh. And so to be holding hands with her is not a good place. I'm not holding hands with her, I can tell you that. I'm just not.
Not anymore, or you weren't going to previously?
I wasn't
going to. Have you changed your mind on something? Was there
a
chance you would have interlocking fingers with her, but now you won't?
Can I pronounce her last name for you? Rossini.
Rossini.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's
no.
one of yours, Johnny.
Yeah, she is. Well, yeah. And not anymore. I was going to, but I'm not going to anymore.
Well, I'm glad you've switched course.
Mm-hmm.
Changed course.
We got, what time is it? Oh, we got time.
No, we don't.
You got it cleaned up?
No, I got it cleaned up, but we don't have time. We're way late.
Oh, I thought we were,
nope.
15.
Nope.
I thought you said you was already
We're
Spider.
way behind?
Yeah, way behind.
Well, we don't have a spot here. That's all right.
Well, there was an ID that needed to get played for legal reasons, but
well, whatever.
Ooh, we're way
behind. We're going to lose the license now because you didn't play.
I didn't say all that.
The ID.
I didn't say all that. I just said there is some legal stuff we normally try to get done at the top of the hour around there.
All right, we'll get it. Let's do that. Let's get the legal in, and then we'll take a break. And if you want to, in 713-780-3776.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Fort Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Fort Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. There will be live entertainment, great food and drinks, games, and fun for the whole family. It's the Fort Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with 0 effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. too.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Let's talk a little HR&P right now. Let's talk about my peeps over there. Love what they're doing. Love what Mike Holly has done for years in this city. And, you know, he just started that company from scratch. He has proprietary technology that is as good as it gets in the industry. A lot of people have tried to buy it from him. He's like, nope, not selling it to you. I mean, I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times he said, yeah, so they're trying to buy, but I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, and that's helping businesses primarily in the Houston area, but all over the country. And it's just awesome. He's a U of H guy, so he's based here, loves it here, and his whole operation is right there on the Beltway. The technology is second to none, and what he does is he helps you. He partners with you to make your business better, make it so much easier for you to sell whatever widgets that you sell. Whatever you do, service, tech, whatever it is that your business is, you're going to be better because of HR&P and the technology that they have to get the HR, the payroll, the taxes, everything to you better, and then help you with your benefits packages as well. You're looking for the best way to get your business, make it more efficient. It's hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Astros lose, Rockets lose, everybody loses. It's bad. Down 0-2 now to the Lakers without their best players. It's just bad.
But Astros lose because they allowed 6 runs.
6 runs
late in the game.
That happens. I mean, that happens sometimes. Other teams score 6 runs in the 8th.
That happens all the time with the Astros.
Yeah. Well, the bullpen.
Your bullpen
yeah.
is terrible.
I mean, even De Los Santos, who's been really good, he sucked. Then you bring in Brian King. Pow, 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 pow. Nice job. He's been good. Recently. He's been good. Their 2 best guys. Joe can't even count on them. Can't count on anybody.
Your 2 best guys, Brian King and De Los Santos.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, your 2 best guys. Well, they had been.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's
not great when your 2 best guys are those 2.
Yep. No, it's not good. But you know who else isn't good is LP. You've heard this guy before. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
He's really, really funny.
Just does basketball.
You got to just imagine LP, first of all, the way he runs. It is. That is dead on. What he's. I mean, it's. The way he runs is kind of
aggressive. What I had to bleep out. It's aggressive.
Yeah, no, that was ugly what he said. That was ugly what he said about Alpy, but it is funny. Alpy was falling all over the place and then just throwing line drives at the basket. And here's the guy. It's funny. Listen.
You ever watch a guy play basketball and immediately get angry? I mean, just the way he runs. Why is he running like that? This whole possession, stupid-ass two-handed pump fake. Then he throws a Tarek Scuba fastball off the backboard. And then he runs back with the on his ass. Like this right here. This is almost impossible to do, man. I mean, how does one fall to the ground every possession? Buddy's been on the ground, no joke, like 5 or 6 times today. Like this possession here, too. Dribble, back to the hoop. dribble, correct. I mean, this is nauseating basketball. And his three-point shot is the slowest shot ever. This guy really makes me sick. God. I don't care what time it is. I'll scream all night.
That's all from one game. And it's true. Like, these clips are so bad of Alpi, especially defensively. These are so bad. I don't want to hear from the country of Turkey again. Turkey, yeah. I don't want to hear. They can't say anything to us anymore.
No.
Well, you're going to have to be dealing with them. That's one of the teams the U.S. has to play in the World Cup group stage. You're going to have to deal with Turkey. They're not done with you.
Speaking of the U.S. in the group stage, there's a story on
good about our chances
Athletic today how poorly the tickets are going. Nobody's buying tickets for the Americans game.
Yeah, because, John, have you seen the prices?
Yeah, they're
You
ridiculous.
have priced out the public. You acted like every game was a Super Bowl. It ain't that big here in this country. You got to stop.
Yeah.
The prices were right now. The prices for them versus Paraguay is like it was $2,700 to get in the building when I was looking. That is ridiculous.
Yep.
This is not the Super Bowl. Y'all have to stop.
Oh well, and then
those are FIFA prices, by the way.
New Jersey charging over $100 on a $12 trip. I mean, it's ridiculous to get there. I mean, it's just stupid how everybody is just trying to gouge this thing. I mean,
I would imagine people are looking at this, traveling, and they say, okay, so in L.A. you can get hotels for whatever. It's not going to be – it's so big that you can't really gouge as well. But there will be other gouges, and in other markets there will be gouges. I noticed the tickets are coming down on secondary market for some of the matches here in the U.S. It is – yeah, it's they have overcharged American consumers, and American consumers like, hey, this ain't as big for us as like football. Y'all got to stop with some of these prices.
Well,
this is a little crazy.
Like the Mexican team, their prices they've gone up from $1,800 to $2,900 now. The U.S. it's the price has not gone up. It's $2,700 and $1,900. And then $1,100 in its three main categories for U.S. Paraguay. They have not gone up 1 cent, which means they're not selling. They're not selling these tickets because the price hasn't gone up. So it's like what? Everybody's just like, screw this. And oh, by the way, I mean, what kind of chance does the U.S. have? Honestly,
of what?
Of showing in this tournament.
Well, I don't think that's what you show up for. Yeah, I don't think that's what you show up for is to see the U.S. win it all. I don't really think that's.
But even
but if you don't believe in them, why are you going to spend $3,000 for a ticket?
Well, because you want to. Because it's a chance to see something.
The World Cup.
You may not get a chance to see again. It's like going to the Super Bowl. It's a chance to see it. That's why I'm.
Apparently, people are saying,
meh.
I ain't going to the Super. I ain't going to this.
Well, that's because they're treating it like a Super Bowl when it's not here, even with the home country being involved. They didn't learn their lesson from how even just random games, friendlies, and qualifying games go, depending on the part of the country they're in. You see some of those crowds, and it's not as impressive as you would like because they're pricing people out to go see the team play.
Yeah, it's everybody's just grab as much money.
It is. Everything's a money grab for everything now.
Everything. And
I
FIFA.
gotta get my beak wet.
FIFA's a money grab.
Yeah, shocking.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is just nice job.
Well,
nice job, Glenn Davis.
What? Glenn Davis doesn't run FIFA.
I'm blaming him now. If I can blame.
What is Glenn? I don't get this. Why did Glenn get something?
Well, it's his tournament.
It's not. He loves the game because it matters. But he doesn't run FIFA. He doesn't run the World Cup.
Well,
Glenn's going to start making appearances with us soon. So you better watch your mouth.
We're going to tell Glenn what you said.
Well, what if it's okay? What if the U.S. is playing?
Job blame ticket
Paraguay,
sales on
right?
you.
First game is Paraguay. What if there's more Paraguay fans there?
They're called Paraguayans.
That's not it either, I believe. What if there's more?
Right.
Could it be? I think the split could be
What
more
if there's
even
more
than they
piranhas
would
there?
like. You have to type it in, Lance, since you have your laptop off because you're eating. We can hear it, but we can't see it.
Oh no, that's just some
no.
other
I was
noises.
going to ask you, did the hotel gouge you on the eggs you ate? But
Well, no. You mean
Did
the
you
potatoes?
get room service?
Yeah, of course.
You got room service.
Or maybe
during the show.
continental breakfast. I don't know what you got.
I ran downstairs real fast.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can hide it from us visually, but audibly,
Yeah,
you
we
can't
can
hide.
see you.
You can't hide.
How did I not fool you?
No, he tried to hide it visually.
No,
hey,
we've seen
hey,
you. We've seen you
Oh,
been eating.
hey, if
nothing's
it's not on
happening right now,
screen-
guys.
If it's not on screen, then they won't see it, but we can hear it.
he
He just keeps going back and forth. Turn your mic off. That's how you're going to be able to hide
That's how. We can still hear you.
it. Yeah, chomping.
Look at he's like an eating ventriloquist. He's chewing without moving his mouth. Oh my God!
What was the question again?
Why is Glenn Davis
Gouging
is this
No,
happening?
that's
the American
not the
consumer?
question. That's not the question. There's
Why
no
is
question. John's just bringing up a point. FIFA's having a hard time moving tickets.
Yeah. Yeah. FIFA's having a hard time moving American tickets. That's a problem.
Dallas moved pretty fast. I don't know who's playing in Dallas, but those things sold out pretty quick.
Well, the final is in Dallas, right?
No, I think it's in L.A. or New York.
Oh, New York.
Maybe it's
New
in
York.
I don't remember. I think the question was, will there be more Paraguayans, which I believe that's how they're called, what they're called.
Piranians.
No,
Piranians,
no,
yeah,
no. There's got to throw in G in there at some point. Will there be more Paraguayans than
Piranhas.
Americans? Probably not, because I would imagine we'll still show up, but we're gonna be pissed about it.
No, like I can't believe I paid these prices.
Will we win that game?
We better, but that doesn't mean we will. But we better. You don't start off now.
Ooh.
It's not crazy to lose the first game and come back and win, but usually home countries don't do that. If a home country's going to have a good run, that you got to win the first game to get it off to a good start. We better not lose that game.
Would we even be in it if we weren't the host country?
Yeah, we would get in because of the expanded. Well, we've gotten into World Cups before, but yeah, I know what you're saying. We're
but we've
struggling.
also
And we
not
missed
gotten
one in
it.
18. Yeah, that's the one that got everyone pissed off. Yes, I think they'd make it. But
Italy's not even in. Are you
yeah,
sure
well,
that we would be in?
we've had more success recently qualifying for World Cups than Italy has, which is saying something about
That
the
is saying
Italians. But we would make it, mostly because CONCACAF's not great. But will we finish first in our qualifying group? I wouldn't say that.
Can't spell gouge without gal. We don't have anything. What are you talking about? How do we gouge anybody?
Well, John started
Dummies.
this
I
by
know.
blaming Glenn Davis.
By
Big
blaming
dummy.
someone on our station. Why don't you
You
blame
dummy.
Jeremy or Joe? Why don't you blame, Dell or Sean Mapes?
What
for
would
this?
I have? Why?
Mapes. It's Mapes.
Mapes
What do I
is
care?
controlling the
I
price.
did want to. I have
Price
actively. We finally bought tickets for Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia just so I could go, and those were $400. Not my favorite, but it's World Cup. I got to go to a match. I mean, in my
Wait a
lifetime.
minute.
But
I can blame Glenn Davis for this. Where are our tickets, Glenn? What's he on? Can he get his tickets?
I went through proper channels to try to get face value tickets. I went through Texan sources, and they tried to help me. But the problem is everything is tied to, and this has been offered for a long time, to a VIP experience or whatever. So it's like, okay, you get these seats, but also you get free food and beverage for the whole thing. But the food and beverage costs like $1,000 a ticket. Like, what? That's no. Not even close. You could have all Michelin star chefs feeding me and the greatest mixologists in history, and it wouldn't, like, it doesn't come close to fitting that. It's just, they have just taken, can I just get a ticket and get in for what would be a fair market value? That's just not available. It's not available really a lot of times in sports. I mean, there still is. There still is. If I go to Alabama, you know where I'm staying? My son graduates in early May. My son is going to graduate from Alabama. And we have to stay in Meridian, Mississippi, because for the worst hotels, it's $900 a night. For the worst hotels. If you want to stay in just a proper Marriott or just a Hilton Garden Inn or whatever, you're going to be paying about $1,100 a night. Yeah. That's just, no. I'll drive an hour and a half from Meridian, Mississippi. You guys aren't punking me out like this. And they do that every Alabama spring game. FIFA runs the SEC.
The graduation?
FIFA runs all of college towns. And I'm sure this isn't the only college town, Tuscaloosa. I'm sure it's the same way in State College or maybe Kyle Station. I don't know. Maybe even the good people of Bryan College Station. My guess is all the rates go up there whenever it's a home game.
Go to an Alabama home game.
You just get
holy crap. There's like that's all they got is motels. Like we had a hot tub in our room.
That's what I was just talking about.
It's awful,
John. But
it
it's
was
that
like
way for spring game
$900
too.
a night.
It's that way for Parents Weekend. It's that way for spring games, and now it's that way for graduation. And it's like, I'm just going to stay in Meridian, Mississippi. I didn't even know Meridian had an airport. It was too expensive to fly into Birmingham. I'm like, oh my God! It flies straight direct from Houston to Meridian, Mississippi, and it's like it was $250 per ticket cheaper. Like, I guess I'm flying in Meridian. They have one rental car place called like Carol's Rental Cars or something like that. Like some rental car place where they had to call me back like, hey, just making sure you know this is in Meridian, Mississippi, right? Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna rent a car? Yes. You're the only ones, right? Yeah, do you know where we're located? I said, no, I've never been there. Or when you come out, you're going to get your bags. If you got your bags, I'm not checking bags. Okay, just go out and like just hook a left, and you're going to see us. Just get out and hook a left. Out of what? And that just let me know. There's probably like 3 terminals. I mean, one terminal, like 3 gates. And she just told me, get out, hook a left. We'll be there. We'll have your car there. I just want to make sure. So you're going to rent this for 2 days. I'm like, does it run? Have you turned the battery to make sure the battery still charges? When's the last time somebody rented from you?
In Meridian?
They're like, we're just not used to this. City folk coming in and renting cars from us.
Well, and we're a car rental place.
And we
don't ever have that happen.
We're the only car rental place. And I'm like, man, we're stuck. If Carol's Car Factory doesn't have a car, what am I going to do? I'm not going to have any chance. I'm actually looking up the real name of this. So this place is called You Save Car and Truck Rentals. Never heard of You Save in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, sweetie, could you send? And she said, they call you hun and sweetie and everything in the South. She said, sweetie, can you send me a picture of your driver's license? Just take it with your phone and just text it to me. I had to text the front of my driver's license to her.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done that for Hertz. I've never Hertz had. Hey,
yeah, you do. I just rented a car, and you have.
And they told you to text it to their personal text, their personal phone number.
No.
Okay, I had to do that. She goes, "Thanks so much, sweetie. This really helps." It helps what? This should be. Quit acting like you just started renting cars. This doesn't inspire confidence at all.
Mm-hmm.
Send me. Can you just send me a text of your driver's license? Just send it to my purse. I'm going to text you from my phone. Like, golly, this is basic.
Mm-hmm. All right. 713-780 3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Brinkman right now. Love me some Brinkman. Brinkman quality. Quality is in the name. If you're looking for the best way to fix that roof, and if you haven't done anything with your roof, I'm pretty sure you need to do that. I'm pretty sure you need Brinkman at your home if you haven't done anything in a while. How old is your roof? If you're tired of, well, first of all, you're not going to get insured. You're not going to get paid off by insurance companies if you haven't done anything about your roof. If you've gone 10, 15 years without doing anything about your roof, you need to do something. And you need to call Brinkman. Do not let somebody who knocks on your door up on your roof. First of all, the insurance implications. Secondly, if they call the insurance company, you're screwed because they don't. And then when they fix it, they're out of town. They're not coming back. They're not standing behind their work. Go with somebody that's been around for 50 years. Go with somebody that's got quality in their name. If you're looking for the best way, you've got any issue whatsoever, if you look up at your roof and it's shiny, you need Brinkman. If you haven't done anything with your roof in a while, you need Brinkman. And they might just come and say, oh, everything's fine. But then you've got that approval from them, and you show that to the insurance company, and they can insure you, and they'll stand behind it now. 100% financing available if you do have to do anything. Free, no obligation estimate. They'll come to your house for absolutely free. 281-480-7663, 281-480-ROOF, or BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they've been helping our 97.5 listeners for years, but why Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you ask? Well, many of the other well-known companies charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they give free estimates for repipes, tankless water heaters. They're the ones to call if you need a gas line installed or moved. They can do it all so that your gas never runs out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals who keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Allen Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
It's that time again for ESPN Houston's occasional invitational golf tournament. Golfers, you are formally invited to go to ESPN975.com to sign up. We're playing at Sterling Country Club in Northwest Houston on Wednesday, April 29th. Your entry includes 18 holes of golf, box lunches from Brown Bag Deli, lots of complimentary Coors Light, and dinner catered by Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. We finish with a well-celebrated John Granado wrapping up the festivities, which is worth the price of admission alone. Sign up now at ESPN975.com. ESPNRadio.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, 713-780-3776, still available to get in for our golf tournament on Wednesday out at Sterling Country Club. Let's go, the occasional invitational. It benefits kids' meals, so let's go. Get on out there. That's good. It's for a great cause. And you got Brown Bag, you got Valencias, you got Coors Lights. Fun. It's fun. It's a good time had by all. I've never played Sterling, so I can't wait.
Yeah, you guys need to come out and out and play.
Yep. Let's go.
Man,
it's a good time had by all. Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Rockets lose last night. Ime, when asked about Reed Shepard not playing, Ime said, "Yeah, well, it wasn't about scoring. It wasn't about defense. We played well enough. We only gave up." He said 101. I think they gave up 104, didn't they? He said holding them to 101 is good enough. We just didn't score. Reed played 11 minutes last night. If he thought about playing him more
since February 4th.
Yeah, since February 4th, the fewest minutes he's played.
Yep.
I mean, and this is when. How is it that this team? I don't know that this team is so unread Shepard playing. How is this when they've got Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart on the floor? I mean, it's not like, oh, well, they're just dominating you size-wise. I don't get it. I don't understand.
So I heard. So there's a young player in Miami, Nikola Jovic, who talked about how if he's not perfect, he's going to wind up at the end of the bench. He's just in a role where he doesn't get the chance. He didn't expound. Now I'm expounding. He doesn't get the chance to make mistakes. If he does, come sit next to me. Right. Reed had a couple of missed assignments where he allowed open threes, and unfortunately, last night the Lakers are hitting those. And that's where he is as far as how he's viewed by that staff. First of all, if you're not shooting well, that's one reason not to play you. But you cannot couple that with making mistakes, mental mistakes on the other end of the floor. If you do that, we don't have much patience for you right now. He's just not one of their guys from what it looks like.
As opposed to all the other guys who
I'm just telling you. I know. I know, but he just appears.
Baby Jovic? Is that what you're saying? Reed is Baby Jovic?
No, I'm not calling him. No, I'm not. I'm just saying some young players wind up in that realm where at the moment you're out of favor. I'll start you in game 1, but you didn't shoot the ball well and we lost. So you'll get some time in game 2. If you don't score, you miss your first couple shots, and then you make mental mistakes on the other end, I'm not playing you. I don't want to see it. Come sit down. And until there's a change in how they view him, at least as I look at it from the outside looking in, this is going to happen. And I don't know what he has to do to change how he's perceived by them. because we're going to have the Reed Shepherd conversation over and over again until something changes, whether he becomes a guy you can't play without, or simply Ime and that staff is willing to allow the mistakes to happen, even when he's not shooting well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I guess Reed is he's the scapegoat. Yeah, you can't play. You can't play. We can't win with you. While they've won a few games just because of him. And by the way, I think he draws attention that Amen doesn't draw any attention on the outside. It's all packed in. Alpi can't do anything because the middle of the lane is so clogged. Because I don't have to be outside on him. I'll let Okogie shoot too. Go ahead, Okogie, shoot. Go ahead. Amen, you take that. Alpi, when you get the ball up top, go ahead. All yours. They've got no fear of the Rockets making shots right now. There's no fear. It's just and Ime's got to do something. Got to do something. Ime Thibodeau's got to do something. Let's go. Thibodeau.
What would be the equivalent if Thibodeau got into a scandal? Like, what would be as Anthony would say, the white milk version of Nia Long?
Thibodeau probably
got pink
he
berry
probably
yogurt
stole food. He stole food at the grocery store.
No,
pink berry yogurt.
I'm talking
for his
Neil
He
Long.
ain't have it. No.
But if we're calling him Thibodeau, then we have to have what's the proper comp for Neil Long on the other side?
For Thibodeau?
Yeah, not for Thibodeau. I guess for Thibodeau. What would be tell me? Like
what caused?
Like
what
we
was
would
his
call
cause?
like my America would call Neil Long one of our queens. Who's one of your queens? John and Lance. One of your legends.
Sydney
Minka.
Sydney Sweeney. She's a princess at this point. We're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Minka Kelly.
Minka Kelly would be one of your queens, huh?
I mean, one of mine.
She's older now.
I know.
Yeah.
45.
Nia Long's older than Minka Kelly, though.
Yeah, Nia Long's 55. Minka's 45. Would Julia? No, what's her name?
Long's
Cindy
not
Crawford be one of your queens?
Yeah, okay. Cindy Crawford. She's older than that, but not a lot older, actually.
So if we found Tom Thibodeau was with Cindy Crawford.
See, this doesn't. We can't even do this. We can't even do this.
She's 60. So Tom Thibodeau was dating Cindy Crawford, and he gave it all up for a dalliance with someone in the Knicks executive suite.
No,
that's the
don't
comp.
put that on Thibodeau.
I'm not. I'm just saying. You just called Ime Thibodeau. He turned off his camera.
Except he's Thibodeau coaching-wise, except for the defense.
You got to explain that then, because if we're just making these comps, I need some references.
Okay, Kristen Wiig.
No, Kristen Wiig's one of your queens?
Well, it'd be for Thibodeau. Let's make it coach appropriate.
Appropriate.
Yeah, like Kristen Wiig.
No, we're not.
From Saturday Night Live.
Putting that on Thibodeau.
No one is saying it's happening, but if we're making comparisons, we gotta go all the way.
See, I don't think it would be about women. It would literally be about he got in trouble for
stealing yogurt.
Yeah,
is what you
he
said?
stole some food at the store.
It'd be accidentally. He didn't ring in. A rotisserie chicken. He just put it in a bag and didn't scan it. Boop. And he thought he was
on the
slick with it.
self-checkout, and he didn't.
Or, and I've got personal experience with this. Got some, dark chocolate covered almonds, and then weighed it, put the sticker on it, and then ate it all. And they caught him putting an empty bag in like aisle number 7, just completely empty. Or he tried to scan it.
You have some experience with this?
I've seen it happen before.
No, you have.
I saw somebody from the streets do it.
Yep.
So Thibodeau would never. He would have to steal.
It wouldn't be about a woman. It would be about
a rotisserie chicken.
Or his parking in a handicap spot.
That's not the same type of scandal.
I know, but his scandal would be different.
Yeah, but he's not doing that.
He tried to get into boarding
Thibodeau.
group 1.
Well, I didn't think Ime would do it either.
3. Or can I have global flight? One K members, Global Elite Club, and he tries to go scan. Boop.
You guys,
Sir,
you shouldn't call.
You're boarding group 2.
You shouldn't call him Thibodeau. You should have called him Vrabel.
Well, he's got no offense.
Vrabel? Why did you just say that?
Because Vrabel and Rossini.
No.
Oh, you could have said,
You could have called him Vrabel. You could have called him Vrabel, not Thibodeau. Thibodeau doesn't have.
Well, Vrabel didn't have much offense either.
Yeah, not in the playoffs.
Actually, they got kind of similar attitudes and personalities.
Yeah, and what happened to Vrabel in the playoffs?
Yeah.
And that offense. Now, they did make a Super Bowl, though.
Yeah, that's the difference. he had
Did
success.
Ime ever win a title with Spurs?
He got to a finals with the Celtics, so he's more like Vrabel than you think.
Yeah.
They both lost in the final round.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vrabel's able
Boston,
to win it all with a
Boston-centric.
Ime
Both.
Vrabel?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
No, he's not
Can
Thibodeau.
can we get to basketball?
He's not
Cut the
Thibodeau.
crap,
He's
Del.
he's
Cut
Vrabel.
the crap.
No. Okay, we can cut the crap,
Let's
but
get back to KD.
John,
not doing enough, and
next time
they
you want to
don't
make a
have ball
comparison,
handler.
you call
Alvin's
him
not
basketball Vrabel.
Basketball.
We're not doing that.
Oh man.
I just wanted to. I don't know what he can do anymore at this point. I think he can go to his bench all he wants, and it's not going to really work.
Who's on his
Reed,
bench?
Who's not
Clint
shooting
Capella,
well.
Jeff
You got
Green,
Reed, Clint Capella,
Jay Sean Tate,
Finney Smith. It's just
Finney Smith,
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Holiday.
I mean Aaron Holiday, not Gordon. Yeah.
I mean, that's his bench.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, he went 6 deep yesterday.
But he only goes. He usually only goes 7, 8 at most deep anyway.
Yeah. Well, he went 6 deep yesterday. 6. Basically. I mean, that's just awful. And they couldn't. They scored again 94 points. What'd they score?
94. 101-94 the final. Didn't break 100.
101-94. And 104-97 the other game. 104.
I think it was
98 the other day.
98, yeah.
98. 98 and 94 points in an NBA game.
You thought it couldn't get worse. Somehow they scored less points than game 1
They
with
scored
Kevin
less-
Durant.
Somehow, with Kevin Durant, they scored fewer points. That's
And instead
amazing.
of a 9-point loss, it was a 7-point loss.
Yeah. And they were 7.5-point favorites at game time. That's great.
So they've allowed a Luke Kennard game, and he played well again in game 2, but Marcus Smart had the shooting touch in game 2. Cool. And Austin Reeves has already started his return to play. He's now doing one-on-one. I imagine by the time Friday hits, he'll have played some 3-on-3, and then 5-on-5 is the next step. It looks like he's more likely to come back than Luka in this series. So at down 0-2, no matter what happens in Houston, there's a real shot Austin Reeves will be back in this series if you play well enough to extend it. Cool.
Sweet. Play well enough and extend it. Try that. Let's try that.
Yeah, let's start with that. Let's win game 3.
Yep. What did we miss today?
Well, we did not talk about Thiago Splitter having to comment on the reports that his coach lowballed him when they were having discussions about making him the permanent coach in Portland. He goes, I got to just be a pro. Look, it's tough here. It's tough to know that your new owner is one of the cheap ones, right?
Yep.
Like they had Paul Allen, spends a lot of money, one of the richest men to ever walk the earth. He was spending money for that franchise. Your new owner is like, oh, we're going to make sure the players get out of the hotel room at the right time so it's not to cost me money. We're not going to have the two-way guys travel. The Blazers fans know they got one of the cheap ones who's going to cut
but it's
costs.
also keeping the team hungry. And that's why they won on the
Well,
road
actually,
yesterday.
hungry. He's not feeding them too.
Well, yeah, hungry is there's a dual meaning.
He's
here.
not giving them per diem either.
Yeah.
Allegedly, that's not true. I just made that up.
No, that can't be.
That's
true.
not true. But
they played harder than the guys played for Tillman, who spends lavishly on them.
I feel like OKC spins and those guys play hard. I'm not sure it has anything to do with Tillman's spending habits or the Portland guys' non-spending habits. But for the fans themselves, your guy ain't doing the most he can to help your team be their best. And you can't get rid of him. You're stuck with that guy.
Listen, forever in sports, it's been, watching Les, watching Drayton. The players get the money, and behind the scenes, they squeeze as much as they possibly can. As much as they possibly can, they're going to choke the organization and pay as little as possible to everybody around the organization other than the players. The players get the money.
Well, his actions are actually, now it's the day-to-day life of the players, not their salaries, but his actions are affecting the players.
Well, it wasn't them that they made check out early. It was the staff that
But
they made.
you think it stops there? You think the penny pinching is going to stop with?
I don't think the players are going to be treated the same way as the staff.
No, and they're not going to get a beautiful plane, and they're not going to get, But the Rockets have that. The Rockets have the nicest amenities you can
Most teams
have.
pretty good stuff, and yeah, it looks like it doesn't.
And then they don't show up.
Well, the Bengals are a
Let's be honest,
franchise.
KD can buy his own jet if he wanted.
Well, I don't know how far he'll go, but we know the Bengals they cheap out on their players.
Oh my gosh, they cheap out on everything.
Make sure you buy your own Gatorade, or you only can take 2. We limit how many Gatorades you can take.
Yep. Who was it that they had to get rid of? Or they had a talking to because the family was eating?
Oh my God!
Who was that?
Right.
That story came up.
It was
recently.
after they left. It was after they left
Yeah.
the team.
They had to have a talking to.
They're like, and then his whole family and everyone was coming in and crushing our food.
Was that the
pissed me off
Bengals?
too if I were a team? Was it the Bengals?
Or was it someone else?
No, I think it's the Bengals. Oh no!
I don't think so.
The Ravens. Wait, what player got moved?
Yeah, I forget who it was, but they had to.
I'm just gonna Google family.
We got to have a talking with him and his family about eating too much.
It was Kuminga. It was the Warriors and Kuminga. His family took too much food.
Oh yeah.
Player.
Boy, they didn't like Kuminga.
Or the inner circle took too much food.
And look at Kuminga. He had 20 the other night, didn't he?
The
Played
inner
well in
circle.
Atlanta, yeah.
So his inner circle was taking all the food. That means his crew. Used to say posse, then posse went away, then it was crew, and now it's inner circle, which sounds like something that Tony Hatchet Man Valentine would have as a separate handicapping place that you can, if you pay extra money, you can get into the inner circle. What is it? You get into the inner circle, you get all the food you want from Golden State. I swear to God. You pay extra, you get wings. I mean, it's going to be brought to you out of a towel. They're going to have a towel wrapped with French fries, onion rings, spinach dip. It comes in a towel, but it's smuggled out of Golden State's locker room. It's going to be great. Inner circle. 1-800-676.
The inner circle food.
Inner circle gets food nonstop from an NBA team. We lost one of our connections there.
All right. A reminder, go to our website. Get to our website and sign up for our golf tournament on Wednesday.
Good rocket show going for a while.
ESPN975.com.
Yeah, but
for a while we had a good rocket show going. People were calling in, and we just lost.
Well, you guys kind of peter out at some point. Someone, what we did not mention, as the Mets are in the midst of their losing streak, someone pointed out that watching
12 games in a row, by the way.
Watching how the Astros hit now and watching how the Mets don't hit, that Snitker, not great for Troy Snitker's reputation. We talk about Centrone, but Snitker's gone too, and he's with the Mets.
Ooh.
And they stink.
Ooh.
Just swing hard, bro. How about they've got a $381 million roster, and they've lost 12 in a row.
12 in a row.
Their season's over.
Well, Soto comes back tonight. That should save it. That should solve
cool.
everything.
Yeah.
That should solve it. They'll be fine. But how would you like to be a Mets fan? You're out of it already. I mean, it's almost better to be an Astros fan right now.
Yeah, in a way.
You felt like that when King was on the mound last night?
I mean, I feel like the Mets can trade some of their guys away and get young prospects. We don't do that, so we'll just have to.
We ain't doing
please,
that.
Bryce Matthews, please become the next Altuve.
The anger I've seen from people anytime the thought of Yordan being mentioned, like a national podcast got on that too, and I saw the Astro accounts.
Yeah,
you idiots, F you, not gonna, you dummies,
no, that's
shut
fine.
up, you dummy.
Listen, be dumb. That's fine. I've already seen this. These
You
people
want to
must
trade
be
Yordan.
12 years old.
You're the worst
They're-
person I know.
They're the same people that didn't who did they not experience the depths of the Astros, and then they didn't trade guys in time, and then we went into 3 straight 100-loss seasons. It was terrible.
We need to do that again.
Well, we're headed for that.
I was
do we have
just
somebody who can draft well and
develop
I was just
Do we have a
looking up
little Altuve
Luno's
down the
drafts.
It's kind of overrated. He had
They
a
are
lot
overrated,
of bad
but when
picks.
he hit big.
He hit big. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
And Jose Altuve was like a lucky. That was a lucky get.
No,
and that wasn't some great. That wasn't even Jeff Luhnow wasn't even here. That was
their Latin American approach was the best.
Chacon choked.
It was
Ed Wade. Didn't Ed Wade pick him, or it may have even been before Ed Wade, because Altuve came in like 11, and Ed Wade was busy getting his throat choked by a fifth starter.
Well, he was the general manager from 07 to 11.
Okay, so Altuve would have been signed by there,
yeah.
And so a big part of this has been, a guy who they just got lucky on.
No, their ability in the Latin American countries has been that's
Jose
what
Altuve had to beg them, like he had to, they took him on just because, just put the little guy on. He's hitting pretty good. He's got pretty good bat speed. Let's just sign him to give him $300 so he'll stop bothering us.
All right, why don't you talk Zadok and give him a ring? Give him a ring.
Put a ring on it. You can you can sign players on long-term extensions. That's a way to put a ring on it. Or you can actually go to Zadok and put a ring on it. What's your long-term extension going to be with your girl? You want to get engaged? Well, Zadok is the place. When you go to Zadok, they've got a section that says bridal. When you click on bridal, they've got their bridal shop, and you can request an appointment, and you sit down, and you can bring your girl or it's just you. You go upstairs to the second floor, and they'll work with you on different types of shapes of diamonds. There's so many to learn about. The settings, what type of setting are you going to have? What type of band are you going to have? There's a wide variety. They've got Zadok collections that are fantastic that they have designed themselves, and it's beautiful. You can see it on the website if you want to go to Zadok.com. But you're going to find an expert who's going to help guide you, and they give your ring lasting care. So while when you bring it back, it's going to be taken care of. If it ever needs to be, the setting got screwed up, they'll fix it for you. They polish it up. It's going to look beautiful. But Zadok really is great at finding the perfect gift for the perfect occasion, and I mean any occasion. You get the perfect gift if you sign up right now. Zadok Online, they're going to give you a $100 gift. You're just going to receive exclusive offers and special events through email. That's all you have to do, and then you're going to get a hookup there online. But go there and at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard and experience it for yourself. It's truly incredible, and they've got experts to help with every budget, every occasion. You're going to come out smelling like a rose. Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at StokesHardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Port Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Port Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. Big-time entertainment headlined by Big Daddy Weave, Tyler Halverson, and Casey Donahue. Brought to you by Giglio and Classic Southeast Texas. It's the Port Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
Feel the beauty, feel the peace at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Time now for News of the Weird.
People are weird.
With John and Lance.
That's real weird.
Finnish Air Force pilots are being disciplined. Apparently, they did a maneuver that drew genitalia in the sky. Do you think that if you are an airplane pilot, that you would draw genitalia in the sky?
I wouldn't, but I think
I know
there's a
I would.
decently high percentage you would. Yes, I think we.
I know I would.
What would John Do bracelet said that, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's just fun. They're just having fun. Why got to take all the fun away from everybody? Apparently, a protester, a woman, has been acquitted. She wore a penis costume. She's 62 years old, and out in protest, she wore a giant penis costume at a no.
What was she protesting again?
She was protesting no kings, and she wrote that somebody is a bad word.
You can't just wear a penis costume without being accosted?
Yeah, well, apparently it's not great for the community. It's lewd.
And yet we have a theme developing on News of the Weird.
Yes. Phallic symbols. Well, apparently in Japan, they had a giant. Well, I can't. They march with giant phalluses at Japan's fertility festival. Do you? I mean, there's a giant phallic symbol in their parade, and they all wear hats that have. I just feel like. they shouldn't. I don't know.
Do you want to wear a giant?
Do
giant
you want to wear
symbol?
a giant phallic symbol, Del?
Well, I kind of never mind. I was gonna say wear one every day.
Say?
I got one on every day, John.
That's News of the Weird right here on ESPN 97.5. It was all about phallic symbols this morning. You're right, Lance. There was a theme.
Yeah,
there was a theme.
I knew there was a theme. You always do a pretty good job of coming up with themed parties.
Today was that theme. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. You all have a great day.
ESPN 97.5.
We'll be right back after this break.
Bye, bitch.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. More trouble for social media companies. The Consumer Federation of America has filed a class action complaint against Meta Platforms, alleging that the social media giant has profited from advertising for fraudulent activities on its platforms and misled users about its efforts to combat the problem. According to Meta's own 2024 estimates, the company showed users 15 billion higher risk scam ads a day, earning an annualized $7 billion a year in revenue. Shares of Treasury Wine Estates rose more than 16% this morning, their sharpest one-day gain in over 5 years, after Australia's standalone winemaker reported strong demand for its products and unveiled a new organization model. The company said depletions improved across key markets in the third quarter. Convenience store owner Yesway said it has raised $280 million in its U.S. initial public offering. The IPO values Yesway at roughly $1.2 billion. Stocks are moderately higher after Iran said it seized 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. That's Your Money Now.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Every child is on a journey. A path from the earliest days of wonder and discovery through all the years of learning and growing to become the person they were meant to be. At Children International, we're empowering children and youth to forge a path out of poverty. Walking alongside on their journey, we equip them with education, skills, and resources to succeed in every milestone of growth. From early childhood to starting school, through healthcare access and learning to read, to life skills, job skills, and leadership training, and into employment. This is how we build confidence and instill a positive mindset so they can achieve bright futures for themselves, their families, and communities. Learn how you can join the journey and help end poverty for good at children.org today.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
It's time for the Del Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
When the world was a time of this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, let lies, feline with a death wish. Eat right, didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on, we're destined.
Timeline last night, and I mean the actual passage of time, not my algorithm. At about 8 o'clock, the Astros were losing to the Guardians. We'll get into the disaster that was the final inning that the Guardians had to hit when they scored 6 runs. That was about 8 o'clock. And then about 10 minutes later, Shams tells us that KD is available. So you go from, man, that's rough. The no win the Fold'em Astros at it again. And then you get the news that KD is good to go. And that was the only good thing that happened last night. You found out your superstar was ready to play. And then after that point, it was more of the same from game 1, just different.
He was ready to play the first quarter, first half.
Yes, he got off to a good start, but
5 for 6.
But KD's reemergence didn't change the tenor of the game other than, hey, we got a guy who can knock down some shots, but he has to do it in a way that seems kind of difficult. Look, KD, even at his, it's relatively speaking, advanced age as far as a basketball player is concerned, is still one of the best bucket getters in basketball. But you see, there's nothing really easy about his game other than because he's supremely talented. He makes it look that way. He's still trying to beat guys off the dribble and knock down the mid-range. He's not coming off a flare screen. He's not no pin downs, none of that stuff where it feels easy for him. And the topic of the Rockets offense in the last stretches of the season was, hey, they implemented a couple things and the offense is flowing better, more player movement, more ball movement. That has seemed to disappear. Like, you could toss aside game 1 and say, well, KD wasn't out there. Game 2 seemed much like most of the Rockets season, where everything's difficult. If they're not getting offensive rebounds, or the Lakers aren't turning the ball over, or long shots lead to runouts, they're pretty stuck in the mud. And that's why they don't break 100 again in a Game 2 loss that now sees them down 0-2 to a Laker team who felt like, at least their approach publicly coming to the series, all the audio we heard was about, hey, we're just going to go out there and give it our best. There wasn't a sense, and maybe they were just doing the rope-a-dope. There wasn't a sense coming from them that this was a real opportunity to win a series. This was just, hey, man, we know our guys are out. We're just going to give it a go and see what happens. And boy, have they. We had the Luke Kennard game, kind of again, but certainly in game 1. But he shot the ball well in game 2. And then Marcus Smart, he knocked down threes early in the first quarter. And we're like, okay, it's going to be one of those. This is the guy tonight who we're going to have to deal with. And the Friday before the series started, Sean and I kind of talked about who would be the most annoying Laker to have good nights against the Rockets. Luke Kennard was the number 1 draft pick in that regard because of his ability to shoot the basketball, and certainly he has done enough to maintain that number 1 spot. But Marcus Smart did his thing. I mean, we've seen Jackson Hayes D up Alperen Sengun, which may say more about Alperen Sengun than Jackson Hayes. We had DeAndre Ayton in game 1 have his moments. All around, we're 2 games into a series where the Rockets were the heavy favorite. They're playing a Lakers team where all the conversations were about what could 41-year-old LeBron do. And LeBron had his moments last night. He continues through 2 games to be the best player for both teams as far as controlling the game, his impact on the game, even at a more advanced age than Kevin Durant. And now with several days to contemplate, because they don't play till Friday, if you thought the gap between game 1 and 2 is bad as far as the conversation about questioning everything the Rockets are made of, it's going to be even worse. And the problem is they're playing the Lakers. So everyone's going to have an opinion. If this was Rockets versus even the Timberwolves, there would be so much less attention. Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins, who have all had their comments. Kendrick Perkins took the Rockets of heart one more time. They would have things to say. But okay, you're playing the Timberwolves. How much juice can you get out of Rockets, Wolves, and the Rockets disappointing against the Wolves? And it would be a far different scenario because the Wolves have all their guys. In fact, if you think about it, a lot of people would probably take the Wolves in that series, even with the Rockets being the higher seed, if it came down to that. This version of what's going on, where the Lakers are the team everyone wants to talk about. You have LeBron, everyone wants to talk about. You got Kevin Durant on the other side. All of the energy is pointed at how bad the Rockets are. And you're going to have to deal with that for the next 2 days, how you're dealing with it locally. If you decide, hey, I kind of want to get away from this, don't turn on national television. Don't turn on any national sports conversation, because the Rockets are the target for, hey, you know who's bad at what they do? The Rockets. And you have different versions of it's Ime's fault, it's Rafael Stone's fault, it's Alfred Sengun's fault. Amin Thompson's been able to avoid scrutiny. The Kennard thing in game 1, he took responsibility, but Amin Thompson seems to have avoided the slander. The biggest targets, how would you rank them, Sean? I see the calls, Billy and Eric. Eric, did you tell the intern your name was Eric Bieniemy and they don't know who that is, so they called you Eric the Enemy, or did you call in as Eric the Enemy? I'll find out when we get you on. But how would you rank the targets for the Rockets? Because Rafael Stone got the Boogie Cousins mention. Ime's taking it. Alpe's taking it. Kevin Durant in some ways, because he turns the ball over 9 times in his return, is getting it. Not our rankings of blame pie, but from what you've seen,
national blame pie.
Who's the biggest target? Who's number 1 on this is all your fault?
I think it's definitely between 2 guys, Sengun, Ime Udoka. I think it's in that order. I think it's Sengun 1, Ime Udoka 2. But it also, I think it kind of just depends on like where you are in the conversation, because they both catch it. You know, it's just like whichever guy you want to bring up first.
Yeah,
there's really no case to be made for one or over the other, because it can just be, well, you know, he if it's Sengun needs to get put in better spots. Well, he needs to make a layup, a freaking layup. He needs to be able to score over DeAndre Ayton.
Watching him get stonewalled by Jackson Hayes, it's just, come on.
Yeah.
Jackson Hayes is barely hanging on to us. He's playing because they got no one else. They've tried to make acquisitions the last couple seasons to make him less important. He's getting minutes, and he's having moments against you. He's flexing when he's making plays. He's flexing when the ball bounces off Kevin Durant's hand when they're battling for a rebound. He's like, ugh. It's like, wait a minute. Look, Kevin Durant not known for battling in the paint, but Jackson Hayes wins the battle because it bounced off KD's hands and he's flexing. Jackson Hayes, now that I think about it, shooting up the rankings of most annoying Lakers. He's just not doing enough to really hold that spot.
Yeah, it's just annoying that he hasn't been like unplayable.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
The fact the Rockets haven't made him unplayable.
Alfred Sengun can't play Jackson Hayes off the court.
Can't play anyone off the court.
That's true, but still.
He can play himself off the court.
No, well, they don't have any other options.
That is true.
So he has to play, but yeah.
In other news, Clint Capella had his stint in the first half and got benched for the second half.
He can join Reed Shepherd, who played 11 minutes, and people are upset about that. But I talked about it in the first show. We certainly get into it. Reed Shepherd's not at a point where he can't shoot the ball poorly to begin a game and then make mental mistakes on defense and get minutes. I don't know if it's an Ime thing or an entire staff thing. They don't view him in a way where he can get away with those things and still get minutes to try to shoot himself out of a bad start.
Yeah. In fairness, Aaron Holiday is held to the same standard.
That's true. He didn't play a lot. He credit to Aaron Holiday. Credit to him for getting up 3 threes in like 7 minutes. That's impressive.
And credit to Ime Udoka for being like, okay,
that's enough. Come on.
I want to play you.
Look,
obviously, I want to play you. But
we have 2 guys who are pseudo point guards on the roster, and both of you I don't want to see on the floor anymore. That's what's happened. That's what happened last night in the 101-94 loss to the Rockets, to the Lakers, which sees the Rockets as now in an 0-2 deficit. A lot of questions will be asked. We've got several people talking about this team in a negative light. We'll hear from Brian Windhorst when we come back. He wasn't thrilled with them. Called it, I think he said unacceptable. I don't know if he used the word disgusting. He might have. We'll hear from him when we come back. We'll get to Eric the Enemy. And we'll also hear from Billy, who wants to talk about Ime Udoka. So plenty of Rockets to get to. I mean, the Astros catching breaks here because you lose in the way that they did to the Cleveland Guardians on a Wednesday night or Tuesday night, whatever. We know you're not good.
Game starts at like 5 o'clock, weirdly.
Big deal. You lose, okay, we move on. The Rockets immediately followed, and we got that result. Late night disaster in L.A. for the Rockets. So more Rockets to discuss. We had some injury news in the NBA to get to as well. Big star. And it always happens. Kevin Durant was the first big name to miss a game. We seem well on our way to another. The unanimous, first time ever, I believe, unanimous Defensive Player of the Year, maybe out for several games. We'll get to that at some point. So a lot of basketball to get to, your calls as well. Join us if you'd like. 713-780-3776 is the number. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back.
Warning. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
The time has come. Names you know, champions you've cheered. Join the game's legends returning to the Woodlands. Watch Stuart Sink defend his title against Steve Stricker, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, and Bernhard Langer. The Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, May 4th through the 10th at the Woodlands Country Club. Get tickets now at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Jackman out of here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's give more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
Usher and Chris Brown are teaming up for the R&B Tour, and it's stopping at NRG Stadium. Join the two superstars for all the hits on Friday, October the 9th. Tickets go on sale April 27th at livenation.com.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5.
Kane is in the building.
This is the Del Olaleya Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We got a couple of people who want to join us to talk about the Rockets and other things. Let's get to Eric first. He wants to talk about the Rockets in Jordan. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Yeah, all these clowns that thought that the KD trade was good, they can clown this right now. And then getting Ime as the head coach after he cheated on Nia Long, yeah, it's not working out. And look how it worked out for the Celtics after they got rid of him. And also all these other clowns are crying about trading Jordan. They should trade him. He's going to get paid, what, $29 million next year? So if they're doing pretty bad, get rid of him before he gets injured. And who has a better chance of going further? Man U winning the Premier League or the Rockets beating the Lakers? I hang up and listen.
So Eric, if you don't know about him, he has consistently been on. They never should have made that trade. Well, I don't know that what's going to happen tonight between the Suns or the Thunder is going to help your thoughts. Maybe Jalen Green has a big game. Maybe Dylan Brooks does, now that he has stated he wants to ISO on Shea. Not on the defensive end. He wants to on the offensive end, he wants to ISO on Shea. So we'll see how that goes for him. Yeah, after a game like that, it's tough to be in support of anything the Rockets do, but I'm still not siding with you with the Kevin Durant trade because I've seen Jalen Green in the playoff series. Now, for 8 games, it has been atrocious except for one. But he does love a game 2. So
does love a game 2.
Maybe game 2, he will respond with the big performance against OKC for the Suns. But 7 out of 8 games, Jalen Green has been not so great. And to be honest, whatever you think this young core is, 7 out of 8 times we've seen them in a playoff game, it's been underwhelming. Like, there have been moments. Jabari will have his moments. Apparently, Jabari has the greenest of lights. He just shoots, shoots whenever he wants.
Yeah, like, again, not specifically Reed Shepherd, but, like, Reed Shepherd misses 2 shots, sit down for the rest of the night.
Aaron Holiday, you come sit next to
Jabari Smith, yeah.
But Jabari is not a...
Keep going.
He fits into the mold of what you would say is a two-way player, although the offense can have its ebbs and flows. The playoffs, if we watch the best teams, a bunch of two-way guys, and there's no one to really... If you are a target on defense, teams will expose you. We heard Jaden McDaniels talk about it. Everyone in the Nuggets is a target, so we'll see how they respond. But
what's the second way for Jabari Smith?
Defensively.
Oh, okay. So offense is the first way?
No, the second way would be offense.
I want to know what 2 ways of the court he's playing.
He plays
defensively. That's his calling card, and he was supposed to be a guy who could be a two-way wing, a two-way big wing, and right now he's a guy who loves to get up shots. There are no questions about Jabari's lights when it comes to shooting the basketball. Scoring in the mid-teens is kind of where he is, and he did it again last night. Not so efficient, but we've come to expect that. He is who he is at this point. At this point, it's
and
proven
at least
otherwise.
he's shutting down.
Well, he didn't have to guard Luke Kennard. Not always.
Yeah, but is he guarding LeBron? No, he's not guarding LeBron. Is he guarding?
There's some Rui he's on, some Marcus
Smart.
Look,
who's the Laker having a bad night that we can credit?
I don't
Jabari
know that
Smith?
Jabari. You'd say, well, we know Amin's their point of attack. We need you to go after a guy. They put Amin on guys. Jabari's supposed to be. He's had a couple block shots. Look, I'm not going to use what happened over the first 2 games to call Jabari Smith a bad defender. He may not be a lockdown defender, but he is not someone you can just go, oh, we'll target him.
He feels
possession after possession.
Very underwhelming on both sides of the two-way player for a guy who gets 40 minutes, no questions asked every night.
There isn't enough negatives, I guess, in that staff's eyes to pull him off the floor. Because I guess you would say, who's the better option? Who's your better option? Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to be a team full of wings that can play, but you throwing Tari Eason out there for more minutes than Jabari. Yeah, so I mean, you're not taking Jabari Smith off the floor. And look, they only gave up 101 points, so it's not like it was just everyone's getting toasted. Yeah, yes, Marcus Smart knocking down open jumpers pisses you off because it's Marcus Smart. But is that Jabari or is that mental mistakes all around leading to those, or a disrespect for Marcus Smart? Go on. Like Luka had that wave of Alpi when he tried to make that move. Like Luka was sitting on the bench, he has this dismissive wave of Alpi. Okay, buddy, go ahead. Maybe that's just the approach the Rockets have had with Marcus Smart. And in game 1, understood. Game 2, you should have probably figured it out once he knocked down a couple shots early that you may need to pay more attention to him.
Yeah.
What else did he get to?
Jordan Alvarez. Call 3-6.
Yeah.
That's more of a Brandon take.
I don't mind if I haven't made that comment. That's a 7-10 and 3-6 take because Lance make a move right now. I would understand, but it wouldn't be about the money they're paying. I mean, it would be about keeping him around while this team could be bad and trying to recoup some value back. But it's not about the $29 million he's making.
I saw something this weekend, and it might be outdated stats, that Jordan Alvarez is on pace for a 70 home run season, and the Astros are on pace for a 60 win season. Again, that might not reflect the current moment, because I think. No, actually, the Astros has won one game since that tweet on Saturday has been fired off. So that's not great. That's not great. Your best player having more home runs than you're on pace to have wins.
So that would be a reason if you're looking to say, hey, let's trade him now. Try to find a way to set a path for the future. You have to hit on the guys you're getting back. Not because he's making nearly $30 million.
Is Dana Brown going to be the guy to?
I said
push that button.
If he is the lame duck that he seems to be, maybe you wait until you make a decision for your next GM, if that's going to come about before you trade Jordan. Allow the guy you're putting your faith in to shepherd this team into their next era to make that move if a move is going to be made. Let's get to Ray. I see you. I saw you calling. We'll get to you, but let's get to Billy first. Billy wants to talk about Ime. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys. Great show. I was going to piggyback off of Eric a little bit. I mean, the Celtics clearly got better and improved, especially offensively when Udoka left. And what's really bothering me about Udoka is they've been double-teaming Durant the whole year, and he has still not figured it out. I mean, I don't know if it's lack of preparation, lack of knowledge of how to do things offensively. I mean, I can't believe an NBA coach would be that terrible at that, but this is unacceptable, and they cannot keep him as head coach. This is not going to improve with an old Fred VanVleet coming in next year. They're going to have to make major changes. It's time to really get serious about getting Giannis in here and getting a superstar and making this work. Get a new coach, get a new GM, and let's go. Thanks.
Thanks, Billy. So this conversation came up after the last time the Lakers did this. back in that 2-game set that they had. And Ime kind of brushed it off, saying, yes, it was bad in that fourth quarter, but the numbers tell us that we have handled that type of situation, the doubles of Kevin Durant, well. It just didn't show itself in the fourth quarter, which you would say. So in the most important time of a game, whatever numbers you saw didn't correlate to actual performance when it mattered most. So you were speculating on him not being able to figure it out. From his attitude publicly, he didn't think it was that big of a problem. We'll see if that's just him being Ime, front-facing, not going to admit to anything, not going to admit that the Lakers got him on that one. But he didn't seem like a guy who was that bothered by it, didn't believe it was an issue. And then we see last night that not only did they double Durant to a point where he barely got shots off, Durant said it happened from the start of the game, but we saw it become a bigger deal in the second half. But it resulted in 9 turnovers. There are some systematic issues with this team when it comes to how you handle those things, because who are the outlets? The right basketball play, one of the right basketball plays last night in the midst of that fourth quarter, Kevin Durant had 2 men on him. He dribbles, and he has a couple options. He can either throw it to the corner to a wide-open Alvin Thompson or try to get the ball to Alperen Sengun as Marcus Smart is recovering. He chooses Alperen Sengun. Marcus Smart recovers, deflects the ball away. The right basketball play is to throw that ball to the wide-open player in the corner. But what's the result if you throw it to Alvin Thompson? The Lakers aren't going to recover to him. They're going to go, hey, shoot the basketball. We're better off. In fact, you are doing what we want you to do. The person who's least threatening to us is that guy in the corner who has no confidence in his shot. And if he does shoot it, it's a second thought, and we'll take the results, which we believe will be a miss. Now we have to go get the defensive rebound, which is a problem when you play the Rockets. So those are the problems they have. Who are the spacers? And Kevin Durant was supposed to be, and he is one of the more malleable superstars. You just drop him in. He'll go get his. You don't have to change very much to allow him to succeed. But that's a regular season problem or solution. When the playoffs hit and teams will have specific game plans for you, him, your scheme, and the players around him, what are your answers? What are your adjustments? I don't know what the adjustment is when you have shooters who you can't depend on. And the one guy who you would say could be a knockdown shooter did wind up shooting nearly 40% from the floor. You have a belief that if he's not shooting the ball well, he's a net negative. So you'll pull him off the floor almost immediately every time you see a mistake, and that's Reed Shepherd. So they're not built great, but this is us talking after the fact. Going into the year, there weren't, I talked about maybe getting another shooter, maybe another ball handler, but we weren't having these major conversations about Rafael Stone not building the roster the right way, not having enough around Kevin Durant. And Steven Adams was still active at the time. We're kind of a lot of people hand waving. Hey, Kevin Durant was dropped in on the team and won 52 games. They got rid of Jalen Green, who struggled in the playoffs. Dylan Brooks, okay, cool, whatever, good player. But you got Kevin Durant. The conversations about how they're built are because of what we've seen during the season, and maybe it's the right way to approach it. But going into the year, good build. Now, when the Lakers, without Austin Reeves and Luka, are putting it to you and have double-digit leads in both games, the questions are starting, and that's what these next 2 days are going to be about until they can prove otherwise. Who's at fault? Who do we blame? You heard Billy point the blame at Ime and Rafael Stone.
Yeah. It's not great for Ime Udoka. It's not great. It hasn't been, I'd say, a great showing that one coach loses his 2 best players and makes Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart work, and Ime Udoka's had 84 games and just
figure it out.
There's just no guards. just Reed Shepherd just can't make this guy work.
JJ Redick, hey, you did a podcast with LeBron. You want this job?
Yeah, think about the conversation. We're talking about going back in time to October for how this team was built. Go back 2 years ago when JJ Redick got hired and how everyone's just oh, so a guy who friends with LeBron, gets to be the coach. Cool. Good luck. Good luck with that, Lakers.
And Ime went through the Spurs system, got a job.
Spurs system.
Coach with the Nets for a year, I believe for a year, maybe 2, and then got the Boston job and made a finals. We forget that it was the first year made a finals, but it was a team ready set with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and then 2 years later they won a title.
By the way, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they drove this guy to the finals.
Oh, now,
legacy added. They took Ime Udoka to the finals.
So we go from, wow, look at what Ime did. Finally got this team over the hump. To
Jalen and Jason.
They dragged his alleged incompetence to the finals. Now the flip here, and then when they got an actual coach, a couple years later, they won the title.
I mean, it's just that, like, Ime is a defensive coach, and so their entire roster was defensive players. So he could coach a good defense with that. He can't coach a good defense if he doesn't have at least 4 good defensive players on the court at all times.
So are you a defensive coach if you need excellent defenders at every spot to make your defense work?
I mean, not if they're soft. What they're bitches. They're playing like a bitch right now.
What Sean is doing, we speculated as the previous show was ending. Does everyone on the Rockets roster get called the P word or a bitch at some point? No matter what game it is.
Inner monologue.
In his head.
Inner monologue for 48 minutes.
I mean, he'll call a ref that audibly.
Yeah.
But at some point in his head, depending on the situation, does everyone catch it at least once? Like, that whole thing. Men think about sex so often every day. Does Ime Udoka calls one of his players a bitch?
Every single
game.
All 10 guys that play, they all catch one.
I mean, not Jay Sean, because he challenged LeBron, and look how well that went.
The 10th man on the team, who played to start the second quarter with the 9th man, Aaron Holiday.
Yeah,
great stuff. Great stuff, Ime.
And all that guy did was push LeBron to knock it down a couple threes in a row. Let's get to Ray, and then we'll go to break. Pena, I see you. We'll get to you, but let's get to Ray. He's held for a bit. What's up, Ray?
Hey, how's it going, man? Appreciate y'all bringing me on. Couple of things. I know Katie's get a lot of the flack, but when's LP going to let his nuts hang and play some real ball? And I think the free throws was kind of the difference in the game. They went 22 of 28 from the line, and then, if those guys from the bench can make just a couple of shots, we win the game, but we probably barely win, but it's a win, right?
Yeah, there's some small margins here from as much as we're taking them apart because they lost, mostly because of who they lost to as far as the other players on the Lakers roster. There are things that you feel like can get corrected, except we've seen these things be a problem all year long. So Kevin Durant talked about it after the game. Hey, we beat them in this category. We beat them in this category, but they made 6 more threes than us. Yes, the math says you make a couple more shots, you're in this game. But we were doing this after game 1. And the problems that Kevin Durant and this offense has when a simple double is thrown at them has been a thing all year. So do I think you're going to fix it in between today or last night and Friday? No, I have no faith that that'll be a fix. And so far, Kevin Durant has shown that doubles affect him to the point, particularly against the Lakers, to the point of 9 and what was the last time? 8 turnovers. So, yeah, you're right, Ray. A couple things. You knock down a couple more shots. You keep them off the free throw line. But, hey, the Lakers have gotten an excellent whistle for the entirety of that franchise's existence, particularly now with LeBron and Luka in the mix.
I was wondering how long you're going to go back.
You wonder how long it was going.
Since
George Mikan, Sean.
Okay.
Since George Mikan.
Since they left Minneapolis.
Yes, they have gotten a great whistle. That's not going to stop now.
No.
So get used to that. If this series goes a long, long way, get used to being frustrated, particularly if Austin Reeves comes back.
Yeah.
He's already doing the one-on-one stuff. I would imagine by Friday he's doing 3-on-3, which would mean you may see him in a Game 5 back in L.A.
I think Reeves is the guy who comes back.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Shams thing where he's like, the Lakers aren't anticipating Luka in round 1.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of flatly. So it looks like Reeves is more on track, which, I mean, you see what Kennard's doing. Hey, imagine if that was a better player. Still defensive liability, though. So, Ime, attack the defensive liability. You know how your defensive liabilities can't play, but theirs can?
The problem is...
Why is that?
Well, the problem is I don't know that a lot of Rockets can be trusted to dribble.
Yeah.
So how do you attack? And someone brought it up how dribbling is an underrated skill in the NBA today because of how much pressure playoff defenses will put on a ball handler, and we've seen it with the Rockets. How many guys do you trust to dribble when pressure defense is the play for the opponent right now?
I mean,
the answer is zero.
Can't get them posted up on somebody. Like you can't. Like you can't get Kennard posted on like just whoever Kennard starts the possession on.
Who would you trust to post up besides Kevin Durant?
Well, Şengün with
Kennard
on him.
I'm sure the Lakers would just allow that to happen.
I forgot. Their coach can coach. And ours can't.
Yeah.
Ours lets the game get dictated to him.
Yeah. Well, yes. I think JJ would find a way. Oh, you're trying to get Kennard on Şengün in the post? I'll find a way around that.
Yeah.
I'll just bring it. I would actually find it interesting to try to watch Alpi pass out of a hard double. If they brought over whatever bigs on the floor, let's see him pass out of a hard double.
To Ray's point, like you really shouldn't be doing the Lakers shot 50% and 48% from three the first two games. That's going to come down. And it's like, that's really all you got for like what can go right for the Rockets. Or they remember how they ran the offense the last 9 games of the season. Just like the style in which they ran it, where they had like their top 10 in passes per game. And not so much. They're going back to the old me with Kevin. Yeah, you know how we were embarrassed in March with how Kevin Durant couldn't handle a double team? Actually, against these guys. Yeah. What if we just made that the offense again against these guys again?
The good old days of late March where we thought the offense was fixed. Nah. Let's go to break. Payne, thanks for the call, Ray. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776. I will tell you this, Ray. John Granato, after game 1, said, there's no way the Lakers are going to shoot 60% from the floor, and no way the Rockets will shoot as poorly as they did. He was right on both counts. Didn't matter. They still lost the game, even with Kevin Durant coming back. In fact, they scored less points in game 2 than they did in game 1, despite all those things flipping a bit.
Played better defense, though. 6 less points for the Lakers.
Less Reed Shepard on the floor. He played 30-something minutes in game 1, only 11. Better defense. Better defense. Ime's right. You're wrong, Sean. Let's
6
go.
points. 6 points of 20 minutes. That's
6
not a good
points better. Just think if he was on the floor, how many more points the Lakers would have scored.
Yeah, I mean, if he just didn't play him at all, that's, well.
Don't think that might not come up at some point.
That's like 3 points, so you still lost 98-94.
I wouldn't rule out a DMP at some point if he doesn't shoot. If he feels like he's not going to shoot the ball well, don't rule out a DMP. Pena will get to you when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
So Pena called this morning, but John and Lance were being John and Lance. They didn't get to him about the NFL draft. We'll see if that's what he wants to talk about, because Sean and I were talking about Nick Caserio could do all of us a big favor tomorrow night. Yeah, it's here. The draft is tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll talk about
Just
that.
get the vibes up, Caserio.
Yeah.
Pick someone we can play in fantasy.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, but let's get to Pena first. What's up, Pena?
Hey, good morning, Del. Yeah, I do want to talk about the NFL draft, and I took a peek at Lance Zierlein's 4.0 mock draft, and he has the Texans trading out from the 28th pick to the Jets to the second round. And if that were the case, what do you think they'll be doing in the second round? Thank you. Have a great day.
Lance. Well, that is a likely scenario with Nick Caserio to make a trade out of the first round, because that's what we're looking for. Yeah, he has them trading, as he mentioned, with the Jets.
I think basically down to 33.
Yeah, so 32 would be the Seahawks taking Jadarian Price in his mock. So there goes one of our dreams off the board, Sean, in Lance's eyes. At 33, I'm looking at, I don't see Casey. Nope, he got picked at 19. So, yeah. So some of the dreams we had are being crushed by Lance's mock draft.
Yep. Sadiq, 15.
Yeah, earlier than the Texans could grab him. What do I see the Texans doing? If they're trading out of the first round, there's some speculation this morning. I was listening to a podcast about them maybe still looking for a tackle. I was trying to figure out where that tackle would play when you have Ursary, and then you signed Wyatt Teller to play guard along with Ed Ingram, and then you have Braden Smith. That's a very expensive swing tackle. Of Braden Smith's not starting at tackle for you. So I was wondering where that podcast was getting it. Maybe they're not as in tune with the Texans as I need to be to do this job. I could see a center. Jake Slaughter is a guy that's been mentioned quite a bit.
God, not at 33.
What's their actual second round pick? Is it 30?
30. They have 39 in, I think, one of the 50s.
So what's the difference? 33, 39, what's the difference?
Well, 39 is not theirs either, but
it's someone else's.
It's one that they currently hold, not the hypothetical.
Yeah, so 39, 33 if they happen to trade into the second round. Could be a center, which I didn't see.
Oh, they have 59.
59, and then this proposed trade, they'd have 33.
Yeah.
So, or Jacob Rodriguez, the Texans have 4 linebackers who are all on the final year of their deal. Maybe there's an extension coming from Azeez Al-Shaair. It's a position that they have not paid that much attention to as far as resources thrown their way, other than signing Azeez in free agency. So I could see a Jacob Rodriguez as your linebacker of the present and the future, being a guy they draft at that spot. Off-ball linebackers probably start going around there. Maybe Anthony Hill. Maybe that would likely make some of you happy who love a Texas guy. But I could see if they trade back into the second round, I could see it there.
Yeah.
Because now you have your multiple second rounders. You use one on an off-ball linebacker.
I mean, Nick Caserio's already told us what he's going to do. Best player available, baby. That's what you can expect. Whoever the best player is.
See, Pena, I could have done that. I'm not sure how rewarding that would have been for you to call in and just say, whoever's on the board, that's BPA.
That's what Caserio said on their board. That we don't know.
Yeah, sure, but I can't really go, hey, you heard what Nick Caserio said. Why are you asking me?
Best player available. He already told you
it's
guys.
It's not great for what we do here. If he calls, then I go,
best player available.
Nick Caserio's already told you what's going to happen. BPA.
And only Nick Caserio and, I don't know, probably 10 other people, they know who that would be for the Houston Texans. But, yeah.
So, Pena, if in
Jake Slaughter. They have a 1-1.
Oof. In our
There's
eyes,
a lot of people listening that maybe didn't listen to earlier this week, yesterday.
Yeah, Jake Slaughter is a center for formerly of the Florida Gators, who Lance doesn't think very highly of.
No.
But Tony Pauline, another one of the NFL insiders, says that the Texans could be targeting on day 2. Lance projects him as a 4th-round pick, despite saying he is an average backup / special teamer. He just thinks he'll go higher than where he has him slotted as far as a grade. Mel Kiper
loves him,
but also thinks he's just a 4th rounder. Tony Pauline is telling you the Texans would draft him at minimum a round early, according to some others, or maybe 2 rounds early.
And so that's become
the bit here.
That Jake Slaughter is going to be the number 1 pick. In their mind, it's Slaughter then Mendoza.
It seems like they could get him if they make the trade down. So maybe they already have that plan because they know he won't. They don't have to worry about someone snaking them if they trade out of the first round.
Friday too and probably get him. Of course.
Well, that's I guess possible. We will see how the rest of the NFL what they think of Jake Slaughter, who could be your center of the future.
Might hear his name called tomorrow though.
It's a real Al Davis move if they take
our board's our board.
If they take,
we stand by our evaluation.
Like we don't.
Who would we be if we didn't stand by our evaluation?
We don't think we could get him. We didn't have a trade that could get us out of the spot. We don't think we could get him at 59,
33. Can't let someone snake him. 36.
That's Lance's thought that they'll be able to make the trade. We don't know if they'll be able to make that trade into early second round status.
Thank you, Nick Caserio, for giving me something to chuckle at.
Yeah, but the hope is that he does something. The board falls a certain way where they can give us something to be excited about, whether it is a receiver or a tight end, or even I would love the playmaking linebacker from Tech. Maybe that would be a little higher than they'd like to take a linebacker, but I wouldn't be against it.
Like we were half joking, but a little serious. I'm like, hey, come on, just bounce on the handlebars. Let's get a little crazy. Draft someone like, again, if you pick them at 39, no one cares. But if you pick them at 28, it's a little too early. It's like, just pick them. Like, okay, sure, trade back, get more picks. But I don't know. I do think there does, everyone, like, it's always a smart move analytically to trade down. Like, every time a team trades down, that like they get points with the judges. 2,
a draftnik gets its
it's just
wings.
it's just like if I were a GM in an NFL team and the only thing I cared about was getting Twitter GMs to think I'm doing a good job, I'd trade back every year and never draft a running back in the first 2 rounds. That's all I would do. That is like how you get pats on your back.
If you're Nick Caserio, you don't allow those people you don't play to those people because they were against you trading and getting Will Anderson.
Yes.
So you made that move against type because everyone thought you're going to suck anyway. So why are you giving up a future top 5 pick to get up and trade Will Anderson? They did it. It worked out. And now Will Anderson's the highest paid non-quarterback ever.
And they've traded out the first round every year since.
I mean,
to make up for it.
You got elite player. You got an elite player. But we've got enough of those. Sure.
His parents can retire a little bit early.
But
now.
Look, you can find your secondary guys later. They've proven they can do that. Offensive line in the first round hasn't worked out, so maybe in second round hasn't worked out. Ursary is the one exception so far. So there are certain spots, as we know, that are black holes, that are blind spots. There are certain ones that they know type and how those guys will fit. I hope for a splash. That's all.
Yeah.
A touchdown maker if it is a running back or a receiver. Casey Concepcion would be great if he's available, even though they did invest in that position last season. All right, we'll go to break. We got an hour to go. If you want to join us to talk the draft, you want to talk more Rockets, we will talk begrudgingly about the Astros because they do play. They didn't play well in the late innings.
They play in like an hour.
Another
an early one. Too.
Well, that benefits all of us. Get it out of the way. If they win, you got a great afternoon and evening. And if they don't win, have maybe a late lunch, or allow it to sit for a little bit, then have your dinner and enjoy the rest of the night. We'll also play some sound, which will have me ask a question. In fact, I'll get Sean prepared for it right now. Considering the tone of Mike Vrabel's comments and if you watched it, you saw what he was projecting as, sad boy type energy. When's the next time Mike Vrabel laughs in public? Before everyone go, oh, you're laughing, huh? You know what else is funny? When can he become a regular old Mike Vrabel again? We'll play that audio of him not saying it all out loud, but saying what we all thought was the case when we first saw those photos with him and Diana Rossini. Tough conversations apparently had at home. So the question for you and everyone, when's the next time he can make a joke without anyone going, oh, okay, things are funny now, huh? We'll do that at some point in the second hour. We will be back. So we're going to hear from Brian Windhorst. He was absolutely disgusted by what the Rockets were up to last night in their 101-94 loss to the Lakers. Their performance led us to a conversation off there about how many teams the Rockets could have taken a game from so far in this postseason.
Because if before the postseason started, we lined up all 16
we would
of
say
these teams,
the Lakers would have been one of the softest touches of all. I mean,
like 13 tops.
Yeah. Could they? So we've seen that their issues with the Lakers now continue to persist. That's at least, I don't know, before the last two games set in Houston, how many games they had lost in a row. But at least 4 games in a row they've lost to the Lakers.
Yeah, they beat them on Christmas.
Okay, so
beat them pretty easily.
If that's the last time before the 2 games set, then the streak is at 4 losses in a row. We were thinking, at least I'm thinking, they could have beaten the Raptors at least once. The Suns, I think they could have taken a game from so far.
I mean,
the Suns were overwhelmed, but it is the Thunder.
By the Thunder,
I think
the Lakers haven't been overwhelmed by the Rockets.
Now the Rockets did have to have a major comeback against the Suns because they got out to a big deficit in that game in Phoenix, but they won that game. Who else could they have beaten? The Sixers once, because the Sixers were really poor in Game 1, but they were playing the Celtics.
Yeah,
in Boston.
that's the thing. That all these lower seeded teams, they're playing one of the best teams of the league. The Rockets haven't made the Lakers look like what would OKC do to this Lakers team?
I don't know what that was. That sounded.
I hope everyone's okay.
Everyone's fine. What would they do? Well, it would be like that sound we just heard.
Yeah, they would get
a pummeling of record-breaking proportions. Like what the Cavs did to the Heat in the last couple games, that's what OKC, if they wanted to, could have done to this Laker team. Well, we saw it in the regular season. But when Luka got hurt, they're in the middle beating their ass.
They're up by 30.
Yeah, so that's what it would be. I'm gonna stick with the Raptors and the Suns. Those are my 2 I think they could have got a game off of.
Yeah. Those are the only 2 that I'm like, even the Raptors, it's like, I don't know. Like Pirtle's playable. Yeah, you know who doesn't want to see Pirtle? Alperen Şengün.
They do have a lot of wings. Barrett, Ingram,
Scotty
Barnes.
Yeah, a little bit tougher of a matchup than Ayton and Hayes for old.
I'm not saying they run away with it, but I think they could get one.
They could steal one.
Well, the way they're playing, yes.
They had to steal one.
They would be able to steal
97-94 win.
Whatever it takes, Sean. Okay. I'm not asking for the best basketball I've ever seen, just to win, and I think the Suns and the Raptors fall into that category. Let's get to Willie P. He wants to address something from Monday's show, from a previous episode of the Del Olalea Show. Willie P. wants to address something. What's up?
Good morning, Del. Sean, how y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
Not bad. So this morning I was, getting ready for work, and I was listening to Monday's podcast, and I got to the second hour, and, it was Eric and then me. And then there was a new caller, or another person that called in by the name of Darla or Daisy or Trixie or Pixie. I don't know. But she, first of all, she tried to say it was a terrible call. And then second of all, she tried to ask that ridiculous question about if Manchester United could win the league. First and foremost, I would like to say that if she, picked her head up out of Eric's lap every now and then, she would have noticed that Manchester United have 0 chance of winning. I mean, a blind man, a broke clock is right twice a day, and still this girl can figure that out. And 2, that little Stone Rose jersey stuff, that's cute and all, but real Manchester United fans know that the real jerseys that matter are those AIG Nike jerseys. I got 2 of them, one for Paul Scholes and one for Cristiano Ronaldo. That's when we won the Champions League. That was, in most recent times, some of our the best ball that we played. So I just want to address that because as much as Eric hates, come on, man, stop having these girls calling here. You're making them look stupid, boy. Girl, have some pride, have some shame. Anyways, you guys have a great rest of your day. Love the show as always. Sean A. Mix, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Appreciate it. I do love an airing of grievances. I'm a giant TV guy, so I love a callback to a plot line from a previous episode of the show. Thank you for that. You got another Man U call that you might have missed, so maybe you listen to the podcast again. This time was Eric who mentioned Man U. So when you listen to hour 1 from today's show, Willie P., you'll hear Eric talking about Man U one more time.
If you listen to Monday's show today, I think he has Tuesday's show to get to, and then
Possibly. But whenever you get to it, just know.
Yeah. You don't have to be a completist about it. This isn't Breaking Bad. You can skip around, but there is some good stuff in yesterday's
I don't know.
show.
People are saying you're the Vince Gilligan of Houston radio. For people who don't,
I'm more of the Jesse Pinkman, if we're being
bitch.
honest.
We have said bitch a lot today. That's true.
I was quoting the inner monologue of the head coach of the Houston Rockets.
Yes, but if you are right, that word has been used quite a bit by the coach and Jesse Pinkman.
Yeah, double teams, bitch.
Yeah. It's true. Very true. Thank you for the call, Willie P, and allowing me to be a TV nerd to let everyone know I know who the creator of Breaking Bad is, Vince Gilligan there. Let's get to this. We didn't play the sound. I mentioned it in hour one. A lot of people talking about the Rockets. A lot of it having to do with the fact that they're playing the Lakers and LeBron. But Wendy, after the game last night, was with Scott Van Pelt, and this was his assessment of what he saw from the Rockets.
Scott, I know Kevin Durant has this bruised knee. He's obviously not 100%. He's got 9 turnovers in this game. He's got 9 turnovers. This is just an unacceptable showing. And again, like we have seen for months, coming down the stretch of a close game, the Rockets got nothing on offense. They got nothing. The Lakers are bringing double teams like everybody has for months, and Durant is turning the ball over, getting his pocket picked, throwing insane, wild passes. Alperen Şengün is not able to make a basket against Jackson Hayes for much of the second half. Jackson Hayes is plus 12 in this game defending Alperen Şengün, an all-star. Not acceptable for the Rockets. I take my hat off to the Lakers. I take my hat off to LeBron. They are doing a great job. Very impressive to get up 2-0. But the Rockets have to be disgusted to be down 0-2 in this series. The Lakers are, hampered. So, but you're looking at winning 4 out of 5, and LeBron's playing this way, and Kennard's playing this way. The Lakers are going to have the home court. I mean, the Lakers have swung. I looked at the odds. The Lakers have swung to the favorite, and I don't disagree.
That is Windhorse with Scott Van Pelt yesterday after the game. So you heard him mention the double teams, and that's been happening for months. So when the conversation went this morning to what do you think is going to happen in game 3 or 4? And both guys, John and Lance, said, hey, I think the Rockets can win. In fact, I think Lance was strong in the fact that he believes they'll win games 3 and 4. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's blind hope or just he's an optimist, because there's nothing you can count on with this Rocket team offensively. What are the answers going to be to fix some of their issues? Let's say they have a better night handling double teams. Their half-court offense is trash. It's not cohesive. There's nothing you can count on possession by possession and go, this is what they run. When they want to get good shot over and over again, they can run this, and they will consistently get good shots. Forget about the misses. How often are they getting good shots? I know you got to play through Alperen. He is your best or second best offensive player. I won't listen to second best player anymore. Amin Thompson's their second best player. Alperen Şengün's not their second best player.
We should say, even with the shooting problems that he presents by the fact that he can't do it, even still, he has been so much better than honestly any other Rocket this postseason, 2 games.
Yeah.
He is by far I don't know who would number 2 even be.
You want to throw in the caveat, second best offensive player?
Yeah.
I'll give you
Creator,
whatever you want to do. But the second best player's stuff, no, not anymore. That is Amin Thompson's spot going forward until Kevin Durant's no longer on the team or they make a trade or something. So, with that being said, where there's any confidence that this team will turn it around, look, I think it's just if the ebbs and flow of playoff basketball is what you're doing, and you're going, okay, the Lakers took game 2. They're up 2-0. There's going to be a level that they won't play at that the Rockets will reach because it's desperation time. So I will lean into that. The desperation the Rockets certainly will feel will lead them to finding a way to win a game. But I don't think it'll be anything about what they draw up or what they figured out. There's no proof that they figured out anything. The reason they won games in the Warriors series last year is because Fred VanVleet lost his mind shooting the basketball. Did we remember any offensive gems they found to turn that series around? No. Fred played out of his mind
Fred
for a couple
VanVleet,
games. Yeah,
taking step-back jumpers.
The same shots he was missing, he started to make.
Yeah.
And that will have to be the case if they turn this series around. Kevin Durant talked about it. Categories that they won. The Lakers shot the ball better. If you tell me the Rockets are going to shoot the ball better because they're comfortable in Toyota Center, okay, they do that. This becomes a series again.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll be anything about them finding answers.
Yeah, no, there's just like an element of like Şengün like kind of can't finish worse, you know? It just like there just has to be a rebound, you know? Not a literal rebound off of his shot, which there's been plenty of the first 2 games, but like there'll be a bounce back just because like there kind of has
Just
to be
how it
like
goes.
he's just like not a complete bum, you know? Like
Correct.
It's not all like, well, you know, the size is just too much for him. It's like in the regular season he scores against size. Like he can figure it out. Other than like 3-point shooting variance, I don't know. Like there is really like nothing other than NBA playoff. You know, like yeah, when you're down 0-2, going back home for Game 3, like if it's going to be a competitive series whatsoever, like you kind of have to win by like 15. Like you don't just win. Like a lot of times you blow them out.
You blow them out where LeBron's sitting.
Yeah.
Early in the fourth quarter because the game isn't a game anymore.
And that's possible. Like there's been teams that have played just as shambolically, to use a soccer term, shout out to Willie P, that have won a Game 3 at home against way better competition than what the Rockets are facing.
Yeah.
But as far as like chalking both home games up, no, I'm not chalking. I'm not giving them Sunday. There's no evidence that it's like if both these teams are coming in, you know, with 100% effort and 100% of their capabilities, even just with who's active on the court. Not even saying bringing Luka and Reeves back. Just like with what we've seen, I don't know what. I mean, again. It, like I said with Alperen Şengün, like he can't like shoot worse around the rim. Like Ime Udoka like has to make an adjustment, has to make a change. like it just if he doesn't, he should just kind of be fired after Game 3. If he doesn't,
I think the adjustment will be play harder and make shots. That'll be the adjustment.
I mean,
and maybe somebody gets more minutes than they did in Game 2.
And that is like a thing that happens in the NBA of like
like
there is just the play better adjustment.
Yeah, your energy is higher because I laid it out. You need it more, and you make more shots, and you ride that to a big win. That could very well happen on Friday night.
I mean, if we had to point out specific guys, like Tari Eason was good in Game 1,
he was
terrible
awful in Game
last
2.
night.
Yeah, so there could be a bounce back.
Yeah, there is like a yo-yo effect of like if you just get a good Tari Eason night with Durant back, with Şengün not being terrible, with Jabari Smith, like kind of in good Jabari Smith mode where it's like 60% instead of, you know, under 40% of his tough looks go in. It's like, okay, there's, there's something there.
So we have not talked about it because he did play in Game 2. What's the bounce back like for Kevin Durant? Now, it's 2 days off, so maybe the patellar isn't a thing that's going to hamper him
physically?
The rest of the way. Yeah. I mean, we just assume now that he's back, he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Let's see. I expect him to play, but we will see after a full game. And he looked okay. I don't remember seeing any limping, but
yeah. And I thought he was not like, you know, he wasn't Tayshaun Prince, but he was like pretty good on defense.
Yeah,
like he wasn't like a stiff.
It's likely a sign of just him being older. But watching the Lakers be A-okay with Jackson Hayes guarding him on the perimeter was a little concerning. That wasn't a clear blow-by throughout the game.
And they're doing a lot of things just playing into the Rockets' like offensive tendency, I'll call it, of they'll go for they try to get the switch like on Jackson Hayes or whatever, and so they'll give up that switch, and then as Kevin Durant's getting in his move, then you send the double team because now there's 8 seconds left on the shot clock,
and then you have some non-shooters you have to make a decision
and either Durant will get frazzled and throw the ball away, or he'll throw it to Alperen Şengün, who'll throw the ball away.
Or throw it up on the rim, which feels like a throwaway
or pass it to Tari Eason, who won't catch it. Or
it's all a mess.
Pass it to Amin Thompson, who will be open at the 3-point. Like, it's just
it's all a mess. Game 3 on Friday. Get excited about it as the Rockets try to get back in the series.
That's another thing of going back home. I think the crowd will be. I think the crowd will be pretty good. It'll be fine.
They better get off to a good start.
Hopefully, they don't listen to a lot of sports talk radio this week.
It'd be better that they don't.
The mood might be different. If it's our callers in the stadium, won't be good.
That's the difference. Like the general fan, whether they're listening to stuff like this or not, they're going to the game. They're going to root on this team. They're going to hope that they bounce back. It's not the same demographics for people calling in, and we had Anthony call in and say they panic like girls, which is harsh. Like the women are like, what?
Yeah,
we're far more composed.
Say bleep me for?
Yeah, we're far more composed than the Rockets in late game situations. So that type of caller may go to the game, but once you're there, that energy changes to, yeah, it was upsetting last night, but I want to see my team win. So they got to respond in kind by playing well. We'll go to break with that. We will play some sound from someone who wishes he could coach a football game. He's got a lot of time before the next time he's on the sideline coaching the game. But he did have to address the media. And the question I asked, and Sean, maybe you'll have an answer for me, maybe others, 713-780-3776. When's the next time Mike Vrabel can be seen joking and laughing in public? Or will, for the next couple months, everything will be football, he'll be serious, no laughs from Mike Vrabel? We'll hear his tone when we come back. But before we go to break, I want to talk about something I always have a great tone for. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You got a problem with your plumbing? That's the place to go. No question about it. If you want to find out all the things they have to offer, you go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They have that services menu, that drop-down services menu, that tells you all the things they do. So whether you have a big job like the repipe or maybe you want to get a remodel done, they do that for you. And the great thing about them is they have that free price quote. So you want to find out what it's going to cost, but you don't want to be charged for that estimate. They'll do that for you. Ask them about it. Tell them what you're looking for, and they'll let you know what it'll cost. You can also call them at 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, and ask them about a repipe. They're the premier repiping company in the city. Any older home is likely going to need one, but be preventative. You don't want to turn on your water one day and see that the pipes are deteriorating and costing you the chance for clean water to cook with, to drink, to clean with. You don't want to deal with that. Make sure you get in touch with the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to the website. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
It's draft week. We're getting closer, so that means coaches have to be in front of the media. So for the first time since the photos brought to us by the New York Post, Mike Vrabel couldn't use words in a statement as far as written down to express how he was feeling. You know, the initial response was the pictures are out of context. It was not the interaction you think it is. Yes, I interlock hands with all my friends at resorts in Arizona, interlocking fingers. I do that all the time. Let's see. And it was, you could say, defiant and almost laughing. In fact, I think the term laughable was used. Almost laughing at the suggestion that anything untowards would be happening between him and a accomplished NFL reporter like Diana Rossini. She has resigned from The Athletic, positioned it as, hey, my contract is up in June, to kind of tamp down on the questions about me and my integrity and my credibility. I will resign. Mike Vrabel is not resigning from the Patriots. They're not looking for him to resign, but he does have to address the photos and the conversation. So here's Mike Vrabel, part of his opening statement yesterday in front of the media, talking about, well, the pictures and the narrative.
With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. And those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and, to ourselves. I care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. And that's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private and personal matter.
If you did not see the video, it matches his tone. Somber. People watched him, and they said that he looked uncomfortable. He was rocking side to side. Certainly not as defiant as his initial statement was when he delivered it to people, as far as the written out stuff. He didn't take questions on it. You want to say hid, or he positioned it as, I will only talk about the football team. We're trying to avoid distractions, typical coach stuff. So no one could ask him about why this tone is very different from your initial tone, which is the question that anyone would want to know. Hey, what's with this? Because before, you guys are out of your minds. To now, I've had difficult conversations. You can imagine what those are. Everyone knows what those could possibly be when you're talking about your family, considering the context of those or the content of those photos. So he has addressed it in the way he saw fit, not fully, because there's no admittance to anything. Just, hey, guys, look, difficult conversations. That's the tone he took.
I always like when they say, like, I've also had difficult or, conversations with my players about this.
And
or,
they were
with
positive,
the team.
and they were positive.
I've talked about it with the team, and it's just like, does that mean, like, he had to explain to Drake May, like, Drake, I had a lapse in judgment. I'm sorry.
When you get older.
Yeah. I know you've been with your wife now since you're in 7th grade, but.
Well, look, don't judge me until you're 20 years in.
Yeah. You're still in the honeymoon phase, kid.
Yeah.
And it turns into like a defiant whatever.
Yeah, look, I see those eyes. But you wait.
Yeah.
15 years down the road.
Be careful what you like on Instagram, all right, buddy?
Yeah, so the question I asked, and Sean, maybe you have an answer, that was the tone he took.
Mm-hmm.
Not defiant, not a guy who won't acknowledge he may have made a mistake. When does Mike Vrabel become normal again? When does he get back to the old him in public, like when he's going back and forth with media? If they question him about something, he's going to be defiant, or will he keep this tone for the foreseeable future?
So they'll probably do a press conference after the draft with their first overall, or not first overall, their first round pick, or whoever they end up taking. I think he'll mostly be, off to the side. They ask him about it. Yeah, we love his toughness. He, whatever, embodies what it means to be a Patriot. Whatever. I think it's not until training camp, or maybe
mini camps,
maybe a mini camp. But even then,
when he's back into real football mode,
yeah, like okay. How about this? He can laugh on the field,
joking with his players.
Yeah, like he can,
coaches.
he can whatever. As they're walking through like the stretches, how they like,
yeah,
let's
go. Let's have a good day out there. Yes,
yeah. Like but in front of the media,
when does he become the old Mike Vrabel?
I think because also in training camp, like you're available several times a week, so there's just like numbers game of like getting over it and like getting over the awkwardness. And if I'm Mike Vrabel, I'm making myself pretty scarce in front of microphones. I'm probably not hopping on
a podcast,
busting with the boys
feels unlikely
to talk about things.
Yeah, when is he going on his next podcast?
That's the real question.
Well, yeah, that's the real Mike Vrabel, the guy who likes that stuff.
Because he's he coached Taylor Lewan and Compton.
Will Compton. Yeah.
Will Campbell's his left tackle.
Who can't block anyone with his short arms.
T-Rex arm.
Yeah.
Because that would be like the friendliest room for him to be in. You would imagine, unless it's like, I don't know, Peter Schrager's podcast where Peter Schrager's just
sure whoever carries the Patriots has a podcast.
Yeah, he's gonna it was tumultuous off season. after it's always tough losing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, nothing else happened.
What are you guys looking? There's the the Super Bowl losers curse. What are you guys doing to, not be the Chiefs or the Eagles 2 years ago? When
how do you keep your focus on the task at hand, not reliving the past but pointing to the future?
Yeah,
how do you do that?
Looking forward from now.
Like Mike, did you do anything to become the story to take attention off your players? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the next time we see him in a let's say a more friendly setting, they do like NFL Network, ESPN, they'll do tours at training camp.
The camp tour.
Yeah, so I think maybe we see him camp tour wise, where he sits down on one of the chairs and he's talking to whoever's in town. Jonathan, what's his name? Cameron Wolf, maybe one of those types.
Oh yeah, Cameron Wolf.
Yeah,
he'll get to the.
Yeah, that might be the case. It might be a little bit though.
Joking around with Tom Pelissero.
Sure. You think? Okay, Tom. We'll see what you got. Do you believe that he sees judgment in the eyes of those reporters? Do you think he saw that yesterday, even if it wasn't there? Do you think he looked out among the masses of reporters like the Greg Bedards of the world and others and saw judgment in their eyes as he was explaining what happened or didn't happen?
The Wickersham.
Yeah. Did he look
with his arms folded?
Did he look? I don't know if they were so obvious about it, but no, his perception, whether they were judging him or not.
Yeah.
Do you think he saw? Because as it was reported, he was kind of rocking back and forth, looked uncomfortable. Did he look out among the masses and go, "Man, Bob Ryan"? Bob Ryan's looking at me.
What would Bob Ryan say about this?
Yeah. So there it is, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
First public comments.
Hey, you just gotta get over the first.
Yeah, you gotta get through it.
The first, like, I have a prepared statement. He didn't say I have a prepared statement, but that statement was obviously prepared. Where it's like, a minute and a half long. Just kind of get it all out there. All right. Now starts the steps of, like you said, being back to the normal Mike Vrabel, who's not like the most affable.
No.
But, he'll mix it up a little bit.
He made that joke about he would cut off his.
Mm-hmm.
Someone may have had those thoughts when this story came out.
What? Lorraine Bobbitt Vrabel is gonna
Look, I'm not saying anyone would have acted on it, but someone possibly.
It would have gotten him out of a lot of trouble.
Well, if he had done it back then,
win the Super Bowl, not have one.
Look, if Drake May could read a blitz against the Seahawks, or Will Campbell could tackle, we wouldn't even be having this problem because he would have followed through with his promise. But alas, we've got this story instead.
Eunuch Mike Vrabel.
Anything to avoid. He might have taken that on as opposed to what he's taking on now. There it is. The scandal of the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Some people are calling him the white Ime Udoka.
That someone was no.
Or is Ime Udoka?
Ime Udoka's the Mike Vrabel.
Okay.
I called him the basketball Mike Vrabel.
Basketball Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, I didn't make it about race. Although I did ask, because Nia Long is my America's queen. Two Americas, everyone. Nia Long's my queen. Who would be that version? The question became like no one listens to the entirety of every show, so we're referencing things you might not have heard. On the morning show, we were talking about Ime Udoka, and John compared him to Tom Thibodeau. Defensive first, no offense. That was a comp. And I go, well, there are other things you can make comps to. And we're trying to figure out. The Nia Long thing gets brought up because that show is never serious, much like this one. And I tried to figure out who would be the other America's queen. Like, who would be one of the legends of the game? First, we're thinking about, like Lance brought up Sydney Sweeney. Too young for this.
That'd be an inappropriate age gap.
Yeah, sure, because Hollywood's never done that. But we were thinking the version of Nia Long for that America. First, I thought Cindy Crawford, and that got immediate laughs. The thought of Tom Thibodeau with Cindy Crawford and fumbling her. By the way, we can make these jokes somewhat because Tom Thibodeau's never been married, doesn't have kids. There's no woman that we know of that he would be cheating on. So we were thinking, at least I came up with this, Sandra Bullock, the Nia Long of that version of America. Unquestioned popularity, right?
Yeah, there's no one that's like Nia Long.
Who's saying a bad word?
Overrated.
Yeah, who's saying a bad word about Sandra Bullock?
Sandra Bullock.
Oh, maybe
Ocean's 8.
Maybe Michael.
Flop.
Maybe Michael Orr didn't like how he was portrayed in The Blind Side. But no one's really saying anything negative about Sandra Bullock. So I figured she would be up there, and if Tom Thibodeau had fumbled her, we would have a real comp. But we don't. But the real thing is Mike Vrabel, Boston area coach, made a Super Bowl loss. Ime, Boston area coach at one point.
Yeah.
Made a finals and loss for the Celtics. If we're making cross-sport comps, it's those two.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that come together.
Yeah.
I still like it.
Hard-nosed coach, too. Like, they're both, like defensive-minded.
Yeah. I'd still like the thought of Sandra Bullock seeing Tom Thibodeau coach the Knicks and going, that's for me.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know how the Nia Long, Ime Udoka thing came about, how they met or whatever, but we do know the aftermath. So one of the reasons he's a Rockets coach. And maybe some of you guys are saying, well,
awesome.
Let's take that back.
Yeah, sweet.
Just wait till Friday, everybody. Things could turn. One win, and you're feeling pretty good about it.
I didn't even think about how much is on the line for Monday's show.
We got two games.
Monday's show.
The season could be over. Or it could be 2-2 going back to L.A.
The blueprint is on the line.
We'll have the entire draft. We could have a 2-2 series.
Yeah.
3-1. It could be sweep for the for the Lakers. A lot can be on the line from Monday.
Astros 5-game winning streak.
Sure. That could happen too. Less likely.
We're gonna be fine, according to Dana Brown earlier today.
Yeah, if you missed it, the quote from his time on 790 when asked to talk to the fans, "We're going to be fine," is what he said. I don't know if that's an existential thing about, hey, life will go on. Bad seasons don't affect your life. You're going to be okay. Or is he talking about the Astros as a team that we don't have to worry about? I would ask Dana Brown if he could name the guys in the clubhouse, every one of them, by their face. Considering.
Should point at him. Who's this guy?
Yeah, who's that? I mean, the roster says Daniel Johnson, but could he tell if he just looked at him?
I don't know.
What's the other guy? Dustin Harris, who made an appearance yesterday? Just pulling guys out of nowhere to play for the team.
Dustin Harris.
And all that resulted in the bullpen blowing one as they gave up 6 runs thanks to Brian Abreu not being someone they trust. He wasn't out there. So it was Del Santos and King. They didn't have a good night last night. And I was listening or watching the game, and it was the Guardians broadcast, and they're talking about whoever their version of Julian Morales is. It was a man, but whoever their version of it was discussing how the Guardians were getting a little frustrated because it was about the 7th inning when this conversation came up. They were frustrated about their plate appearances, and they felt like there were moments where they could have taken advantage of this Astros pitching staff and didn't do it. Hey, just wait half inning.
Yeah.
Just wait to the 8th. You guys got it going. That frustration probably subsided when they scored 6 in the bottom of the 8th.
And we're close to hey, listen, sometimes just not your night.
Sometimes you got to tip your cap.
To this bum.
It would have been a second in three nights instead, or second in a row, second in a row. Instead, the Guardians laid waste to the Astros in the 8th inning.
These guys stink. I forgot.
Well, but it was the guys who,
to be fair,
don't stink.
Yeah,
who they got
to be fair, it was De Los Santos and King, like the two. You're cool
guys we could have expected to close this game out. Instead, their ERAs ballooned to 4.5 and 4.2 after 3 earned runs for both. De Los Santos just a third of an inning, and King in 2/3 of an inning. Both give up 3 earned runs, lose the game.
Save us, Nick Caserio. Give us something. Give us hope.
We're just hoping for Nick Caserio to do something splashy tomorrow to give us some excitement. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either, but we can hope. We got one more segment to go. The number is 713-780-3776, but don't you worry. The Astros GM says we're going to be just fine. I'm sure that quote won't come back to haunt him. Here in the midst of a 9-16 start.
You're fine.
The only way this works out is
Thumbs up.
If them ripping off like 10 in a row at some point and Dana Brown going, I told you.
Yeah.
But he's got to know this is going to come back, right?
I don't think he cares.
He probably doesn't, because
who's going to hold it against him in 6 months?
I don't think Chandler Rome is going to ask him in July about his "we're going to be fine" quote if they're 20 games below 500. I don't think it's part of their game to do that. They may talk about it on the Crush City Territory podcast. Him and Tyler Stafford.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a quote they're going to put in Dana Brown's face.
Yeah, I can see Tyler bringing it up. I don't think that's something Chandler would.
I don't know that Tyler gets access to Dana Brown like Chandler Rome does.
Oh no, I just meant on the podcast.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying on the podcast. Yeah,
Tyler will have an issue with that.
I would imagine he would, as well he should, because this is a quote that's ignoring what's in everyone's face right now. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, cool.
It's
sorry, I'm stupid for
it's in
not
line,
being fine.
It's in line with the back of the baseball card thing.
Yeah.
It's one of the quotes that falls in that territory. You better be right, because if you're not, you won't be in a position to be interviewed by 790 next season. All right, one more segment to go. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So the draft is tomorrow, and I want to remind you that from 12 to 6, we're going to be out at Nick's Place. And by we, I mean the station. To get you ready for that draft, a special surprise for our listeners, which I guess I'm revealing again. So how much of a surprise could it be? But we're letting you know we're going to be giving away the Pro Football Preseason Tailgate Party Pack. All you have to do is to join us at Nick's Place and register to win, and you'll get 9 tickets to a preseason game, parking pass, and 9 pizzas from Nick's Place to take to your tailgate party. Be there on Thursday for your chance to win. So you got to be present. We'll be running some specialty shows from 12 to 3, recording some things, and then Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6 out at Nick's Place to get you ready for the NFL draft. And want to remind you as well about the occasional invitational. That is April 29th. It's benefiting kids' meals. You can sign up right now through the 28th and enjoy all that's going to happen on the 29th. First, it's going to be at Sterling Country Club. We're going to have lunches from Brown Bag Deli, and then Valencia's will serve dinner. Coors Lights will be involved. Should be a good time. John and Lance are going to play. They're kind of free agents right now. So if you want to play with them, you can, but that's being finalized. Sign up. It's for a good cause. You get to play golf. Get your buddies out there to play at Sterling Country Club for our occasional invitational. Yeah, it's golf. We're going to be out there, but it's more about kids' meals. So do something for a great cause benefiting kids' meals. So that is April 29th, the occasional invitational.
Yeah, I'm interested in how John and Lance handle themselves in the portal, whether they have
who's tampering,
whether there's an uncle that's doing their negotiations for them.
Well, going through the text, moves are being made. I'm a passive observer in the group chat because it has little to do with me, but I see questions being asked, deals trying to be made. So if you want to get in on this, you better get in now because that stuff's being finalized as it speaks. Either way, whether you're playing with John or Lance or not, get your group together.
Maybe you want to beat them.
Yeah,
you want to be the Tetsuya Imai of the occasional invitational. Well, I don't want to join John.
It's not a great name to use right now.
I want to be the Tetsuya Imai of this golf tournament.
So you want to be bothered by the elevations and
the weather
and the tee box.
Yeah, the tee box.
and
this tee box kind of
and only finish the first 4 holes because you got fatigue. You want all of that. So you might think it's cool before he actually has a pitch. All that stuff was great. The defiance. Hey, I don't want to be a Dodgers. Like really leaning in as if he asked some Houston PR firm what I should say to get everyone on my side. But then you actually have to go out there and pitch and then not pitch.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be Imai. Be Spencer Arrighetti. Be that.
Yeah.
That's something you can count on.
That's the only Astros pitcher who is healthy.
Who I don't mind being on the mound.
That you could
at least starting line.
That you should model yourself after.
At least as a starting guy. I mean, we could have said that about De Los Santos until last night. And now he's on the pile of woof. That was rough.
Yeah, I'm going to need again with the relievers, it's like I'm going to need like a clean week before we can go back to like, hey, De Los Santos.
Yeah, when he needs to get back on track. The Astros try to win a game.
Yeah.
Early start today. 12-10 start in Cleveland. We have not mentioned this, maybe only in passing. We talked only a little, slightly, about the other NBA games. We had VJ Edgecombe going for 30 and 10. First rookie to do that since Tim Duncan. They win in Boston. When Boston doesn't make threes, they're pretty terrible because that's their only way of coming back. Didn't go their way. Jason Tatum didn't have a great night. And then the big story could have real implications depending on how long a basketball player can remain in the protocol. The Blazers come back and win, thanks in large part to Wemby hitting his head really hard on the floor. He's in concussion protocol. Concussed. At best, he can come back and play in 48 hours, which would put him right on the limit of a Game 3. It feels likely he's going to miss Game 3. Portland's tied at 1, could be up 2-1. And how long is Wemby out? That was the news from yesterday in the NBA Beyond the Rockets. So the Spurs may be in some trouble if their best player cannot go in Portland. All right, we're done for the day. So since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
That's what I do. Dominating the paint.
Except if Jackson Hayes or DeAndre Ayton are guarding me. That's tough. I thought he's got to be better than DeAndre Ayton. Jackson Hayes is locking you up and flexing. Unacceptable. We got more Rocks to talk about because they don't play till Friday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, crypto seems to be having its day again in court as the market has been driving it higher of late amid the ceasefire that is ongoing between the United States and Iran, extended indefinitely by President Trump yesterday until Iranians can offer a peace proposal that has some lasting durability. Now, the Strait blockade is still under effect by the U.S., and Iran actually seized 2 ships in the Strait last night. So while the violence may continue at a much reduced pace and oil is still largely unavailable around the world, certainly in the near term, crypto has been bouncing after failing as a hedge on inflation, on wartime, on a variety of other factors, as has been promised its features would provide. Meanwhile, today we have crypto, or at least Bitcoin, up $3,000 to $78,355. That is well off the lows, still well off the highs of $126,000 per coin. Ethereum at $2,394 is also rallying. We'll see how this market trades, but it has really become a trading market, one that doesn't necessarily.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Hey guys, Lance here. You know, it's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
The time has come. Names you know, champions you've cheered. Join the game's legends returning to the Woodlands. Watch Stuart Sink defend his title against Steve Stricker, Ernie Els, Retief Goosen, and Bernhard Langer. The Insperity Invitational, presented by United Healthcare, May 4th through the 10th at the Woodlands Country Club. Get tickets now at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor, Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app. Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5.
Let's go!
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst Matt Miller, rock musician Bret Michaels, NFL Network Draft Analyst Charles Davis, former Bills head coach Sean McDermott, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and now, Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen.
And welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, live from the NFL Draft City of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and downtown Pittsburgh, across the street from Acrisure, steps away from the confluence. We are here getting set for a very dramatic National Football League draft week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday right here on Disney Plus, right here on the ESPN app, right here on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to absolutely everyone. We've got a great guest list that's coming to our spot in a bank in downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's the way we're rolling here.
Man, I love it.
Don't worry, we will not have any heat moments, thankfully, I don't believe. But it will be obviously a heated affair tomorrow night when the Jets go on the clock after Fernando Mendoza gets taken first overall. We'll discuss that, but good to see you, Chris Brockman.
Hey,
How
Rich.
are you?
What's up, my man? Great
the
to be
next
here.
3 hours will be spent to help T.J. Jefferson take his mind off of the New York Mets. Good to see you, T.J. What's going on, sir?
One, I hate baseball, and two, it's like that candle.
Oh, the candle is lit. Very nicely done. It is electronic. Very good.
Did I mention I hate baseball?
No, but you love basketball. The Philadelphia 76ers went into Boston last night, and even that series at 1 game apiece. And the Knicks lost to the Hawks, and the Spurs losing Victor Wembanyama to a concussion that looked terrible. We'll talk about that. That series with the Blazers is now tied at 1 game apiece. It's all tied at 1 game apiece as well between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. So we
got an NBA playoffs right now.
4 series are at 1 game apiece, and tonight on ESPN there's a doubleheader with the Oklahoma City Thunder trying to take a 2-0 lead on the Phoenix Suns, and the Pistons first up, though, trying to get their first against a Magic team that shocked them. So that's going on in the NBA playoffs. There's you at 844-204-RICH being a number to dial if you want to have a conversation with us. Matt Miller, the top-notch NFL draft analyst from ESPN, is first up. Bret Michaels is going to stop by here, a diehard Steeler fan and big-time Pittsburgh guy. He's going to be here in studio. Hour number 3 is chock full of folks from Daniel Jeremiah, along with Tom Pelissero, going to join us on this program. Actually, DJ's on tomorrow's program. Charles Davis is going to be first up with us in hour number 2. Sean McDermott, the Bills head coach, is going to be joining us in hour number 3 before Tom Pelissero joins us. And then the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro, stops by. And we're all wondering if he is still going to show up in his Eagles gear or he's going to try and be fair and balanced with each part of the state.
Right.
As I mentioned, let's start today's program with what tomorrow night's going to be all about. We're all waiting for, yes, the beginning of the NFL draft and who is going to be the diehard, longtime Pittsburgh Steeler figure or figures to come out with the commissioner, Roger Goodell, and try and prevent everybody from booing him. I don't think the commissioner cares about that stuff. Once that mystery is over, the Raiders get put on the clock and zero mystery. The only mystery will be how long the Raiders are being asked to hold their pick in abeyance so we can all have a conversation in all of our NFL draft coverages, plural, respectively. And then the Jets go on the clock. That's when the mystery begins, because over and over and over again, between the Combine and this very moment, it has been a coin flip. It has been a nonstop conversation between David Bailey, the top-notch pass rusher out of Texas Tech, or is it Arvell Reese, the top pass rusher coming out of The Ohio State University? Whichever one it is will start a domino effect after all of that. Certainly, if Arvell Reese is left on the board, and that might spark a whole bunch of trades up for him, or if it's David Bailey left on the board, will that spark a whole bunch of trades for him? Darren Muji, the general manager of the New York Jets, had a press conference on Tuesday, and everybody's trying to figure out what's going on in that draft room, what's going on between that general manager's temples, what's going on when he's talking with Aaron Glenn and the rest of the defensive staff. What is going on with the fact that David Bailey had a top 30 visit to the Jets last week and the Jets canceled it? Is that a breadcrumb? Is that what's up? That's what he had to say about this.
Different. Sometimes I want this player to meet with our player engagement department. Sometimes I want this player to meet with our sports performance. Sometimes it's purely medical. Sometimes it's a recruiting process. Sometimes it's a smokescreen. And in regards to David, we had good touch points with him at the Combine. We went to his pro day, had a good dinner with him, and we were just kind of juggling our 30 and how to use them, and I wouldn't look too much into a cancellation because there was other ones that we may have changed as well.
May have changed.
Well, I mean, what information is any general manager going to give you other than the fact, like, don't read anything into it that we canceled the top 30 visit? We preferred to use that top 30 visit time with somebody else that we already haven't met with and we already maybe have agreed that he's the guy. Let's figure out another top 30 visit because the New York Jets, as you know, have another first-round draft choice right in the middle of that first round, 16th overall. So I don't know what's to read into it. I'll be honest with you, every single time I hear about Arvell Reese being left on the board, it sparks a whole bunch of draft trade conversation, whether it's the Saints, whether it's the Chiefs. Right now, there's a big conversation. Our colleague from ESPN, Peter Schrager, went all the shows today and saying he thinks it's Dallas that might move up to third overall. And it's for Arvell Reese. That's who it would be for. I don't know if it's for David Bailey. I haven't heard too much conversation if we're going to trade up for David Bailey if the Jets leave him on the draft board. All I hear is it's Arvell Reese. And every single time you hear about a pass rusher from Ohio State that isn't just a pure pass rusher, he's going to have to grow into that role if that's what he's going to do because he can be a conversion guy as well. All I'm thinking is like, well, that guy could be the next Micah Parsons or he's the next Vernon Golston. Everybody from the Jets has a scar from past drafts that don't work out. And if it matches up to the type of position and the school that he's from, that's going to cause Jets fans to freak out. But that's why they got to trust the new general manager. It's Darren Muji's job to figure out, is it Reese or is it Bailey? And it sure seems like it should be Reese. That's what it sounds like, based on how many other teams covet him. We're going to find out tomorrow night, because I do believe the Jets made that move by telling David Bailey, don't come, because they already know what they're going to do second overall. And they're just going to try and play chicken to see how much the phone can ring between now and the time that they're on the clock on Thursday night here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Every single year, I do this.
Oh, here we go, Rich.
At our draft coverage to kick off the week every year.
I love that.
I appreciate you saying that it's my finest work. I don't know if we can actually peg that, since all my work is fine.
Good point. I'll wait until I hear it, and then
I appreciate you saying that. But every year, I take everything that I hear from people and I boil it down into my own mock draft. But I don't have time for 32 teams. I've got 2 jobs, 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a wife. I don't have time for this.
You have so many dogs.
But actually, not enough.
Successful production.
By the way, rescue. Okay, adopt. Don't shop. Listen, I only do the top 10. I mock it out. Just top 10. And the good part about it, as I do it on the Wednesday of the draft, the good part about that is every single Wednesday I do a power ranking of just 10 items. It matches. It dovetails. And back in the day when I was on X, and I would post it there, and people told me, I don't think you know what you're talking about. because that's all they do, and also call me fat and also say racist things towards other people. But anyway, that's what it used to be. I don't know if it still is or not, I'm assuming. The bottom line is, I'm just saying this. I used to post it, and I called it, come at me.
Come at me.
So still, if you wish to come at me, great. I appreciate that. It's called engagement. But if I'm right, it's called you're a troll. All right, here we go. My power rankings, ladies and gentlemen, for my Come At Me Mock Draft 2026 presented by SoFi. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Power rankings.
It's time for my Come At Me Mock Draft 2026 first 10 picks, and my power rankings presented by SoFi. Number 1 overall is, okay, it's Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, God. Okay, God.
Fernando. Okay.
I don't know if we were going off.
Thank you very much.
Skipping that?
No, what we should do is stop singing ABBA into a microphone. Otherwise, we might hear from some very angry Swedes.
catchy.
Are they Swedish?
I believe so.
Okay.
Those sweat.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So Fernando Mendoza is first overall. Yada, yada, yada. We all know that. Number 2 now. This is the question. Will it be David Bailey? Will it be Arvell Reese? Every single week, it seems to flip-flop.
I know. It's
now,
crazy.
every single day, it seems to flip-flop. I think the New York Jets, second overall, choose David Bailey out of Texas Tech. I think at the end of the day, they want to take somebody who puts his fingers in the dirt or in the MetLife turf and just goes and hunts and just say, hey, kid, Josh Allen's in our division. Drake May's in our division. Okay? Malik Willis is now in our division. Go hunt. Go hunt and let's win us some football games. And it's going to be David Bailey of Texas Tech, which means Arvell Reese is on the board. And the Arizona Cardinals, who need a lot of help and potentially might need some more draft capital to move back in from the second round into the first round to take Ty Simpson at the end of the first round, can use this moment to amass more draft capital. And I believe there will be a trade struck here, number 3. And I believe it's the Kansas City Chiefs moving up from 9 to take Arvell Reese here.
Wow.
I think the Chiefs are so close here to moving up 6 spots for a guy that they really like and somebody they could put on their defensive line that they really like, and it doesn't have the arm length issues like Ruben Bain has, who they might be able to stick and pick with. And at the end of the day, they're not in the top 10. They don't plan on being in the top 10. They don't want to be in the top 10. It's not their business to be in the top 10 anymore. So you might as well just choose wisely, go up 6 spots and take a kid like this and have the Cardinals drop down to 9. Number 4, that leaves the Tennessee Titans. Do they take Sonny Styles or do they take Jeremiah Love? And I think at the end of the day, with all due respect to Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears, they take Jeremiah Love and say, we are going to stick this kid,
there you go,
this unicorn of a running back, certainly in this draft, next to Cam Ward. Cam Ward, Jeremiah Love, get your tickets now, Titans fans. Like, I think that's the move that they're going to make. And I think Brian Daboll is going to be screaming at the top of his lungs in this draft room if that's, in fact, the case. That's number 4. This leaves the Giants at 5. And every single thing I keep hearing is Sonny Styles is not on their radar screen. I don't know why. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be a smoke screen. But I'll just hear it. I'll hear what the footsteps that I'm hearing on the street. And I think the Giants take Carnell Tate here. I am seeing a bunch of mock drafts now where Jordan Tyson is the first wide receiver off the board and Tate somehow drops out of the first 10. I just think he's not good.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think the Giants, Carnell Tate, and the rest of this offense, you stick him on the other side of Malik Neighbors for Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo. And then you got the 10th pick later on to use on your defense or an offensive lineman. So I'll take Carnell Tate for the Giants here at 5. Number 6, man, all you keep hearing is that the Browns are going to take an offensive lineman. And I just think Francis Maui-Noah is not the guy here. I think it's Spencer Fano. I got him out of Utah going to the Browns here. I'm going to take him at 6, although you keep on hearing over and over again that they have a bit more of a liking to some other offensive linemen. So I'll go Fano here, 6th overall out of Utah. That puts the Commanders on the clock. And I think the Commanders would just do cartwheels that Sonny Styles is on the board, and I think they wouldn't even take up half their time unless the phone rings and wants a trade. I think Sonny Styles goes here to the Washington Commanders. The Saints now will stick and pick at 8 and take Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver out of Arizona State. I think Tyson then goes to the New Orleans Saints. You stick him in the offense for Shuck. That's number 8. Number 9 on this list now. The Cardinals have moved down. And how many times have we heard throughout this entire mock draft season, Francis Mauigoa will go to them at 3. Yep. I think he's sitting there at 9. Nice. They jump on him at 9 instead of taking him at 3. You got that one working right there. And then number 10 overall, wrapping up my come at me mock draft in 2026. I think the Giants stick and pick here and take Caleb Downs, the spectacular safety out of the Ohio State. All the time. You just take a look at all of these defenses that John Harbaugh has employed. You've got terrific safeties on the back end, obviously, throughout the years with their defenses, and he now brings that to the New York Football Giants. Caleb Downs is your 10th spot. So running through it again, Mendoza, Bailey, the Chiefs trade up for Reese. Jeremiah Love at 4, Carnell Tate at 5, Spencer Fano at 6, Sonny Styles at 7, Jordan Tyson at 8, Francis Mauigoa to the Cardinals at 9, Caleb Downs, 2 Ohio State guys for the brother of a Michigan man for the New York Giants right there. And that's my come at me mock draft. Power rankings are brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right. And I don't know what I got right here. I could get absolutely none of them right after
we got one
after
right.
Mendoza.
Yeah, we got one right.
I can get after Mendoza. The rest of it, it just shows you how wild the first 80 to 90 minutes of Thursday night's draft is going to be. So that's my mock draft. Let's talk to Matt Miller of ESPN. He is our first guest. But before we do, just want to tell you about the fact that PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, they're covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. That's PayPal. Let's take a break. Matt Miller is our first guest here at the Pittsburgh draft location of the Rich Eisen Show.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
You deserve a bank that brings excellent service to your day. At Home Bank, the team is ready to help you achieve your financial goals. Visit any Greater Houston location or find more online at home24bank.com. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's do a thank you to our listeners.
Oh my gosh, you guys have the best listeners. You guys have the listener appreciation parties. They give us so much love and we love them.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Truck Month has been extended through April at Monument Chevrolet. That's right, Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. The big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price through April. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500s in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 and drive away in a new Silverado today, or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Matt Miller of ESPN, our first guest of Draft Week, is here on the Rich Eisen Show. What do you think the Jets are going to do it to?
I think
that's where the draft starts.
Right, it does start there. You're right. Despite the fact that we would love for the Raiders to do something fun, I think it goes David Bailey, and it's been interesting to watch social media over the last 4 days of the flip flopping of it's Bailey, it's Reese, it's Bailey, it's Reese. I've tried to just stay out of it. I've heard consistently it's David Bailey, and that could be wrong. I think the Jets have been very intentional about keeping information quiet because they used to talk. Everyone knew what the Jets were going to do.
Right.
Yeah, once Mike McCagnon was gone, I think they've tightened things up a little bit. I have a feeling it will be David Bailey.
You think so? Why do you think that?
I think they need someone that can help them win right now. So for all of us, logically, we're saying, they're not going to win in 2026. We might as well just get the player in Arvell Reese that has more upside because this is a 2027 team anyway. Tell Aaron Glenn that, a guy who might get fired if they don't win this year. Tell Darren Muji that. If they don't show something this year, a spark this year, we could see them change things once again. Woody Johnson could come in and say, okay, new owner, or new general manager, new head coach. So I think there is pressure on them to win.
Who do you think the Jets pass on that would cause a trade up the most? So is it Bailey? Would a bunch of teams that we're hearing would trade up for Reese? Do you think they would also be interested in the same thing for Bailey?
I think more teams would be interested in trading up for Bailey than Reese.
No kidding.
Because I think Reese is seen as kind of that hybrid question mark. And especially if you're the Cardinals, and not to jump to them already, but you have a team that's done this often with the hybrid guys, and it hasn't worked. Isaiah Simmons was that type of player. It hasn't worked out great for them. So I think if Bailey's there at 3, Brett Veach is probably getting antsy and saying, last time we drafted a guy from Tech in the top 10, it worked out pretty well. Let's do it again. Add a huge position in need for them.
He's the Mahomes of
I'm not going to say I want to go that far, but
I like it though.
Okay.
Lubbock is special for Kansas City, apparently.
Well, I mean, it obviously works.
Yeah.
All right. So you think Bailey would spark more trade offers than Reese?
He's just so much more ready, and Reese could become Micah Parsons. He could become that great hybrid off-ball player, but you're betting on it. You're really betting on a player who had 97 snaps as a pass rusher last year. That's not a lot, and he's never worked in practice as a pass rusher. We saw it with Travis Hunter last year, a player who, oh my gosh, he's going to break the mold. He's going to be this hybrid player, and now they're saying you're probably going to be a 75% corner, 25% receiver. So I think the known factor of Bailey is greater than the potential of Reese.
Okay, so now we've kind of touched upon. All right, who do you think the first receiver off the board is going to be?
So at 4:30 today, I have a mock draft coming. I did get the time. It's 4:30.
Okay, 4:30 Eastern time.
4:30 Eastern time. I have Jordan Tyson to the Giants at 5, and that's a big jump. And it's just based on, it's not what I would do, but based on what I've heard, the Giants love Jordan Tyson. They've done more work on him than any other team in the NFL. They've been to Tempe a ton. They probably know all the bars at Arizona State right now. So I do think there's a love there for Jordan Tyson. Maybe it's at 10, but I think they have to look at the Saints at 8 as a team that would take him. So I think I'll go Tyson 5.
Why would a team look at Tyson and say yes over Carnell Tate?
It's the run after catch ability. He's just a little bit smoother. And with Tate, he's never been the guy. And you understand why, because they have Jeremiah Smith, but he's never been a number 1.
Right. And then before that, it was Marv.
Right. Jr., so he's never had to be. And at times he was the number 3.
But he wouldn't be on the Giants.
Right. Yeah, because they have Malik Neighbors, so you'd be the 2. But I think you want more of that explosiveness in the open field. Tyson has that. Now, personally, I have Tate rated higher. I have Mekhi Lemon, and I have Omar Cooper Jr. higher than Tyson. I worry about a player that has missed 34% of his team's games over the last 3 years. And that knee injury he had at Colorado was awful, and now you're having hamstring issues. So I think that's the concern for me, not about on-field ability, but availability is the bigger question.
I do appreciate, by the way, you revealing one of your mock draft picks of your final draft
that's
before
the only
it comes
one I have memorized.
Why do I find that hard to believe? Yeah. You're just trying to make sure you don't. I don't blame you. Yeah. There's a lot of people that want to use your mock draft as.
Yeah, my editor's probably. That's my watch is probably buzzing.
Okay, good enough. So then we'll leave. Unless you want to reveal more, that's up to you. Right. The Browns go offensive linemen.
I think they have to, and this is probably where the trade back talks really do start, because this is a deep offensive tackle class. So if you're the Browns, is the tackle at 6 better than the tackle that's going to be there at 9 or 12? I think you could probably trade back and comfortably decide between Francis Mauigoa from Miami, Spencer Fano from Utah. Those players are pretty closely graded together. Mm-hmm. One of them is likely to be there at 9. So if Kansas City does want to come up, I think 6 is a logical spot. And you have to watch the Commanders, because that's a Sonny Styles landing spot. That's a Carnell Tate landing spot. Could be a corner landing spot. So if you're a team that needs one of those positions, I think you're looking at 6 as a spot to move up.
You want to jump the line there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know Cleveland will trade back. They did it last year. That analytical approach from Andrew Berry is let's get as many bites of the apple as possible. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that trade out.
All right, here's another what if for you, Matt Miller. What if the Chiefs do trade up for Arvell Reese and the Titans are like, we just love Sonny Styles, we got to go there.
Yeah.
And then the Giants are like, we got to go wide receiver here. And Jeremiah Love is somehow sitting there at 6. Do the Browns pull the trigger? I know they got Quinshon Judkins last year.
I don't think they do. And they took Dylan Sampson as well from
I know.
Tennessee. So
they might feel like that is not a position we need to.
If you're the Commanders, you would be so happy watching that play out. If you could pair Jeremiah Love with Jaden Daniels, like that,
it'd be unfair.
That's good. That's good. You would take that, right? As a Commanders fan.
Correct, and that's the floor. 7 is the floor.
I think it is
for Jeremiah.
I think we saw that play out in free agency with the Saints getting Travis Etienne from Jacksonville and with the Chiefs getting Kenneth Walker III from Seattle. They probably read the board just like we are right now and said, "There's no way Jeremiah Love's going to be there. We'll go get a running back in free agency."
By the way, did you notice he nailed the new pronunciation? That's not really new, but the old pronunciation that's still now pronounced new. Travis Etienne,
right?
Because the ETN is out. ETN is not ETN anymore.
I know.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah.
Look at you.
It's a time spent in the mirror with the pronunciation guide.
This guy is grinding tape and getting hooked on phonics all at the same time. Impressive. So the Commanders are a Sonny Styles, Jeremiah Love floor.
I think so, yeah. And then we probably start the Carnell Tate conversation in there as well. Terry McLaurin's a sneaky 31 years old.
Right.
So I think you have to look at receiver for them. They have no one coming up the chain. There's no one behind him.
Right.
That you would say, okay, here's our logical successor. They didn't really have a number 2 right now. So they could be a team that looks at receiver as well.
And the Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate conversation could wind in the laps of the Washington Commanders, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think the Saints at 8 are also in that same conversation.
Saints will definitely go receiver, you think?
If one of those guys is available, I think Tyson's available. If not, Caleb Downs would look pretty good in that defense. They need someone that can be that hang safety that can play over the top.
Right.
So Caleb Downs is my number 3 overall player. We're talking about he's probably starting the conversation at 5, but probably 5 to 10 is his range.
If the Chiefs are now sitting here at 9, and Reese is off the board, Bailey's off the board, this is the Ruben Bain conversation. This is about the arm length. When do you think I start having that conversation on NFL Network's draft coverage?
About
Thursday
pick
night?
8, pick 9.
Yeah,
and it's fascinating. Especially Steve Spagnuolo, their defensive coordinator, has always valued size at defensive end, but it hasn't worked. They've always gone for arm length, 6'5", 265, but they can't generate a pass rush. They're great against the run, but they can't get to the quarterback. So, do you break the mold? And you guys are going to be talking about this, I'm sure. But with Ruben Bain, are you willing to bet that he's different than every other pass rusher drafted since 1999? Sub 31-inch arms, has never gone to the first round, so he's going to do that. And a sub 31-inch arm pass rusher has never had 10 sacks in a season. So do you take a guy at 9 who you say he's going to break the mold? And I asked a general manager that question, and he said, we'll let someone else be smarter than us. We trust the numbers that say this player is probably not going to have the success that he needs to have to be drafted in the top 10 or top 15 picks.
Is there, and I'll just lob this into you, and you can handle this however you wish, and in your years of doing this gig, is there anybody with the arm length issue like Bain who's looked like Bain at the collegiate level?
There's not.
There isn't, right?
No, exactly.
That's the outlier here, right? I mean, like, name me another guy we've had this conversation about who looked like that at the collegiate level.
Aiden Hutchinson was close. You know, he was shorter armed, but he was definitely above 31.
Right.
But it was similar. People worried so much about the arm length. It hasn't been a factor.
Clearly.
He's been great. But then you see, Will Campbell in the Super Bowl on the other side of the line, shorter arms. Once he got injured, the arm length really showed up because he lost some of that quickness. So I think there are ways to overcome the shorter arm length, but you have to have another trait. And for Ruben Bain, it's power. His game is power, not so much speed. So I'm not as concerned about it, but it will be fascinating to see if there is a slip because of it.
So let's say Tate's off the board, Tyson's off the board, Sonny Styles off the board, Bailey and Reese and Love off the board. What do the Chiefs do at 9?
I want to be welcomed back into Kansas City when I come home, so I worry about saying this, but do you think about right tackle? Jalen Moore's on a 1-year deal. He's been a swing tackle his entire career. You already have Patrick Mahomes that you're paying $1 billion to. Right. If you can have rookie wage scale tackles, if you can have a left tackle and a rookie wage scale and a right tackle, isn't that a great way to build a team? The calculus makes sense there. You've got to pay guys on defense. They're going to have to make some decisions about Rashee Rice, whose contract is up after this season as well. So receiver could be in play, but with the way the board is here, I think you have to look at tackle, whether it's Maui Noa or Fano, to shore up that side of the line.
Interesting. How are they in terms of getting a step off before the snap? How are they... the Chiefs looked at the tape to see if
let's make sure they're waiting a beat.
I'm not going to be allowed back in after that one.
You're getting a text message shortly from somebody.
They love you there, though, Rich.
I mean, it's a valid question.
That's what the right tackles do, right?
Yeah.
They move before the snap and never get busted for it.
Can you time the snap? He gets busted for it all the time now. So that's a Falcons fan's problem.
So then the Giants, let's just say, wish list. Wish list for the Giants. John Harbaugh and Joe Shane are lockstep. Let's say they're all on the same page, okay?
And that's not true.
Hey, careful. I want to be back in New York.
Great, sorry.
And you told me before the show you have reasons to want to go back to New York.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah.
So that's where you can cash something. Listen, heart of hearts.
Yeah.
They're on the same page. 5-10, they come away with who?
Jordan Tyson and Caleb Downs.
If they could wave a wand.
I think that's the dream. And maybe it's flip-flopped. Maybe you get nervous, so you just take Downs at 5. But I think
Downs would be that. Don't you think?
He should be there at 10.
Right. I mean, if you had a choice between one of those two who would be available at 10, wouldn't you say Downs?
You would say Downs, right? Because you have to worry about the teams we discussed. Washington, New Orleans, Kansas City. Those are wide receiver teams, potentially. So I think safeties always fall, which is unfortunate, but they do. They always fall. Kyle Hamilton was my number 3 overall player. He went, 14, 17? And he's great.
And that's Harbaugh.
He had Ed Reed.
Doesn't have him anymore, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. They have their safeties are decent. Javon Holland, Tyler Nubin. They're good players, but they're not Caleb Downs.
Hello, Nubin.
Hello.
The player that the Cowboys are thinking about trading up for is which one?
Oh, my gosh. I think it's Sonny Styles.
It is.
Yeah, it's wild for a non-premium position how valued he is. That we're talking about him being the 4th pick in the draft or teams trading up to get him. But I thought it would be one of the pass rushers. All the calls I made pointed Dallas to Sonny Styles. But you might have to get you might have to go to 5, 6 to get him.
Well, they've got 12 and 20.
Yes, you can get up there. Yeah. And I was told last week they're willing. He's getting excited. He's like, yeah.
I know. You sound like Del Tufo.
So bad.
Just grunting over here. Dallas has never had someone like that on their defense, though. We got to go back to Ken Norton. The last time they had a great inside linebacker.
I will ask the question some might be asking right now, and whatever, if maybe a simple one, but why is Styles' gig, his position, not valued positionally? I don't understand it either, and I don't understand it either with Reese. Is he ready? Is he not? Again, I covet what I see, and watching as much Big Ten football as I do, those two guys they were unblockable at times. They were unblockable, unstoppable.
Yeah.
They were superb. They're top 10 picks for a reason. Styles had one of the best combine workouts I've ever seen, and I know that in a token, old school, can get you on the subway. But I mean, why is Styles' position viewed as not as valuable?
I think anyone who's watched Fred Warner play would think he should be valued, right?
Seriously.
We're talking about closers. Fred Warner's a closer.
No doubt.
So Sonny Styles can be that type of player. Or, we can show our age here. Brian Urlacher, that type of player, former safety who moves to linebacker and just becomes a complete eraser for a defense. I think you would want that in the top 10, especially in a draft that doesn't have the proven left tackles. And we've got 2 edge rushers that are going to go early, but there's not the can't miss wide receiver, or there's no Joe Alt in this class. Why not go with a player that for 2 years was unstoppable for Ohio State? And they got both our teams. Michigan, I'm a Texas guy. They made Arch Manning look like an undraftable quarterback.
Yeah, right.
So I think you just take them and you don't worry about the linebacker position for the next 10 years.
Before I let you go, sir, I'll give you the Rich Eisen show option that we like to throw to people here, which is give us a wild prediction. If you're right, we'll play it back saying, boy, he's a genius.
Nailed it.
And if it's wrong, this never happened. Well, it's flushed.
Oh my gosh.
The Thursday night biggest surprise is going to be what?
I still think it's Jordan Tyson going 5. I think that will be the surprise, where the Giants come on the clock, and whether it's you guys or, Kuiper and those guys talking about it, you're running through all the options of all these defensive players, and they call in Jordan Tyson.
Okay. With all due respect, that's not big enough for me.
Dang. Okay.
Wow, Rich, come on now.
I normally don't do this. I normally just allow you or a guest to just give me one, and I'll stick with it. That's wild enough for me. Give me the wild prediction for Thursday night. If it's right, we'll play it back because you're Nostra Miller.
Right.
Okay. And if you're wrong, this never happened.
Dallas trading up to 3.
Yes,
Would that
sir.
be big enough? Okay,
for Reese?
They traded for Reese. I'll go with that one. Okay.
We punched it up. We punched it up.
Right.
That's a little bit more better.
Like your stuff. That's a little hot. Okay. It's pretty.
Why would it be hot?
I wish there was like a big player trade that we could have. That's what I would. Well,
A.J. Brown's not going to be available because of the whole June 1st salary cap thing. Right. I don't know.
I don't know that Jonathan Greenard gets it done for us.
I don't think. No.
Something bigger.
That's correct. I would have rejected that one too, with all due respect to him. Thanks for coming on.
Always.
And thanks for what you've done with us the entire draft season. We've enjoyed it. Enjoy seeing you here in the flesh.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be doing more of it, I'm sure.
And 4:30 p.m. Eastern time on this Wednesday of draft week, check out Matt Miller's mock draft. He already gave you what he thought the Giants are going to do at 5. Jordan Tyson, which would be surprising-ish, but not as big as Cowboys moving up from 12 to 20 to 3 for Arvell Reese.
That's a lot more fun.
There you go. Let's take a break, and when we come back, one of the native sons, ladies and gentlemen, Brett Michaels is here in Pittsburgh, PA. Next on The Rich Eisen Show.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Book your next event with Federal American Grill. With multiple private event spaces at every location, it's ideal for proms, graduations, birthdays, anniversaries, and more. Dress to impress and join Federal American Grill for Derby Day on Saturday, May 2nd. Live music, mint juleps, and a hat contest. Plus, treat mom to something special this Mother's Day with a 3-course brunch or dinner. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion. Book your event today at thefederalgrill.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
East River 9 is excited to announce the opening of Birdie's Ice House by the Rustic Group. Step off the course and enjoy house-made burgers, tacos, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Whether you've just finished a round of golf, a pickleball match, or you're meeting friends, Birdie's is the perfect spot to relax, celebrate, and enjoy the best view of the Houston skyline in the city. So grab a bite at Birdie's today. Book your tee time, reserve a pickleball court, or explore corporate memberships at eastriver9.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Spring Black Friday is on at the Home Depot. Save on grills and patio sets that will be sure to bring your hosting game up a notch. Fire up your feast with help from the Home Depot and save on grills. Like the Next Grill 4-burner propane gas grill was $249, now in special buy for $199. Or give everyone the best seat in the yard with the Hampton Bay Mayfield Park 4-piece conversation set for only $399. Save on grills and patio sets with low prices guaranteed during Spring Black Friday only at the Home Depot. Now through April 22nd, while supplies last. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
No doubt. I got Brett Michaels here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're live on our radio and TV all together. Yeah, we were just talking about the food here in this town, too. We went to the Italian spot Alla Familia. We'll give them a little pop.
You have to.
We knew we were in the right spot when Mike McCarthy and a bunch of Pittsburgh Steelers were leaving it as we walked in. Like, okay, we found the right place here in Pittsburgh.
You found the magic spot.
Our show friend and our buddy Joe Manganiello told us you got to go there. So we had the whole crew there last night. It was really great. And I haven't eaten a thing since then. Nothing
you won't need anything for about a week. Yeah, they threw French fries somehow on that as well. We got it in, and pierogies. Can't forget a good pierogi.
I love it. I love it. It sounds like when you talk about food and football, as somebody from this town, does the accent get thicker?
It absolutely does. Like when I walked up, I think I know almost everyone that's in here. Your crew, everyone here is amazing, by the way. They are. It's like a family atmosphere, and as soon as people come in, my accent immediately, it's heavy, but it goes back right. Hey, Yin's doing good. You going downtown? Such.
Yeah, earlier, Rich, you said welcome to town, and I was like, you almost had a town.
Town, right? I mean, yeah, I hear what Pat says.
And if you're going grocery shopping, we call it John Eagle. It's a giant eagle. We just, So anyway, but the Pittsburghese and the atmosphere here and y'all, the good weather we have here, is going to be unbelievable.
I appreciate you being here to welcome us, Brett. And so who was your Steeler growing up?
So I grew up, I go every single summer out to Latrobe.
Okay.
And I know last time I saw you was on my birthday, March 15th. I was so fired up to come in on the show, and you all were great. And then I said, we have a big family party going on. Rolled back. We left there, had a good time, went back to the party. But growing up for me, every year I go to training camp and watch. And we stood there. They had the rope. They didn't even have. There's no security. You just lifted the little yellow rope up and went under. And but I'll tell you who was fantastic. Terry Bradshaw signed an autograph for me. Right. So that was great. Roy Girella came over to the fence, said hello. Mean Joe Green.
Is that kid that's on the screen right there, the one that went under the rope?
That's the one that went under the rope right there.
Look at that kid right there on the left. Wow. Lid and the jacket.
Fired up. I'm telling you right now, and when I say football, I get, as you can tell now, man, I get excited. It changed my life right there. I was a little younger than that. I was young. I was diagnosed as a diabetic, right? And I'll tell you what, for real, football and music, it not just changed my life, it saved my life and inspired me.
No kidding.
It did. And it keeps me always a warrior. Always, I decided very young, I'm going to be not a victim. I'm going to be victorious. My parents are like, you have two choices, victory or victim. And the Steelers were winning, and I just chose be victorious, beat this disease, and live a long, awesome, rockin' life.
Dude.
For real.
How about that?
For real.
You did that.
And the Steelers helped that process along.
Knocking on wood, they did. The Stillers did great.
Stillers.
Go
All right.
Stillers.
Do you have any thoughts on what they should do at 21st overall?
Well, I'm working with Fernando right now, myself.
Okay.
And I've personally been reaching out down in Miami to the family. And I said, listen, would you be interested in going 21? I mean,
That's a tough sell, I'll be honest with you.
I did my best, but I got him a hat.
Okay.
And he said, I'm in.
He's such a sweetheart. We had him on the other day, man.
He's the greatest.
He's like, and you see some of the stupid ass comments on some of the videos and whatever. Like, he can't be real. He's not being real. Like that. I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever accused him correctly of being, unreal or fake. He's as authentic as they come, it seems like,
I'm going to tell you, again, unfortunately not.
He's not going to be the Steelers quarterback.
Yeah, sorry.
And you know that right now, Brett, whatever you're about to say. It's just not going to happen.
I said there's a lot of money over here if you go number one with the Raiders. Should that be? But I said I have a hat. I said, don't you want to be a Stiller?
Is it this hat?
No, that's your hat.
Oh!
Your hat. Listen, I want to throw this out there.
Okay.
All right, I have a lot of things on my mind, so if I look like I'm going all over...
Let's go for it. It's okay, Brett. You're being genuine yourself.
I brought you to Welcome to the City.
Okay.
This hat, I got some for the crew.
Oh, nice. Says Brett Michaels on the back.
Together.
Okay, very good.
Right?
Yeah.
And so we brought that, but what I wanted to tell you, just to start everything off, and I know we had called in at a couple drafts, and our family, my wife and kids, we make donations nonstop to St. Jude's. And I said this today, you guys go so far, you and everybody above and beyond, and it means the world to us. So we wanted to start it off with Run Rich Run.
Yes, sir.
Right? We brought you something just to get it started from some of our fans. We did a recent concert. We said we're putting this together for you, and this is what we did just to start.
Well, it's a big check you got there, man.
It's a erasable Sharpie. And the numbers didn't come off. I swear that doesn't say $1.
Okay.
All right.
No, it does not.
$1,000 check.
$10,000.
Oh, wow. Just to get it started.
So generous, man.
And we're going to take it up a notch.
You can hold it up to that camera.
Here we go.
Right there.
I'm holding it to the wrong camera. There
you go. Nice. $10,000. I'll hold it now. Thank you.
I didn't erase it, did I?
No, you did not.
All right, that's the Pittsburgh in me.
No, that's okay. That'll happen.
That's amazing.
Brett,
awesome.
This is so generous of you and your wife and your family. $10,000 will go.
And the fans at the concert.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you so much, because you know what St. Jude is all about.
Absolutely.
And I did my run a couple weeks ago on the campus there at St. Jude in Memphis, Tennessee.
I know it exactly.
And it is a very special place where a lot of kids get better and a lot of frightened parents show up. Freaked out parents. The kids are the ones who are remarkably the calmest.
They're resilient.
Isn't it amazing?
It's unbelievable. Their strength and resilience and what they do with research, everything there. It's amazing. And what you do to add to that, it takes football, like I'm saying, as a kid diagnosed.
Sure.
3 weeks in the hospital, and parents are out of work for a while. I'm just saying, in real life, they're there with their kids. The
or
only thing
bankrupted, man. Or they're bankrupted based on the healthcare system. And St. Jude says, come in.
We're taking care of you.
We'll put you up across the street.
Yes.
We'll fly you in. You don't see a bill for anything. All you got to do is focus on the kid.
Right.
And we focus on getting the kid better. And then, of course, there's the research aspect of it. So sick kids don't get sick to begin with as badly as they do sometimes.
Absolutely.
So this is you're awesome.
Thank you.
Here, I should put on the hat.
Yeah, put on the hat, man.
Oh, you look good.
Oh, rock it.
I'm out of the band.
Rock
Everybody, I just lost my job in the band. Right now, it's over.
Yeah. Just call me Rich Khalifa.
By the way, we got to bring this up real quick.
Yeah.
As we do this, by the way, the hat I have on my head.
Yeah.
So we put this up this morning. Someone already donated $5,000, and I'm matching it, so it's $20,000 now.
Oh wow!
They put $5,000. I said I'll match it.
Jeez.
So now we got $20,000 for St. Jude's and Run Rich Run. Notice it says Rich Eisen Rocks.
Rich, it does. I wish we had more time, because it seems like every 2 minutes that this interview lasts longer, the price goes up on the check.
It's just added an hour.
I'm cut this off a little too soon.
Yeah,
right?
Keep it going.
And fittingly, we're in a bank, so I could just deposit this right now. Does this work? Do we have to fill out the paperwork? We're in a bank, man.
This is a real check. You just throw that right in.
Oh, by the way, I love the Brett Michaels logo that's on the top left.
I had to. It's a little shameless promotion on the top. You got to throw a little. I still have your coffee cup on the RV. I took a picture on the tour bus.
Yeah, you do. Again, while we're promoting night 2 of the draft on Friday night, alongside your friend and other hometown legend Wiz Khalifa, lead singer of Poison, will be on the draft theater stage right near Acrisure. Yep. You can register for free access to this concert and for the 3 days of the draft overall by downloading the NFL One Pass app. Brett Michaels here.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
The R&B Tour, starring Usher Raymond and Chris Brown. Live in Houston, uniting 2 of R&B's defining hitmakers, Chris Brown and Usher Raymond. 2 legendary artists, 1 stage. NRG Stadium, Friday, October 9th. Get tickets this Monday at 12 p.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Port Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Port Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. Big time entertainment headlined by Big Daddy Weave, Tyler Halverson, and Casey Donahue. Brought to you by Giglio in Classic Southeast Texas. It's the Port Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable. with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's that time again for ESPN Houston's Occasional Invitational Golf Tournament. Golfers who are formally invited to go to ESPN975.com to sign up. We're playing at Sterling Country Club in Northwest Houston on Wednesday, April 29th. Your entry includes 18 holes of golf, box lunches from Brown Bag Deli, lots of complimentary Coors Light, and dinner catered by Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. We finish with a well-celebrated John Granado wrapping up the festivities, which is worth the price of admission alone. Sign up now at ESPN975.com.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst Matt Miller, rock musician Bret Michaels. Coming up, NFL Network Draft Analyst Charles Davis, former Bills head coach Sean McDermott, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show of day number 1 of our 3-day residency in the NFL draft town of Pittsburgh, PA is on the air. Disney Plus and the ESPN app. We say hello also to ESPN Radio and also to our Sirius XM Channel 80 audience. We just already had a great first hour with Matt Miller of ESPN, and Bret Michaels just took off right here. I think he might still be lurking around of our set here in downtown Pittsburgh.
He may never leave.
I don't know who that was behind us right there. You just keep walking, ma'am. Keep walking. Chris Brockman, TJ Jefferson with me here in Pittsburgh. And joining me here is one of a small handful of people I would never want to do the draft without, ever. I don't know how long we've been doing it together, but I'm psyched that we're doing it again. Charles Davis, good to see you, brother.
Thank you.
Charles.
Thank you. I feel the same way.
How long have you done the draft on it?
It's been since 2007 in different roles.
Yeah, right.
So, being able to sit up there with you and all that time and
so great.
All the stuff that we've done has been fantastic. Real quick before we start, though.
Certainly, yes, sir.
Bret Michaels.
That's right. I know. Right? What a good dude. What a good dude. I know.
I mean,
what a good man.
When my people, when my boys back in New Paltz see this,
yeah,
I'm getting street cred
through the roof, huh?
I'm getting street cred
up here, way up here,
and to meet who this person is, and how he is. It's not just the incredible generosity, the donation. It's just it comes off of him so easily. About how pure that heart is.
Genuine.
He is amazing. It was an honor for me to meet him. Nothing is Matt Miller. That's my boy.
No, I got it. I hear you.
But this is unbelievable. For me to walk in here, get to hang with you, and I just met Bret Michaels. Are you kidding me?
Well, the thing is, here's what I think. I think of Bret Michaels, and this is the best way for me to express it, is how much admiration and respect I have for him, is that he wrote that check in dry erase ink and not permanent ink, and I'm not going up to it and adding a couple zeros. That's how much I respect him, because he made the mistake of giving me a check in a bank. We're in a bank with a dry erase pen. I mean,
please video.
That's dicey.
You got to video someone taking the check
to the bank.
Just walking in.
Excuse me.
And saying deposits.
Yes. I need to fill out the
check. The check.
It's like that fake Sports Center ad I shot a couple weekends ago, where I'm trying to get in using the photo ID of Stuart Scott, and right? And we had the real security guard go, really? So that's what's going up to the cat like.
Love the cobwebs on the desk, Rich.
I'd like 10,000 marbles, please.
Love the
That
cobwebs on the
was
desk.
fun.
Well done.
Good to see you, Charles Davis. So, how real is Fernando Mendoza? What do you think as a first overall quarterback, franchise changer, culture changer? Everybody sure hopes the first overall pick turns into. Is he that guy, do you think, at the end of the day?
Oh, yeah, 2026 draft, no ifs, ands, or buts as far as I'm concerned. The talent, someone asked me this earlier, the talent obvious. Okay, that's you don't have the talent, we're not having this discussion because this is a league where you have to win ball games. You have to do that. But then you get the rest of the package. And I remember a general manager telling me a few years ago when I asked him, why did you take this person at this spot? And he said, I had to have an adult in the room. I needed an adult in the room. Mm-hmm. You're getting an adult. That's what you're getting with this youngster coming in from the collegiate ranks to go into the room, assimilate. I saw a great article recently because he knows, everyone knows that with his interviews, sometimes he's so polished that sometimes people are like, hold on a second.
We were just talking about that
hold
before
on
you
a
walked
second.
in here.
But what I read in this article, which really was wonderful, was someone was talking about, he does it for the interviews to make sure he does the right thing. He doesn't want to hurt his team, doesn't want to hurt his teammates. He wants to make sure he puts on the right front for whoever he's representing. But you get to the locker room and the guys bust on him, he just cuts right up with them. They think that he fits and is real. Because a lot of people have said, you've heard it, Rich, oh, wow, how the guy's going to accept this guy seems just a bit too good. No. This young man knows what he's doing. Plus, his toughness is what I just keep coming back to. It's off the charts.
A phrase that I use all the time with my kids and on the show every now and then is truth is a total defense. That was the memoir title of my dear friend who was on the show, Stephen Bochco, the late producer of television. Truth is a total defense.
Cop Rock.
That might not be his first choice to be mentioned in his.
Listen,
posthumously, we could go Hill Street, we could go NYPD Blue,
Rich,
LA Law.
I got to tell you, I was upset that Cop Rock didn't make it because he took the big swing, man.
He sure did.
He took the big swing.
He did.
But anyway, sorry.
The musical crime drama was a big swing.
Moving on.
But truth is a total defense, and by that I mean with Mendoza, is his genuineness is any defense in whether he's the real thing or not as a person, as an adult in the room and things like that.
How'd you like to be the Raiders right now? Think about what you've got with your top two quarterbacks.
Yes.
You never worry about a presser.
Yeah, well, you're not going to also get a phone call at 2 a.m.
You're covered.
That the Rhino was spearmint.
You're covered.
I mean, you're not going to get that.
You're covered. And Kirk Cousins is going to mentor this young man because Kirk Cousins doesn't have a mean bone in his body. He's going to do the right thing no matter what. And last thing I want to say about Mendoza, Rich, with everything that goes on with all this, with everything that you're putting together, with all the talk, discussion, what would he have been in such and such a draft? Where would he have gone versus this? Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's the 2026 draft. There is no discussion on the rest of it.
Right.
2025, he wasn't there for that. 2027 hasn't happened yet. Who cares where he would have gone in 2019? It's 2026, and he's going right where he's supposed to go, which is number one to a team that's hitting the reset button for the 187th time.
Yeah, when he was on the show on Monday, by the way, that could be an accurate number, the number of times that the Raiders
I don't think I was exaggerating. I thought I was a little light on that.
Right. And, when he was giving the answer as to why he's not going to be here tomorrow night, he was just as genuine as he could possibly be about his mom and about their ability to travel, and they're going to be traveling on a plane the next day, and there's a ton of people he wants to celebrate with, and he can only, have 10 up here. And then he said, I don't know if you guys caught this when he was saying it, he goes, I look forward to being a good league partner. You know what I mean? He said that.
Say that.
And then he said that I'm happy to have as many cameras in my spot as ESPN wants. My initial reaction, knee-jerk, was like, what about NFL Network's camera?
Like, oh, yeah.
Then I thought to myself, we're now one and the same. This is kind of crazy. What's happening? But, his genuineness certainly just speaks to the fact that in Las Vegas as well, you need to have maybe, what's the term for it? Milk drinkers? You need to have some milk drinkers, too.
Yeah, absolutely do.
And so
grounded.
And then, so what do you think the Jets do at 2?
That's the ultimate fight back and forth. I was really stuck on Arvell Reese for the longest time. I don't as a general rule, I don't play into they canceled a visit. This tells me something.
Right.
I never know what it's telling me. I have no idea. So they canceled a visit with David. Okay, fine, whatever. I just feel like this team has to show improvement. Wins will come down the road if they keep improving, right? We're into the Fernando Mendoza, the process, and all the other stuff. But that's what it has to be. I saw them at the end of last year, Rich, week 18 up at Buffalo. That was abysmal. Like, I'm looking at this roster, and I'm literally, the night before in our production meeting, I think I pointed out to my colleagues, there were 4 or 5 people on my board that the Jets were playing on Sunday. I said, we saw him 3 weeks ago with this team. We saw him 4 weeks ago with this team. This is what they were bringing in at the end. Injuries, other factors, all that. They've got a full roster overhaul. I think Bailey's going to be the guy just because that's what he does. Reese is just a touch more of a projection, even though the athletic ability is undeniable.
But Bailey's top 30 visit could have been canceled because they're already sold on him,
exactly.
And they needed to use that 30 visit in the remaining time on somebody else. They have a second first-round draft choice, you know what I mean? Like, so it could have been as simple as that. And also, I'll never forget all the draft years. You remember when Jay Cutler got drafted by the Broncos? He's like,
I never even talked to him.
They never even talked.
Right. You remember the backstory?
Yeah.
Mike Shanahan locked in on him early, told the organization, you don't contact him, you don't talk about him, you don't even look in his direction, you do nothing. I know what I need to know.
Right.
They took him, 11? He was like, Broncos? He's looking at the phone, what?
But and the Jets have already had dinner with him. They've already met face.
If they don't know by now.
Right. So that may be like, we have a certain amount of time left in a top 30 visit. Just tell David we're good. We're good.
We're good.
We got all we need to do. We've done the homework there. Homework assignment complete.
Look, David Bailey graduated Stanford in 3 years, went on to Texas Tech, did his thing, made his money, could be a doctor one day. I don't think there's a lot left to do. Like, I think the Jets figured it out. We've got this.
Well, on behalf
if indeed they take him. If not, they've done their homework. They're not taking him just because they haven't spent enough time with him.
Well, on behalf of all Jet fans who are scarred about who the Jets choose top 5 in the draft, it's a good thing that David Bailey's got a good career to back him up if it doesn't work out. I'm sorry, that was low-hanging fruit.
Well, I mean, you're a scarred individual.
I've got Charles Davis here on the Rich Eisen Show. The surprise of the top 10 is going to be what? What do you think?
If someone...
Because you've had some out there mock draft moments, sir.
Oh,
over the last few weeks, and you've taken stuff and thrown it against the wall.
Yeah,
I see.
Ty Simpson's not going 3.
Okay.
Not going 3. I put that out there on my last mock draft because last year I put Jackson Dart to the Giants at 3. People lost their mind. I was like, I know they like him.
Okay.
Traded back in and got him. I think Simpson in Arizona is a very natural fit.
Why?
Because Mike LaFleur, style of offense, being able to negotiate with a quarterback who's cerebral like that, can bring him along. Okay, we got to get the Jacoby Brissett thing done. They got Minshew there. They're going to be okay that way. I think the best thing in the world for Ty Simpson is if he goes in the second round. Get the first round pressure off of him. Rich, you and I both know, all of us who are all people who's watching, we can name the quarterbacks who went in the first round and sat. It's real easy. Mahomes sat. Carson Palmer sat. Most people don't sit for long. At some point, someone's going to walk in and say, you need to play this guy. I think for Ty Simpson with 15 starts at Alabama, sitting around, learning, no pressure on running out and being the savior, to me would be a good thing for him. I do think he and his crew did a great job playing the long game, though. Dante Moore went back to school at Oregon. Trinidad Chambliss won his case, went to Mississippi. He's the only guy standing at number 2. Well done by them.
So what about the idea of being a first-round quarterback and sitting anyway? And our friend from The Ringer, Todd McShay, who was on our show in studio Monday, he's come out with his final mock draft. He had Ty Simpson 13 to the Rams. What do you think? Here's what I don't have any,
I know why it makes sense to me.
Well, okay, why does it make sense?
It makes sense because of where.
And then I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm going there first.
Okay.
Because of where Stafford is career-wise, what Sean McVay does with quarterbacks, there'd be zero pressure on that kid if he went 13.
Correct.
0.
Right.
Done. piece of cake.
Well, there's no pressure, I'll be honest with you, because this is coming from a New Yorker or a Northeast point of view or an East Coast point of view, as somebody from Pittsburgh likes to say. And I can't wait to bring this up with the governor of the Commonwealth later on. This is an East Coast town.
The Gov.
At any rate, there's no pressure on professional athletes of significance in Los Angeles. It's just a different animal. I'm not kidding. When you compare it to Philadelphia and New York and Boston and D.C. and
unless it was Pete Carroll's USC Trojans.
But here's why it doesn't make sense to me. That, yes, Stafford has a finite amount of time left. We don't know the answer to it. We don't know.
He was courtside last night at the Lakers game.
And the last thing the Rams should do is start the clock.
Yep.
Okay? Because why not just see how long Stafford wants to do it? And if he plays like he did as an MVP last year in a season
coming off of a bad back.
Yes, that was looking like in the summer like he would have no season at all.
Right.
That if he does that again, and then again, like, why would you want to rush him out? If he doesn't want to be rushed out, that's number one. Why wouldn't you want to support him, number two, with a bona fide kid stud at 13th overall where you have zero plan to pick in this spot? Again, it's not your pick either. They already traded their pick for Trent McDuffie, so that's the idea. They're already building for right now to put another one in the case, or maybe two more in the case. That's another one to do it. And then number three, having a kid there would take the Rams out of the business of what I think is going to happen, that there is some stud, top-notch, on a Hall of Fame career path, Pro Bowl quarterback somewhere in the NFL who's thinking, why wouldn't I want to be
there?
Yeah. And I'll force my way to it the minute Stafford says I'm out. And why would you want to remove yourself from that possibility if you were the Rams? That's why Ty Simpson at 13 makes no sense.
Counselor Eisen, you're very persuasive in your argument, and I don't disagree with you at all. Okay. I just said this is why it makes sense. Because Sean McVay has
happened. No, right.
But the Rams seem to be on that track of, that's the other part, too. Like, Les Snead as a general manager does not get the credit he deserves, because all we got locked in on was those picks and the T-shirts and all that stuff.
Right.
People forgot that after that happened, they won the Super Bowl. It paid off. There was still the matter of running that team and winning ball games, and they bounced back pretty quickly.
Right.
Small blip, boom, right back in it, in the mix all the time, getting it done. And by the way, using picks to get it done. So it's not a matter that he just did it one way, struck gold, and off he went. He's one of the best GMs in the game.
No doubt.
Evaluator, putting it all together, putting a team out there, a roster ready to go. And they were probably a disputed 2-point conversion away from hosting last year the NFC Championship.
No doubt. And when Les Snead uses his first-round draft choice, he used his last one on Jared Verse.
Okay. I think that worked.
And there's somebody that this town is quite familiar with his work, Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald.
You know what I mean? Like, so
I think he knows what he's doing.
And in between, a lot of the first-round picks get effed, but, there's one in the case.
Yep.
And they want to add another one. That's why if you can get somebody Verse-like, I know that's a tall order, 13th overall, regardless of the position.
And they have
a
chance to host another Super Bowl in their own building. Like, to me, I'm with you.
Right.
They're going for it again in a little bit different manner than it was before. But they are going for it. That team is up there. They're primed. They're ready to go. And I hope Stafford continues to play at that level because he's fun to watch.
Two more questions for you, Charles Davis. The team with the multiple first-round draft choices that should use them to trade up the most. You got the Jets.
Yep.
Obviously trading up. I mean from 16, obviously.
16.
You've got the Browns. You've got the Dolphins. You've got the Cowboys. You've got the Giants at 5 and 10. I don't know if I think you're going to stick and pick if you're the Giants.
Sticking and picking if you're the Giants.
So just give me the team that you think should utilize their picks to trade up.
The Cleveland Browns. To show that they are really in this thing, to give those people in Cleveland a jolt. This is bigger to me than it is, hey, this team does it because that positions them to do X, Y, and Z. Cleveland, you're bringing back Deshaun Watson, so you got all that swirling around. You just brought in a brand new coach in Todd Monken. Their news is Myles Garrett didn't come to the offseason again. I'm like, why is anyone worried about it?
So who would they trade up for, or just if unless it doesn't matter, just the buzz is all that way.
If they could trade up at where they are at 6,
yes.
right? and still come out with that receiver offensive lineman combo that they need. But you're going to need to trade up because one of them that you want is
the
not
lineman
be the same one.
Right.
Which way do you go first, and which way do you go second?
Which is why I think everybody thinks they take the lineman first.
Take the lineman first. Plus, you talk to people there, and it's funny. I talked with there's Tony Grossi, who's covered them forever.
Yes.
And he said the one thing you have to remember, Charles, if there's a city in this league that's okay with blockers and tacklers, it's Cleveland.
Sure. Yeah.
He said we're okay with that.
Yeah.
I said because the Carnell Tate thing looms. Sitting at 6, Ohio State receiver. How you going to turn that down? He said if there's one group that'll handle it, Cleveland people will handle it if you get another tackle or something like that. So we'll see.
All right, and then you're always good for the kid nobody talks about, small school or whatever, that you think is dynamite, good value, you're going to pound the table.
Yeah.
I don't know who that person is. All I know is it's very frequent that somebody gets drafted, and T-Man, our producer, Mark Titleman, who's fantastic. He does Thursday Night Football for Amazon. He gets in my ear and he goes, Charles first. This is Charles' guy. Or DJ will be like, I know he's your guy. Who's that guy?
I put together my list, Rich, and there's 15 people on it.
15?
Yeah, there's 15. I do that. I do like 10 to 15 every year.
Right.
This year, the one that I am just locked in on
is
third day guy, Cole Wisniewski, safety, Texas Tech. Linebacker, North Dakota State, moved him to safety. All-American there, 8 picks. Gets hurt, comes back, transfers to Texas Tech. This guy tackles everything that moves. He was smart enough not to run the 40, Rich, because he never had him. There's no time you can find for the 40, but if you turn on the tape and watch him play angles in coverage, kid savvy, gets it, makes plays on the football. And you know what I discovered when I heard, because I was complimenting on the angles, and then he told me that his dad was a high school math teacher.
All right.
I was like, well, the DNA worked in there somewhere. I just love this kid. This kid just shows up, makes plays all the time. He's a day 3 guy, Rich.
Okay.
But I think he's going to make someone very, very happy. He can play dime linebacker for you. He can play safety for you. I'm just crazy about Cole Wisniewski, Texas Tech.
One of the many reasons why I love doing the draft with you, Charles, and I never want to do it without you.
Right back at you.
Great to have you. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
The one and only Charles Davis. Charles and I are going to be spending a lot of time together on NFL Network starting on Thursday night. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether it's splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, they're covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share the moments that matter, all of them. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates. When we come back, Overreaction Monday on a Wednesday here in the draft city of Pittsburgh.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Do you want to pay a plumbing company just to come out and see what the problem is? Heck no! Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been serving 97.5 listeners for years now. They don't charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for a repipe and water heaters and are the ones to call if you have a propane gas grill. Aqueduct can run a gas line so you'll never run out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Truck Month has been extended at Monument Chevrolet through April. Get the supplier discount, the biggest discount they've ever offered to the public on all Silverado 1500s. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robert-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN 97.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Back here in Pittsburgh, PA, the rest of this hour is just us, just chopping it up here. We'll get to the NBA playoffs, and maybe we'll talk a little bit of baseball. Or a lot of baseball.
We don't have to.
No, I'm very interested in talking about it.
I don't know.
And then we've got 3 guests in hour number 3. Sean McDermott, the former coach of the Buffalo Bills, is going to be stopping by here in this town. Tom Pelissero with the latest rumor and conjecture, but of course facts. And then the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro, is going to stop by to help us close up shop on our first of 3 days here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So we conducted the Overreaction Monday podcast on Monday, which normally means we kick the Overreaction Monday segment to Tuesday. But we use that as a travel day for the show. So, it's very rare. Overreaction Monday on a Wednesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Mondays.
Monday. On a Wednesday.
It was like a higher register on a Wednesday?
On a Wednesday. Yeah.
I think.
We're on a Wednesday? Yeah, we're on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday.
Yeah, let's go for it.
You know what? There are no rules. We make up the rules.
We made up the rules. We made up the segment. We made up the rules.
We broke the rules.
Rules.
Okay.
Great to see you guys. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Great to see you, TJ.
Yeah, good to see you. Have you caught up on sleep from WrestleMania?
Good question.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good.
Good question. Rich, breaking news. The NFL draft first round tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. You're hosting. Did you know that?
I am.
You're going to be calling this one school's name a lot, I think, in the first top 10.
All right.
But here's the deal, Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
And this is the case every year, guys. They're not all winners. One of the Ohio State top 10 guys is going to be a bust. Let's just be honest.
Come on, man.
One of them just ain't going to be that good.
Which one?
Well, there was an Ohio State edge rusher a long time ago. His name was Vernon Gulston. And that guy had, I think we had more sacks combined than Vernon Gulston in his NFL career.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm just saying the probability is in my favor, so I'm calling it right now.
I don't see Styles, Downs, or Tate being it, and you're pegging Reese for it. That might be the most likely one, but I don't think so. I think all 4 of them are great.
Yeah.
I think they're really, really good football players. It's the truth, man. It's the truth, and I just can't wait for Carnell Tate to start playing professional football so Mike Hoskins and the rest of the Rich Eisen Show production staff can start showing his "How do you like me now? Are you not entertained?" touchdown moment in the big house from this year.
Someone has to have that tattooed on themselves, right, TJ? That is
not now.
Him coming on this show and showing off his gold pants and all that stuff.
He was very proud of those gold.
No, but I think we're going to. By the way, again, 1967 is the last time 4 players from a single school were drafted in the first 10 picks of an NFL draft. It was Michigan State, led by Bubba Smith back in 1967.
It's going to happen again tomorrow.
What else, Chris?
Rich, we've been talking a lot about this guy.
So that's an overreaction.
Okay, great. A lot of people think Jeremiah Love is the best player in the draft. I think Jeremiah Love is going to be the first non-quarterback player off the board. Offensive player.
Yeah, that's not an overreaction. I don't think you're out on a very, long, thin limb on that one, buddy. Yeah, I think so. So what do you think?
Well, no offensive lineman, no wide receiver.
No, I think he's the first offensive player taken. Yeah. I think it goes Mendoza, and then it goes the 2 edge rushers, or 1 edge rusher and 1 off, hybrid guy, whatever the hell everyone wants to call Arvell Reese. Okay. And then I think Jeremiah Love goes. You know that in my Come At Me mock draft, I have the Titans unable to pass on him at 4.
Come at me, bro.
I don't think they should pass on him. Can you imagine him and Tony Pollard in the same backfield with Cam Ward? And I understand.
Who's going to catch the ball?
I hear you. Okay. But it's not like they've got any, terrible slouches there. There's just no home. There's not going to be any, fantasy football top 5 round wide receiver picks out of the Titans. That even includes Calvin Ridley. Yeah. So Ridley will catch it. Let's see if he can have some sort of renaissance here.
You think Titans fans are getting Steve McNair, Eddie George kind of feels when you bring Cam Ward and Jeremiah Love?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Correct.
They should.
That's fun.
Although we stood next to Jeremiah Love and Eddie George, I believe, on the same day at the Combine. Eddie George he's
a little bit bigger than most.
Yeah. Dude, him getting in the grill of Ray Lewis.
Back in
some of my favorite early NFL Network moments.
Yep.
What else you got over there?
Those 2 had battles. Guys, Jerry Jones is speaking right now when he's not being interrupted by Bill Clinton. Have you seen this video?
No.
the Cowboys are giving their presser. They're all up there. Steven, Jerry, Shoddy. Mm-hmm. Bill Clinton just walks in the room, and Jerry gets up from whatever he was doing to go and say
at the Star.
It was actually crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
But during that conversation,
would not have chosen that. I would have chosen many other former presidents who might show up.
Arkansas guy
or current.
Well, there's not a lot of former presidents.
Okay, very good.
Stephen Jones said, "quote: We've made the decision. We're going to have George Pickens play under the franchise tag this year. No negotiations on a long-term deal." TJ, I think that's actually good news because Dak's going to throw at least 30 touchdowns this year to CD and George Pickens combined.
I don't think this is I don't think that's an overreaction.
Really? Because that's a lot of touchdowns.
30 just to those two?
Just to those two.
Just to those two.
That's a lot.
Just to those two.
And why? And this is born out of the fact that they're telling George Pickens you're playing under.
Now, this was born out of the fact that Dak and George have been working out together.
I got it. And by the way, the deadline is mid-June to actually come up with a long-term contract. So this might be Steven saying we don't appreciate the tenor.
Right.
At least it's Steven saying this is our negotiating stance right now, and it's born out of maybe the numbers not matching as opposed to, well, we shook hands on it.
There was a candle.
Just the two of us in an office where no one else was around. It was a handshake is a handshake. At least we haven't gone in that direction. Right. And George Pickens is going to play for the Cowboys this year. 30 between them, that's an overreaction. Yeah. Can we throw a little Ferguson in there?
Yeah, a little floor noise.
Look, Randy Moss and Wes Welker combined for 31.
Is that the last time?
2007.
Is that the last time two guys combined for that many?
That's, I think, probably the most ever.
We've got a really good running back, too, who's going to take some of those touchdowns. So.
Jeremiah Love?
Oh.
No.
Okay. All of a sudden, you're Mr. Javonte Williams now.
I know.
Last year's going to definitely happen again.
Well, look at his career statistics. He's not done it. When he's healthy, he's a 1,000-yard rusher.
All right.
I just didn't like you putting Jeremiah Love up to 5 and saying we were going to draft him at 5. I didn't like that idea you had. Respectfully, on the Rich Eisen
I did not do that in my come at me mock.
You didn't. I know this.
But that would be a great moment. And at the end of the day, when the pieces land, if they did that, you will call me, text me, or whatever, going, I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah, I'd be in.
Yeah. The Zeke spot. What else?
Zeke spot. You know who we're not talking about right now?
Who are we not talking about?
We're not talking about the Indianapolis Colts.
Why?
Okay.
We're not talking about Daniel Jones. He's throwing. He's up and moving around. He's expected to be ready for week 1.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Daniel Jones is going to have the Colts off to at least the same 7-1 start as last year.
All right.
Is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
Danny Dimes, baby.
All right.
We're not talking about him.
You know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about the wide receiver that the Colts sent to this town. So, you really think that that's the way it's going to go?
What about the wide receiver they re-signed? Kept in the building with Jonathan Taylor.
All right.
Who's also
Alec Pierce.
Didn't he just have surgery?
TJ Warren.
I don't know. No one talks about, by the way, DK and Pittman going to be here for Aaron Rodgers when he finally decides
to make
Aaron
that Rodgers, come on.
He's going to.
We already know this
is an overreaction. 7-1 start? Okay. I'll
Daniel Jones.
Okay.
The man broke his leg in week 12.
My God. Are you this bored? Did you come up with this on a flight?
I mean, I exhausted all the good takes on Monday, not going to lie.
Okay.
This isn't an easy thing to do.
It's not to come up with.
All right, all right, we changed the music. Let's talk a little hoops.
What do you got?
I don't know how anybody watches sports on the East Coast. It's impossible. Trying to stay up to watch these games last night, my God. Move west, people.
Okay.
The Lakers are going to the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you got Wembanyama. Wembanyama might not be back.
Wemby is out now. He doesn't know where he is. He's going to at least miss a game or two.
That was terrible.
I think he went to sleep for a brief bit.
That was awful.
That was terrible.
LeBron looks incredible. Luke Kennard is like the love child of Ray Allen and Steph Curry.
Get it on out of your. By the way, coming off of a Celtics shocking home loss to the Sixers.
Like yesterday was a terrible hoops day for us.
Well, it was great for me.
Speaking as a passionate Laker fan, as I'm accused of being by my 15-year-old son,
hurts.
LeBron looks amazing. And by the way, I don't know if
James.
Do you follow
Can
Jamie?
we get him tested?
Do you follow Jamie Foxx on Instagram?
Yeah,
as I do. Did you? I don't know. It was. I don't think it's him. I think he reposted somebody else's review of LeBron James from last night.
I did not see.
It is art. That's what I posted. It's laugh out loud funny.
Makes me want to vomit.
It's, dude. I don't think this is an overreaction right now. The way, because Wait a minute.
Thunder, Lakers.
Is that the path? Because again, that's the stupid thing.
They're the 3 seed, so they would play the Spurs, Blazers winner in the next round.
No, the Nuggets are the 3 seed.
Oh, Lakers are 4?
Yeah,
buddy. 4. Oh, so they would play Thunder.
You didn't think this through.
So Nuggets, Lakers, Western Conference Finals?
Oklahoma City Thunder is making the Western Conference Finals.
So then they're going to beat the Lakers.
This is an overreaction. Now that how about this one? This is not an overreaction. The NBA should reseed. They should reseed like the NFL. Yeah, they should.
I've had that conversation for years with friends.
I wasn't down with the reseeding for a long time, but I think I'm a convert now.
It's not the NCAA tournament where the bracket is the bracket.
But every other sport does the bracket.
Well,
the NFL's the only
wrong.
one.
They should be off too.
Or the NFL wrong.
Reseed. There's a reason why the National Football League rules the American sports rules.
You're not
because they don't reseed like a sports colossus. Yeah, no, because they do things the right way. At the end of the day. See? And I'm not on the payroll anymore.
Yeah, but really,
I mean, you sort of are.
You kind of are.
Kind of are.
No, I'm not. I'm on the 10% on the payroll. They own 10% of the payroll.
Still, though, you're still looked at as NFL, man.
What else?
Yeah, I was in a bad place when I wrote this next one. 2 of the Spurs, Celtics, Knicks are going to get upset in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think
at least
that's
2 of these are getting upset.
That is not a surprise at all.
So like the
that's
Celtics
not an overreaction.
And
dude, the Knicks, man, the Knicks just blew that one in Madison Square Garden, and they let C.J. McCollum go off like he was Trae Young, multiplied by Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller. That was insane. That was crazy, and he's like openly saying, "I am hunting Jalen Brunson on defense."
Yeah.
Because he did cook him. He put him in the blender a few times.
He got accused of being a villain. He's like, I have a wife and 2
he goes, I'm a good guy. I have a wife.
I'm a good
exactly.
guy.
C.J. McCollum does not fit like the
villain.
Yeah, like he's not like choke signing like Tyrese Halliburton.
Maybe he should.
I agree. No.
Why not?
It's stupid. That's just I'm not buying that. How about because again, Cooper always says to me, "Do you like this guy? Do you like that guy?" So he looked at me the other day and he goes, "Do you like Mike Brown as a coach of the Knicks?" I'm like, "Talk to me in 2 weeks." After game 2, he heard Dad,
saying some stuff.
Not safe for work.
Oh, you in front of the kids, Rich?
Yes. Yeah, I try to teach him.
Even in Tay-Tay, she hears you say.
You got one more? No. Okay. All right, we'll get one more.
Wow. One more in Pittsburgh. We're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
It's a Berg thing. You wouldn't understand.
Fact.
The quarterback of the legendary Steelers. See, what number did he wear? What did Terry Bradshaw wear?
That would be number 12.
He wore number 12. TJ, what was the number of the quarterback of your favorite team growing up?
That would be number 12.
Roger Staubach wore number 12.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady wore number 12, and the Mets have lost 12 in a row.
Oh, interesting.
But it's over. The Mets are ending the losing streak tonight. The Mets are winning, TJ.
Tonight? You know why?
Tonight.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because the mercenary's coming off of the injured list.
Look, I don't care what you call him. The fact is he's been out.
Make it a Mets town again.
We've stunk. When we go on the roll when he comes back, I'm not going to say anything to you. I'm just going to look at you side-eyed.
Is that you? Was that you last night?
No. Not me. It could have been.
I think you should keep pitching Devin Williams. It's great.
That's the unknown comic.
Keep pitching him. The Minnesota Twins, with the Yankees own, like Aaron Rodgers owned the Bears.
Like the Mets own New York?
No.
The city?
Okay. No, they do. So it takes a big blow to the Mets.
What are you going to do when Soto comes back and we go on a roll?
Rich, and your boy is pitching tonight, Clay Holmes.
Yeah.
Hey, he's been their best pitcher, Schmeish Momes.
Under 2 ERA. Mets are winning tonight, TJ. I got
Baker's
you.
dozen, baby.
I love the way you think.
You know who's on tomorrow's program to talk about it? Number 13, Kurt Warner.
Hey.
Huh? Maybe we'll get Brock Purdy phoning in.
Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh guy.
Start adding these guests in advance of tomorrow.
We won't need it. We
13 game
I guarantee you.
Soto's coming back to save the day.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Act like you know.
They're going to win an extra $5 to come back.
Rich, did you see if you had rolled over $100?
20. What?
All of the Mets losses, you'd have $325,000.
Wow. Which, it's crazy. Lindor homered last night. Congratulations. That gave the Mets 17 home runs on the season. Same number of home runs of Aaron Judge and Ben Rice combined. This is great. It's great stuff. Great way to finish Overreaction Monday. Great facts, all of them. We take a break. When we come back, let's dive a little bit more into baseball.
We don't have to.
We don't have to.
No, we can.
I think we covered it enough.
Are the Yankees going to get an alternate jersey?
Let's talk WrestleMania.
Is that really going to happen?
Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just a resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com. Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, in a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep the cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com right now or call 562-314-4603 for details. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Here on the Rich Eisen Show. Sean McDermott's going to be our first guest in Hour 3, then Tom Pelissero, then the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I call it the right way, right?
Excellent.
The Commonwealth?
Yes, excellent.
And so that's all coming up. Listen, Cooper, my 15-year-old son, loves when there's a new City Connect uniform that's out of Major League Baseball.
Well, that's
because he knows what my reaction is.
Well,
going
he's
to be.
also the target audience.
Yeah. But he doesn't bring it up saying I love these. He knows I don't like them. And so I think he's now serving it up to me. There's only a handful. The Braves have one that looks like the old 70s uniform. It actually is a connection to the city, right?
Right.
Where they connect to the city's past through the uniform.
Sure.
How many of these city connects, there's no seeming city connection in my mind. And the only connection that I think they want to make is with my wallet, so my kid gets the jersey that they might be asking for. And it drives me crazy. The Red Sox, their City Connect uniform is like a version of the Green Monster?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay.
I just don't understand this stance.
I don't particularly like it. And the Yankees and the A's are the only teams that don't have a City Connect uniform.
Well, the A's don't have
and it's because the A's aren't connected to a city.
Yeah, they don't have a home.
I imagine when they go to Vegas, they'll have a City Connect, okay? And the Yankees are like, there's a pinstripe at home, and there's an away gray, and there's no names on the back, and that's the way we do it for the Yankees.
Because we're the Yankees. Oh.
No. Okay, no.
Yankees.
No, there's something called tradition. There's something called tradition, and that's great. I kind of dig that. We don't do that as the Yankees organization. And I just said we.
You did. Yes, you said it too.
Now then.
Maybe not so
The
fast.
Athletic is reporting that there is a consideration underway for an alternate road jersey, not a City Connect, but an alternate road jersey. And there it is on the screen. There's Aaron Judge wearing it. They wear it during spring training activity, okay? And it's the New York lettering, like the away jersey, but it looks like it's in light blue on a navy blue, not gray, jersey. And I look at this, and I'm hearing that apparently the consideration the Yankees are having for it is born out of the players asking. And the players have asked to have the facial hair rule that George put into place a half a century ago. That has been since
lifted.
Well, not lifted. It's been eased. It's been loosened. Okay, all right. Like they don't want them showing up like the Red Sox dirtbags, which was their nickname.
Well, we won that year.
We don't need we don't need the Yankees showing up like, oh brother, where art thou? Look it up.
They escape.
Okay, like Cough Drop Brothers.
I don't know.
All right, at any rate.
Well, Cough Drop.
Listen,
that's a nice beer.
And my reaction, I told Cooper. He said to me, "What do you think?" And I know fully, like he's going to, hey, for birthday or Hanukkah or something, that's what he's going to want, and it's fine. And in terms of my opinion, I have a 4-word opinion on this. Whatever Aaron Judge wants. That's it. If Aaron Judge wants it,
that's funny.
All good.
So you like it then?
I will love it. If Aaron Judge is one of the players saying, we want the jersey, Hal Steinbrenner.
Yeah, Hal's got the final say.
He does.
To the Athletic.
That guy on the screen, I think he looks great in it. And I think if it makes him happy and it makes him, a leader of the team and it makes the other, like Ben Rice, keep on homering and red hot, whatever Aaron Judge wants. Aaron, you want it?
What's going to help Aaron Judge hit over 200 in the postseason?
Okay. Nice.
Maybe it's in New Jersey,
That's
Chris.
great. It's okay. It's okay.
What's going to help him catch a pop-up?
Whatever makes him happy. Whatever makes him happy.
Okay, great.
Whatever makes him happy. And if that's the uniform, I love it. And all conditions need applied to my wallet. I get it.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Bring the whole family out and enjoy 5 days of fun on the river when Natchez Federal Credit Union presents the Fort Natchez River Fest, April 29th through May 3rd. Enjoy live thunder on the Natchez Powerboat racing at its best from the banks of the Natchez River at Port Natchez Riverfront Park. Check out 5 days of carnival rides with daily ride wristbands available. There will be live entertainment, great food and drinks, games, and fun for the whole family. It's the Port Natchez River Fest, Wednesday, April 29th through Sunday, May 3rd. For more info, visit pnriverfest.com.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if we're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Hey, Houston, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you ready for draft day? Join us Thursday, April 23rd at Nick's Place for the ultimate draft day party. We're giving away a preseason football tailgate party pack. That's right, 9 tickets to the game, 9 large pizzas, and a parking pass. Plus, ESPN Radio will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6 p.m. Cold drinks, great food, and wall-to-wall draft coverage all day long. Get here early and enter to win big. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697, 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL Draft Analyst Matt Miller, rock musician Brett Michaels, NFL Network Draft Analyst Charles Davis. Coming up, former Bills head coach Sean McDermott, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and now, Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air live from our set position. We are mere steps away from the confluence of the three rivers across the street from Acrisure. Live from the NFL Draft, and the draft set is across the river. We're all excited for Thursday night. Finally get some questions answered. We are in hour number 3 of a 3-day residency here in the Draft Town, home of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the NFL Draft. Tom Pelissero, my colleague from the NFL Network and NFL Media Group from back in the day, is going to be joining me here in just a few minutes' time. And then the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, is going to stop by and chit-chat some football. But we kick off hour number 3 with the longtime coach of the Buffalo Bills and the longtime coach in this league, courtesy of the Skin Cancer Foundation. Sean McDermott is here on the program. Good to see you, Coach. How are you?
What's up, Coach? Great. I'm great. Great to be with you.
You look rested. I'm not going to lie.
I wonder why that is.
Have you caught up on your sleep?
I've been doing a little bit of that. Yeah.
I bet. Are you restless, or like how have you been for the past few months, not being in a draft room, not getting ready for all of this?
Well, it's interesting. You know, you get a year where you get a chance to get some rest, catch up on some rest, lean in on the family a little bit, and maybe go once or twice through the school drop-off line to drop the kids off. And, and now here comes the draft, and I'm starting to get a little bit like, okay, I should be somewhere, and I'm in my living room at home, right? So, it's a little bit different right now.
So what is a coach, if you don't mind me turning you into a pundit here, into a part of the paparazzi, what does a coach do the day before an NFL draft? What were you doing for all those years the day before an NFL draft?
Well, normally you're kind of the work's in the, the work's done and the hay's in the barn. And
it is, though, huh? It is, for sure?
Pretty much. I mean, you do get, and mostly the GMs deal with this, the calls start coming in, if they haven't come in already this time of week, and the strategy starts to be executed as it relates to the first round and maybe beyond. But as a coach, you're really working with your own players and evaluating them and getting them going in the offseason program.
And that's it, huh? I mean, are your conversation with the general manager last minute? How does that work? Or you're literally, it's all done, huh?
It's
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, more check-ins at this point in the process. And hey, what are you hearing? What are you thinking? Every team's a little bit different based on how involved or not involved a coach may be,
right,
and the coaches as a whole. But for the most part, most of the coaches are probably checking in with their GMs respectfully and trying to get a feel for their latest thoughts.
The year you drafted Josh Allen, how nervous were you for the first hour of that draft? Because your coach, which is you're a control freak, and this is the ultimate, you cannot control if somebody's going to take the guy that I imagine the hay was in the barn for that kid, for that draft, right?
Yes, it was. And when you're targeting a player, and where we were on in the draft order to begin that day, at least, we knew we were going to have to move up. We felt like we had a couple partners that would possibly dance with us, and it came to fruition. But the first one didn't unfold. Kind of the first partner we thought we were going to be able to dance with, it didn't turn out, and so. So you had to pivot a little bit.
So who was it? Come on, Sean, we're done now. Right? Your Bills chapter is closed,
right?
Who was it?
No, I can't go there.
Okay, but there was
because that would have, ramifications.
Okay. All right. Look at you being respectful. I like that. So I don't mean to interrupt then. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, then
and you pivot.
We pivot a little bit to option 2, and then that got executed, and the rest is history. Drafting one of the best quarterbacks in league history.
What's your favorite story of his about his physical aspect of the game? And then just him as a human being on planet Earth.
Yeah. Well, last night I saw him drinking a beer, before a hockey game.
Well, I mean, as you know, all the time that you've spent in Buffalo, seeing him in a Sabres sweater, chugging a beer before a playoff game, coming off of a playoff win for the Sabres is that's it, right?
That's Buffalo,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what makes him part of who he is. Owns the locker room. He's got the it factor, just naturally has that it factor. All the things that we see on the grass, on the field, everybody sees that. But what you don't see all the time is what you just talked about, how he is day to day in the building. I mean, he's a true joy and honor to be around.
Yeah, and with kids in the community and families, he's the real deal. Like, there's no doubt about it. Yeah. What about physical? What's your favorite story of something he either did in practice, he did while you were either evaluating him, or something on the field?
Yeah, I mean, he's so dang competitive, and he's always been that way.
Right.
So any, call it just competition, even outside of football that we would have in the building, playing golf. Obviously, he's a big golfer. But my favorite moment from Josh's career to this point, at least, was his rookie season, 2018. We are on the road in Minnesota, and Josh goes airborne over one of their linebackers, just like, I'm just going to jump over this NFL player. It's not like he's jumping over me. He's jumping over an NFL player.
Yes.
Right? And made it look so effortless. And so I don't think we'll ever see that again. And probably not even from Josh, because he's, I think, learned a little bit how to take care of his body.
Was that a moment where you toy with the idea of saying, let's not try that again? Or you're like, I can't put a single limitation on this kid? Like, what do you go through as a coach?
Well, you got to kind of inch your way into those conversations and into that window of, hey, let's make sure that we're not doing that every game. And ultimately Josh figured it out where, hey, he has to play in such a way that not to lose his identity and his personality, but at the same time be him while taking care of himself so he can play for a number of years like he's done. And he's gotten banged up at times, but there are very few, if any, tougher in the game than Josh Allen.
Sean McDermott here on the Rich Eisen Show, courtesy of the Skincare Foundation, which we'll talk about in a minute. But if you don't mind, talking about you for a split moment as well, do you still want to coach?
Absolutely. I love coaching. Love it.
What do you miss about it?
I think just being a part of something bigger, right? Being a part of a team. We all have been parts of teams since we're this tall, and you get a chance to do that for a job, and then now you're in a year where, for myself, it's a year off, right? But it's also a year of opportunity in a lot of ways to grow and lean in on my family, as we already talked about, and but I think more than anything, it's just being a part of a team, and then what happens with that, as you already alluded to, Rich, is the calendar year and the schedule that comes from that, and being around that for 20 plus years, you get so accustomed to it. Hey, okay, this is a time of year I should be doing this, and the family does as well, and so I think they're ready to, like, hey, Dad, stop leaning in and back off a little bit, maybe. Sure. But that's natural.
Well, what about media? You want to do that this year?
We're looking into some. Yeah, we've got some suitors and kind of trying to schedule it all out and see where it goes.
And what about, because I think you saw, Vrabel and Saleh did some time during the season with some teams where they would show up. I think Cleveland was Vrabel was there, and I think Saleh might have stopped by also, and then they wound up Saleh getting a defensive coordinator position. Obviously, then Vrabel got a call from the Patriots. Is that something that would be of interest to you as well?
We've had some people reach out. I just think overall, it's to me is, and I never thought I'd entertain this, but just taking a year to get some rest and use it to really reflect and research, and yet at the same time build off of the success that we had in Buffalo. And in doing so, you get a chance. I mean, you do this when you're on the job also, but you don't have the size of the window that I have now to do it. Where I've been in touch with leaders from other organizations or other industries, even outside of sports. So it's been, to this point at least, a great opportunity for me to grow.
What about maybe being part of the league's interpretation of what a simultaneous catch is? Did you ever want to maybe...
Where do you want to begin? You start.
I hear you. It's just about whether that moment, how much do you think about that moment? Because that could have been a different road of what happened for the team as well as you professionally from that moment.
Well, I think this more than anything, Rich, is I think about it for our team. I think about it for the fans of the Buffalo Bills Mafia, and all the work that we put into it. But I don't really think specifically a lot about that moment, because at the end of the day, that's beyond my control.
Right.
So for me and our family, it's really been about, hey, going forward and looking ahead to the future and the opportunities and all that we're going to have fun doing this year and exploring and growing. And I think that's part of what I've always been about, and it's been great to this point.
Do you think if that catch went your way, you would have won the football game?
We would have won the football game.
Okay. And
I do believe that.
And if you'd won the football game and then you'd have gone, to New England the following, it would have been a massive snowstorm, by the way. That's what happened in New England. Do you think you'd have made the Super Bowl?
Fully confident in our team.
Okay.
What else is there?
Okay.
Right? Fully confident in our team.
And then do you think you'd still be the coach of the Buffalo Bills?
You never know. You never know.
Really? So it wasn't like at the end of the day, did you get an answer? Like an actual satisfying answer as to why?
No, you don't. When you're in this position that I'm in as a coach, you really don't get an answer. You move forward. And listen, every setback in life is a chance for a comeback at the same time. So that's how I've always lived my life, and that's how our teams kind of played in Buffalo, and I take a lot of pride in that. And we had a lot of success there. But 9 years, how many coaches really get a chance to be in one spot in professional sports, in particular the NFL, for nine seasons? And we're going to take a lot from that that experience.
Sean McDermott here on the Rich Eisen Show. What is the Skin Cancer Foundation?
Yeah, Skin Cancer Foundation. So been working with them, myself, my family, since 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a cause that is very personal and near and dear to my heart because, I've experienced some skin cancers along my journey in life to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, never a melanoma, but there's different forms of skin cancer.
Yeah.
It runs in my family as well. And then Jim Johnson, legendary defensive coordinator for the Eagles, whom I worked with for roughly 10 years in Philadelphia, died because of a skin cancer. So this is an important cause for myself, my family, and it is about really emphasizing, hey, get yearly checkups and early detection, and then, and this is, I want to emphasize, people, especially males, they say more females are willing to apply sunblock than men. And so to all of us men out there, wear your sunblock. We're getting into the warmer months of the season and of the year, and whether you're out for a walk, doing yard work, coaching, wear sunblock or at least sun protective clothing because it helps.
Well, to learn more about protecting your skin from the sun or the warning signs of skin cancer, check out the Skin Cancer Foundation's website, skincancer.org. It's the most common cancer. 1 in 5 Americans will develop it by the age of 70. So it's no joke. And it really is prevention. You get checked out. Don't be so proud about that either, for sure. And in just, again, you being a coach and a member of, as Brockman pointed out when you came here, the member of the Ball Brotherhood here on the program. You're the perfect person.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't either. I understand that. Wearing a hat is very important in that sort of regard. You're the perfect person to ask. I don't know if you noticed what Robert Saleh's doing in Tennessee right now, but if you take a look at his entire coaching staff, it does appear that he is hiring mostly bald men. Look at that. Now, is this, you think, on purpose? He's not noticing what he's doing? Is it subconscious? Speaking as a member of the Bald Brotherhood and also the coaching fraternity, what do you think is up here with the Titans?
It's possible come the end of the season that he's going to get in trouble for that.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's got to diversify a little.
Right? Yeah, right.
I mean, we got to get somebody who parts it on the side, maybe somebody parts it, maybe a mohawk.
Yeah.
We might need a little bit of...
Understood.
Kind of mixing that up a little bit.
So I should bring this to the commissioner's attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take it right to the...
Why do you want to snitch
get a chance to do that.
I'm not going to snitch. This is the Bald Brother. I kind of dig it. I just don't know. But you put a staff together. Do you think he just turns around like, oh, my God, we're all bald?
I see a lot of myself in you. You're hired.
Hey, if you know X's and coach, X's and O's, and you got the right hairstyle. Right. It's great to see you, Sean McDermott.
Likewise.
Hopefully we get to hang out some more in the future, and I appreciate you being here now. That's Sean McDermott right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before we take a break, I want to tell you about the all-new Hyundai Palisade. You can make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids' gear, snacks, and backpacks, space does matter, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. My next guest, Tom Pelissero, is getting set to join us with everything he knows about the draft, and the governor, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 15% off Pella projects or no interest for 24 months, equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hungry for the best lunch in town? Then look no further than Brown Bag Deli. With 5 convenient locations, Brown Bag Deli is open for lunch and ready to serve you Houston's best sandwiches. Planning an event? Email cater@brownbagdeli.com to cater your next gathering with delicious options that have won Houston's Best of the Best award. Houston owned and operated with only the freshest ingredients. Swing by a location today or order online at brownbagdeli.com.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Truck Month has been extended through April at Monument Chevrolet. That's right, Monument Chevrolet is offering a supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s, the big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers. You pay that price through April. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 and drive away in a new Silverado today, or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we make adult, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's that time again for ESPN
ESPN Houston's occasional invitational golf tournament. Golfers who are formally invited to go to ESPN975.com to sign up. We're playing at Sterling Country Club in Northwest Houston on Wednesday, April 29th. Your entry includes 18 holes of golf, box lunches from Brown Bag Deli, lots of complimentary Coors Light, and dinner catered by Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. We finish with a well-celebrated John Granado wrapping up the festivities, which is worth the price of admission alone. Sign up now at ESPN975.com.
Difference makers for this team.
Yes.
When they were going through their mock draft exercises, none of those guys were coming to them at 10.
The Bengals, so you're saying the Bengals, by the way, Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show, our radio audience just returned just to catch him up to speed. So the Bengals looked at the top 10, didn't really think that they'd get someone at 10 that's worthy of sticking and picking compared to getting Dexter Lawrence for their defensive line, and that's where they make a trade, and also they look at Joe Burrow and say, see what we're doing for the defense?
If you're talking about getting a blue-chip player, they regarded Dexter Lawrence as a blue-chip player, and as one person involved in those discussions told me, 10 would have been a slow death. In other words, every time that they were mapping it out, who could take who might fall to us, they were getting somebody they didn't regard as an instantaneous difference maker. Whereas from the Giants' perspective, they're not going to take an edge rusher, obviously. They're not getting Fernando, nor would they take a quarterback. So for them, they now have 2 in the top 10, which if you subtract the David Baileys and Arvell Reese and Ruben Baines, Fernando Mendoza's, they're going to get 2 of their top 6 or 7 players, which for the Giants makes sense, which really made that a win-win. And for Dexter Lawrence getting a bump over the next couple of years in salary, a win for him as well.
Who's going to go higher than we think?
There are a number of players who we've increasingly heard within the league. Again, when people are doing all these different war game exercises, Dylan Thiedemann, the Oregon safety, was looked at as a fringe first-round pick. I think he's a top 20 pick. I think he may go much higher than that. Caleb Banks, who news came out today that his doctor sent a letter to the team saying he's going to be cleared in time for training camp here. He had an odd deal with a foot injury that then he aggravated, but the medicals come back pretty clean on him. I think there's a good chance Caleb Banks ends up being a top 20 pick, which you would not have said before. Quarterback-wise, the one guy I keep coming back to, and this may not be in round 1, though I can't 100% rule it out. The quarterback who's going to go higher than every projection has had him in this process, I believe, is Carson Beck. There was a lot the teams had to sort through going back to Georgia. All the things they saw on social media, all the things that they heard out of the program, the celebrity obsessions, and him and Kirby Smart not getting along. To his credit, Carson Beck heard some of that stuff after he transferred to Miami. He cleaned up some of those things. Carson Beck has impressed people in the process when he's meeting with coaches. He comes across, as one scout put it to me, as a beautiful mind in terms of his football IQ. He knows exactly what's going on the football field. You remember the old Bill Parcells rules for drafting a quarterback. College graduate, senior, which he's a super senior to say the least, 30 starts, 23 wins, 60% completions, 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. He's above and beyond in all those metrics, and he's 6'5", has a good enough arm. Why is that guy not going high? There's enough teams that have a quarterback need. I would not be surprised if Carson Beck goes, I believe he will go in the second round of this draft. Wow. And there's at least a non-trivial chance, again, based on the fact that everybody in the back half of the first round is going to have a second round grade. I would not 100% rule out the idea of Carson Beck somehow finding his way into the bottom of round 1.
No kidding. Wow. Before Ty Simpson? Now that would be something.
Both those guys, depending who you talk to, they're fits for different types of schemes. Carson Beck can probably do a lot of different stuff. He would fit the mold of, let's say, if you're Frank Reich with the Jets and that offense where you want the big, tall pocket passer who can process a lot at the line of scrimmage. He'd arguably be a better fit than Ty Simpson, who's the most common comp on him is Brock Purdy. That he's a guy who is, he may not have the biggest arm, no elite traits, right? Not the biggest guy, but he's going to be able to operate at a high level. He's going to be able to make NFL throws. That's that's a fit for the McVay, Shanahan type of offense. The existential question for the entire league is going to be, when Brock Purdy was a 7th-round pick, Kirk Cousins was a 4th-round pick, those guys who don't have the traits generally go later in the draft. Have we now just come around on, hey, Brock Purdy is statistically one of the most efficient quarterbacks in NFL history? Maybe that guy, if he came out now, should be a 1st-round pick. I believe Ty Simpson, the floor for him is in the top half of the 2nd round. If I had to lean, I would say he goes in the 1st, just because if it's Arizona, and the whole league right now thinks Arizona's going to take him, well, somebody could leapfrog him. Everybody knows who's there. They're at 34. Jets are at 33. If you want a quarterback, get into the bottom of 1 and take him.
But why would the Jets take a quarterback this year if they've put every draft capital egg in next year's basket?
I don't believe they are taking Ty Simpson.
Okay.
I don't believe that is the best fit for them. Could they take Carson Beck at some point? I could see that. Would it be at 33? I don't know, but they might have to take him because I don't think they have another pick prior to when Carson Beck quite possibly is going to be off the board. For Ty Simpson, the Cardinals are the clear team.
Who else?
The Rams, in terms of a futures guy. Now, when they had 29, that was the thought was, all right, you get an impact player at 13, right. You come back at 29. They trade 29 for Trent McDuffie, which is a blue chip player that's going to make a difference for their team. Can you take him at 13? That would be rich. But for the Rams, if they can move back, maybe move back a significant degree and still end up with them, I would not rule that out because there's not a lot of players they've done more work on in this draft than Ty Simpson. And there's not a lot of teams that have done more work on Ty Simpson than the Rams. They don't do 30 visits. They don't go to the combine. They don't do those things. But they spend extra time with guys. They make tons and tons of phone calls. The Rams are one of the interesting teams to me in the 1st round because you certainly can make the argument they should go receiver because Devontae Adams, by virtue of the fact that they were already telling him we might trade you, right, shows he may not have a lot more time left. You have to figure out exactly what Puka Nacua is going to be moving forward. Certainly a good sign that he's back in the building with the team. But at 13, if they get stuck there, do they take Mekhi Lemon? I don't think he goes above that. If the Rams don't take Mekhi Lemon, we'll see exactly where he goes. Could they take Omar Cooper Jr.? They've done a ton of work on Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, who had one of the best catches we've ever seen in college football. There's a lot of different ways that they could go. And just knowing how aggressive Sean and Les like to be, whether it's moving up or moving down, if it's bleep them picks or collect them picks, they've had those plans in the past, but you need somebody to want to move up into that spot.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Phone in his left hand. I don't think it's buzzed. You haven't even looked at it. I'm very impressed.
I'm sure it's buzzed.
Very, very impressed. Has it been buzzing?
We can guarantee that it's buzzed.
Mentioned you in their story, Rich Eisen Show on Instagram.
Who said that?
Nice.
You guys. Is it TJ?
And it's Instagram.
Jake is here. Jake's
a mention.
Yeah. Jake's doing it.
You didn't get a text message, though, Tom, through all that?
I mean, I've got several non-important threads muted.
The team most likely to trade up into the top 5 is?
I mean, the Cowboys certainly have done their due diligence on it.
For Styles?
The belief would be Sonny Styles.
Arvell Reese?
Going all the way to the top 5. Let's start with who might trade out. The Cardinals at 3 are certainly open to trading out. The Titans at 4 are open to trading out. If with this stands, if we're talking top 5, Fernando at 1, obviously. At 2, it's either Bailey or Reese. It would come as a great shock to people within the league if it's not David Bailey, the best pure pass rusher in this draft. But if they have a vision for Arvell Reese, you can't rule that out. At 3 with the Cardinals, that's where the Jeremiah Love window opens, and it will shut quickly. Jeremiah Love goes at 3, 4, or 5. If he gets past 5, I am shocked. And that would be Cardinals, Titans, Giants. If he's sitting there, maybe the best player in the draft, which is also part of the argument for if the Cardinals are there at 3, do you take an offensive tackle, build it for what you're going to have eventually in the quarterback, or do you take somebody in Jeremiah Love who's going to be able to take pressure off the quarterback in another way?
Or do you trade out and get the resources that you could then turn around to go trade back in for Ty Simpson where you think you can get him?
And that is also something that we've seen Monty do in the past. Right. He's done the trade down, trade up routine before.
Right. So who's most likely to trade into the top 5? Tom Pelissero.
Again, the Cowboys have certainly explored it. The Chiefs have explored trading up. The Chiefs needs tackle, edge, corner. At 9, you're probably not trading up for a corner. So that brings you to edge or tackle.
Yes.
I would think in that scenario, it's for a tackle. Just because, again, if David Bailey goes at 2, I don't know that you're trading up for Reuben Bain, I don't know exactly where they landed on what Arvell Reese is, but I would say the Chiefs, if somebody moves up right now, I would go with the Chiefs. They don't have as far to go as the Cowboys.
Right.
And if you're going to get one of those top tackles, the fact that Cleveland is sitting there at 6 and is almost surely taking a tackle would motivate you to get ahead of them.
So which is the tackle that goes first?
If it's for the Browns, you have Spencer Fano.
Yes.
Would certainly be the one. If you're going up and trying to get above them, it could be Fano. He fits a profile that Andy Reid certainly would like. Francis Mauigoa is going to be really interesting because some people have him as a guard, and taking a guard in the top 5 picks doesn't happen very often. But it's probably one of those two. The next one, Monroe Freeland's going to go high in this draft. Blake Miller's likely a first-round pick. There's a bunch of them. But if you're trading up, if you're going way up to get a tackle, the two would be Fano and Mauigoa.
Was that code of saying Andy Reid's a BYU guy and Fano's a Utah guy? Was that?
That would be. He drafted a BYU tackle a couple of years ago. That is fantastic. See, you're on your game. I can tell you already ahead.
Why are you so surprised by that?
Because
this is the NFL draft, Tom Pelissero, and it's also, this is a day that ends in Y. You know what I mean?
Precisely. And this is, I know that, going into this too, and of course, we're trying to drive ratings for the event that you host for 3 days.
Okay. I'm not trying to do anything. I think the ratings speak for themselves.
As much as we're talking, we don't have a Shedeur Sanders level story.
We never will ever again. Will we ever have a player that could go in so many mock drafts, first round, top of the first round, that lasts the 5th round, who's the son of one of the most famous players and popular pop culture guys ever? Naming that will never happen again.
Set of circumstances.
A day 1 story that lingers to day 3.
It is extremely rare.
Exactly. All I know is that, just real quick,
I'm trying to help you.
It's raised to a certain level when my mom is like, "What is going on with Deion's son?" And I got that phone call. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So here's what I would say: the storylines throughout the draft, not just in round 1, but going down. I would start with, of course, Ty Simpson and where he goes.
Yes, sir.
He's in the green room. That's a lot of pressure on a quarterback. We've seen it with Will Levis and Brady Quinn and Aaron Rodgers and plenty of famous stories. Where Ty Simpson goes, that's an obvious one. Jermod McCoy, the Tennessee corner, is going to be a big story. You talk to basically any evaluator in the NFL, they'll say this guy's one of the blue chip players in the draft. He's a top 10 pick all day. But he has a knee situation that is complicated and that the medical folks for all 32 teams have had to dig into and determine exactly what it is that they're going to be willing to do.
Yes.
Jermod McCoy is not straight up off boards. There's still I would say a decent chance that he goes in the first round because, again, even if you say, all right, well, we downgrade him to the second round, you're taking second round picks in the first round in the back half. But Jermod McCoy, the ACL is fine. The ACL that he had reconstructed after he tore it in, I think, January of 25, that part's fine. He had a certain type of procedure where he had a cartilage defect in the knee. They use what's called a bone plug. There is concern among some doctors that he is going to need that bone plug replaced, which is another very lengthy type of a recovery. So there's longevity concerns. There are availability. Are you going to have to be managing his reps in his first year? Everyone's going to come to different determinations on that. But if you are, let's say, the Chargers at 23, you are in a spot in the draft where there's not a lot of first-round talents in there. You need a corner, and you're going, so you're telling me this guy probably can play? He might not be a 3-contract player, even a 2-contract player, but we can get a top 10 pick at number 23 in a draft where there aren't those guys.
Yeah.
Somebody like that may take him, but that is going to be a storyline worth following. I would also go to the number of big-name quarterbacks that we have in this draft who are not right now first-round picks. There are, and I went back because I had the Blesto grades from the spring of 2024, the conglomerate of different scouts from different teams.
Yes.
They come together, and in the spring, in May, they get together and they put the grades down. You can find first-round grades a couple of years ago on Carson Beck. You can find first-round grades on Drew Aller. You can, if you went back to 2024, you could probably find people at a first-round grade on Garrett Nussmeier. All those guys are going to get drafted. In the case of Aller and Nussmeier, they're probably 3rd to 4th round. I would lean 4th round, but with all those comp picks, you can't rule it out. Mm-hmm. Those are big-name college players who all have traits and all have shown in the past they are capable of developing into starters. But with Nussmeier, he had a really weird injury last year. They kept calling it an abdominal strain. He found out, and I reported yesterday, when he underwent scans at the combine, he has a cyst on his spine that was pushing on a nerve. That's what was causing all this oblique pain. He couldn't throw normally the entire season.
Wow.
If you say 2025 was a result of that cyst, go back to the 2024 tape, you find a lot to like. Drew Aller, prior to the playoff game at the end of the 2024 season, if he came out, was probably a first-round pick. So it never came together. Then he gets hurt this year. James Franklin gets fired. The whole thing's a disaster. But he was regarded as a first-round pick by plenty of people. Somebody's going to take these guys, and maybe you're finding somebody in the third or fourth round who is capable of developing into a starter. And that's without even getting to the really unique athletic likes of Taylon Green from Arkansas and Cole Payton from North Dakota State. Two guys who there's varying opinions on what they are in the NFL, but both those guys are going to go in the fourth or fifth round, and somebody's going to take a guy and have a plan with him. Taylon Green, the comp is Colin Kaepernick. He is fun to watch on tape. He also was benched on senior day last year by Bobby Petrino. There's a lot to unpack, but there's no 6'6" guys who run 4.4 40. Like, it just doesn't happen. 4.36, I think he ran.
Yeah.
All those things are interesting without even getting to Diego Pavia, which is another story.
Another story in itself. Yeah, I mean, Petrino with the most famous football neck brace since Pat McAfee, pretty much, right?
Look at you.
Before
went back.
Before I let you go, the governor of this great Commonwealth is about to join us, and Josh Shapiro. He probably wants to know if A.J. Brown's getting traded. Is he getting traded?
I want to know that too, actually.
I would say
he's a Patriot fan. That's a different.
First of all,
you're not the governor of
knowing whose state I'm in.
By the way, he's on a top step off camera right now.
What would you like the answer to be?
Or Howie says. Howie would say A.J. Brown is an Eagle. I would say June 2nd-ish. I would not anticipate that he's an Eagle.
Okay.
Now, there have been no recent talks between the Eagles and the Patriots.
Yes.
But all signs are pointing toward this being a divorce, and then we'll see exactly where that ends up landing in terms of the compensation that they would still have to work out. How much are the Patriots willing to give up in the 2027 draft, which is regarded as a way better draft than 2026? That's one other thing I would mention real quick. Last year we had multiple teams give up their first-round pick in the following year. I would be stunned if someone does it this year.
An outstanding political answer out of you, Governor, right there. Whatever Howie says, that's the win, for sure. I like that.
I'm available for VP. Just saying. If
wow.
you need,
wow, look at you.
Shoot your shot,
there's a lot of changes going on in our industry. I might need a plan B.
Always making news on Rich's show.
Thank you for coming on, Tom.
Thank you very much.
You can see who's coming up next, the governor of this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I will see you later on today and then tomorrow, obviously.
Can't wait.
Great. That's Tom Pelissero right here on The Rich Eisen Show. We wrap up with Governor Josh Shapiro when we come back. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, tell me about Round Top.
Round Top is pretty awesome. You have it in the spring and in the fall. It's coming up. So if you find a vintage glider, if you find a vintage sewing machine base, we've even done fire hydrant pumps. If you find cool things like that could use some TLC, bring it to us and we will bring it back to life.
What's some of the weirdest things that you've powder coated?
One lady had an obsession with frogs, and she had 27 frogs that were all doing different activities, reading books, playing guitars, doing yoga, being a ballerina. So that was eccentric right there.
It doesn't matter what the metal is. You guys powder coat it and make it look better.
With no judgment.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Usher and Chris Brown are teaming up for the R&B Tour, and it's stopping at NRG Stadium. Join the two superstars for all the hits on Friday, October the 9th. Tickets go on sale April 27th at livenation.com.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time. Make this free call now and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
ESPN Radio has returned, ladies and gentlemen. Governor Josh Shapiro.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of the great state of Pennsylvania is here. Good to see you. How are you, sir?
Great to be here, man. Welcome to Pittsburgh.
Thank you, sir. I haven't been here in a while. Last time I was here was the night that the Steelers had a Saturday night game on Christmas Eve against the Raiders, and Franco Harris had just passed away, and there was a shrine being basically built in the airport next to his statue of the Immaculate Reception. You know, this is as great a football town as there is in the United States, sir.
Great football town. By the way, we miss Franco. He was a wonderful man, a friend and supporter, and just an extraordinary guy. You haven't lived till you've done a tailgate at Penn State with Franco Harris. Pretty incredible.
That had to be something, huh?
Incredible. Just incredible.
Yeah, it's a Penn State guy and then a Steeler guy and then just a community guy and a great guy. And obviously he left us too soon. But this city, I was telling you during the commercial break, and I would tell this to you off the air as I did, this city, when it's lit up at night, is one of the most beautiful cities on planet Earth. And Thursday night, it's going to be clear as a bell. This town's going to look amazing.
Going to be amazing. You know, we're going to be blessed with good weather, it seems like. And I got to say, everybody's done a heck of a job getting ready. The NFL, the Steelers organization, the Rooney family, they've been amazing. Our mayor, our county executive, our team in the state, everybody rowing in the same direction, working really hard, and it's going to be great. We can't wait to welcome hundreds of thousands of people to Pittsburgh.
Now, do you take part in the trying to get the draft to Pittsburgh type stuff? I mean, are you in on that sort of machinations
all
to
in
get something like here?
All in. So, Rich, I was governor, I think, for 2 or 3 weeks.
Right.
And the Birds went to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And I went to, lead the delegation or whatever is the official way of saying it. But I'm also just a huge Birds fan. But while I was there, I was focused on 2 things: bringing business back to Pennsylvania and landing the NFL draft. Mr. Rooney had started to talk to the NFL about it. And I made a point wherever I could to find Roger Goodell and be the biggest pain in the ass to Roger Goodell about bringing the NFL draft here to Pittsburgh. And I made very clear, I think this city is a city of champions. We love football. It's beautiful. We can welcome people, whether they're driving, flying, however they're coming, and we'd put our best foot forward. And I'd run through a brick wall for him. We would do anything we needed to do to make this work, and just kept following up, nudging him. And Roger is just an absolutely wonderful commissioner, believed in what we could pull off here in Pittsburgh, obviously loves and values the Rooney family, and we made it happen. And for us, it's a huge economic development opportunity. It's been a huge catalyst for economic growth here. Downtown is looking better and better every day, and we've used the draft as something to build toward. So we're just pumped up. We're excited. It's a big deal.
And I think the commissioner has a soft spot for the Steelers because the man who knocked on the door to tell him he was, in fact, elected commissioner of the NFL was Dan Rooney.
Yeah.
He was sitting there waiting for the vote to be done, and the guy who knocked on the door, sort of similar to like the Hall of Fame the door knocks, the one who knocked on the door to say you're the commissioner was Dan Rooney back in the day.
Incredible story, and to have Dan Rooney, who's just a legend, make that statement to you, it's got to make you feel great.
Now, listen, all politics is local, and this is a Steeler town. But you mentioned you're a Birds fan.
Yeah.
You're cool. Like, I notice you're wearing Pennsylvania gear.
Yeah, it's my team, Pennsylvania.
Look, man, if this draft was in Philadelphia, I mean, you'd show up here, like you're dressed for Silver Linings Playbook, man.
Listen, I'm not Rob Lowe wearing an NFL hat. I'm not going to do that. I'm a Birds fan. And you got to be true to who you are.
Yeah.
And listen, no hate for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I'm the biggest Steelers fan this week, working incredibly hard with them, for them, anything they need. But I think you got to be true to who you are. I grew up a young boy rooting for every Philly sports team, listening to 610 WIP, which was sports radio at night on my little transistor radio or wherever it was, calling in and feeling fortunate, like when they took my call. I was like a 12-year-old kid getting through.
Josh from where was calling?
Well, now I'm Josh from Juniata.
Okay.
Otherwise, if when I call as governor, they want to talk about politics.
No,
I don't want to talk about politics.
But when you called in, you were Josh from where?
I was back then, just Josh from Drescher.
Okay.
That's where I was from.
Okay, cool.
Man, let me just tell you, that's how I grew up, and I think you got to be loyal to that. And I think Yinzers here, Pittsburghers, they respect you for just being true to who you are.
Well, TJ, Mr. Altoona, Pennsylvania, right here, also spent some time here in Pittsburgh. You're the perfect person to settle this. This has been a decade-long conversation because, as you know, I'm from New York City.
Right.
Chris has spent some time in Boston. We've referred to ourselves as being East Coasters. Philadelphians can say you're an East Coaster.
Yeah.
Can a Pittsburgh person say you're an East Coaster?
It's interesting. It's got a little bit more of a Midwestern vibe to it. Pennsylvania's obviously big and vast and wonderful. And, when you're in Erie or you're in Pittsburgh, it's a little bit more Midwest than it is East Coast, the way Philly is. But I think that's what makes this a beautiful, wonderful, diverse, just incredible state. I will just say back to the Birds and the Steelers.
Yes, sir.
There's no, hate, right? I mean, Birds fans hate everybody, but there's not this sort of rivalry. I will say, Penguins Flyers, that's a rivalry. Those teams hate each other, and those fan bases hate each other. But Birds and Steelers are okay.
Okay, they can flock together.
They're okay.
So what do you know what's happening with the Eagles and A.J. Brown? Do you use your influence of your office to find out what is happening? I mean, you really are the only man more powerful in this Commonwealth than Big Dom is you.
Big Dom's one.
Right. Oh, really?
Long drop to number 2, where maybe is me.
Okay.
I don't know.
Understood.
But no, Big Dom. Big Dom's a man. Howie's a friend. I would say Howie is the best GM, not just in football, but in all professional sports.
Okay.
But I'm very careful about not abusing my friendship with him and asking him for any inside scoop. I trust him. Birds fans trust him. He's earned that trust, and he'll do what he needs to do.
But you never call him up and say what's going on?
I mean, we talk sports. I might share my opinion, but...
Well, you're not calling about the Sixers beating the Celtics last night on 2 days before the draft if you call him, imagine.
No, but, I mean... I was texting a whole bunch of my buddies about that Sixers game. My problem with the Sixers is I love the Sixers, but they break your heart. And so I was trying not to get emotionally invested after game 1. Now, after game 2, I'm completely emotionally invested.
You're back.
Okay. I just hope Joe comes back and they don't break my heart.
I feel your pain there.
You do, right?
Yeah, man.
It's so much talent, but it's just like...
Especially with Embiid, right? That we've rarely seen a player as physically gifting, yet his body keeps just breaking.
It's so sad. Yeah. I mean, in terms of physical gifts, he's top 2 or 3 in the NBA, if not number 1. Well, and I would argue our backcourt right now is as good as we've ever had. I mean, AI was obviously extraordinary, but he didn't have a complimenting player the way Maxey and VJ have.
You understand business. I've got to do a quick piece of business right here for Rich Eisen Show sponsor, LinkedIn. If you're running a small business, you know making every hire matter is important. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. And the challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in right here. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire, and get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. I appreciate you stopping by here.
You sounded pretty good there.
I appreciate you.
You might have a future in this.
Thank you. You went higher register. If you go higher register, that means you don't believe what you're saying, but I believe you, sir. We've got a couple more minutes to end this show on Disney Plus, if you don't mind staying right there.
Love it.
Appreciate it. For our radio audience, that wraps up our first of 3 days here from the awesome city of Pittsburgh, PA. Back in a second with the Gov.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. He's Brian. I am Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe with Brian. AJ's in for Brian. Brian's in for Joe. It's always weird calling a show.
You seem like you don't know what to call the show without Joe here. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I've never had a show where it had my name in it and my co-host name in it before Jeremy and Joe. It's just really awkward to me to be like, hey, welcome back. We're Jeremy and Joe with Jeremy and Brian. It's just odd to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. It doesn't feel natural. You know,
I don't
really
take anything weird of it, though, or like any offense by it. That is the name of the show.
I
It's on the
wouldn't.
graphic on the podcast page.
Do you think I'd be concerned about offending
No,
you?
I don't. I'm just saying it out loud, but I know that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. You know, Houston sports fans got to deal with an Astros loss yesterday, a Rockets loss yesterday, now 3 hours of BMAC. What did Houston sports have to do to get? What did they do to deserve this?
Before 3:01, before the first insult happened, AJ, if we're all keeping track at home. Not even 3:01 yet.
Astros did win today, though.
They did.
So
They did.
We'll get to that a little bit later.
But pitching, no less.
Yeah. Peter Lambert. Not bad. A Dana Brown specialty.
Yeah.
Look at Dana Brown go. We'll get to the Astros a little bit later. Hit yesterday's game, hit today's game. Astros do win a series at Cleveland. Like, you tip your cap to that. Yeah, could it have been a sweep? Sure. We don't get mad at series losses around here. So we'll get to that later. The NFL draft is tomorrow. We'll talk NFL draft at some point, cash them or trash them as well. But we start with the Rockets in the Lake show last night in L.A. Not a great look for the Houston Rockets, who lose this one by 7. They led for a minute of this game. Lakers pretty much led pillar to post. They built a big lead. Their lead was as big as 15 points in yesterday's game. Rockets fall behind 2-0 to the Lakers. I pulled up the odds of the series because I have the Lakers minus 550 to win the series.
Looking good.
Which is looking better by the minute.
You mean plus 550?
Yeah, that's what I say.
Minus 550?
Yeah, plus 550.
Okay.
I have the Lakers plus 550. So I wanted to see the series line to see if the Rockets were plus 200. I'm like, okay, let's just lock in a profit. The Rockets are still plus 110 to win the series.
Wow.
Lakers are favorites, but only at minus 130. So, Vegas still kind of respects the Rockets here. I felt like they over-respected the Rockets at the beginning of the series, which is why I bet the series. It's why I bet the Lakers money line yesterday, because I separate church and state. I was surprised that it's only Lakers minus 130. So, Vegas is still respecting the Rockets to make this a series. And, look, plus 110, that's a 50-50 shot, basically, because you factor in the VIG.
Yeah, I would. If you'd given me a guess as to what that number would be, I would not have guessed it'd be as close to 50-50 as you mentioned with the plus 110. Like, this feels like, I feel like right now Lakers in 5 is kind of what, like, if I'm predicting how the rest of the series go and what the final tally on the series goes, I don't see how the Lakers aren't a big, like, if you were to set the number, what would you, like, blindly before you looked and saw the Rockets were at 110, what would your number have been?
Like, my number to buy back into the series?
No,
or
just what you thought the Vegas should set the line.
If I were the
if you're the book
maker.
setting it, right.
See, Vegas thinks more of the Rockets than I do. So if I were to separate those two thoughts, though, right? Like, the Rocket, there's the Vegas, like, respecting the Rockets because I think they over-respect the Rockets. If I were the line maker and I was a bookie, like, I'm taking bets illegally, that this is just a scenario. It's not really happening, feds.
Yeah, hypothetical.
I think I would have Rockets like plus 175, plus 180.
Yeah, I was thinking 200 in my head. Was like when I was thinking in my head, but yeah, that seems reasonable as well. I guess the thought is, you know, the old saying, a series doesn't start until the road team wins a game. I guess they're holding true to that, and over the course of their series, if they think if the Rockets get right at home, get some momentum, get some confidence, that would then translate into the rest of the series and help the Rockets maybe steal a game in LA and then end up still taking the series. But while I see that side and that thought, I would not bet on that at this point.
No, I'm not buying back into the series. I guess I'm just not gonna, because, like, what's it going to take the Rockets to get to plus 200? A 3-0 deficit? I'm not betting the Rockets at that point.
No.
I might as well just go progressive money line at that point.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I would do. Maybe if they're down 3-1 after 4, They might be plus 200. Like, say they win game 3.
But down 3-1,
lose
we
game
going
4.
back to L.A., too.
Yeah, like, what would the odds do? Like, what would Vegas do to the Rockets at that point? If they win game 3, lose game 4, going back to L.A., like, I would have it like plus 250, plus 270.
Yeah, I think it'd be north of 200. Yeah.
How about 3-2 coming back home? Would it be plus 200 at that point?
3-2 coming back home, yeah. I think it'd be under 2. I actually think it'd be under 200.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have an opportunity to buy back into this.
No.
Like,
I think you just play it game by game.
I think I just let it ride at this point. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. At least with the current
Plus
information that I have.
550. Wow.
Yeah, look.
No, it's a smart move.
You needed plus what, 800?
Sorry?
You didn't like that value. You wanted plus like 800.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I don't think I said it like exactly in those words, but you're right. I think I said that I thought the Rockets win the series 8 out of 10 times.
This was before the Durant news, though.
Yes, that was the way it was asked.
I got a bit lucky there.
Yeah, for sure.
From a betting perspective.
I honestly though, like Durant obviously played last night, didn't make a bit of a difference. I mean,
tell two halves.
Sure. I'm talking more in totality for the entire game. Obviously, the second half way worse for Durant, which we'll break down here, throughout the show. But like, I don't know, like the same problems that we saw a month ago with those back-to-back games at Toyota Center, where the Rockets would get trapped in double teamed at the top, near the half court line as soon as they brought the ball over and couldn't handle it, can't pass out of it, turn the ball over, and just get run out of the building. Showed up again last night, like without. Not that Luka was, the defensive stalwart that was causing any of this, but without two of their guys, they couldn't still handle the same thing they saw a month ago. Seemingly, Ime had no answers for it. Still, seemingly a future Hall of Famer, a guy that's been in the league for 20 years, still has no answers for it, and they got run out of the building.
I think they had the answers. I think that they had the answers. Like, it sounds crazy to say this. I think they had the answers, Brian. I think that they... Now, the turnovers, like, you kind of have to separate that here, which is difficult for me to do because I hate turnovers. The turnovers are one thing. But when they were not turning the basketball over, they were getting shots I want them to get. Like, they were getting shots at the rim. Alpi couldn't make a shot from inside the paint.
Fair.
That's worthy of a conversation. Why do you stink inside the paint? And this has been a couple of years now where his field goal percentage around the rim has been not good. Not good, which isn't good for a player who you expect to be your second best offensive player. That's a 2-time All-Star. That is a guy that you need to be good. He can't finish around the rim.
No.
He's awful around the rim. Tari Eason getting to the basket, missing layup after layup. Like, I'm good with them getting layups. Is that a shot you want or a shot you don't want? It's a shot that I want. Now, you make them. Please make them. They're not. And they are, like, except for the turnovers, and we'll get to the turnovers, and I hate turnovers. Kevin Durant had 9 of them. They're getting looks. They're getting looks.
They are. And they're getting the corner, like, they got the corner 3 almost all night, and they, like, especially guys like Tari didn't hit them. And I don't know if I just didn't notice the double teaming and the pressing, as soon as they crossed the half court as much in the first half as I did in the second half. Maybe that's because in the second half it resulted in turnovers, but I didn't notice it as much. I don't know if the Lakers decided to go a different way initially and then like, no, let's just go back to work a month ago. And then obviously it killed the Rockets.
No, they were blitzing early.
Well, I guess I didn't notice it much because it didn't work. But you're right. Like, it's amazing.
I tweeted like into first quarter, like this is going to be determined based on how the Rockets handle the blitzes and doubling on Durant.
Yeah.
So it was very evident.
And Durant was great, obviously, in the first half. It's amazing. You mentioned, how bad Alpi and Tari. I would put him in that bunch as well because he kept getting stripped when he would drive into the paint. It's amazing. Despite all that, the Rockets won points in the paint. What, like 15, 17 points? Despite all of that, they outscored the Lakers in the paint, yet they played terribly once they were in there.
See, I look at this as kind of like what's the biggest reason to blame. And, like, I get the whole, like, Ime angst and the frustration there and offensive creativity. Although if you go watch the shots, man, like, they're there. Like, they're good looks. They're just not knocking them down. You go back to the roster build a little bit. Like, are there not enough shooters on this team? Okay, I think it's a fair point. Well, Reed Shepherd should be playing. That's everybody. People are yelling that today.
Nope.
People are pointing to a 1.8 minute
for 4.
And I'm trying to watch it here. I'm trying to watch this. No, there was a unit on the floor yesterday. It was Amin, it was Reed, it was Kevin Durant, it was Tari, and it was Alpi Şengün.
Mm-hmm.
No, not Tari. It was Jabari. It was Jabari, not Tari. So it was Reed, Jabari, Kevin Durant, Amin, and Alpi Shingun.
They played 2 minutes.
1.8.
Yeah.
1.8 minutes together. And
Oh, it's 1.8? Yeah,
Yes.
Sean and I were talking about that before the show.
And people were pointing to this +9 that they had together. So I'm trying to go watch the 1.8 minutes because context matters to me.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge, I hate plus-minus. Plus-minus is the stupidest stat in the world. Like, Reed Shepherd could play 5 minutes against, AJ, me, you, Joe, and Mapes,
Right,
and his
right.
plus-minus is going to be 20 no matter who else he's on the floor with.
Yeah.
But if he's on the floor with the Lakers starting 5, well, then his plus-minus is going to take a negative effect. There's so many variables
There's no
in a
context
plus-minus.
in plus-minus.
No, I can't stand it. I
Yeah.
hate plus-minus so
You hate it more?
much.
I thought your most hated stat was FIP. You hate it more than FIP?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, FIP. I mean, FIP at least has. I think FIP is stupid. It only weighs what, strikeouts, walks, and balls
Yeah.
that are hit out of the park.
Right.
Like, it doesn't really factor in just how many.
It just takes fielding completely out of the pitcher's stats. Basically.
Yeah, I was getting there, Brian. Yeah,
My bad.
Thank you for
My bad.
mansplaining that to me and finishing my
welcome.
words.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I hate plus-minus more than FIP because FIP does have some value, right? Like, oh, he's good at striking out, or he's good at avoiding home runs. Like that, there is some positivity to that. I don't think it tells the whole story. There's other numbers I'd want to look at more. I almost ignore FIP altogether. I think my biggest objection with plus-minus is how often people cite it. People are like, well, he was +7 for those 3 minutes he was on the floor whenever he had 4 Hall of Famers he was playing with, and the other team cleared their bench. Okay, then he probably should have a good plus-minus.
Yeah,
if he's
you don't
playing
have
with
to
4
actually
Hall of
do a
Famers and
damn
against
thing
5
to have
guys who are the back end of the bench.
Yeah, you don't have to do a damn thing to have a good plus-minus. You just have to be on the court while others do things.
Yeah. So I'm making my way through this 2 minutes. I've watched 2 possessions so far. I'll give you the full details a little bit later. But I don't know where to start with this game. Like, yes, I understand. I understand the Ime frustration. I understand everybody's angst and all of that stuff. You want to start Alpi? We can start Alpi.
Start Alpi.
Alpi sucks.
He sucks.
Alpi's booty, man. Like
Cheeks, complete. Like I think we've talked about this on the show. Like there's just so much more story and context you get when you watch the game versus checking the stat line, checking the box score. But Alpi had one of those games where if you didn't watch it, you look at his box score, it's like, 20 and 10. He, I think, shot just under 50%. It's like, Alpi had a great game if you're just looking at the box score. But watching the game, Alpi was at times the worst player in the court. We already know he's completely useless on the defensive side. I guess he hit some shots, when the game didn't matter to make the box score look more pretty.
Well,
but
the game always mattered. BS flag there. I mean, the Rockets were within 5 with a minute left to play.
Fair, successful challenge. But the stat line felt completely empty because how many times did he get deep into the paint, get no lift on his little hook shot, come up way short, and then just drop his head and sulk back down to the other side of the court. Like his body language last night was as bad as I've ever seen it.
He's throwing his hands up in the air.
But even beyond that, he's always does he wants to challenge everything, right? The Rockets would lose their challenge in the first quarter every night if it was up to Alpi. But on top of that, he was just defeated.
Yeah,
he was hanging his head, walking back down, sulking. He even lost the energy to complain about fouls at some point. He was just hanging his head.
He and Tari got into it on the bench.
They did.
They were yelling at each other.
About the attempted tip-in when it was on the rim?
Yeah. I can't remember the exact play. But, yeah, he's terrible defensively. He doesn't protect the rim. It's why Ime doesn't really love playing him at the 5, but he really has no choice at this point because there's no Steven Adams, and, you're trying to search for some semblance of an offense. You're right. If you just pull up the box score, 20, 11, and 5 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good night. Inefficient night. Getting to the basket. Missing at the basket. His at the rim shooting percentage is really bad for a guy who's as talented as he is. He gives you nothing on the defensive end. He doesn't space the floor either because he can't shoot from the outside, which I don't need a center that can shoot threes, but if you better be able to play defense then. If you're not going to make threes, then you probably need to be a rim protector, right? Look at around the NBA how many big men there are that don't shoot threes. They're all really good defensively. Or they're great elite rebounders. And Alpi's he'll collect some rebounds. He'll get some rebounds on you. But no, he's not good. He annoys me too. Just the way he plays annoys me.
Is he Jalen Greening himself?
Offensively, probably. He's probably Jalen Greening himself.
I'm done.
You do have to get a good piece for him. You still you can't trade him for a 6-pack of Busch Lights. You want to get a star for him.
Right. It's at least got to be shiners. But Yeah, like I realize that you have to obviously maximize his value, and you can't give him up for pennies on the dollar. But like I'm just at the point where, I mean, it feels like the whole Joker thing is 1,000 years ago at this point. Like, so I think we've all given up on the idea of him having that sort of career arc. But like, yeah, it feels like he's like the king of an empty stat line. It's just I'm never going to rely on him or think that the Rockets can rely on him as even like the second best scorer on the team. Like I'm at the point where like even as the third guy, I'm like, like maybe they could do a little bit better. Like I'm just completely out on him.
He can't finish at the rim. He makes bad reads.
Yep.
He has poor shot selection, and then he is a defensive liability.
And like the one thing
That's
he
who
has,
Alpi Sengun is.
not that he has elite size, but the one thing he has is size in this scenario, and at times pretty good footwork. Although sometimes he looks clumsy, so that gets away from him. But like these last two games against the Lakers, how many of his possessions are starting inside the paint, or or just outside the paint? He's starting almost every possession when he touches the ball at the top of the key.
I thought it was better in game 2 than game 1.
A little, but it still felt like it was way too much. Like he's touching the ball 20 feet.
I don't mind the
feet from
shots he
basket.
got, though. Like, of the 20 shots he got, I don't mind most of them.
Yeah, he
17
did jack
of
up
them.
1-3, but the shot clock was running down.
Like, he was getting into the paint. He just can't finish in the
I
paint.
guess that's fair.
And, he has size, sure, but he has zero athleticism, so it negates his size.
Yeah.
Like, is there anybody that he goes up against in the NBA as a center where you're like, Alpi Sengun's got the size advantage? No, not really.
No,
And if
Aiton's height was bothering him.
And if he has the slight size advantage over the 5, then the 5 out athletes him. So it negates any
Most
size
nights, yeah.
advantage he has anyways.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like even last year in the playoffs against the Warriors, like I remember noticing this and hoping it would be something that could translate to the series against the Lakers, where when he got Draymond on the move last year in some sort of action, he scored pretty well around the rim. But whenever he was stagnant and tried to back him in and just overpower him, Draymond would, plant his feet and not let Alpi push him around at whatsoever. I was hoping, because we've seen Alpi do this a little bit with Wemby because of how light Wemby is. Like he gets the position and is able to push him under the basket. I was hoping maybe he could do that with Ayton because Ayton's a little light also, but he's been completely ineffective.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. We'll get to all your thoughts on the game. Text line rolling through. We'll get to the Astros a little bit later, draft stuff, cash or trash a little bit later as well. But let's hit the Kevin Durant angle of this one coming up next. Tell of two halves, I thought. What'd you think of Durant's performance? Every Rocket, though. I'm not sure there's one player who had a good night. There might be one player who had a better night than the rest, but I'm not sure there's one guy who had a good night. Kevin Durant, 9 turnovers yesterday. Why is one of the all-time greatest scorers in NBA history a butcher with the basketball? Why does he turn it over so much? 713-780-3776 HRMP listener line. You can watch along on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube, ESPN Houston, TikTok, ESPN975, Twitter, ESPN975. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Always forget it's White Boy Wednesday until that first rejoin hits. And then oh yeah, epiphany. It is White Boy Wednesday. AJ's doing White Boy Wednesday today.
Yeah.
AJ's in for Brian. Brian's in for Joe. 713-780-3776. Junkie on the text line. Alperin been looking like a slow-minded baby giraffe playing basketball while putting in skates for the first time. That cries all the time about everything. Chris and Humble. No argument.
Yeah,
No
he
argument
definitely
here.
moves at times like a baby giraffe. I've had that thought as well.
Mm-hmm.
His footwork. It's amazing how from possession to possession you can see his footwork and like, oh, and the next possession is like, ugh.
See, I'm with you. I think he has good footwork. I just think he's really, really slow.
He's clumsy.
He's just, yeah, he can look a little clumsy. He's slow. He's not like an uber athlete. He's just not.
No.
Kids have decided Alpy is a chunky starfish instead of an overweight tortoise. Basically, he's Patrick from SpongeBob. We're not going to read all these Alperin Shingun insults all day. 713-780-3776. We're not going to take shots about how he looks, how slow his feet are, how bad his touch around the rim is, and how booty he is defensively. We're not going to read text like that. 713-780-3776. Junkie, we need a dominant center. Shingun is Otis Thorpe or Kevin Willis. I think that's a bad comp. We need an
terrible comp.
Maybe he's just talking about tier of player. We need an Olajuwon to start each offensive possession from the post and score a pass. Okay. Like, Akeem Olajuwons just don't grow on trees, though. Like, yes, that'd be great. I'm with you.
Dynamite drop in money.
But where are
They
you
should get an
finding?
Akeem.
Where are you going to find
Man.
an Akeem Olajuwon?
I don't know if I can get behind that. Go get Akeem. Like
he is the most diverse center in the history of the game. The most diversely skilled center in the history of the game.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Like it was amazing. Like his handles, like he could face guys up, and obviously he couldn't face up a lot of guards, but like any big guarding him, he could face up and take him off the dribble.
I think he could
shoot
in today's era.
Maybe
it just
so.
wasn't that era.
Yeah, like if he trained in this era instead of the 80s and 90s, then he maybe could have.
Plus, he's just going to back in a smaller player.
That too.
Yeah, he was so good. Alpy might need to get checked for osteoporosis. Moves like an 80-year-old woman. See, that's not the stuff we're going to read. 713-780-3776. Rocky, I know I'm beating a dead cow, but dead cow?
Yeah, dead cow.
But not trading Easton and Alpy for Giannis was stupid. I'm not sure his worth is there now. Still need a point guard, too. I don't know if that was ever on the table, though. I don't think Giannis was ever being moved.
I think the Bucks would have asked for more than
I also don't think they were ready to trade him.
No, Alpy, no. I don't think they would have.
No. The Bucks.
Oh, that too. Yeah, clearly, no. They even made him sit out for a while, and Giannis was telling the league, hey, I actually was able to play. Now there's NBA's looking into it. Adam Silver's all upset about it. I heard him having more comments today, mad about the tanking in the NBA. But yeah, I don't think I don't think either team on the side of that possible deal was ready to make that move.
Not yet. Pete Alpy has the weakest looking shot release in basketball. Frustrating to see miss after miss in the paint. It is frustrating. Junkie, those 1.8 minutes was when Bronny was in the game. Go figure. So I'm halfway through that 1.8 minutes. I didn't get to it before the show, so I'm watching it now during the breaks. Bronny was not in the game. Bronny was not in the game yet, or at that juncture. He might have already played, but he didn't play in that stretch. The stretch that they're talking about, where people are like, this 5 was +9. They were +9 in their 1.8 minutes. Ime Udoka should be playing these 5 all 48 minutes of the game. They were down 49-34 with under 5 minutes left to play in the second quarter, and LeBron James was off the floor.
That was my next question, because I mean, obviously they were more than just LeBron last night, but the only guy that really factors into it, if I'm going to give them any credit for being +9 in that almost 2-minute stretch, is if LeBron's on the court or not.
He wasn't on the court.
If he's not on the court, then there's nothing to talk about here.
I stopped taking Shingun serious when he pump fake a 3, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. I like the one
that was such a long pump fake too, and then he still went through with it. He still drove on the guy. Like the guy didn't. I don't remember who was defending him at the time. It's probably 8 and I would assume. But yeah, like he didn't bite it at all. It's like, yeah, go ahead and shoot it, Alpy.
My favorite was the pass, the fake pass.
Yeah,
is that what they're talking about? The pump fake?
Well, he did like a really exaggerated fake that he was going to shoot. Like, I thought it was a shot.
See, I'm wondering if we're thinking of two different plays.
Maybe so.
Because there was one where he did like that fake, like old man.
He brought the ball like all the way up, like as high above his head as he could. The defender didn't move an inch, and then he still tried to drive on him and turn the ball over.
You know, on TikTok, you see like the old men play like the young guy, and they'll like do like the whole like put the ball between their knee and like fake a pass, and then like turn and pick it up and shoot it. Like that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So Kevin Durant came back yesterday. I thought he was brilliant in the first half. Second half, not so brilliant. In fact, he scored like, 2 points, ended up with 9 turnovers in the game for Kevin Durant, which matches a career high in the postseason. He had 3 points in the second half, 5 turnovers, was 1 of 5 from the floor. He finished the game with 23 points. We had 20 in the first half. I can do math. He had 20 in the first half, had 3 points, 5 turnovers in the second, 9 turnovers overall. And I get it's not all him, but he's making some really boneheaded passes a lot of times.
Not only that, but there was another play where he gets just past half court, and I forget who stripped him. I'd have to scroll through my notes, but he's just standing there next to net by half court and just gets stripped. And a lot of it was, run outs that turn into like fouls, and like LeBron would go 1 of 2. So it didn't like necessarily kill them every single time it happened. But you're right. Like every time a guy would pressure him or double him, it felt like it was either, they would strip him at half court, or Durant would try to pass out of it, but would throw a terrible pass. And he wasn't the only one guilty of it. Amen had a few terrible passes in the game. So did Alpi, but certainly 9 turnovers is a glaring number on the box score that you cannot see from a Hall of Famer.
He sucks whenever they double team him. Like, I'm sorry to say, but he can't handle double teams. No. And reading a lot of articles today, like, Kevin Durant,
has
like
notoriously
over the course of his NBA career. If you let me finish the sentence, I'll tell you it's always been this way. He says notoriously over his career that he hates being double teamed. Like, I saw so many headlines today saying double trouble, Durant double trouble, which is kind of cheesy, but kind of also paints the picture, so I get it. They're like, okay, they blitz you and they double team you at half court. Like, you can't really shoot the ball there. But there are times in the second half when he's trying to force passes into tight windows where I'd rather him just take a bad shot. Like, the other guys are not making shots because they stink at making shots because you don't have good shooters on this team. Everybody else is struggling offensively. Why are you forcing a dangerous pass into the corner for a guy who can't shoot anyways that's actually leading to turnovers whenever you could just take a difficult jumper over a double team from the elbow? And you know what else? Like, what are the Rockets good at? The Rockets are good at rebounding. So if he misses the shot, it's not the worst case scenario. You know what the worst case scenario is? Giving the basketball to the other team, throwing it into the corner and it getting picked off, turning it over nine times. How many points can you score off of your own turnovers? This isn't a trick question.
0.
None.
0, yeah.
None. The Rockets, as LeBron James taught us, are the best rebounding team in the NBA since like the late 70s. Can you rebound your own miss? Of course you can. And they're a good offensive rebounding team. And you know what else? If they have 2 guys on the shooter, that means you're playing a one-man advantage behind them. So you have a better chance of getting the rebound. I actually want Kevin Durant to force his own hand more often. I don't want Kevin Durant passing out of the double team when it's suitable. Like, I understand you can't do it 45 feet from the basket. You can't do it from midcourt. I get it. But there are times when Kevin Durant's like just inside the three-point line trying to throw a skip pass to some bad shooter that's getting picked off. Or he's trying to hit a tight window to a cutter running the baseline when they can't finish at the rim either. So why not just launch an 18-footer? Like, you're one of the greatest scorers of all time. You were in rhythm in the entire first half, had a 20-burger in the first half. You have a good rebounding team behind you. Why force a dangerous pass? Take a bad shot. Your bad shot is better than the other guy's good shots, and when you miss, we still have a chance to go get it.
Yeah, other than Amen, who finishes well that he could pass it to? Nobody.
End of conversation.
Yeah, and it's a man. So, like, to your point, like, if they're running some sort of action where he's going towards the basket, like, just put up the shot. Unless a man's there for the alley oop or whatever, anybody else, Tari, Alpi, doesn't matter. Just take the shot. Like the one of the, I was just going through my notes there while you're talking, like in the fourth quarter, all the different turnovers he had. But one of them, he's saying the thing about, just put up the shot kind of triggered me. There was a play, I believe this is his 8th turnover, where Durant's driving towards the basket. And he tries to, like, kind of go up in the air and, like, dump it off to Alpi, who was diving towards the bucket. And as soon as I see him, like, that's what he's going to do, I'm just like, I'm instantly just groaning because I know how it's going to end. Alpi's either going to fumble the ball away, which I believe is what he did, or he's not going to be able to finish at the rim.
Alpi has a better chance of getting the offensive rebound than catching that pass and finishing.
And doing something with it.
Shoot
100%.
it! Shoot the ball. If you miss a few, oh well. You're Kevin Durant. You're one of the best scorers in NBA history. You're by far the best scorer on this team. Force your hand a little bit. Force your shot a little bit. Everybody else is struggling. Stop trying to be like, well, I need to make the right read. Whenever you're making the right read, you're making terrible passes that leads to 9 turnovers. He doesn't have a good handle. He doesn't like to be double-teamed because he doesn't like to see a little bit of pressure. When he sees that extra body come, he's either got to get rid of it quickly if he's not in position to shoot, or he's got to quickly get in position to shoot and let it rip. And
that's the thing. Like, when he's near half court and the double comes, how often do you see him react quickly?
No,
he just stands there and looks at it like a bad quarterback seeing the pass rush.
Now
he just stands there and watches it a lot of times.
Now, could you prevent Kevin Durant from having the ball in that spot? Yes.
Yes.
Also, yes, that is also true. That's another, mounting frustration in this sort of thing. But the counterpoint to that is they're going to send a double team no matter where he's at. So if he's not getting double teamed, midway of the the half court line, center of the floor, well, he's going to be double teamed whenever he catches the ball on the sideline right wing. He's going to get double teamed when he has it at the top of the key. He's going to get double teamed when he has it at the left elbow. So, would I prefer him be double teamed in those spots? Yeah, because he can at least rise and fire.
More options,
he can at least shoot from those spots. So yeah, I'd rather not see him have the ball at midcourt, but it's not going to prevent the double teams.
No,
the double teams are going to come regardless.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it was going to
No, I wasn't talking to you specifically.
Yeah, definitely not a magic wand to solve the issue of him actually just being double teamed. It just opens up the options. One, he, like you said, he could just rise and fire and shoot it, or where he seems to always, not only is he at half court, but he corners himself in the corner too. So he's literally got nowhere to go except for try to pass it over the top, and then he turns the ball over. At least if he's positioned where someone else is bringing up the court and he's able to take the ball in a different spot on the floor, he's got maybe more of a lane to get it to someone else who, I don't know. There should be an open man if there's a double, right? So maybe that's part of the answer when I asked you earlier and cut you off, where did this happen early in his career? Well, when you play with Steph Curry, are they going to W a whole lot?
Not as much.
Yeah, that honestly might be part of the answer. And obviously,
doubt.
James Harden was obviously young in OKC, but same thing there. Harden can knock down those shots. Maybe that's the answer to why this is such an unsolvable problem for the Rockets, is what you talked about in the last segment, roster build. They just don't have enough consistent three-point shooters where, A, teams are going to be afraid of it, or B, the Rockets can make them pay for it.
Or a guy who can initiate the offense that puts Kevin Durant in that spot to begin with.
That too.
You have a real point guard. Kevin Durant doesn't have the basketball at the center circle.
Right.
Your point guard's initiating the offense. The Rockets don't have anybody who can consistently initiate the offense. People would scream Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard can't initiate an offense a lot of time. You put some ball pressure on Reed Sheppard, he freaks out, drives to the rim, and heaves up a terrible shot, or tries to make a difficult pass. This was my concern about Reed Sheppard at the start of the series.
Yeah.
What are you excited to watch in this series? I said, I'm really excited to see how Reed Sheppard handles some ball pressure against a playoff defense. So far, awful. 713-780-ESPN. People are dunking the Reed Sheppard 1.8 minutes he played with the other 4 players today, though. We'll get to a little bit of that. Ime did have some comments on why he didn't play Reed more. Kevin Durant with some comments, too, on the double teams that he saw. We'll get to that. We'll get to your thoughts. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Rockets put me in a bad mood. Thank goodness that Federal American Grill puts me in a great mood. It's the food. Quite frankly, their food is fantastic. Check out a couple of these starters for you on that Federal American Grill menu, which everything tastes fantastic. How about a little bang bang shrimp? How about some smoked pork belly? Everybody likes that. Quail knots, those for you? I like quail. Quail knots, very, very good. If you're eating on the lighter side, they have a variety of salads that are fantastic. Baja Blackened Chicken Bowl, that's very good. The Freedom Burger, always nice. They donate $1 for every burger sold to the veterans at Camp Hope, which, of course, Camp Hope battles the freedom of the veterans against PTSD. So always a good cause there. And check out some of these federal features for you. How about Janice's meatloaf, huh? Everybody loves the meatloaf. Everybody loves a meatloaf. Surf and turf, pork chop. They got it all at Federal American Grill. They also have social hour every day, 3 until 7. Don't miss social hour. $10 apps, great variety of drink specials, world-class bourbon, world-class whiskey. You're going to love it. Also, it's event season. We know that. Prom's coming up. Graduation's coming up. Birthdays happen once a year. Anniversaries happen once a year. Maybe you have to do a little work retreat. You know where to go? Federal American Grill. Multiple private event spaces at every every single one of their 6 Houston locations: Shepherd, Hedwig Village, Katy, The Woodlands, downtown, and now in River Oaks at 2400 Midlane. So keep Federal American Grill in mind when you're thinking about your private event, your prom, your graduation, whatever the case may be. Also, a couple of great celebration days coming up. Derby Day, May 2nd, 3 until 7th. Hedwig Village, River Oaks, Woodlands, and Katy, they're having Derby Day. From 3 until 10, they're going to have a great time. They're going to have live music, Woodford Reserve Mint Julep specials, prizes for the best dressed man, woman, and couple, and also the Derby hat contest. So make sure you make your reservation right now for Derby Day. Mother's Day coming up too, May 10th. They're going to have a 3-course meal specifically on Mother's Day. 3-course special for brunch or dinner, 10A to 3P for brunch, 4P to 9P for dinner. Make your reservation now at thefederalgrill.com and show Mother that you love her. Federal American Grill, where great food meets every occasion.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Rockets, losers yesterday, down 2-0, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. I would rather see him miss 6 shots, says a junkie, than turn it over, because if he misses 6 shots, we still have a chance of getting a rebound. If he turns it over, there's a 50% chance the Lakers is going to score. Yep. Especially if if it's a live ball turnover, especially. There's nothing worse in basketball than a live ball turnover, because not only do you cough up any chance of you scoring, you've eliminated any chance of you scoring on the possession. Why? Because the possession's over. You turned it over. The possession's over. 0 points on that possession. Live ball turnover, oftentimes, the number's the other way. You got a 2-on-1. You got a 3-on-1. And it's usually a bucket. So live ball turnover is the worst thing that can happen on an offensive possession.
Yeah, no argument against that. What else can you say?
That's about it. I think I covered it up nicely. 713-780-ESPN. Somebody sent me a GIF of Kevin Durant encountering a double team. I don't recognize the GIF. It's just that picture. It's the old, white dad going out to wash his car, and he's got like the bucket, the soap, and he stumbles on it, and it goes everywhere.
That's one of those reels that you see these in like at the start of every infomercial. Like, has this ever happened to you? And it's some ridiculous series event that's actually very easy, but the guy on the commercial trips over all the hoses so they can sell you the product that's supposed to change your life, but it's just a regular hose. That's one of those.
That's Kevin Durant handling a double team. A junkie says BMAC is in his bag with that Creed intro. That's not BMAC. That's AJ today.
No.
AJ's doing all the intros. The rejoins today. 713-780-ESPN. Let's hear from Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, after the game yesterday, on the double teams that he saw.
I mean, they start doubling me from possession one, man. Like, I think I got to be better at not putting my teammates in bad positions when I swing that ball. Sometimes I could beat the double, get downhill, make the shot a little easier for him. Shoot the ball. I mean, when two to three people on me, I shoot the ball, we can get offensive rebound. So I'm trying to make passes. I'm trying to make the correct, swing the ball sometimes, but I feel like I got to shoot more of those.
That's a perfect actions greater than words. That's exactly what we want you to do, Kevin Durant. Don't say it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Be about it, Kevin Durant.
Yeah, he mentions 2 or 3 guys on me. I should just put it up and, we get the offensive rebound. Yeah. that's the idea.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Like, do you think this series is over?
Yes.
Okay. See, I still think they have a shot. I really do. I still think that. I don't think as highly of them as Vegas does, plus 110. I think they're more plus 180. But I still think they have a shot to win the series. They could easily win the 2 games at home. They could easily win the next 4 games in this series. Easily.
Sure, they could. Like, I'm not saying the chance is 0, but if you're saying, gun to your head, pick the series, I'm picking the Lakers to win.
What percent? Like, if they play this scenario 10 times, how many of the Rockets? If you play this scenario down 2-0, the home court where it's at. How many times do they win this series down 2-0 scenario they are in right now if they played it out 10 times?
3 to 4 out of 10?
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. Yeah, I'm about 3 or 4. Yeah, that's why I still think it's in play.
Yeah.
I still think there's a 30% chance they could win this series.
Yeah.
Not 50-50
I guess I was answering
like Vegas has it.
A different question than what I heard you ask
That's
me.
why I kind of repurposed the question.
Yeah,
I think that they would win this series 3 times. Like, I think this series is very much in play. Now, obviously, Game 3 is critical. You go down 3-0, then sayonara.
Yeah, it's over.
Goodbye. So a lot of people want to have the Reed Shepherd conversation because this is what they do. Let's freak out about a guy who played 11 minutes, right? Like, who cares about Amin Thompson's 42 minutes? Well, I thought he was okay. Like, he didn't finish great, but he was all right.
Felt empty. Like the box score felt empty. Not to the degree that Alpe's felt empty, but it his box score looks good, but I never felt he had an impact at any moment.
If you had to pick 2 players that played better than the others yesterday, my top 2 would be Amin Thompson and Jabari Smith. And Jamari didn't have this wonderful shooting night.
If I have to take Durant's full game and not just his first half, then yes.
I can't pick a guy who had 9 turnovers.
No, I'm with
I just can't do it.
Just his first half was so good.
It was good. Like 0. Look, I think he's 100%.
He looked fine.
Not only did he look fine, but he's guarding LeBron the first few possessions of the game.
Right.
Like, if they had any concerns about Kevin Durant's knee, they're hiding him on Rui Hachimura. They're not having him guard LeBron.
What was that last name?
Rui Hachimura. Dude shot better than every Rocket yesterday.
Yeah.
Gonzaga's finest.
What did they give up to get Kennard? Did the Rockets have
I think a second rounder. Which I thought they defended Kennard much better yesterday than they did in Game 1.
Yeah, Capella did go under one of the screens once. It gave him an easy 3, but Kennard overall just hit shots.
Here's where Kennard got my respect yesterday, because I thought Game 1 was very fluky. I know Kennard's a great shooter, historically one of the best 3-point shooters in NBA history, all that. I know how great of a shooter Luke Kennard is. After Game 1, I was saying, just run over the screen, chase him off the 3-point lines. The guy's a bump, right? I was saying that.
Yeah.
Don't go under screens. Chase him off the 3-point line. The dude's an average Joe. Yesterday, he earned my respect because the Rockets were doing that. Most of the time, they were going over screens.
Play, yeah.
They were chasing him off the 3-point line, and he was getting to his spots in the mid-range, knocking down some tough shots. The threes that he did make, I thought were mostly well-contested threes. Kennard earned my respect more in Game 2, actually, than he did in Game 1. I thought he went off in Game 1 because the Rockets played him lousy. I thought they defended him pretty good yesterday, and he still had 23, and he still was super efficient on 13 shots. He earned more of my respect. I tip my cap more to Luke Kennard after Game 2 than I did Game 1 because the Rockets just defended him so poorly in Game 1. Yesterday, he had to earn it, and he did. But, yeah, I would say Jabari and Amin, top 2 players yesterday.
Yeah, there's still some moments where Jabari.
No one played good.
Like there's still
just played better than everybody else.
Yeah, there's still some moments. Like I like Jabari on that 15 feet and in. Obviously the corner three as well. Like he hits that usually at a pretty good rate. But I thought he tried to take on a little. I know this has been one of your complaints with him, where he thinks he's Durant at times. And there were definitely some moments there where, like, man, you don't need to do this much. And maybe he felt like he had to do the extra just because things were going so poorly for them offensively and no one else was doing anything. But yeah, I don't need to see him trying to beat guys off the dribble from 20 feet out.
No, I hate that. You know how I feel about that. It's not his game.
Like if he dives in on some sort of action and catch and shoots or get like the little post up, like I think he could be decently effective there, and then obviously the corner three as well. But off the dribble.
I mean,
off the dribble, no.
As a slasher, he needs to dribble it a couple times. All right. If he needs a good old power dribble because he's got a mouse in the house and needs to get to his shot, okay.
Yeah.
I just don't like him like trying to cut people up.
No,
you know? He's over here acting like he's Allen Iverson with these crossovers. You're not Allen Iverson, Jabari. You're a catch and shoot guy. Maybe you can slash. Maybe you can power dribble to get to your spot against a smaller defender. But that's about it. All right, so let's play this. Actually, we'll do this all on the other side. We don't have time to set it up. Let's have the Reed Shepherd conversation. It annoys me. It annoys me so much. Like, I don't know how you watch 11 minutes of Reed Shepherd yesterday. Like, play that guy more. Ime had some thoughts about it as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
So Reed Sheppard yesterday, and people are clamoring. I didn't think we were going to see this today, Brian. I thought we were going to escape the whole play more Reed Sheppard, because I watched the game yesterday.
You
watched the game
fan
yesterday.
base.
You're right. I'm actually surprised, and maybe that is me. Maybe that's on me for not having the feel of the fan base, because people are clamoring for more Reed Sheppard. After yesterday's loss to the Lakers. Reed Sheppard, by the way, yesterday, Brian, played almost a full quarter. He played 11 minutes in yesterday's game, Reed Sheppard did, all right? So Reed Sheppard played 11 minutes yesterday. He took 4 shots, Brian. He made as many shots as you and I did.
Yeah.
He didn't make a single shot. He was 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. He was 0 for 3 from behind the three-point line. And that's just like reading a box score, whatever. We know the box score reading isn't the end-all, be-all. It takes context here. But here are some other examples of Reed Sheppard yesterday. On the defensive end, he was getting attacked. He was getting isolated. The Lakers were running plays to get a matchup that they wanted where Reed Sheppard was the primary defender on the guy they wanted the basketball in his hands and to isolate against Reed Sheppard. There was another possession, and look, this is hard to tell what their principles are. I don't know what their keys are with Luke Kennard. I don't know if Okogie's supposed to stay with Luke Kennard no matter what. I don't know if they're switching, but there was some traffic between Reed Sheppard and Josh Okogie, Luke Kennard, and it was Marcus Smart. And there was a third Laker there. It might have been Ayton. Might have been like a screener there. And there's some confusion. There's some traffic, and you see Kennard pop up to the top of the arc, and you see Okogie trail him. You see Okogie chase him. Maybe they're supposed to switch there. Maybe Okogie's not supposed to leave his man at all. We don't know. We don't know what their principles are for that defensive set. We have no idea. But what annoyed me on this specific possession is Reed Sheppard stares at Okogie, chase after Kennard, and then just kind of hangs out there like he's waiting for the street sign to say that he can walk. Have some recognition. Have some awareness. He just stands there in no man's land. Marcus Smart is wide open, who's not a good shooter, but had a great shooting night yesterday because the Rockets are leaving him wide open. Reed Sheppard on this play leaves him wide open. Why? He's just standing there defending his shadow. Marcus Smart, wide open, drills a wing three. Ime Udoka, quick timeout. I think he pulled Reed Sheppard, too. I don't think Reed Sheppard came back onto the floor, which gives you an idea that it was probably Reed Sheppard's screw-up, right? On the offensive end, we just ran through the numbers. 0 for 4 from the floor, 0 for 3 from 3. I've talked all the time about him initiating an offense with a little bit of pressure. We saw a little bit of that yesterday where he kind of freaks out with a little bit of ball pressure. But he had that 3-on-1 fast break yesterday. He had the 3-on-1 fast break. He takes a quick 3, misses so badly that fortunately the Rockets get the offensive rebound, lay it back up, you still score. But you immediately say, Kevin Durant, look at Reed Sheppard and go, pass the ball. Swing it. And he probably had some other choice words. That was Reed Sheppard's game in a nutshell yesterday. Yet I looking at Twitter today, people are pointing out this 9-0 run that Reed Sheppard was a part of late in the second quarter, where he did absolutely nothing as a reason to Reed Sheppard should be playing more.
Yeah, it's amazing that they're giving Reed Sheppard credit for a 9-0 run, which turned into a 14-0 run, in which he scored 0 points of said 14-0 run. But I'm not surprised, though. I guess that's where we differ. I'm not surprised this take appears because we see this happen. And it's not just Houston, but it seems, that's what I obviously see the most. There's always these guys that on every team, Astros and Texans included, that people get attached to. Well, for the Texans this last year, maybe it was Jalen Noel. Where every time the Texans would have a bad offensive performance, well, if you put in Jalen Noel more, everything's solved. And that's in Reed Sheppard seems to be that guy for the Rockets. Well, if you put in Reed Sheppard more, everything's solved. But I'm with you. His value with this team to me is a spot up shooter. But because of their lack of a true point guard, he's forced into more, and he's just not a guy that to me can create his own shot against a solid defender, and B, can, run the offense. He gets to the paint. If he gets to the paint, it's a contested shot that he throws up like some sort of floater and it doesn't go in, or it's a bad looking 3. Plus you mentioned the defensive side of it where he's just as bad, if not worse than Alpi, which, that's kind of a shortest little person or tallest little person competition. But yeah, I don't see how extending his minutes from 11 to, I don't know, call it 25 changes the game.
I don't know how you watch 11 minutes of Reed Sheppard last night and be like, I want more Reed Sheppard. What? Are we watching the same game? We must not be watching the same game.
I never saw a single point in that game where I thought he did something effectively.
But you have these little computer nerds like, okay, let's see the best five when the Rockets had the best plus minus, and then we're going to see who the best five was whenever they had the best plus minus. Oh, look at this! The best best five in the plus minus was Amin, was Reed, was Durant, was Jabari, was Alpi Şengün. They were +9 in 1.8 minutes. Ime Udoka should be playing that five more often. What? I went and watched those 1.8 minutes.
Right,
This is the sample size we're discussing here, boys. 1.8 minutes. Reed Sheppard should play more. Rockets went on a 9-0 run. Reed Sheppard did absolutely nothing except get yelled at by Kevin Durant. He should be playing more because he went on a 9-0 run. So I went and I watched these 5 minutes because context is everything to me. I couldn't care less about plus minus. Give me the context. My eyes are going to tell me who's playing well, who's not. 11 minutes of Reed Sheppard last night. Did not play well. Didn't need to see more of it. This 5 minutes begins when the Rockets are trailing 49-34 with under 5 minutes left to play in the second quarter. What do we know about the NBA? You get a big lead.
Runs.
Sometimes you let your foot off the gas. You have runs. Also, LeBron James, who I think is the best player in this series, was not on the floor. Okay? Pretty big piece of information there that these nerds are not, letting us know. Oh, look, Reed Sheppard +9 in this little 9-0 run. Did they tell you LeBron James was off the floor? Of course they didn't tell you LeBron James was off the floor. Of course they didn't tell you that. Here's the possession-by-possession breakdown of that 1.8 minutes. 1.8 minutes are what people are freaking out about today. Rockets have the ball. Amin Thompson draws a foul. Nothing to do with Reed Sheppard. Nothing to do with Reed Sheppard. Amin draws a foul. He makes both free throws. Okay, 2-0 run. Lakers have a sloppy turnover, which leads to a fast break. Amin finds Alpi for a layup. Nothing to do with Reed Sheppard. 4-0 run just like that. Next possession for the Lakers. Ayton misses a wide-open layup. Wide open layup. Gets the shot they want. Misses an easy layup. Leads to a fast break. And this is the fast break where Reed Sheppard takes the bad 3-on-1 pull-up three. Terrible shot. You got one of the all-time greatest scorers ever, wide open, streaking down the left side of the lane, and Reed Sheppard's acting like he's Steph Curry, taking a terrible pull-up three on a 3-on-1 fast break. Misses the three, though. I think it was Tari who got the offensive rebound, lays it back up. So Reed Sheppard actually was a negative on this play, but fortuitous bounce, offensive board, you get the putback, 6-0 run. Kevin Durant, by the way, after this play, yells at Reed Sheppard to pass the dang ball. Next possession for the Lakers, Smart gets Alpi Şengün in an isolation, blows by him, but for some reason tries to make a pass to Ayton and throws it away. So turnover there. Rockets, Min misses a layup, leads to the Lakers coming back the other way. This is the only influence that Reed Sheppard had in this entire 9-0 run. As a backside defender, he pokes the ball free from Luke Kennard. Okay, well, heads-up play. Get a deflection. I like it. Which gives the Rockets the basketball. They get into the half-court set. Kevin Durant knocks down a floater. He got fouled. He hits the and one. 9-0 run. 9-0 run. Reed Sheppard's influence on this 9-0 run is that he poked the ball away, which good play. Like I'm not trying to demean him for that. I'm not trying to poo-poo all over that. But the other significant play he had in this 1.8 minutes, which isn't even a thing, there's 60 seconds in a minute, how could it be 1.8, is that he missed a terrible, terrible shot selection three that led to Kevin Durant yelling at him. But congratulations, Reed. You were on the floor when the Lakers had their worst stretch of the game. You did nothing to help offensively at all. At all, you did nothing to help offensively. But because you're on the floor during a 9-0 run for 1.8 minutes, the nerds are calling your name. They want more minutes for you.
To break down that sequence you talked about to like even a smaller sample size to just point out the ridiculous nature of a plus-minus when you don't add any context into it. That possession where you talked about where Reed has the terrible pull-up three and eventually gets tipped in by Tari, did you say?
Yeah, I think it was Tari.
So the only thing,
no, it could have been Tari. He wasn't the five on the floor.
Okay,
It had been somebody else.
That point's not all that relevant to where I'm going with this. But on that play, the Rockets are +2. But Reed's action on that play was a complete negative with that. Yet Reed's plus-minus for that play is what? A +2.
Yeah.
He objectively
Could have cost you if you
made
get the board.
Terrible decision that could have left him with scoring no points on the possession. Yeah, he gets the +2 because of some other guy getting the board and putting it back in.
Unbelievable. We'll hear from Ime Udoka. He was asked after the game why he didn't play Reed more. Junkies has some thoughts on the game, too. 713-780-ESPN. 0.8 of a minute is 48 seconds. I was trolling there, 6966. I was just being goofy. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe. Brian filling in for Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Some of the nerds are texting in.
Nerds.
1 minute of 80% of another, so 1 minute 48 seconds. I was making fun of the nerds. Chill out. Relax.
I think that deserves an ejection.
No, we're not going to eject them.
No?
No, I don't want to come off.
Nitpicking like how much 1.8 seconds is?
No, I don't like to give a sensitive ejections. I'm not a big
I wasn't doing it for being sensitive. I was doing it for the nitpick. It feels like an extreme one. All right.
I don't feel like it's
I think this needs to be mutual, so that's fine.
Well, it really doesn't. Ejection doesn't have to be mutual at all. But no, I don't like emotional ejections because that would come off as an emotional ejection. Oh, look at Branham. I fact checked him and I was right, and he threw me out. That's kind of a soft ejection.
I don't feel like you're above an emotional. You've ejected people for saying they don't like barbacoa.
I mean, you think that's emotional or you think that's just funny?
Both.
That's a funny boot.
Both.
Is what that is.
I think it's both.
It's living the brand is what that is. No,
It
I
is
don't.
living the brand.
I think sensitive ejections are soft. Actually, that's I don't think it's an appropriate ejection
All right,
at this
that's
time.
fine.
And it'd be very soft if you come over and you eject him for me.
That would be, yeah.
Super
Like as
soft.
if I'm your protector.
Yeah, that'd be
no,
super
for sure.
soft. I'd be offended.
But yeah, it would be probably a little emasculating, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wouldn't like it.
Okay, you know what? Fair. I won't do it.
This is Junkies 2787 says great point about Reed Shepard. Time to move one. I don't know what he means by time to move one, but yeah, 2787
Guess
saying
just trade somebody from the
said it was
young
a
core.
Great segment. The Houston Rockets are a defensive team trying to put an emphasis on playing offense, thus doing neither, and you see the effects. They had looks. They just missed looks, which speaks to the roster build a bit. You know, Reed can shoot it. He's kind of streaky, but can shoot it. Durant obviously can shoot it. Tari was the best three-point shooter for 2 months to start the year, and then was dreadful.
And
the
then
rest of
March
the season.
happened. Yeah.
Jabari's kind of average. Anybody you come off the bench with is pretty average. Okogie probably below average. Dorian Finney-Smith is a disaster of a free agent signing, which I don't want to sit here and pat myself on the back, Brian. That's not something I do.
No, never.
I don't talk about all the times that I'm
We
right.
don't literally have a drop for it.
I don't talk. I wasn't talking about me being right there. Just Lance got a little bit sassy about it.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Yeah, I hate that. I don't do it. I don't really do it.
You
much.
don't seek it out. It just finds you.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted the Rockets offseason. This was before the Fred VanVleet injury. I wanted a backup point guard. I didn't need a third center, which Clint Capella's not playing. He's playing 4 or 5 minutes a night.
Yeah, and when he was on the court last night, he's going under screens and letting Luke Kennard get off an uncontested shot.
He was unplayable.
Yeah.
He was unplayable. He came onto the floor for a few minutes. Yeah, see what you got tonight. Had nothing. Did not play the rest of the night.
There was also a play where I think it was a men. It was definitely a wing. Like, tried to throw him a lob pass to a pass that Capella, 8 years ago, skies above the rim and throws it home as an alley-oop. And, instead Capella had to go down with it, try to come back up and lay it in, bricked it. I think someone else eventually rebounded it and put it back in, so they still got points in the possession. But, yeah, on the offensive side, he can't do what CP3 was doing. What he was doing with CP3 with the lobs. On the defensive side, he's a step slower. Yeah. He's making poor decisions.
He can't go up and get the lobs anymore
no,
either. He's
just washed.
Old. But going back to the offseason, even before the Fred VanVleet injury, I didn't want a backup third center. I didn't even need another wing. You're heavy at wing, right? You have a man.
It feels like this team's almost all wings.
You have Tari. They even played Jabari at the 3. Jabari was playing the 3 whenever Steven Adams was healthy, and they were going with the double big. Jabari was playing a lot of the 3. Reed Shepard, I don't think is a point guard, so he's kind of a wing. He's not your prototypical 6'7" wing that they
Off
like.
Ball too,
yeah, he's more. Yeah, but I don't think there's a difference between a 2 and a 3 really. What's the difference between a 2 and a 3?
Fair.
Not much.
I guess I'm just saying that because of his height.
No, he's not.
I would never want to classify him as a 3 because of his height.
No, you're that's fair. But he's not a point guard to me.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 positions in basketball. I think there's a point guard. I think there are wings, and I think there are bigs.
A post, yeah.
Bigs, posts, whatever we want to call them. To me, there are 3 positions in basketball. And yeah, your 4 and your 5s do some different stuff, and your 2s and 3s don't do a whole lot of different stuff. What is the biggest difference between a 2 and a 3? Probably who they're guarding on the other side of the floor. That's really the biggest difference.
Pretty much.
Because I don't think Reed is a 1, I think he's more of the wing category. Thus, you don't need another wing. So they go out and sign Dorian Finney-Smith, who has not played. He has not logged a single minute in the postseason. Clint Capella's minutes have been so bad they can't put him back into the game. Meanwhile, you have no point guard because you didn't address backup point guard, which I wanted them to have. This isn't revisionist history. This isn't hindsight 2020. I wanted a solid quality backup point guard behind Fred VanVleet because I didn't think they had one. Min is not a point guard. Reed is not a point guard. Aaron Holiday's not quality enough of a point guard. I wanted them to spend their free agency resources on a backup point guard. Instead, they signed a third center who's not even playing, even though your starting center's out. They signed a wing to be the Dylan Brooks replacement. He's unplayable. He's DNP in the first 2 games of the series, and they have nobody that can initiate an offense.
Yeah, looking at the box score, you notice it in the game because one of my notes, early on, was there are way too many Tates and Holidays on this team. It just feels like there's so many guys that they put in for 9 minutes or whatever in a game that they're just going to provide you absolutely nothing. They're literally just there so they have 5 guys on the court. And that really manifests when you look at the box score. They were 4 of 25, the bench was last night. In the 4, and it wasn't even a good 4 because Tari wasn't that great shooting the ball, the 4 were all from Tari. Like, they literally have absolutely zero coming off the bench except, well, I mean, I guess, Reed does get hot occasionally, but like last night, 425 from your bench players and all 4 from Tari. Like every minute Aaron Holiday's on the court, every minute Jayshawn Tate's out there trying to become Draymond Green for some reason is just like a complete loss. Like there's no point in like when the Rockets put out Jayshawn Tate and Aaron Holiday against how many teams are they winning the matchup in that situation? Which is to your point of the roster build. Like, I mean, I get injuries happen. You can't account for or think ahead for everything that's going to happen during the season with who you might lose. But they had to have a better answer than throwing a bunch of Jayshawn Tates and Aaron Holidays out there. That's the other thing. Like this rotate, like why is he playing 10 dudes? Why is Aaron Holiday getting minutes? Why is Jayshawn Tate getting minutes? They should be playing 7 max. Clint Capella, that's a bit low. Okay, 7? Maybe 8. I mean, Reed and Tari are the only guys off the bench that like have the potential to contribute offensively. 7's very low, though. Yeah, 7's light. It is. But like, I mean, is Capella winning any minute he's on the court? No. Tate's not. No. Holiday's not. No. None of them are winning. To your point, they probably only have 7 guys that should be on the court. Yeah. It's just 7's super light. Yeah, like, I get that you can't do that because they'll be dead. But like even 7 feels like a stretch at time. Like with the way Reed played last night, even 7 feels like a stretch. I mean, they have to do it because Kate. Let's just boil it down. Whenever KD went off the court, everything falls apart. Here was Ime yesterday on Reed. Why he didn't play more?
You talk about missing the open threes in the second half. Reed only played 10 minutes. Was there any consideration of giving him some more playing time, especially late when you guys needed those buckets?
No, I think we were guarding well enough, and with the unit that we had in, we went small and switched a lot of the action. So stay with that. And like I said, holding them to 1-on-1 is good enough. We just didn't score.
There you go. I think he was pretty nice not to bash Reed. I couldn't play him. He sucks on defense. He didn't make a shot. He said that without saying it though. Yeah, he did. Like, we liked our matchup. We could switch and we went small. I mean, it's funny that he says small while he's talking about not playing Reed because Reed is a small guy. So yeah, I think the answer, while being nice and like politically correct in order to spare Reed's feelings, tells you everything. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Junkies have some thoughts on the game. We'll get their thoughts, their frustrations. What is frustrating you about this Rockets squad and their 2-0 deficit in the first round of the playoffs against the Los Angeles Lakers? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe with Brian filling in for Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what you need to do if you're feeling down about your local basketball team? You need to get that smile back on your face. And how can you get that smile back on your face? Well, how about a weekend at Two Creeks Crossing Resort? Book it now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. But their water park is going to be here pretty soon. Start of the next month, May 1st, Blue Bayou Bend opening up, the grand opening coming up on May 9th. Just when you thought Twin Creeks couldn't get any better, they're just going to slap a little water park up on their land. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. So you can go out there, enjoy the weekend. Maybe it's just during the week, too. You got some PTO days you need to use. Go Monday through Friday when it's a little quieter. Let the kids roam around, give you some peace and quiet. It's beautiful out there, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Leave your troubles behind. Go out there and have a great old time. Well, you don't want to take a vacation this summer because the gas prices are too much. It's 90 minutes. You're there an hour and a half. It's a quarter of a tank. It's no problem. You don't have to worry about jumping on an airplane, anything like that. This is your perfect getaway here in the Houston area because you're 90 minutes from downtown Houston. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in no time, exploring their open green spaces. You're going to see some wildlife you don't see in the city, which is always nice. Nature you don't see in the city, which is always nice. They got kayak rentals for you on the Two Creeks, pickleball courts. They have swampers when you need a cold one. They got the pool. They got the water park again.
coming up on May 1st, grand opening on May 9th. And every stay that you can want. They got glamping. They have the waterfront cabins. They even have a tree house out there. You go up the steps into the house that's right there in the tree. Or if you already have an RV, they have RV hookup spots for you too. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Look at some of the things that they're doing for you. The Southern hospitality out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort is real. A little annual chili cook-off coming up the first weekend of May. The official grand opening of Blue Bayou Bend the weekend after that. Always live music. Memorial Day weekend next month as well. Get on out there. You're going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. So go ahead and book that stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Brian in for Joe today. AJ in for Brian today. I'm still me. 713-780-3776. Taking some junkies' thoughts on the Rockets being down 2-0 now in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs. So let's go out to the HRP listener line. Get Rob in here. Rob, good day. How are you?
Guys, I appreciate you taking my call. I'm going to try to talk fast because I kind of got a lot to say, but I'm in the mood right now. I think you should just blow up the entire team. I don't understand any of it. Nothing's working. Udoka's getting out-coached by a first-year coach, maybe second year. I don't know what Redick is. I think Rafael Stone needs to go. All of his draft picks, even though he's gotten screwed in the draft, the lottery last what he did 3 times. None of his picks have worked out. I think Amen Thompson is what he is. He's never going to be able to do anything better. He's a great slasher. He's a solid defender. He's never going to be a shooter. I would trade him for anyone of the top 5 picks. I think Jabari Smith is a bust. Tari Eason cost himself a bunch of money. Reed Shepard is never going to be any good. I think Kennard is what the Rockets hoped Shepard would be. And I'm to the point now, blow it up, start all over.
Thanks for the call, Rob. I get the sentiment for sure. Like, I definitely had those thoughts running through my head while watching last night's game, also the first game as well. Where I would definitely push back, though, is the Rafael Stone criticism. Like, look, you lost the ping pong balls to get Cade Cunningham. You lost the ping pong balls and the coin flip to get Wembanyama. You didn't get Paulo. You got like in every chance where you had to get like that sort of game changing player, you just didn't get it. So like look, with the players you did get, I mean, Amends has been a hit. I mean, Alpi, a 2-time All-Star from picking in the teens where he was selected. That's a massive hit. He was outside the lottery. So I don't get the Rafael Stone slander there, but everything else I share the sentiment because like I don't think Alpi's going to ever evolve into a 1 or 2 on a team. I don't really think Amend's going to develop that jump shot that we keep hoping he's going to develop, and I don't think Reed's going to turn into a consistent player. So I think the Rockets do have to consider. I wouldn't call it blowing up because blowing up to me equates to tanking and going away for a couple years, but they definitely need to look at shaking up the roster a bit in the offseason.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that way too. Blowing it up probably isn't the word I would use.
It's a little strong, yeah.
But maybe selling my soul for Giannis is the word I would use.
Sure.
Or the phrase I would use. No, but I'm pretty much there with your assessment of. I probably like Amin more than you do. I don't think Amin's ever going to be like a terrific offensive player. But I really like his defense. I think he's kind of a high IQ kind of guy. He's the kind of guy I really want on my team to be my 3rd, 4th best player.
Yeah,
because he's going to guard the other team's best offensive player and do an admirable job each and every night. So I like him in more than you do, but I'm right there with you pretty much with everybody else. I blow it up isn't the phrase I would use because I would probably go for more of a roster shakeup, look for a Giannis type, something like that, and just go all in. And then maybe you hit with some of these draft picks that are coming down the pike. As far as I'll push back to the Rafael Stone with you a little bit. I'm with you on his drafting. Like I can't say anything about Rafael Stone's drafting. Like that's been fine. This offseason, though, I think is his worst offseason he's had as a Houston Rocket GM, with the exception of the Kevin Durant trade.
Yeah, that was a separate conversation in my head, but you're right.
I think he had a terrible offseason.
Yeah, maybe I misheard Rob, but it sounded like he was mostly just attacking his drafting, saying none of his picks worked out. Like, right. I think that's an unfair take because one, like he didn't have the chance to draft Cade or Wemby or Paulo; those were taken away from him by the lottery. And the players he mostly, obviously, were upset with Reed and Alpi. Like for the most part, those picks, even with Alpi, you get a 2-time All-Star guy that averages 20 and 8 from the teens. That's a win. Now, I'm not saying Alpi's good enough. Those are, to me, separate conversations. Yes. And I would include Alpi in all trade conversations to get Giannis or any other player of that caliber this offseason. Pretty much Amen is the only – well, and KD. But Amen and KD are the only guys I would, say are untouchable. Everything else is on the table for me.
I wouldn't even go as far to say Amen's untouchable. He would be the last one that I'd want to trade in that group.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't – but I'm also not – I wouldn't want to trade him in. I'm going to mention everybody else first.
Yeah.
But if they came back with Alpi and Amin for Giannis, am I doing that? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would do everything I could to still keep Amin because of what you talked to earlier. While I don't think he's going to develop a 3-point shot, I do think he could become like a Russell Westbrook, get you into the paint.
I'm not sure if he's a good enough ball handler.
Fair. That's fair. I mean, he at times gets to the paint with ease because of his speed, but then last night, he would get into the paint and the ball kept getting poked out. Guys just maybe that speaks to your criticism of his handle, but yeah, he kept getting the ball poked away when he drive to the basket.
Yeah, I don't know if he has I just don't think he has a Russ handle.
Yeah, that's fair. I just meant as far as because Russ never developed the shot, but he could still get into the paint and knock down the mid-range jump shot. That's more what I'm thinking with him.
A build of Amin and Giannis on the same team, though, has some spacing issues. See, that's why I wouldn't be as opposed to throw Amin in there, even though I'd rather not. I do understand that you would have some spacing issues with Amin and Giannis on the same team. Junkie says the only 2 guys who should be untouchable next season is KD and Amin. Go full sin for Giannis with anyone else. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's going on, Pete?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Yeah, this whole Rocket thing's frustrating. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier today, and it actually talked about it with my son. Makes you wonder if they should have just stood pat with what they had from last year. I know that Jalen Green drove the fans crazy with his inconsistency, but at the same time, here we are talking about Alpi and Amin and their inconsistencies, Reed Shepard. it just makes me wonder, did Houston, move too early to try and win now? Maybe they should have given last year's roster a chance to grow some more. And, if it didn't work out, of course, they would still have those draft picks they sent to Phoenix. And with Giannis being available, it makes you wonder, could they have made a bigger play for him with more assets in hand versus going after KD, which, again, no disrespect to KD, but I think, the lack of leadership. And, of course, on top of that, losing Van Fleet didn't help and Steven Adams. But just want to get your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you for the call, Pete. I get the sentiment because it was such a young core, but I don't think trading out Kevin Durant for Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks changes the outcome of the series. Like, we have to remember, like, Jalen Green, all the criticisms we're having about Alpe and Reed, about their inconsistency, about the dumb plays at time, Jalen Green had one good game against the Warriors in a 7-game series. That game 2 where he scored 38. Every other game of the series, he was under 10. Like, so I could see your point with from the aspect of, well, I wish we hadn't given up those picks and we maybe took a different shot than the one we did going after KD. But Jalen Green doesn't fix this series.
No, I don't regret the trade at all.
Same.
Like, if you just swapped out the trade and you still factor in the injuries,
they're still down 0-2.
Yeah, they might not have as good a regular season.
Yeah,
like if you could nitpick the trade and revisionist history and all that, I wonder if you could have done the trade without including Dylan Brooks some way. It'd have been hard financially.
I think that would have left for a better vibe on the team. Certainly more of a dog.
Yeah, like I like Dylan Brooks. I'm a Dylan Brooks fan.
Another guy that get the 3 too.
But I'm not sure you could have done it financially. But no, I don't think that they acted too soon either. Like, I'm not sure that Jalen Green's value was ever going to be higher than it was. And I know he had a bad series, but like, is Jalen Green had an okay season in Phoenix. He was injury prone and didn't play a lot.
Yeah.
But he gave you about what you would expect, right?
Yeah,
like he was about the guy who we thought he would be in
Phoenix. People were freaking out. Who they play in the play-in tournament where he went off for 38?
It was Golden State, wasn't it?
It was Golden State in the elimination. Yeah, like people were. I remember because we talked about on the weekend. The question was like, do you regret seeing Jalen Green score 38, or do you have any regret seeing him score 38 and not be on the Rockets? Like, no, because he did that here. Like, he would go 2 months of being 18 points basically per game and inconsistent. They didn't have that blow-up March that he had 3 years ago, or that blow-up January that he had 2 years ago, and people would lose their mind. But overall, he's still an inconsistent player that will have those moments, but we're still going to have the same conversations about him that we would have about Alpe. Like, I don't see the massive improvement there.
It's hard to really quantify Jalen Green's season in Phoenix because he had the injuries and his minutes per game were way down because they kind of eased him back in and all that. But he averaged 26 minutes a game, which is the fewest he's ever averaged in his career. So that's why it's tough.
He'd been an Iron Man.
That's why it's tough to really get a feel of like what his numbers would have been. He averaged just under 18 points a game, but again in less minutes, which is the fewest points he's ever had in a game since his rookie year. If you were just looking at Jalen Green's value like in a vacuum, isolated from everything else, Jalen Green coming off of last season versus Jalen Green coming off of this season right now, Jalen Green's value I think actually went down a little bit. I think Jalen Green has a little less value today than he did April 22nd, 2025.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess the only pushback I would have, and I don't even know if I believe it, is just how bad he was in that Warriors series. Like, I don't.
He was bad.
But
he was still enough to get you Kevin Durant.
Yeah, he was still enough. He was still enough. But like, we always have that conversation. Like when people wanted to trade Jordan when he was hurt. Like, why would you trade him at his lowest possible value? I don't think last season was his lowest possible value, but it wasn't. I don't think it was super high. I guess it was high enough, but yeah, he was so bad in that Warriors series that
I think it was close to his high. I think it's close. Like, if you looked at his career as like just like a stock symbol and it is market, like I think it's way closer to his high than his floor. And I think it was higher a year ago than it is today.
I do agree with that part for sure. It was definitely higher a year ago than it is today. I definitely agree with that. And to go back to the question of Pete, like, I don't regret the trade at all.
No,
like, Jalen Green does not fix the series.
No, he doesn't. It doesn't fix the series at all.
Like, the only thing you could kind of talk me into with regretting the trade is having those picks. But what they only gave up was it one first? I don't think it was the haul that maybe some people are remembering.
Yeah,
I think it was just the one first. So it's not. I don't even think that if the hand wringing is we have less to give up for a Giannis trade, like, they can still get Giannis if they wanted to. Like, I don't think they're ill-equipped now because of a loss of a bunch of first-round picks to go get Giannis if they needed to.
Did they give up a first?
They might not have.
Because it was
I thought I remember them giving up one first.
Because they turned it into that huge, 6-team trade, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it was a 7-team trade.
7-team trade.
It turned into a
Stupid.
7-team
That's
trade.
stupid.
It was
I
that
hate
10th
those.
pick. Last year's 10th pick, remember?
Last year's pick.
Right.
That's
Okay.
right. That's right. But not a pick.
So one first
that's
then.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was
exactly.
last year's 10th
So the
pick.
pick they even gave up, they couldn't have given up for Giannis anyway because it would already be gone.
Yeah, it would have been used last
Yeah.
year.
So what?
Well, I guess you could have traded the piece.
Sure.
Whoever
Who they drafted there, but
which was that Malawak from Duke. That's
Yeah.
right. It was the 10th pick. 7-1. He's not playing either.
Yeah,
Very
he's-
few minutes.
no
kind
offensive
kind of a
game.
red shirt year. I didn't love him last year. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Milo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hello, Jeremy and Joe. How you doing?
Hey, Pally.
Give me a second here. My wife's calling me. I was trying to tell her I'm on hold with the best radio station in the entire country, but she's persistent. That's why I call her the War Department. Oh.
What else you got,
I want to
Milo?
give you a little heads up today. I had a blood test this morning. Haven't had any water today. Still haven't had any water. Only a Diet Dr. Pepper and a single cup of 20-ounce coffee. Another thing, I believe the owner of the Rockets, Tillman Fertitta, is more interested in making food than he is winning basketball games, even though he signed Kevin. Oh. Another reason we lost that game, Reed Shepherd only played 10 minutes, 0 points. We don't have a point guard. Hello, raise the flag. We need a point guard, Pally.
Oh,
give me 1 second, Jeremy. And I don't know, Joe. I'm not familiar with you, Joe, but you sound good. I like the double J. Oh.
Appreciate it, Milo.
Another thing I want to drop on you. I've been up in the stratosphere for a while. I didn't intentionally call the show because I didn't know what to say. But now I got a lot to say. Oh!
Appreciate the call, Milo. Milo on mobile.
Put a blue star on that call.
I love it every time Milo calls. Big fan. I was wondering, though, during the middle of the call, I wonder how many of our listeners know what he's
I had
doing.
that same thought, but AJ was rolling. He's like 22 years old. So I was like, okay, we're good.
AJ, you know who Milo Hamilton is?
I don't.
Oh, damn. All right, well, never mind. He was still laughing, though.
Yeah, Milo was the former Astro many-year broadcaster.
Yeah, like 20
Milo
plus
Hamilton.
years, probably.
Holy Toledo, what a play.
Put a blue star on that, baby.
Baggy Bushy and all the guys.
The only thing that's missing from that Milo impression
Put
is
the Y on all the guys.
Like, it should have been like Reedy or Durante. Like, Milo put a Y on the end of everybody's name.
He goes, Joe, I don't know who you are, but you sound good.
Berkey was a busy bee.
That's so good. You're welcome back anytime, Milo. We love to
From
we love
beyond
to
the
hear from
grave.
you. Yeah. He's come back to the afterlife with Jeremy and Joe. I don't know who you are, Joe, but I like the way you sound. It's not even Joe. Brian's in for Joe today. Whoa, holy Toledo.
You want to try to throw it a break like Milo?
Put a blue star on it. 713-780-ESPN. Oh, holy Toledo. What a show. When we come back, more of the junkie with Jeremy and Joe. Oh, holy Toledo. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. I realized as I was teasing it going to break there, I have a read here. Pro Dunk, it's a goal. Pro Dunk Hoops, they make the very best basketball goals that exist. They always have. Pro Dunk's been doing it since 1984. Milo got a Pro Dunk goal, in fact. 1984, they've been making the highest quality goals you'll ever find. Best goals in the planet. Better than anything you'll find at the big box store. You're wasting your time there. The rim's janky. The backboard's going to have a hole in it. The wind's going to blow it over. It's no good. You don't need to waste your time in the big box stores. Just go ahead and get your goal from Pro Dunk. ProDunk.com. Order right now. Tempered glass backboard. They got a breakaway rim, height adjustable, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof. You know how important that is in Houston with the humidity we have in this city. But you can lower that. I mentioned that breakaway rim. Why would I need a breakaway rim? The goals are 10 foot high. Well, no, not necessarily. You can get it up that high, of course, with Pro Dunk hoops, but you can also lower it all the way down to 5 feet, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet on their goals. So you can lower it down. Kids working on their game, working on their shot. Still can't get it up there to the 10 feet. Lower it down, have them work on their game that way. Or you just want to have some fun, throw down some jams. Raise it all the way up to 10 feet. All that. One of their goals, Thor. Thor is awesome, by the way. It's their new beauty. But they have the lightning adjust feature on Thor. What's the lightning adjust feature? You put the drill in the goal, and that's how it raises and lowers the goal. Anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it's even fun to do. Their accessories, top-notch. LED light kits for night play. That way you can, you're at work during the day. The kids are at school. You can only play at night. Get some LED light kits. That way you can play throughout the night. Backstep nets. You don't have to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering. They got it all. And they have all the goals, too. They got your roof mount. They got your wall mount. They got your portable. They got your in-ground adjustable. They have it all at Pro Dunk, and they can also install the goal for you too. You're a little bit hesitant to install that goal. It's some doing. It's some doing. You're not great with a drill. You're not great with a hammer. You're not great with a level. You're not great with tools. Let the pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. They can do it all. Order your goal now. You won't be sorry at ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Holy Toledo, was that a junkie calling in? Yeah, Milo Immobile is the junkie of the afterlife. He represents the junkies in the afterlife. Rockets need to draft that 8-foot-tall center out of Florida. Until then, nada. He stinks. Like he averages like less than a minute a game. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
it's got to be a troll.
Guys that size can't move. Like guys that are like 7'5", like except for Wemby, can't move. And now you want a guy that's even 4 inches taller? Nah.
Come on. Rockets lost their only two leaders in the team when Van Fleet and Adams got hurt. No leadership, no teamwork, no winning. I think that's a fair point, valid point.
Especially with Fred. Yeah.
KD is old. He's a shell of the great Kevin Durant. What a terrible trade. I disagree. Respectfully disagree.
I mean, his point total's down from his prime, if you want to look at it that way, but he still seemingly can score whenever he wants to.
Junkie
unless they
KD
double him.
looked like a 50-year-old pothead last night, slow as heck. Did you say that at halftime, though, when he had 20 in the first half? I wonder if that was a take you had at halftime when he had 20. Or if you just waited and had a reactionary take like that.
It feels very cherry-picking.
Kevin Durant had a good year.
Did he look like a 50-year-old pothead when he scored 20 and a half?
Right. Yeah. Rocky Kerr stepping away, or at least talking about it. Do you potentially go after him in the offseason? No, Ime Udoka's the head coach here. Whether you like it or not, Ime Udoka's the head coach here. Brooks had a good year, averaged 20 points a game this year. I like Dylan Brooks. I'm a Dylan Brooks fan. Men could be our Dennis Rodman. Yeah, I see what you're saying, like defensive-minded, all that stuff. If Fred was playing, and would we feel different about these players, the offense would likely look different. Of course. This offense would look a lot better if they had a true, real point guard. Yeah, it goes without saying.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement with that. I do wonder, does it fix the series? That I'm not.
Well, I think
because it doesn't fix the defensive end.
I think that
okay. Well, Fred's in. What do you think the series is right now?
Well, Kevin Durant didn't play game one. So is he still not playing game one?
Yeah.
No, I think it's 1-1.
Everything else is the same.
I think it's 1-1, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's 1-1, and they're minus 170 to win the series.
Yeah.
Versus it's 0-2, and
Vegas odds are
underdogs to win the series.
Like, I'm with most of that thought in that guys get easier shots, the leadership's better, all that with Fred. But, like, it doesn't fix the way Alpi plays in the paint. It doesn't fix the defense, in my opinion. Like, there's a little guys, the wings that can't shoot threes, still have to knock down threes. I mean,
well, Fred to add some shooting. Fred would be
a
slight upgrade in the shooting aspect of it, so he would take a few more shots. Plus, the ball would be in his hands, so Kevin Durant wouldn't turn it over 9 times. I think a lot of where Alpi gets the ball would also improve because of Fred.
Maybe so.
The defense probably takes a bit of a hit. It doesn't take a hit in the 11 minutes that Reed's playing. You know, maybe it takes a hit in like the 25 minutes Okogie's playing. But is Fred's defense over Okogie that massive of a drop off? I don't think it's.
I mean, it's certainly better if you're just telling me, well, Reed and Holiday's minutes go away and it's given to Fred VanVleet. Like, just in that alone, it obviously improves. I don't know to what level.
You still think
improves.
It's 0-2?
I'm on the fence, which is I know we're not supposed to be in sports radio. You're probably right at 1-1. It's just I'm so disappointed and discouraged by last night. It's hard for me to think of a scenario where I'm happy and like positive about the Rockets.
Fair enough. If Stone's lack of moves to fill obvious holes in our lineup that are damning to him, I think it's fair. Another KD trade was trash. All right.
I don't get those takes. I really don't. I mean, Pete's whole reasoning seemed to be that they should have given the young core another chance to mature and then also save those assets for a trade after this season. I just don't see either of those as being improved by not making the trade for Durant, because what have we seen from Jalen Green that makes you think the Rockets would be in a better spot with him instead of Durant? And like we talked about in the last segment, the only first-round pick that they gave up for Durant has already been turned into a player.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, it's already off the table. Like, I get the frustration because he turned over the ball 9 times and was awful in the second half. But I mean, other than Dylan's like leadership and toughness, I will completely concede that point. Like, the rest of it, Jalen Green, the picks, I don't think the Rockets are in a much better position having not made that trade.
No, I don't either. It's not the first time the Rockets started a playoff series down 0-2 and come back to win it, but this team doesn't seem to have what it takes. Jabari and Reed are misses. They could have had Castle instead of Reed. Who would you have had over Jabari, though? Like, you finished half the thought. You said Jabari and Reed are misses. Okay, we're listening. They could have had Castle instead of Reed. Okay, fair take. Where's the rest of that take? Where's the Jabari part of it?
I had to pull up that draft to remember who went after him.
Well, it's the texter's take, though. It's the text.
Yeah.
No, Evan Mobley was the Jalen Green one.
That was the Jalen Green draft.
You got to finish that. If you think Jabari's a miss, well, then who did they miss on?
They could say Jalen Williams, but he wasn't highly regarded like that.
Well, ended up getting
Where'd he go?
2022. The same draft as
what pick?
Yeah, what pick?
I think it was like the early teens.
That's what I thought. It was
yeah, that's not a Jabari replacement.
Right, exactly.
He wasn't realistic at that spot. Stone felt this team, as soon as Van Vliet went down, he should have done everything possible to acquire a point guard. I'll go a step further. I think he should have been acquiring a backup point guard before Fred ever got hurt. To me, that was one of the weaknesses of the team going into the year, was I thought they were light at point guard. You had Fred, who's aging, who's getting older. You don't have another point guard who's like rotation quality. Aaron Holiday's a point guard. I don't think he's rotation quality. I think he should have attacked point guard, not Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella. And again, this isn't like hindsight 2020.
You mean the third best center in the league?
Third best center in the league, according to Ryan Hollins. Rockets have a team of individual skills that don't gel. It's not Reed, it's the roster. That's a fair take. Should have signed Chris Paul. Chris Paul's not the answer. He's just so washed.
Fix anything.
Yes, he's a point guard, but he's also incredibly washed. So,
yeah, to your point with the texter mentioned Fred, I think I'm more on your side than the texter side in this conversation, because by the time Fred went down, we're talking mid-September, late September. I think at that point it's too late to go get that guy. There's nobody. Maybe the argument is there's some guys you could have had the trade deadline. That's fair, but in September, at that point, obviously free agency has already basically been over, having started in July. There's not really that guy out there that's going to replace Fred's minutes.
No, I think
which is why I side with more of your point was, if you're going to criticize Stone in this situation, I think he was more reactive than proactive to the point guard.
You could do the whole Jose Alvarado deadline type of thing, which is fair. Yeah. That's a fair take.
But not in September.
I also don't think it really pushes you over the hump at all.
Well, at least you're not having to play Aaron Holiday. I guess that's
sure.
the point.
But does he change the difference in the series?
No,
I don't think he does changes at all. What sucks the most is the KD files were right. Yeah, they were. Can we just simulate
which one?
Both of them.
Yeah, well, it certainly was on Alpi. Was it on Jabari?
I don't get that.
That he's our word?
No. I don't get that Phil Jabari.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think Jabari's low IQ.
No, and Jabari's look. I know we get frustrated with some of his decision making, mostly trying to take guys off the dribble from the top.
It's just like overconfidence.
But yeah, kind of to that point. One of the things I at least appreciate with Jabari is he definitely has more dog in him than Alpi does. His try hard is more consistently on than Alpi's.
Yeah. Fred was insane in the playoffs last year. I think you're misremembering that a bit.
He did have a couple games where he shot really well.
Remember, he really struggled, though?
He did.
He struggled at the start, and then it was like, okay, I need to be better. And then he was better for a couple of games.
It was one of the road games at Golden State. It was Game 5. Thank you, AJ.
But I feel like he was not good in the first four.
Yeah, I think your memory is on that correct. I remember he came alive in one of the road games.
Game 6, Game 6. Yeah.
Game 6? Okay. Yeah. I thought it might have been a couple of games, but I remember he came alive in one of the road games at Golden State and hit a ton of threes out of nowhere. But you're right. My memory of that was also he was not good at the beginning of that series. Neither was the men in the beginning of that series, and he came alive in the second half as well.
A lot of what Fred showed in that series, though, was the reason I wanted a backup point guard. I felt like relying on – because Fred played 35 minutes a game last year. Fred played 35 minutes a game last year. This would have been his age 31 season, and he also missed 22 games. Not having a backup point guard when your starting point guard's 31, missed 20 games last year, and is playing 35 minutes, I think is a bit incompetent of a roster build. I really do. And they would tell you that, well, we think that Reed and Amin can handle backup point guard minutes. I would disagree with them. And then now when your starting point guard gets hurt and is going to be out for the year, you're like, well, we have two guys that maybe could be a point guard, where my argument would be you have two guys that aren't a point guard.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have two quarterbacks, you have none conversation. Yeah, to me, that failure for Rafael Stone is either a failure of evaluation in what Amin and Reed were capable of doing, or B, it's just terrible planning for what you said. You have a 31-year-old point guard that missed 20 games, maybe has some depth for him. I don't know what sin is I feel worse about, the misevaluation of Reed and Amin, or just not planning ahead to, get a backup. It's not like we're talking about, the 12th guy on the bench. It's literally have a direct backup for a 30-plus-year-old starter.
Well, I think his Reed and Amin can handle point guard is tantamount to having a backup point guard. I think that's their viewpoint.
I guess so you would side on there was the misevaluation part of it. Yeah,
it would have to be.
Yeah,
because if they hit,
it has to be.
Because if they hit their evaluation, we're not saying this today. They were right, we were wrong.
Yeah,
he was right, we were wrong. They did have a point guard. We just didn't think that they did, but we were the ones who misevaluated it, and they were the ones that were right.
Yeah, true.
So I think that comes that's the what is it? The chicken before the egg or whatever. The egg, I don't know how that goes.
Cart before the horse.
Yeah, whatever.
One of those.
713-780
I don't know.
ESPN. Some
Let's not
profound.
get lost there.
Use your profound analogy that you deem fit. 713-780 ESPN could have gotten Alvarado at the trade deadline. He would be fine as a stabilizer. Yeah, he'd have been fine as a stabilizer. I just don't think he moves the needle. Like, I don't think Jose Alvarado moves the needle at all. I like him as a player. He's a pest, all of that. Would I like him on the team? Sure. Does the series look any different right now? No. Junkie says the rumor is the Bari was misspelled in the KD files for Tari. That makes more sense because Tari's low basketball IQ.
Yeah, if we're talking about playing dumb, that much better fits Tari.
I think the two lowest basketball IQs on this team are Tari Eason and Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, I throw Alpi into that conversation, but
that's a good point. That's fine.
Reed is at the top of my list, but
Junkie
or if Durant faces a double team, he at least in that specific example, he comes into the conversation.
He comes unglued too. Junkie Ime is stubborn about it. We only gave up 100. Is tone deaf about the problems. Yeah, I see your perspective on that. I think that was more trying to be kind with the words he was using with Reed Shepherd. Because he said that in an answer about Reed. He was asked, like, well, why didn't Reed play more? And then he was like, well, we only give up 101, blah, 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 blah. I don't think it was tone deaf. I think it was him picking his words wisely so he didn't bury his own player.
Yeah, and I also don't think he's wrong. Like, if you were to tell me, like, would you take the Lakers scoring 101 over the unknown, I would take 101. And today, like, yeah, if you look at it from like 90s basketball when the score was 85-83 every game, then sure, 101 seems like a lot. But in today's basketball, 101 is not that much.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be one of the top defensive teams in the league if you're only giving up 101 points per game.
Yeah. What good is a point guard without an actual offense to run?
Fair question.
I think the offense would look a lot different if they had a real point guard. At this point, tank the playoffs and gift the NBA their LeBron TV time.
Come on.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if I really want the Rockets to win.
Because of what, draft positioning?
No, nothing to do with that. No.
There's no advantage to the game there.
Right, I'll get to it. I think they're more likely to have a roster shakeup if they get ousted in the first round, especially in embarrassing fashion, than if they were to come from behind, beat the Lakers, and then like lose in 6 to OKC.
Yeah, because then they would say, "Hey, we got a step further. We're knocking on the door." I'm with you now.
So because I think it's more likely that they would have roster shakeup, like I don't want them to lose, but that isn't like that thought has crept into my head. Like, would it be in the best interest of the Rockets long term if they got a gentleman's sweep? If they lost this series in 5, I think they're way more likely to have a roster shakeup if they lose this series in 5 than coming from behind 2-0 and winning it in 7 or winning it in 6. And I'm more on the pro roster shakeup side, so that's where my logic comes into play there.
Yeah, if you're on the side of the Rockets need to shake it up, they need to trade Alpi, they need to go after Giannis or anyone else you desire. That's not going to happen if they win this series and then are able to tell themselves the story of we got a step further and maybe even won a couple of games against the Thunder, even though they would still lose that series. You're much more likely to get that if they lose in 5 to the Lakers.
Yep. So that's where my logic is there. Not necessarily that I'm rooting for it, but it has entered my brain. It entered my brain yesterday watching the Rockets turn it over time after time after time after time and miss shots.
Dumb basketball.
And miss shots time after time after time after time. Because they had some looks. Did the Rockets have a chance to get Drew Holiday? Not that I know of. They didn't have a chance to get Drew, did they? Like, he was involved in a real trade.
I don't remember any conversations or rumors with them and Drew Holiday.
Steve Kerr to the Rockets, no. Why does Şengün initiate the offense outside the three-point line? He's a better passer from the post. That's dumb basketball. Because I think they have a tough time of getting it to him in the post. Because they really don't have a true point guard. And then also teams, especially the Lakers, are going to send bodies his way, and they don't have guys who can make shots.
Yeah, so, I think they do that because if the Lakers are more likely to double him in the post than they are at the top of the key.
But you're right though, Texture. Like I want Şengün to get better post touches. I want him to be closer to the basket getting those touches. I thought they were better in game 2 than game 1 in that regard. And Alpi Şengün missed so many paint shots.
Blank looks in the paint. I think it's made even more frustrating that seemingly all those bad misses inside the paint are short.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's just me or I don't know why it would look better, but if he at least left a few of them long, it would felt like he put up a real attempt. But they keep just grazing the front of the iron and falling off. It comes off weak.
Rocky this whole season was handled with negligence, terrible GMing, terrible coaching after fans expected to do better. Then Stone says it's just not our year at the half. Yeah, those are valid points. That's what we're talking about.
Those comments definitely.
I think Stone had a terrible offseason. I think he had his worst offseason as a general manager. I'm cool with the Durant trade. A lot of the texters are not here.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how much. I guess that's just heat of the moment. We're coming off an embarrassing loss, one of the more embarrassing losses in recent memory. But I'm surprised by. I wasn't surprised by the retruthers. That didn't surprise me at all. But how
I was surprised.
Yeah, well, just the overwhelming majority seems to be the KD trade was awful. I am surprised by that.
I think that's a little prisoner of the moment. I bet you no one was saying that when he had 20 at the half. Junkie, outside of sports, what other industry do you preface someone as high IQ? He's a high IQ plumber. That's a good point. But you would use that. You would have synonyms for those words. You wouldn't use that exact word. Like you wouldn't be like, that's unbelievable neurosurgeon. It's a high IQ neurosurgeon. You would just be like, he's top of the industry. He's top class. He's better than anybody in his field. I don't think people are talking about surgeons as crafty. No, I don't think somebody's going into the heart with a open heart surgery and be like, that's one crafty doctor. I don't think I'm looking for my open heart surgeon to be a crafty doctor.
Okay, you're right. Maybe I'm trying to think of the word. I don't even know what word. I'm trying to think of a word for like just being kind of like inventive and doing things that no one else can do. But crafty was not the word to describe that.
No, they would just say he's smart. Like he's better than everybody else. Yeah. All right.
Innovative. That was the word I was trying to think of.
Innovative is a little different.
I know, but that's the word I was trying to convey when I said crafty. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It chose my words poorly.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about a winner. Let's talk about the Astros. The Astros coming off their best series victory of the year, their first road series victory of the year. They took 2 of 3 in Cleveland. Yeah, there was a Game 2 collapse, but they won today. Getaway day. Astros. All systems go. Let's talk about the Stros last couple of games. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Brian filling in on ESPN 97.9 HD2. Brian in for Joe today. Astros won earlier, beat Cleveland, took 2 of 3, won the bookends. Game 1, Game 3, lost the middle one yesterday. Probably could have easily won that one. Could have swept that one. We'll talk about that in a second. We have a bunch of sweats of the day going today, by the way. We were just getting to the Rockets talk. All the soccer bets are done. Didn't have a great day in soccer. 1-4. In the Premier League, Brian, we were on AFC Bournemouth and Leeds United for a draw.
Are you pronouncing that correctly?
I don't know.
Bournemouth?
I haven't. It's spelled Bournemouth.
Right?
It's spelled Bournemouth.
Bournemouth, maybe?
It's spelled Mouth.
I bet it's pronounced Bournemouth.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
That can't be it. I wouldn't say that to Glenn. We won't see him today, but the show was on, but it's recorded.
You're probably right.
You got the pronunciation?
Bournemouth.
Yeah, you were Bournemouth. Right. Yeah, Bournemouth.
It's spelled mouth, though.
Yeah.
What do they know about English over there? They don't know anything about English, though.
They're adding U's into their words.
Oh,
Color with a U.
Oh, I should have known that.
Yeah.
They do add U's to that.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah. But anyways, AFC Bournemouth and Leeds United. We had the draw there. That's our lone win.
That's the lone win?
Which was good because that was our highest chances of value. We had that at plus 268. They finished with a wait a second. No.
Didn't we have Barcelona winning?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
We were on AFC Bournemouth, but we were on the draw, which we won at plus 268. We also hit the over on that one. So we weren't 1-4. We were 2-3. We won both of those matches, both of those bets in that match. We lost the over in Burnley Man City. We won it at 3.5, over 3.5. There was only one goal in that match. So we lost that one, and then we lost the one La Liga match that we had. We had Barcelona and Celta Vigo, and we were on Barcelona -2. They won 1-0. We were on the over 3.5. They won 1-0. So we lost both of the La Liga matches in Barcelona and Celta Vigo, and we lost the over in Burnley Man City, and we won both of our bets at AFC Bournemouth and Leeds United. We won both of those.
There we go.
Draw and the over. We're on 3 baseball bets, which 2 are pending. We're on Angels minus. Well, actually, just went final. Angels minus 1.5. The Angels have won that baseball game, so we won that one at plus 135. We were on Seattle, Oakland under 7.5. That game's in progress. It's 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. So that's our only active sweat. And then we were also on the under Toronto Angels, which that was over 7-3. So we've won 1 baseball. We've lost 1 baseball. We're pending the other. We went 2 and 3 in football matches, but the one, the big bet that we had, or at least the best odds that we had, we won.
So Joe's contribution to the sweats today, which she's not here,
yeah, we should
was
have
a loss.
We should have done it.
Maybe that's the lesson here. Like, you're not here to take the L in person. You can't contribute.
That guy on the ESPN Premier League, because we were watching Premier League soccer, he looks like a fatter Peter Gammons.
You've never said something more accurate in your entire life.
He looks like a fat Peter Gammons.
Fat Peter,
and he's not
Peter
even
Gammons.
that fat.
No.
He's just kind of medium.
Yeah, because Peter Gammons is kind of thinned out. Yeah, he's scrawny as he's gotten older. This guy has a more full jaw and neckline.
He's like a full Peter Gammons.
That might be my favorite take you've ever had.
I need to figure out who that guy is.
There's no way to know.
Yeah, well, I'll look it up during the break. But enough about our sweats of the day. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. He does? I looked up. I was like, Peter Gammons does soccer now? I was like, he's not that fool. Like, Peter Gammons went on a little binge, ate a little too much. Yeah. Anyways, Astros beat the Guards today, Brian. Peter Lambert's the storyline here. I mean, the Astros won 2-0. The Astros won 2-0. The Astros shut out a baseball team.
That's unbelievable.
They shut out a baseball team. Yordan Alvarez hits a 2-run homer in the first, which that guy's a freak show. And Peter Lambert goes 6 shutout innings. The bullpen does a job, which they didn't do yesterday. Blue Ball Okert and Enya de los Santos combined for 3 scoreless innings out of the pen. And your Stros are in the air back to Houston with the biggest series victory of the year. This is bigger than the sweep of the Red Sox at home. This is their first road series win. The Astros are back.
Oh, back. All systems go? Is that what you're claiming here?
10
All
and
systems
16.
go?
10 and 16 now.
Boy, what's that pace? Still not in the playoffs. I think the biggest development here is you might have something with Peter Lambert, because even though the overall stat line didn't look as good in his previous game to this, he still had 8 Ks in that game. I remember talking about. I was like, well, he, gave up like 4 runs, I think it was, in that game, but he struck out 8. There might be something there. He's got swing and miss stuff. And then today he put it all together in 6 innings scoreless, also equaling the previous outing with 8 strikeouts. So that's encouraging. I mean, you added in with the bullpen with Blue Ball, who hadn't, he's been pretty up and down this season, him having a scoreless inning. De Los Santos bounces back from a rough inning or a rough outing last night. He didn't make it a full inning last night. And overall, it's a very positive sign. I know we'll get to yesterday's game later. You mentioned the bullpen wasn't good last night. I mean, K-Way Tang, though. He was great. K-Way was great.
I didn't have a chance to listen to Dana Brown on the flagship today because I was listening and watching the Astros game as I was driving into work. So I didn't have a chance to listen to it, but I saw somebody tweet it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't remember who. Maybe the Astros sleeper guy.
I saw from the sleeper. Yeah, I saw from
Astros sleeper guy.
Yeah.
Which he lets his identity out there. He posted a picture of his face.
Oh.
A lot of those sleeper people like hide in anonymity.
Are you at war with the sleeper accounts?
No, I like the Astros sleeper guy.
Okay.
No, the Astros sleeper guy and I get along pretty good, which is kind of.
I thought you were at war with somebody that had a sleeper account. Was it Rocket Sleeper?
Rocket Sleeper guy that doesn't, I don't think likes me.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, because of the highlight culture,
That's what it was.
The Reed Shepherd block or something like that.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was, but yeah, he got mad at me because I was like, "You guys are celebrating loser basketball." Which, by the way, I think yesterday's game kind of proves me right.
Yeah. No.
Jeremy
Brown's right.
They were like, "You care too much about turnovers. Turnovers happen." Okay, so you don't care that Kevin Durant turned it over 9 times in a playoff game? That's what you're telling me. If you're condoning turnovers. I hate that we're talking Rockets again after, but here I am. You triggered me. I didn't even know you could trigger me with that, but you triggered me with that. People are condoning turnovers because they celebrate highlights, right? This happens all regular season. I was getting dragged, Brian. I was getting dragged because I'm an old man that doesn't like whenever turnovers happen. That Branham guy likes to protect the basketball too much. He likes a good plus minus in the plus minus turnover margin. He likes guys who don't turn it over. You know what else? He likes assist to turnover ratio. This Branham guy, he's such an antiquated dinosaur. He cares about turnovers. Can you believe this loser?
I
felt vindicated after yesterday.
I think the most amazing part of that take for them saying, "Well, why do turnovers are overrated? Why do you care about that?" is like turnovers, regardless if it's football or basketball, is such a no bleep analysis that you shouldn't turn the ball over that we mock people for even saying it because it's so obvious. Yet someone has the take of they don't matter.
Yeah, it's basketball. It happens. Well, you know what good teams do? Fewer than bad teams.
Turn it over less.
They protect the ball.
Yeah,
they protect the ball. That's what they do. I'm antiquated.
Yeah,
old
dinosaur,
school basketball.
Dinosaur Branham.
You're right. I forgot about that. That was when Reed Shepherd had the chase down block and was like, "Oh my goodness, Reed Shepherd's a superstar."
Yeah.
Reed Shepherd's a superstar because he can throw a cross-court pass that gets intercepted by the other team, but he's such a superstar that he can hustle back and block a shot when the dude tries to cock it back. Remember that? He shouldn't have even cocked it back.
Yeah.
If AJ's trying to pause me. Get your mind out of the gutter, AJ. He put the basketball behind his head, was trying to hammer it down. If he just goes down there old school and kind of keeps his body, to shield Reed Shepherd away.
Thank you for the demonstration.
Puts it over the rim. It's an easy 2, but Reed Shepherd's a superstar because he was able to hustle back after he threw an interception and block the shot that shouldn't have been blockable anyways. Yeah, but Reed Shepherd's a star. That was the whole argument with Sleeper Rockets guy. I'm glad I had forgotten about it.
You're a little worked up right now.
I had forgotten about it, but then you reminded me.
Yeah, you're welcome. I guess you're welcome.
I hate highlight culture so much.
He's pretty worked up right now, AJ.
These aggregators. Oh my goodness, Reed
definitely
Shepherd.
A trigger for you.
Reed Shepherd had a chase down block, goes viral. Old man from his microphone. He turned it over, guys. I don't know why you are celebrating a turnover. They throw rocks at me. They throw rocks at me about how an idiot I am, and then they want to bash turnovers in a playoff game.
They try to put you back in your nursing home, so you get off their Twitter streets criticizing their basketball Jesus.
This guy doesn't like turnovers. He needs AARP. Like what? This guy doesn't like turnovers. He must be watching games from a rocking chair.
He's probably watching games in standard def. He's so old.
What is it? Is it what are the Gen Z or whatever we're currently in?
Gen Z.
Gen Z.
That's AJ's Gen Z, right?
Are you highlight culture, AJ?
No.
Okay.
But you're Gen Z, right? You'd be considered Gen Z.
Yeah,
I thought so.
Highlight culture drives me insane. He had a windmill dunk. Cool. He was 1 for 8. Awesome dunk.
Yeah.
He was 1 for 15 in the game, but he had that windmill dunk. What did he do on the defensive end? Oh, his guy had 30.
Not to take not to take the criticism off of, I guess, the Gen Z culture. Are we blaming this on Gen Z, or who are we blaming this on?
I think it's
because I
Gen
blame
Z.
this on the headline writers. Because this bothered me for years when like the Astros would beat the Angels like 6-2 in the headline for the article for the game as Ohtani hits home run. Yeah, I think I blame the people, the way they shape the news, for like making people this way. If that makes sense.
I don't disagree. I think that's a dangerous example of classical conditioning, and we can go super deep onto this, though.
That's probably a conversation for a different day.
Yeah, where like headlines like shape our minds.
I think they do.
I don't disagree.
Okay, all right.
No, I don't disagree.
We can have that conversation off the air one
But
day.
you see what I'm saying? Like it's very
it's maybe too deep for this. Yeah.
It's like deep psychological type of stuff.
Yeah. I'm probably not equipped for that.
Might need a gummy. 713-780. Just kidding. I don't.
Got
do
any
that.
recommendations?
I don't do gummies
today.
I don't do gummies. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't do gummies. I can be talked into it though. I just don't want to pay for it. Is the thing.
If someone brings you gummy tomorrow at Nick's place, will you take one?
I probably wouldn't do a show with it.
Okay. Maybe, but on the
I
drive home?
No. I would have to be at home because I don't know how I would react to a gummy.
Yeah.
At this stage in my life, I have
I'd
too
like
much.
to-
I have too much coffee. I'm ready to throw up sometimes. Like I don't know how I could handle a gummy.
I think I'd like to eat some gummies and watch wrestling. I think that'd be fun. Get high, watch wrestling?
That
sounds like fun.
I can't say what I want to say. But it sounds like it. That is maybe the thing you've ever said.
I find that. I embrace who I am.
He said he wants to take some gummies and watch wrestling.
Yeah. I think it would enhance the experience, enhance the entertainment.
Junkie?
If I'm trying to like deal with these crazy storylines, I'd rather do it high or sober.
That is easily the thing you've ever said. Fill in the blank. 713-780-3776.
We all know what it was.
Do we have anything else about the Astros game we want to talk about? 8th inning collapse yesterday. They needed to not do that.
Yeah, find the strike zone. Like Brian,
Don't do that.
Brian King came in and like 6 of his first 7 pitches were balls.
I also feel like they put him in a terrible situation though. He threw 40-something pitches 48 hours prior.
That's
with
fair.
1 day rest.
And they did point that out on the
terrible
broadcast.
spot
but
for him.
Like the triple he gave up to DeLauder, I mean, it was middle, and actually the pitch right before that, the pitch on 2-1 was also middle.
But how's he supposed to be sharp? He threw 40-something pitches on 1 day rest.
Yeah,
he shouldn't have been in the game.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
But I'm also not like this isn't like
it happened.
But I'm also not bashing Espada because like I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, because
like, you going to Abreu? No,
well, he was warming up. I guess it was after King gave up the triple. Like Brian Abreu, I think that is telling though. Like, as tired as King was, as taxed as he was, they decided not to go to Abreu, and didn't even get to him once they started warming him up. And then today, they obviously had a chance to, if they believed in him, to use them again, but instead they go with Okert and De Los Santos on a back-to-back day to finish out today's game in a two-run game.
Yeah, but I mean, there's different with the pitch load. Like if you're throwing 15 pitches, much easier to bounce back.
Yeah.
You go 40-something pitches,
I don't say De Los
pitch.
Santos going back-to-back as a criticism of King. I'm saying as just another example of where they're at with Abreu, that they decided to go with De Los Santos on a back-to-back day after he gave up runs and looked bad the day before instead of Abreu.
De Los Santos' usage and King's usage,
Yeah.
I think, are testaments to what you're saying about Abreu.
Yeah.
Like it's not a blame Espada thing. Like I saw a lot of like Espada doesn't know how to manage a bullpen. Okay, what's the play then? Tell me what the play. I hate the whole like revisionist history managing. Be proactive. If you want to bash him, be proactive about it. Like you can't be like, oh, he doesn't know how to handle a pin. Well, what'd you have done? I don't know. Anything else? Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. Great story.
This segment's been very triggered for you.
I know.
Between this and Sleeper Rockets.
I was kind of mellow, and then I got riled up.
You do need that gummy.
What's that?
You do need that gummy. Maybe when you get home.
You think it would mellow me out?
I do.
Yeah. Jordan's a stud, though. That ball he hit today, that was like a cannon going off.
Can he win MVP if the Astros are terrible overall?
I mean, nowadays with everybody voting based on the like nerds, where they just pick the best WAR guy. Yeah. I mean, Trout's won some MVPs whenever they didn't have great years.
Facts. Yeah. I I mean, not that I would ever talk about MVP favor in April, but how would he not be?
Yeah, I mean, they can't lose like 90 games. Like they need to like hover around 500, but I think I think they could not make the playoffs and he wins the MVP.
Yeah, if what would be the threshold to you? 80 wins? Or do you have to be
roughly.
like 500 or a little bit?
I think that's about right.
Okay.
80-ish.
I don't think they get to 80, but
And it also
that's another
like
conversation.
it's also a moving scale. Like if he runs away with it, then okay, maybe it's 75. If it's tight, maybe it's 85.
Yeah.
So like
fair.
the
because
divide,
it'd be a tiebreaker.
Yeah. The divide between he and whoever would be runner up, like, would have to be greater the worse the team is. The divide would have to be like it could be smaller the better the Astros are. It gives them more like I guess range to win it.
Remember when who was it that said he was sluggish?
Jeff Passan.
Well, you need to put that in the Bad Take Boulevard bracket.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a good recall.
Yeah, you should send. What is your trick? The little just liking the comment.
Yeah,
like,
with Passan's
well,
too
Passan
big
probably
time,
wouldn't see that. Yeah, he wouldn't.
Passan's
see that.
too big time that I'm just gonna make the list for him.
There
But
you go.
yeah, that's a good call. I meant to look at that the other day and I forgot about it.
Jordan Alvarez called him sluggish. Was I think with 2 weeks ago in spring training, and yet the dude's 11 home runs leading the league. And that's really underselling how good he's been this year. Like it's not just he's leading the league in home runs. He's leading the league in damn near everything.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's a freak show. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cash him or trash him. Cash him or trash him when we return. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You know what's delicious? Federal American Grill is so good. It is always very good. It's the best food that you can find. It's also your perfect happy hour spot. Did you know that they have a 4-hour happy hour every day? It's called Social Hour at Federal American Grill. Every location they have, 6 locations, Shepherd, Hedwig Village, Katy, the Woodlands, downtown, now in River Oaks, 2400 Midlane. But at every single one of them, they got 4-hour social hour where you get $10 apps and a great variety of drink specials. Plus the vibes during their social hour, immaculate vibes at Federal American Grill. You're going to love your time there. They do social hour better than anybody. You might be in traffic and see a Federal American Grill right now. Well, just go ahead, hit that exit, make the U-turn, get over there to Federal American Grill and enjoy yourself some $10 apps and a great variety of drink specials and vibes. Great vibes. Also, Derby Day coming up at Federal American Grill. Celebrate the running of the Kentucky Derby at Federal American Grill. Hedwig Village, River Oaks, Woodlands, and Katy locations. May 2nd from 3 until 10, they're going to have live music for you. They're going to have the Woodford Reserve Mint Julep specials. It's the best day of the year to drink mint juleps on Kentucky Derby Day. They're going to have prizes for the best dressed man, best dressed woman, best dressed couple, and also their Derby hat contest. Make your reservation, thefederalgrill.com, and dress to impress. Also, Mother's Day's coming up. Tell mom you love her by celebrating Mother's Day at Federal American Grill with their delicious, delicious food. How about brunch for Mother's Day? 10 to 3 p. $45 a head, 3-course meal for brunch and dinner on Mother's Day. This is May 10th, of course, and then dinner from 4 until 9, $60 a head. Reserve now. Thefederalgrill.com. They do Mother's Day better than anybody. They do Derby Day better than anybody. They also do your events better than anybody. Book your events with Federal American Grill, thefederalgrill.com, to reserve your private event spaces. They have multiple private event spaces at each of their locations. This is great for your prom. This is great for your graduations, your birthdays, your anniversaries, whatever you're having an event for, have it at Federal American Grill. TheFederalGrill.com. Reserve those now. Federal American Grill, so good. It's where great food meets every occasion. Cash 'em or trash 'em, Jeremy and Joe. Brian in for Joe. AJ in for Brian. 713-780-ESPN. Cash 'em or trash 'em. What are you cashing and trashing or trashing, Brian?
So I don't know if you know this or have seen it.
I know everything.
Okay, well, I'll assume that from this point going forward. But they reduced the time in the first round to make each pick in the NFL draft from 10 minutes to 8 minutes starting this year. And there's been a few GMs complaining about it. But I actually want the NFL to go even further. I don't think any of these rounds should have pick times of longer than 5 minutes.
Trash.
And my proof of concept here is when you look at, you can go ahead and hit the trash button, AJ.
Trash.
But so round 1 is 8 minutes, round 2 7 minutes, then rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all 5 minutes. And the 7th round actually shrinks to 4 minutes. To me, the middle rounds is where you see more activity with trades, where people are falling. Maybe they didn't get something they needed earlier in the draft. There's way more trades, at least from what I see, in the middle rounds. Whereas in the first round, even putting the amount of trades aside, because I think that's mostly what the time limit is for, to accommodate trades. In the first round, you've had 3-4 months to plan out and think about what you're going to do. Every time you go deeper into the draft, you've had less and less time to react. I don't know why you need more time in the first round than the later rounds.
Do you like the NFL draft?
I do.
Do you enjoy watching the first round?
I do, but I know where you're going with it.
Why would you want it to be so quick?
I knew that's where you're going, but I don't.
It's an hour and 50-minute show if you do your thing.
You're kind of making the case that you do for expanding the college football playoff for the NCAA tournament, which is, do you want more games or less games?
More.
But you're not getting really more NFL draft. Yes, the show is technically longer, but it's just sit around and wait time. Hear Mel Kiper talk about Shedeur Sanders for the 10th time. You're not getting.
That doesn't happen on round 1.
Oh, okay. I don't know. With Mel Kiper last year, I think he was talking about Shedeur in round 1. But you're not getting it's not to me. That's an apples and oranges comparison. You're not of getting more games to the college football playoff or in the NCAA tournament. It's not the same because you're just getting more talking head time, but then discussing things that might happen.
I want.
But we've had it for 4 months,
right? But it's different once you start talking about the fit. You start talking about what they're going to mean to the team. I like the first round of the NFL draft, especially. I like it more than the second and third. I still like the second and third, obviously. I even watch day 3 of the draft. But the first round of the draft is by far the best of the 3 days. I want to watch 3 hours of draft coverage. I want to hear what they all have to say about this player's fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I want to be introduced to these players. I want a reminder of that team's depth chart and what that team looks like.
You're dying for more analysis of what the Pittsburgh Steelers did?
Well, every team. I just use that as an example. I like the NFL, Brian. I'm sorry. I like football players being drafted by the NFL, Brian. I'm sorry.
It's just rehashing, and it's all the national
Brian just wants the sim to end.
Of the
and he wants to see the draft log.
I do, yeah.
He wants
that would be great.
To see the draft log.
That would be great.
Yeah, well, you can do that, Brian. It's just called not watching, and then go at 10 o'clock at night, pull up the website, and there you go. There's your draft log.
I just don't need the same talking points that have been talked about since January rehashed for an additional 3 minutes.
Oh, it's new, though, because they have a new fit. They have a new team. But I do like the willing and dealing aspect of it too. I get what you're saying. Hey, they still make trades in the day 3 when they have 5 minutes.
I'd argue they make more.
But this is more critical time. This is more crunch time, right? This is higher stakes.
But they've also had longer to think and talk about these trades in advance than they do for every round that comes after.
But there's probably not the auction effect of the picks day 3 like there is in day 1.
That's fair.
So you're not auctioning off Arizona whenever they're on the clock at number 3 and the Texans took Stroud at 2 and Nick thinks he has a deal with Arizona, but there's other teams calling. There's can you do better? Can you do better? So you have a little bit of an auction effect more on day 1 than you would.
Still have it.
Not really. I don't think you have that really day 3. They're probably that looks good for Jimmy Johnson.
No, I'm not saying
quicker. I don't. Well, I'm
saying in round 1.
Right, you're saying it's expedited. Right. It's quicker. I think that would lead to. I don't think it would lead to less trade, but it would lead to less negotiation. Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we still get the
and
trade.
Also they have commercials. You're gonna have commercials every 5th or 6th pick, right?
It's just
so
every
that's
time
be 6 commercials
goes by,
for one round of the draft.
All right,
if you have
Daniel
a 3-minute
Jeremiah,
commercial and a 5-minute draft picks in between, you only got 2 minutes to talk about it.
I just how many
the
times
interview with the players? Like, you hate the draft.
How many times can I hear who's the highest on your board now, Jeremiah? Well, this guy's falling.
Yeah, you're being disingenuous though.
How?
Like, because there's way more that happens in the 8 minutes between draft picks than Daniel Jeremiah talking about his big board or Mel Kiper talking about what random quarterback he likes. They do probably a B-roll package about the player. Maybe there's an interesting story. They interview the player. They talk about the player's fit. Okay, this team's coming up. What could they be looking for? Oh, there's a trade. What does this trade mean? I love the complexity of the draft. I don't want it to be shrunk down to an hour show.
Oh, that wouldn't shrink it down to an hour.
Well, I'm being a little bit facetious, but it'd be. I mean, there's 32 teams in the NFL, 5 minutes a pick. 30 times 5 is 150. Throw another 10 minutes on it, it's 160. That's 2.5 hours.
Well, which is an hour and a half more than the hour you said, but yes.
Well, I was obviously being facetious, Brian. You can't be so
well, that matters
dumb
in your
to
argument.
realize I wasn't being facetious.
If the argument is it's too short, it matters if it's 2.5 hours versus an hour. But I won't get bogged down in that point because I know you're mostly kidding there.
No, I was 100% kidding, not mostly.
Okay. Well, I guess my biggest part of this is just I get tired of the rehashing of the same national topics. We hear ad nauseum, like listening to the Rich Eisen show. Like, there's only so many times I can hear about what the Jets are going to do at quarterback, or how do the Steelers make this pick without knowing Aaron Rodgers' situation. Like, I'm tired of hearing those stories, and the longer they have between picks is the more they're going to talk about those stories that I'm tired of.
I feel like we've hit our impasse.
Yeah,
there will be a team before 2040 in Major League Baseball that goes with a full pitching staff of relievers.
Ooh.
2040, full pitching staff of relievers. They'll be like, oh, the injuries are too high. We're spending too much money. And look, it's not going to be like the Yankees. It's going to be like the Tampa Bay Rays.
Bottom feeders.
Yeah, some low market team that's trying to be cutting edge. Like, you know what? We're going to stop investing in starting pitchers. Everybody's going to be a reliever. We're going to have 13 relievers. We're going to use them however we deem fit is the best way, and they're going to go full pitching staff of relievers.
I'm going to trash it.
Okay.
Trash. Not because I don't
text you in 2040. It happens.
Not because I don't think some team's going to try to outthink everyone and come up with this idea. I could see that being the case. But with 13 pitchers, unless you got a bunch of long guys in there, which maybe you do, I think it'd be hard to fill 9 innings every single day without overworking guys, unless you have a bunch of long guys in there. To fill 9 innings 162 times with only 13 pitchers.
That new rule, too, where you can only bring them up 5 times a year, would it hurt that? Because those teams used to do, like, what they call it? The
opener?
The shuttle.
Oh, the shuttle.
The shuttle between Major League Baseball to AAA. Because they used to, you could call them up an endless amount of times.
Yeah.
Like, they still had their rule of how many days they had to be in the minors, but they didn't have a cap on how many times you could call them up. And again, you could supersede the amount of days you have to be in the minor leagues if there's an injury. So you just shuttle them back and forth between the bigs. So that makes it a little bit more difficult, but I still think we see it. I still think we see 13 relievers on a pitching staff, and they eliminate starters altogether. One team. I'm not talking about the whole league here, but I think we're going to see a team do it before the year 2040.
I could see a team going with a bunch of 3-inning openers and then relievers. I just had 9. If you have 13 pitchers and they're having to fill 9 innings, especially if they're 1-inning guys, then that.
Well, they wouldn't all be 1-inning.
Yeah,
guys.
That math just doesn't work out.
Well, I mean, you have a K-Wei Tang who can do 2 up downs. I mean, he didn't win 2 1/3 the other day.
I love K-Wei Tang. Did we talk about that report that they're looking at him as a starting pitcher?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
I don't think
how
it was
much
a report. I think Dana Brown said it.
Oh, did he? Okay. Yeah. I am interested in that.
Well, we brought it up. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think you might have brought it up in passing. I didn't think we talked about it. Are you in on that?
I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah. His role in the bullpen is valuable.
No reason top six picks should take an hour to draft. Trash the guys in the first round, more likely to be impact guys. Give teams a little more time when teams start trading, etc. BMAC 100% correct. I'm on Brian's side here. Is Brian the worst reader of jokes on radio? Yes, he is. Draft will be much more exciting if an NFL camera was in each team's war room. Facts. Some of these teams have started to do that.
I think most of the teams have cameras in the war room, don't they?
Yeah, but they don't. I think he means on the network broadcast.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like if the ESPN just had the network broadcast and they showed it, that would be really cool. But these teams are coming out with their draft footage and like they'll post it.
They usually show the war room as each pick is made.
I think he means
like clapping and high-fiving each other.
But I think the texture means like you remember the Arizona one when they traded Will Anderson and they had him on the phone and they had like their YouTube show and it was like 10 minutes long.
Yes, that.
I think that's what he's referring to.
And I'm in on that.
I think you might see a full pitching staff of relievers in the next 5 years. Okay. Udoka coaching against LA more subpar than Branham's jump shot. How would you know what my jump shot looks like? I retired from basketball 20 years ago.
How is your jump shot?
Streaky. And probably pretty terrible right now with mommy's wrist. I got mommy's wrist on my shooting hand. So, all right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. What's the Texans' best ever draft class? Question mark. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe and Brian filling in on ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
AJ in for Brian, Brian in for Joe. Where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780.
I actually legit don't know. I know he
What is
told me
that?
he
What
was
a
taking
flex.
off.
I normally know where Joe's on.
No, usually
whenever he doesn't work.
How
You
is that-
don't. Ha,
How
ha.
was that me attempting to flex?
You're like, I actually don't know, but I'm usually privy to that
Oh,
knowledge.
my God. Such a drama queen.
It came off very, very pretentious.
Yeah.
I know Joe's whereabouts at all times.
Okay. Okay. That is one of your weirdest takes. After I compliment you for having one of your greatest
I'm joking
takes ever.
again,
I know.
Brian.
I play. God.
I'm joking.
I have to play along with it to accentuate the joke.
The Peter
Jesus.
Gammons thing?
Yes. I complimented you for the Peter Gammons thing
I just
earlier.
tweeted it out.
I know.
That's Peter Gammons' brother, man.
It
They look
does.
so identical.
They do.
The more you know with Jeremy and Joe. Watching ESPN FC, I found Peter Gammons' long lost brother. All right, so when the Texans will be picking 28th. Actually, who knows? Cash or trash? Texans will be picking 28th tomorrow.
Trash.
I'm going to trash it.
Trash. I think they trade down.
Peter Strager had them trading up.
I know.
I think they trade down too. Although, look, maybe the market's not the market. You know, there's a lot of people that think the honey hole of this draft is like somewhere between 40 and 60.
Why the visual? Why the visual for that?
I was punching through the honey hole.
Okay.
This is the medium of radio, Brian. Not many people saw me punch the honey hole.
Yeah. Okay. Well, shout out to the people on YouTube who did see
But
it.
a lot of people think that the honey hole of this draft is like somewhere between the 40 and 60 range.
Okay.
So maybe there's not a market for a bunch of people trading into the late first round.
Yeah.
So if Nick Caserio doesn't trade back, spoiler alert, I don't think it's because he didn't find the value, which is the obvious
I can
answer.
see that.
But the reason I don't think that there would be value this year as opposed to other years is people again view the honey hole of this draft somewhere in the 40 to 60 range.
Yeah, no, I could definitely. Whenever we do these mock drafts, are we gonna save the Peter Strager for tomorrow?
Yeah. No. Yeah, we'll save it.
Okay. Well, never mind. I won't give my thoughts on what he did. Then.
You can get. It's okay.
I thought spoiler alert, he has the Texans trading up 10 spots to pick an offensive lineman, which the offensive lineman part I have no problem with, but I don't see any way the Texans decide to give up the capital to get 10 picks up, and B, he only has the Texans losing a single third-round pick to move said 10 spots, which I think is super unrealistic.
Yeah, the Jimmy Johnson trade chart would say no to this.
Yeah, there's no way that either side of that happens to me.
Yeah, he had him taking Blake Miller at 19. Strager had the Texans trading up from 28, using pick 69 as a sweetener to move up to number 19 to select Blake Miller from Clemson. A lot of people don't like Blake Miller. I don't know, whatever. I agree with you on the sweetener, though. I don't think that's enough to move up 9 spots in the first round.
Yeah, like if we just flip it, like if the Texans had the 18th pick, they moved down to 28, and we find out all they got was a single third-round pick, I'd be like, what the hell was Caserio doing?
Yep.
That's nowhere near enough. So,
but at the same time, I don't want to give away the pick. Like, I know that's good value for the Texans, but because I'm very, take lock on the idea that the Texans need a lot of cheap labor over the next few years, I don't want to surrender that pick.
Yeah, same. Unless it's, I maybe it would be a few prospects where like I'd make that exception, but not in the case of what Peter Strager had them doing. But to your overall point of like the honey hole, as I do the punch there, of this draft between 40 and 60, like as we've gone through these mock draft exercises, there's obviously some names that I like, but none of them have been super exciting. So maybe that does point to the idea of they'd have trouble trading down because people also aren't excited about trading to that spot.
I had a thought today. Maybe we'll just save the best draft class for the Texans until tomorrow.
Yeah, we can do it.
Because tomorrow we're not going to have any Astros. We'll have some, but whatever. 2568, you're a pervert, and I'm not reading that.
Honey hole comment?
He had his liberties with the comment.
Well, it does imply a certain
Well,
thing.
he used half of the word and then changed the other word.
Oh.
What running backs will they take 4th or 5th round? Lance put me on that Mike Washington guy from Arkansas. I don't know if he'll be there 4th, 5th round, though.
Yeah, I think
might be like a 3rd rounder.
I think Lance at one point had him as a second favorite running back.
I think third.
Third? He did have him. Okay. For some reason, I thought he had moved him above Jadarian Price.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did, and I didn't see that. But I thought he had him 3rd.
But yeah, there are a lot of people enamored with Washington because of the rare height, weight, speed.
That's what they say about me. Like, look at that rare height, 5'9", 280. What?
I'm a dog. You're not 280. BS flag. But like I have like it's not quite the same, or it's not quite as extreme as Xavier Legette was, because like Xavier Legette, if you don't remember, the South Carolina receiver that came out a couple years ago, got drafted by Carolina.
Are you talking to me or the audience? Because I want to know who to be disrespected about.
People in general. No, not you.
You're disrespecting the people.
No,
I'm going to stand up for the people here. You don't think our audience know who Xavier Legette is?
I was more prefacing what I was about to say about Xavier Legette than not knowing Xavier Legette.
Some of y'all might not know. Look at my knowledge.
Goodness.
I know Xavier Legette.
What I'm saying is Xavier Legette as a prospect was interesting because like his first 4 years at South Carolina, it was like under 200 yards receiving each year. Then he explodes, and he, on top of that, has the amazing combine where he just tests through the roof. And it's kind of similar to what we saw from Washington, where he wasn't as low, I don't believe, as Legette in his early seasons, but he broke out in his last year and then just had an amazing combine. And I think kind of that tends to people being overdrafted, obviously, no duh. And I don't know, I'm kind of leaning away from it.
You know, the local pushback would be Daniil Hunter, who did not have very many sacks in college.
That's fair. Yeah, LSU, he only had like, 6 sacks his entire college career? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
Junkie says, what do you mean, you people, Brian? I didn't realize that Jerry Jones said that, Texter. My bad. B-Mag, the preeminent Xavier Legette analyst.
Put that on my tombstone.
Do you think Tanner Koziol could wind up being available for the Texans in the 5th? That would be ideal for me, Ryan. Ask your doctor if Tanner Koziol is right for you. Jonathan Alexander had the Texans selecting Tanner Koziol in the 6th round of his mock draft today.
Ooh, you think he lasts that long?
I haven't. The draft buzz on him hasn't been spectacular, I'll admit.
I just non-draft expert thought he looked like a 4th round pick. That's kind of what I thought.
The knocks on him is that he's not a great blocker, and he kind of like, is easy to tackle despite his size.
Not elusive.
Not so much elusive, just like,
can't
touch him and he falls.
Yeah.
Whereas the pros on him is that he has an unbelievable catch radius, and his catch and traffic percentage is very, very high. So he's very much a receiving tight end. I think he's going to be drafted higher than where a lot of these mocks are, because this is the NFL in 2026 that values passing.
It's not 30 years ago.
So I think he's going to be drafted. Totally fair on the blocking stuff. I think he got better as a blocker last year with Willie. I think he became harder to tackle. I think if he lands in the right spot, he will improve in both of those areas. But those are the weaknesses as you look at his player profile. But his strengths are strengths that I'd really love to have. So I would love Tanner Koziol, obviously. Very good receiver of the football. Can't wait to see what defensive player Caserio drafts for D'Amico's beloved defense in the 1st round. So here's the thought that I had today. Because of the honey hole being in the 40 to 60 range, because I think it might be difficult for Nick Caserio to trade down, because the Texans don't have a ton of needs, because I've seen the stock price of Jacob Rodriguez skyrocket, and people have mentioned that he could be a surprise into 1st round draft pick.
Wow.
He's been my
started
draft
the
crush
process,
forever.
what, a 3rd round pick?
Yeah, I was like all over that. I was like, I love this guy. Give me Jacob Rodriguez as a Texan. He would fit in perfectly. What if the Texans are the surprise team that takes the surprise player? What if they just, we're not getting the value we want to trade down. Okay, we really don't have a position of need. Okay, Jacob Rodriguez is our best player on our big board. We believe in BPA. What if the Texans are the Jacob Rodriguez landing spot?
I'd be fine with that.
That's a great point.
Thank you, Cal.
He's a stud.
Cal? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel about him.
Yeah, no.
I would do a lot.
You thought he's the catch in that relationship. But yeah, I'd be fine with that, because like people I think would be quick to say, well, they have Azeez, they have Henry To'oTo'o. Where does he play? Well,
he play ahead of Henry.
He play ahead of Henry.
And then he replaced Azeez.
Yeah, because Azeez, I believe, is on his last year of his contract. I think Henry is too. So like that's the answer. Like I think he just beat out Henry To'oTo'o. But even if he didn't, a year from now, those guys aren't under contract. So problem solved.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. No. All right, so Junkie of the Day. Who's your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Brian filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know who's the Junkie of the Day? Everybody who does not use Own Well. Why would you use Own Well? Because you like money. You like your money. You don't want to pay it in property taxes. Property taxes prices are skyrocketing. Every single year they go up and up. It costs you an arm and a leg. It doesn't mean that that's the price you have to pay, though. You need somebody fighting for you. You need Ownwell fighting for you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in 3 minutes, and Ownwell's fighting that fight for you. And they're equipped to do it. This is what they do every day, all day, is they fight for property taxes all over Texas. In fact, 500,000 Texans use Ownwell. They've lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. They're equipped to do it. They're ready to save you money. I used Ownwell last year, saved me money. I'm using Ownwell again this year, save me money. They email me, tell me where they are on the process, and then ultimately at the end of the process, they're going to say, here you go. Here's how much money that we saved you. You know what's awesome too? That's the first time I owe them any money. You owe nothing up front, risk-free. They are awesome. They're going to save you money. Harris County, Ownwell delivered an average net savings 21 to 51% higher than competitors. Montgomery County, 250K to 500K home prices. Ownwell achieved a 94% success rate versus the market's 81%. Ownwell is better. Use Ownwell, save money. You're going to be glad that you did. Don't wait. Deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com. ESPN 97.5 Occasional Invitational, April 29th, a week away. Sterling Country Club. Register on our website, espn975.com right now. That's kind of demanding, Joe. Put your four-person team together and get ready for a great day of golf. Lunch will be provided by Brown Bag Deli. Dinner from Valencia's, and, of course, the beer by Coors Light. Sign up now for ESPN 97.5 Occasional Invitational at espn975.com. Junkie of the day, 713-780-3776. What do you got, Brian?
So first one comes from some rando Falcons guy on Twitter tweeted out, hot take, Matt Ryan was a better QB than Eli Manning. People just worship rings. Agree or nah? Well, guess who quote tweeted that tweet?
Matt Ryan.
No, Eli Manning quote tweeted with, I will ponder this while I play with my rings. So well done to Eli Manning dunking on that Falcons rando. Some more Twitter violence.
Matt Ryan's pretty good.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
I mean, he won an MVP, but I think I would take Eli. Regardless, more Twitter violence. So the Minnesota Twins swept. I don't know if they swept the Mets or they just got done playing one of their games in the series against the Mets. But either way, Mets have lost 12 in a row.
So they must have swept them.
Well, depending if it was the first game or not.
Okay.
Like I'm not sure where they're at in their series. They definitely won, but regardless, the Minnesota Twins tweeted out with their scorecard. This tweet: things you can get in a dozen: eggs, roses, Mets losses.
Ooh.
Shots fired.
I don't like that stuff.
Shots fired. I love it.
I like to inflate your own tires, not deflate somebody else's.
Oh man, I found that to be funny. 2 more quick nominations: Alpy, just cause.
Yeah.
Alpy, he sucks. He's cheeks. And then I don't know if you saw. Well, you saw it, but I don't know if anyone else saw it yet. But Logan Gilbert.
You're so disrespectful
catching
to everybody else.
I don't know how many people
You're
are watching
insulting
random
the intelligence
Seattle
of everybody
Mariners,
else.
Sacramento Athletics games on a Wednesday afternoon. But Logan Gilbert caught a baseball with his jersey, and I learned today that is not an out. Yeah. That is, in fact, a single.
I knew it wasn't an out, but I didn't know the penalty.
Yeah, I didn't either. So it just got ruled a single. But that was my last Junkie of the Day nomination.
Maybe there's a lot of Ginny Kavnar fans out there.
And he hit that ball a long ways.
He hit that ball into the player's jersey. That went a long way down his uniform.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Lunatics that shattered the glass at the hockey match last night. Kings. Who were the Kings playing? Ducks, maybe? Avs? I can't remember. No idea. Actually, I think it's the Avs because Sean Payton was at the game.
That
so
makes sense.
They broke the glass. They were banging on the glass and broke it into the Kings bench.
That kind of makes me think it's just weak
dangerous.
Glass. Like, I mean, if they're just, how hard do they have to pound that glass to be able to break it? Pause. I think that seems like some weak glass to me. That's where I stand on this. I blame the glass.
And then Buffalo Sabres brought Josh Allen to a playoff game, and needless to say, the Buffalo Sabres lost that game. You got anything, Age? Junkie of the Day.
For me, it was Dallas Cowboys pre-draft press conference today. They brought in Bill Clinton randomly.
What was the point of that?
I have no idea.
You're the Cowboys fan.
I haven't got to watch all of it yet, though. Because
I wonder why they brought. Like, I wonder he just like popped.
Maybe he's gonna make the pick.
There's probably Arkansas roots.
Yeah,
like they're probably friends.
Yeah,
but I wonder why. Like, I wonder why he was there. I wonder why he came in that moment.
Yeah,
certainly.
Yeah,
you're like, let's wait till afterwards.
Specifically, right? They treated it like a surprise, like, oh, I can't believe he's here. But I mean, come on, it's a president. He's rolling with Secret Service. This was planned out.
There has to be a motive.
Sure.
I just don't know what the motive could be.
Jerry's trying to pop a number on social media. I don't know.
Jerry. Maybe Jerry just wants attention.
He's an entertainer.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. He just wants attention. All right, what wins?
I think that weak glass. I think that weak glass. I blame the glass.
That weak glass. That no good weak glass. All right, that wins it. Does it for us. Tomorrow, we're going to be at Nick's Place, noon till 6. DJ B. Enemy and Sarge will be from noon until 3. Joe and I, Brian's going to be out there too tomorrow at Nick's. He wouldn't miss Nick's Place. We'll be out there at Nick's Place, noon until 6. Get you ready for the NFL Draft. Nick has a special surprise for all of our listeners. They're going to be giving away a Pro Football preseason tailgate party pack. All you have to do is join us at Nick's Place, register to win, and you get a chance to win 9 tickets to a preseason game, parking pass, 9 pizzas from Nick's Place as well to take to your tailgate party. So see you tomorrow starting at noon. Thanks to AJ for the hard work. He's Brian. I'm Jeremy. We'll see you tomorrow from Nick's Place. Good night, Houston.
All right, away we go tonight. Houston's countdown to the Cup. This is Destination 2026. I'm your host, Glenn Davis. It is presented by Aramco, Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, Rice, and Reliant. A big thank you to all those great sponsors so we can talk World Cup and get you prepared for one of the most unusual and exciting World Cups ever, with the expansion to 48 teams. It kicks off June 11th. We'll go through July 19th. Houston, Texas will welcome in the world people and soccer fans and supporters from Germany, the Netherlands, Portugal will all be ascending on our city here. 500,000 plus expected, and big interest in and around our city, which will be spotlighted around the world with the World Cup at Houston Stadium. 48 teams, 104 matches. The final will be played at MetLife Stadium in New York, New Jersey. We recently heard that the Congo will base out of Houston, and the infrastructure work you can see continues around town. By the way, this past weekend, a big thank you to all at Synergenics. They invited me out to speak to everybody at their corporate event, and I really enjoyed it, and really grateful that I could speak a little bit about leadership in soccer, and we all know how important leadership is these days. All right, so 48 teams in the World Cup. That's driven by FIFA's globalization and wanting to expand the tournament. That has led to great storylines like Cape Verde Islands, Curacao, who will play Germany here in Houston in our first match. The expanded tournament does open it up for more teams to get in. Now, we'll see what happens in the group stages, because there could be some real mismatches there. It could lead to maybe less competitive games. At the same time, though, this has given more nations a chance to participate, which is good for the development of the sport. You may see teams defending a little bit deeper and playing it a little bit conservative in the group stages. But once we get out of the group stages, 12 groups of 4 teams, top 2, and then the best 8 third-place teams advance. So a lot of teams are looking to be that third-place team to advance to the 32-team knockout. The 32-team knockout, though, is where this is going to get incredible, because that means you have 16 single-elimination consequential matches. There will be drama simply because somebody's going home and somebody's advancing. We all know how that works here, single elimination. So that's going to make it really interesting. But to qualify as the best third-place team, you might see teams playing cautiously. I think you're probably going to be guaranteed a little bit of that. So it's going to be tricky, and we'll see how it all works out. But you're whittling down 48 to 32 teams after 72 group game advantages or group game matches. Still some political uncertainty around Iran and what's going to happen with them in the World Cup. My gut is they're going to be here, just my gut. 3 host nations, U.S., Canada, and Mexico. And, of course, Mexico, the opener against South Africa. That is history. Mexico is the only country to have hosted 3 World Cups and, of course, 3 opening matches in the legendary Azteca Stadium. A lot of travel for these teams, scheduling strain, climate differences and things are all being talked about, and the nurturing of the players. Later on in the show, we're going to have Dr. Vijay Jatwani of Houston Methodist on. He's the physician for the Houston Astros, Houston Ballet, Rice Athletics, and the Rodeo. And he's going to address a lot of these. That's an interview you're not going to want to miss with Vijay Jatwani, the Methodist Hospital. So tournament's getting bigger. It's getting more global. There are trade-offs to all of this, and I think that's why it's going to be very interesting to see how it all works. More matches, more fatigue. A couple of hosts now. So on and on we go with the World Cup. And unpredictability, I think, is something you must keep an eye on. By the way, I do want to mention right now, how about this? And I am pumped for this because I'm going to be there. Massive international soccer match coming to Texas A&M this June. Defending world champions Argentina. They're going to be there. They're going to take on Honduras. And this is right before the World Cup. So what an opportunity to see the defending World Cup champions, Argentina. Lionel Scaloni and his squad will be up at Texas A&M's Kyle Field. This is Saturday, June 6th. They're calling it the Road to 26, Argentina versus Honduras. June 6th. Get your tickets at roadto26.com, roadto26.com. Of course, Lionel Messi is expected to be at Kyle Field, and Argentina will be looking to defend their World Cup title as one of the great soccer-playing nations with all that great history. And we all know the prideful mentality of the Argentine national team, but you'll be able to see players like Julian Alvarez, Lautaro Martinez, Rodrigo de Paul, McAllister, all these guys playing under their manager, Lionel Scaloni. So again, that's Honduras, Argentina, June 6th. Tickets at roadto26.com. All right, so let's take a look at some favorites. We just mentioned Argentina, so that one's pretty obvious. Strong mentality. These guys play for the shirt like no other. Chemistry. Leo Messi could be his swan song. Enzo Fernandez. Emi Martinez in goal, big players. I mean, you got an excellent goalkeeper. Julian Alvarez, I mentioned. Lautaro Martinez, Rodrigo de Paul, Alexis McAllister. A lot of the same core of that World Cup winning team. So they have to be amongst the favorites. France is another one. Depth beyond belief. Of course, game changer, guy that can win you a game in the blink of an eye, and Kylian Mbappe. They have been a finalist, by the way, France, in their last two cups. They want to get over and get this thing won once and for all here in recent times with this group of players. But Dembele, Thuram, Tchouaméni in midfield, along with Camavinga. I mean, the depth is crazy for the French national team and Didier Deschamps. So Brazil, is Brazil one of the favorites? They always have to be, right? And they have to be simply because they've won more World Cups than anybody, but they also have to be because of just the continual generational turnover of talent. It is ridiculous. Now, interesting for Brazil, the first time ever they're going to have a non-Brazilian manager in Carlo Ancelotti, the managed Real Madrid, the former Milan player. This team, if you think of these names, again, game changers. Vinny Jr., Rafinha. You got Endrick, who's a rising star. And then you've got the glue players, Lucas Paqueta, Marquinhos, Casemiro. Nobody's going to ever count Brazil out, ever. Most successful national team in World Cup history. And by the way, there's a chance, based on the way things go in this World Cup, that they could be in Houston. So there you go. Is England a favorite? I ask you that question. Harry Kane is having a record-breaking season, winning trophies with Bayern Munich. Jude Bellingham of Real Madrid is a rising star in the game, as we all know. Bukayo Saka. Can they live up to it? England usually has a deep mentality, but they're going to have to deliver under pressure. So we'll see how they handle this World Cup and if they can make things happen. Again, haven't won it since 1966. And if you've been watching the videos on why Houston will be the best World Cup host city, by the way, we did one this week on the coffee culture in Houston. Having a lot of fun doing these. So please repost and like and comment. Give us an opinion, because the reaction is what it's all about. But in 66, England won the World Cup as a host nation. 9 months later, we're in the Houston Astrodome. 3 of those players, Martin Peters, Bobby Moore, and Jeff Hurst, playing with West Ham against Real Madrid. So there's some incredible Houston soccer history. So let's go into a dark horse. I don't know if Portugal's a dark horse, maybe only because they've never won the World Cup. They've won the Euros. But Portugal, to me, is one of the favorites. Experience, youth. You got Cristiano Ronaldo. What's his role going to be in this World Cup? He's a celebrity. He's now 40 years of age. But I think certainly it's exciting he's going to be here. There's no question. But what is his role really going to be over this tournament? And that's going to be real interesting to see. They're going to have to figure out how to utilize him to the best of his abilities. So what will his role be? They got a new generation of very, very good players. Leao, we also know Bruno Fernandes from Manchester City, Bernardo Silva of Bruno Fernandes, Manchester United. That's a Freudian slip. That could get you in trouble if you said that in Manchester. Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva, just an exceptional player from Manchester City. Pep Guardiola, after their win over Arsenal this weekend, got very emotional about Bernardo Silva because he is moving on from Man City. And then I love this player, super exciting, from PSG, Vitinha. You keep an eye on him. And just think, if not for the tragic passing of Diogo Jota of Liverpool, he would have been in this World Cup. And that's just a somber thing to think about. So super sad. Germany, never count them out. One of the most tournament-savvy teams ever. 4-time World Cup winners. They're coming to Houston. They'll open Houston's games up against Curacao right here for us. It's going to be pretty incredible. Their brains of the operation is Joshua Kimmich, and he can be utilized in a couple of different roles. Jamal Musiala, dribbler, creator, good team in transition. Florian Wirtz, a playmaker. Antonio Rudiger, we know him, hard-charging defender. Kai Havertz, who had the lone goal for Arsenal this past weekend. Leroy Sané. Germany's got players, and they're never counted out. We know that. The Netherlands will be coming to Houston. The Orange. And, man, the Orange and the German fans are going to take over downtown. They're going to be everywhere. So where are they? They're bit in transition, I think. Good leadership with Virgil van Dijk, who had that game-winning goal for Liverpool this past weekend against Everton in the Merseyside derby. Frankie de Jong, Cody Gakpo, Nathan Ake. Talent. Let's see how the Netherlands puts it together, but we're going to get a great glimpse of them early here in Houston, Texas. Don't close your eyes or look beyond Morocco. Morocco got to the semifinals from the African Confederation in Qatar. Is this a World Cup where an African team wins it? It's possible with them. They're probably the one you would put your money on. Semis in 2022, as I mentioned, excellent midfield, Morocco. Hardworking, very defined. They know who they are. They have spent a lot of money on the infrastructure of football in that country. And Morocco's another one to really, I think, keep an eye on. And then I'll put Japan in there. Always fast, always technical, always together, always fearless. Japan is another team to keep an eye on. And as we get closer, we're going to really start to knock down a lot more when it comes to the teams, the tactics, and everything else right here. This is a World Cup that's going to be a passing of the torch. It's going to be emotional. Leo Messi, Argentina. Cristiano Ronaldo, Portugal. This is likely their last World Cup. I mean, I never say never with those two guys, but you have to think about that. This is a passing of the torch. Now, in the prime of their careers are players like Kylian Mbappe of France. Is this going to be his World Cup? Erling Haaland in the prime of his career, the leading scorer in the Premier League. Sometimes, players that come from certain countries never get to a World Cup. Well, Haaland is going to be there with Norway, and they can cause problems, by the way, with their style of play. Youth will obviously be king in this tournament. Lamine Yamal, Spain. Jude Bellingham, England, would represent that. And then like I said, we have more knockout single elimination football, which is going to make it exciting. Tab Ramos is going to come on in the second half of this show tonight. And we're going to talk a little bit about the USA, the run, the pride, the energy that could potentially occur with the U.S. And Tab has got some strong thoughts on the U.S. and how he thinks they're going to do in this World Cup. I think we got to circle the injury to Sergiño Dest. We need him back. There's a number of players on a number of different teams that are racing against time to make it to the World Cup. So let me tell you a couple of players that we will not see. And when I think of this, and having played professionally, this really hurts. Not that I ever got to a World Cup, but injury is so psychological, and it's dream crushing. So Rodrigo of Brazil, quite some time ago, he had the ACL tear. Recently, we got Hugo Ekitike, Achilles rupture. He's going to miss out. Patrick Agyemang, the U.S. striker who was doing so well, blew out his Achilles. Cameron Carter-Vickers, U.S., blew out his Achilles. Jonathan Klinsmann, who is a goalkeeper, Jurgen Klinsmann's son, and our wishes go out to all these players, but he broke his neck recently in a game, which is incredibly scary. So we hope Jonathan Klinsmann is doing well. That'll shake a family up, no question. Serge Gnabry of Germany, adductor tear, out. I mean, just like that. Argentina has lost some players too. Valentin Carboni, I don't know if he's got a shot at making it back. Juan Foyth, these are sort of depth players for them. And then you get to Mexico. Luis Malagón was probably slated to be the number one goalkeeper, or certainly had a great shot at it. His World Cup dreams go up in smoke. Marcel Ruiz, ACL tear. By the way, Malagón had an Achilles. So ACL, Achilles, these are just soccer player killers. Luis Chavez, Edson Alvarez, Santi Jimenez, a lot of these guys carrying a lot of injury issues for Mexico as well. So real concerns there for the Mexican national team and what's going on there. Okay, so again, what we got tonight is Vijay Jatwani, Methodist Hospital. He will be coming up. Tab Ramos will be coming up. We got some player development talk there as well because of the stunning. I say it's shocking. Maybe others don't, but you know, to just bail on your job right before the World Cup, the sporting director of U.S. Soccer, that's kind of mind-blowing to me. That doesn't kind of work in my wheelhouse. If you had done that in generations past, that would have been looked upon as a record and a red flag to people, but I don't think it is anymore. Everybody's just jumping around, going from job to job, and I do think to head that piece up for U.S. Soccer, that is a big piece to try and get some level of uniformity here, certainly with youth and player development, the amount of differing leagues, the amount of stress, the amount of money that's put upon everybody. Simplicity is genius. A little dose of that might help us in this country with our sport. Okay, so that's what we got coming up. Do want to mention to you, only 50 days away, and you can witness the action, the glory of the World Cup in grand style. You can do it with the ticket-inclusive hospitality package at lsse.net. That's Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, who've brought us all these massive international matches over at Energy Stadium, but we're going to make sure we get it right because it's now Houston Stadium. You can get extraordinary seats, elevated food and beverage, exceptional service, much more through Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. The packages are limited. They are going fast. Visit lsse.net now. And I want to remind you here, we've been putting our Houston videos up and a lot of really cool, fun content, having a great time doing it and dipping out of soccer to show off the city of Houston a lot and why we're going to be the best World Cup host city. Well, you can hit us up on TikTok and YouTube, Soccer Matters, same thing on Facebook. And then you can personally hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock. Let's take a break. Let's come back with Tab Ramos, who has played in World Cups for the United States and one of the most technical players in the history of our country. We'll break. We're coming back with more. It's Destination 2026. Houston's countdown to the Cup, FWC26Houston.com. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, brought to you by Aramco, Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, Rice, and Reliant. We're keeping you up to date with all the news. We had a first segment there. We're talking about dark horses and some of the favorites in the tournament. But remember, unpredictability with 48 teams and 16 single elimination matches after the group phase. FWC26Houston.com. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, and on TikTok and YouTube, Soccer Matters. All right, our next guest appeared in 3 World Cups. 1990 in Italy with the United States men's national team. 1994, where we were the hosts in the United States. And in 1998, the FIFA World Cup in France. He is one of the most gifted and technical midfielders ever produced in this country. Here is Tab Ramos. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. As always, brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713, call now. You're in need of a personal injury attorney. Well, there's none better. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, and they've been getting soccer talk on the radio here for years. And how important is it right now in a World Cup year as well? So big thank you to the Daspit Law Firm. Also, a quick hit here for Senate Avenue Brewing. It's 16,000 Dillard up in Jersey Village. Great food, the award-winning craft beer up there. Had a wonderful, wonderful live show out there last week. So a big thank you to Andrew Mitchum and Senate Avenue Brewing. All of these companies supporting the game of soccer, so we want to do the same thing and support them. All right, and they help us bring people like this on. He is Tab Ramos, former U.S. international, has played in a number of World Cups. He is in very high demand right now, and we're lucky to get him here tonight. Tab, how are you?
Hi, Glenn. Like always, thank you for having me on. And of course, I always have time to come on your show.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't take that for granted. So before getting on today, I was talking to a good friend of mine. He said, hey, there's going to be a U.S.-Brazil 94 Legends game up in Dallas. All right, so the question is Tab Ramos playing in this game?
Yeah, I think I might be going to this. I think the only question was whether Leonardo would be there, and hopefully I'd stay away from his elbow this time.
But you said something very funny, and you made me laugh. You said, I'm making sure I run straight ahead these days. What does that mean?
Well, that's, I only run on treadmills, really, so I can only run straight. So hopefully somebody will put the ball in front of me so that I can get to it.
Yeah, and I said, hey, this is going to be really fun. And then after you said what you said, I said, well, maybe it's going to be painful as well.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt it will be painful.
So let me ask you something, along the same lines, and this just came into my head because as we get older and we realize physically some of the things we can't do like we once could do, I've accepted most of it, but every once in a while I get a little bit frustrated.
No, I mean, to be honest, it's frustrating getting old, knowing that you could do all of these things and now you can do none of them. It makes it hard, and this is more of a life lesson, but we all grow up thinking that older people were always old, and then you realize that this is just the way life works, right? You're young for a little while, and then you're middle-aged for a little while, and then you're old for a little while. So that's kind of how this works. And I'm certainly at that old part, and but to be fair, I'm enjoying it too. So it's been fun.
I sense that you really are enjoying life and all your contributions to football and many more to come. All right, so I saw some of your comments, but I wanted to kind of put this on a platform and play it to you concerning Matt Crocker moving on to Saudi Arabia, the U.S. Director, and just some of your overall thoughts on that, because it was a big shock to, I think, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and I've heard that a lot of people were shocked, but this is one of the least shocking announcements I've heard because, I mean, I think I knew from the beginning when both, Matt Crocker and Mauricio Pochettino came on board, that this would be at the very most through this World Cup, and then they would likely go back to the EPL, right? I'm a little bit surprised at the timing of this announcement, only because we're coming off of a March window in which the team didn't do well, and to make this announcement at this time, it's almost like he really had lost confidence in what was going on here and didn't want to endure what the World Cup was going to be like. That part is disappointing because I think he's missing out. I think our team will do better than he thinks it's going to do.
Yeah, that's a really interesting take. And to me, it's just, I mean, he doesn't look great. And obviously, U.S. soccer doesn't look great, right?
Yeah, but it's and the reason I thought that this wouldn't last, and you could tell in the first press conference when it was all about project. We're going to go many years after 2026. Glenn, obviously you've been in this game for a long time, longer than I have, likely on that side of the game. I fortunately was able to be U.S. Soccer Youth Technical Director for a long time, period of 8 years. And during that time, I learned a lot about the different stakeholders within U.S. Soccer. I learned a lot, even though I had coaching the youth for about 10 years in all the age groups, attending all the tournaments, Dallas Cup, Jefferson Cup, President's Cup in Phoenix, Surf Cup in San Diego, like knowing these things that our market has in the youth, right? I had been to all of those. I knew all about it. I still learned so much when I became the technical director in terms of, what U.S. youth was about, what U.S. club soccer is about, what those, what got soccer is about, what all of those stakeholders have in place and how they're pulling their own way within the market. And I think even though I'm from here and I grew up with all of that and I knew a lot of these things, it was still a process for me to meet with all the stakeholders, to put rules in place, to put players into calendar years, to change the rules. That all takes years. And so I can only imagine that for someone coming from another country, this is like learning Chinese. This is going to take a long time. And by the way, like learning Chinese with a teacher in another country, not in China, right? So it's too hard. It's too hard. This was something that for me was going to happen regardless. And no surprise at all that someone like Matt Crocker, although he may be a really smart soccer man, that he wasn't going to figure out what it takes here to make us better.
Yeah, it's disappointing not to finish out a contract and a commitment, though. I mean, that also is pretty mind blowing to me, to jump over to Saudi Arabia. So Matt Crocker is out. To your point about all the different pulling and pushing and all the different leagues here in Houston, and a lot of this comes back to me. I wish it didn't, because it's just so overwhelming. And then I say to myself, well, how can parents handle all? I mean, they're flying to Oklahoma City to play a game and 10 kids on the other team show up, right? They don't even have a full squad they're playing against. And you hear these stories one after another and all the buzzwords, we're the pathway to the pros, and 20 people are shouting that. It's like health products, which one do you pick? Can this ever be in the vein of simplicity is genius? Can it ever be made to be a little bit clearer and produce some clarity for everybody involved?
It can be, but don't forget that likely eliminates a lot of jobs of people who actually don't know anything about soccer, who are making a living in soccer by doing analytics. And so that's going to be difficult, because now the more complicated they make soccer, the more they're needed, right? So if you think about soccer the way it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, like you can go literally starts in about 20 years ago is when it started to get really complicated, is when everybody thought that by bringing analysis into the game, that was going to help it so much. Yet you look at the way things used to be, and they used to be pretty clear when we were growing up. You used to play in your state, regardless of what club you were at. You needed to try out for the state team. If you were one of the best players on your state team, you made your state team. And if you were good enough, you made the regional team. And then from the regional team, they selected the national team. It was fair and square. And I'm not saying that there weren't politics, but the pathway was a simple one. And by the way, it was a simple one regardless of what state you came from. Because don't forget right now, if you come from a state like Nebraska or South Dakota or somewhere like, we don't even know what's happening over there. right?
Right.
I mean, they don't have the same pathway as everybody else. Before, everyone had the same. So we made it really complicated. By making it really complicated, I don't think we necessarily made it better.
Yeah, and those, to your point, those that are in the data industry now, or they're all going to fight for their jobs. Every day they're validating their job on the job, and coaches and teams are all, it seems like they might be even hiring more and more.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way MLS works with their, with their youth and MLS Next, right? And that's the younger ages and 13s and 14-year-olds, where you have this TACA system. Who knows who put it together, right? Who is a machine and people behind it trying to determine if a player is good because of a certain pass that he made at a certain time. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous how things have gone from just watching real players trying to win a real game and making a play, even if it's with the back of their head to win a game in the last minute, to actually making a 32nd minute through ball count as such a value, even though your team is losing 4-0 and getting dominated. I mean, it just, for me, it's we've gone way beyond where we need to go, and I don't think any of these things are helping.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100% on that point. All right, let's talk about something really exciting here. An American manager, Pellegrino Matarazzo. This is an amazing story. I know you got some thoughts on this. He wins the Copa del Rey with Real Sociedad over Diego Simeone and Atletico Madrid. I mean, this is a pretty powerful moment for the American coach.
No doubt, and in a game that that his team deserved to win. They won in penalties. But if you saw the game, you knew that Real Sociedad was every bit as good as Atletico Madrid that game, and they likely created the better chances of the game to win it. But it wasn't just that. This didn't happen by accident. He didn't get into the final by accident. This was all about his team playing well and playing hard. This was about Pellegrino Matarazzo actually understanding the culture of the Basque players at Real Sociedad. It's a culture of hard-playing people. They represent their city, which is a very hard type culture, and he couldn't have got it any better. Since he's been at Real Sociedad, I believe they lost maybe 2-0 to Real Madrid away. They may have lost another game. Everything else has pretty much been a win. That team didn't have, since he arrived, it didn't have just a gradual ascension through the league. It went straight up. I mean, they went straight from relegation to fighting for a Champions League spot. I mean, besides the fact that he's from New Jersey and that makes me automatically root for him, I have to tell you, this guy has been amazing. I think if there's anything next for him at this point with what he's done so far, if I'm Real Madrid and I'm sitting in Madrid right now, I'm going, hey, you know what? This might be our next guy.
Pretty incredible. And he's got, obviously, from watching on television, the players are buying into what he's doing. He's getting lauded for his game management and adapting to the Basque region, like you said. So really good points. By the way, just a reminder, Tab played in Spain for Real Betis. To stay on him, I really hope people will go look at how he got to where he got. New York Red Bulls Academy, college soccer at Columbia, had a degree in mathematics, decides to go the soccer playing route. He's in lower divisions in Germany. I mean, real low divisions, fourth division. He's fighting around there, and then all of a sudden gets into coaching, ascends with that. But this took time and was a process. And to me, I think we all jump right to the cherry on the top of the cake, but we don't do the homework to go and look and see how this guy got to where he was, because it's incredible.
Yeah, I tell you what, he did his homework, and this is the way. This is how they tell you your coaching career should be. He has done it at every level. He knows what it's like to be at every level. And when you get those lessons, I think at lower divisions and with players who maybe can't give you as much, I think that's where you learn the most. I remember when I first started coaching, and I don't want to take it my way because this is only about him, but I remember that when I retired from playing, that's the first thing that an old coach told me. And that was, if you just retired from playing, you really don't know much about soccer. You need to go teach it at the youngest age groups to learn how to coach. And although, as you know, things didn't go great for me in Houston, I still think that I did a pretty good job in Houston with what I had, and the players gave me everything. So I still feel like that part of my coaching was still positive for me.
The disappointment part of it seems like something, in our youth setup now that people try to stay away from because they don't want to lose registrations. They don't want to lose players to other clubs. And I think there is a real question around the honesty piece with player, coach, organization, and player. It's a worry to me, honestly, when I see and hear what's going on, because when you're not honest with soccer players, I mean, disappointment is a part of developing soccer players. There's no question.
Yeah, but Glenn, and sometimes, and you can blame them for that, of course.
And I'm not just,
but
by
also-
the way, I just want to make sure. I'm not just blaming the coach, because the coaches are kind of in a very tough area. Most of their moves are lateral. They're going from club to club. It's not easy for them. I understand that. And I understand it's how people are making a living too.
No, and I was going to say, when I said you can blame them for that, I didn't mean you specifically. I think in general, they can be blamed for some of that, but a lot of the blame goes with the parents, Glenn, because parents just don't stop taking their child to a team where they're not going to play.
Yeah,
right? They keep doing that because why? Why do I want to take my kid from this little town club to a better club? Well, the whole better training thing, training with better play, and then the winning is important to the parents, right? So now the parents are in a club where they're winning games, although their kid is not playing. Where you're much better off staying at your club and playing all the time than going to a better team when you're never playing. So I think a lot of the blame has to go on parents as well.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. There's no question about it, and I'm glad you brought up the parental side of it too, because that's certainly very, very important. Okay, so Bruce Arena was lighting it up this past weekend against LAFC. I'm pulling for him because I want to see the older coach still survive, and I see it a little more in Europe. I think the average coaches in MLS are around 45, between 45, 48, that area. But I like seeing the older manager. And we get some of that in Europe still. How about your thoughts on that?
Well, the younger managers can speak the analytics lingo better, and that's likely why they sound so much better in explaining why they lost the game. Bruce is a pretty straightforward guy. He's a straight shooter. He says it like he sees it. And it's refreshing, to be honest. Because we've had a lot of the other stuff going on. So it's not just you. I think there's a lot of people rooting for Bruce.
Yeah, no question about it. There's a ton of really good coaches out there, and I got to make sure. I probably will miss a few, so I hope I don't get a text or something from. But you got Savarese, you got Tab Ramos out there, but you've told me you're probably not going to be back in that game. You've got Jim Curtin. You've got Bob Bradley still out there. There's a lot of guys still out there. Do you see any of them getting back into MLS soon?
I don't actually, because of the way MLS is now. I think it's more about the numbers, and I think they're likely to hire a technical director in MLS now that's also likely about 40 years old, is likely to hire somebody a lot more like themselves than they are to hire an older coach who already has his ways. That's sort of the trend at this point. I'm sure at some point it will change. Bruce is fighting hard to change that trend, but at this point, I don't see many of the former coaches coming back in the fold. And although I would say somebody like Jim Curtin would maybe be a little bit different, right? Because I think he's out now because he's chosen to, although I think he's been offered a few jobs already.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Tab Ramos joining us, played in a number of World Cups for the U.S. It's going to be a very busy man in and around the World Cup that's coming up. How about some thoughts just on the U.S. national team at this point? Now we know Turkey's in the group. For me, Turkey automatically goes, if there is such a thing, to the favorite in the group.
It could be. I think definitely. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. Turkey is a good team. They have 2-3 players that I think are much higher level at this point than likely our players. But we played them last year. I know it was a friendly. And I think we kind of shot ourselves in the foot in that game. I think it was a good game by us. I think it'll be tough. I'm not sure that Turkey will beat us at the World Cup. I think, obviously, unlike Matt Crocker, I think that our team's going to do well this summer. I think that we're going to surprise some people, and I think that we'll, I'm hoping. I think we're going to get to the round of 16, but I'm really hoping that we get to the quarterfinals.
So that was great stuff there with the frequent guests on our show, Tab Ramos, who you'll remember was here in Houston with the Houston Dynamo, and also very much involved with player development with U.S. youth national teams. Great interview and always candid with Tab. We'll take a little bit of a break here, but before we do, we just want to remind you again, lsse.net to get the elevated ticket package, inclusive. Extraordinary seats, elevated food and beverage, exceptional service. You get it all. It's Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net, lsse.net. Remember, opinion, reposting, calling up some debatable topics out. Let's do it. It is important for the growth of soccer and soccer conversation. I hope you saw the video, because we did the video on the coffee culture in Houston, but something tells me there is going to be a lot of soccer conversation in coffee cafes and in and around Houston come the month of June in the World Cup. Still pinching myself. We got 7 games here. We'll take a break. We will come back from the Houston Methodist, Dr. Vijay Jatwani, on injuries. And if you've got a son or a daughter playing the game, you're not going to want to miss this one.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, final segment of the show here tonight. Again, a big thank you to all our sponsors. FWC26Houston.com for news and merchandise. That's where you can go. So our final segment here, we focus in on injuries. Of course, in segment number 1, we just listed out some of the massive stars that have just had major heartbreak that will miss the World Cup. So no better man to talk to than Dr. Jotwani, Dr. Vijay Jotwani. Okay, we're going to do that one over again. Okay. Well, Dr. Jotwani, let's start it off with the very simple question of the amazing reality that we have 7 World Cup games here in Houston, Texas. Maybe a word or two from the excitement about the 2026 World Cup coming to our city.
Yeah, what an honor for Houston to, being this great sports city, to get to host the biggest sporting event in the world. And we've been building up to this for so many years. So excited it's finally here for us, for our fans in Houston. So very much looking forward to it.
All right, so let's talk about this World Cup. It's a 38, 39-day tournament. It's very condensed. It's the largest ever in history with 48 teams.